baby. Oh, baby. So I got something more than that. No, I'm just in a good mood, folks. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. Good morning to everybody on the YouTube chat, the Comcast business text line, Twitch. And I got to just say right off the rip, man.
What's that?
There was some news that broke yesterday all over the interwebs, and you and I are well aware of what's been going on in this market in terms of ratings and shows and everything like that. And Jason Barrett Sports Media, always comes out with his quarterly books talking about the stations and the shows. And, you know, it says, hey, 95.7 The Game won another book. And I just want to reemphasize that I don't think it doesn't matter who's in these chairs. You got this banner, when you have the flagship of the Golden State Warriors, and when you have the audience that we have, our listeners, you know, whether it's on YouTube, Twitch, the Comcast business text line, all the phone calls, they are the reason why this station is not considered a minor league station anymore. 5 years ago, I heard, oh, man, you're going to the minor leagues. Oh, man, you guys are in the minor league, blah, 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 blah. Nobody says that in this market anymore. 95.7 The Game has gained its respect, Agreed. But it doesn't happen without the people out there in their trucks, in their cars, taking their kids to school, day camps, you know, summer camps, baseball practice. It doesn't happen without you guys out there listening to us, whether it's the Odyssey app, YouTube, Twitch, or the Comcast business text line. So thank you guys again. I can't say it enough.
You know, I think to me, as someone that's listened to Bay Area Sports Radio and just consumed all of it my entire life, nothing has driven me more crazy than this perception from outside the Bay Area that we aren't passionate. And I think that this station, and I don't want to talk about anything that goes on across the street, but I know for this station, what I've loved about it is we have put a spotlight on the true passion of the Bay Area sports fan. Think of the fervor for the Niners and the Warriors and the Giants and the way that people flock to this station to have a voice and be able to call in and scream and yell about Draymond Green or about Jimmy Garoppolo or about not getting Aaron Judge. And so to me, like, it's not you and me, B. To me, it's and I know you know this too. It is a reflection of us putting the spotlight on the unbelievable, unbridled passion of the Bay Area sports fan. And to me, more than anything, I'm so proud to just be a part of that.
Yeah, no doubt about that. You know, when we started the post-game show, Overtime, back in fall of 2017. And then we did it in 2018, and we were doing it on Periscopes, and people like Ernie Chavez and Dante Wiley were like two of 5 people watching this.
And Kyle's mom, Cheryl, commenting on Facebook.
Exactly.
Shasky, calm down. Jimmy's going to be okay.
Yeah, I mean, tears flowing when he got hurt week 3 Kansas City in 2018. Literally looked at Butch, and I said, oh, my God, my guy's tearing up.
I literally almost started to cry.
Because we both knew the season was done.
So
week 3, it was over. But, you know, that Overtime show, you mentioned the passion, and nothing had ever you know, just 2 maniacs screaming about the team, and people say, man, that can't work. That can't work. That's not radio. Well, we're going to try to do it our way, and we think it could work.
Yes.
And it has worked for us. But it's, again, the listeners, it showed that there was a thirst for that.
Absolutely.
Because those lines were lit up, the interaction was lit up, and I think that put you and I on the map more so than any other show, any other thing. So, I again, JMC _ 1982. As much as me and you beef, Bonte, you guys crush it. It's not even close. And you know what? JMC _ 1982. I love him.
Yeah.
Despite me, I wouldn't take the time out to call him out or Austin in San Jose or anything like that if I didn't appreciate their interaction and their participation in the show. They keep us on edge, they keep us on our toes, and they keep us sharp.
Well, and one thing that I do want to make sure that we, you know, is I respect the people who plowed the ground before we got here, right? Yeah. All of the legends, whether we're talking about Ralph or Gary or whoever it is that you grew up on, I still listen back and forth, and there are people that to me are very, very influential in shaping how I view sports, and I have respect for those people. And what I want to do is push it to the next, like that next level. And at some point, there's some kid like, Steven Risotto just won a big journalism award, and he's a kid.
Steven Risotto.
He's a young man right now who's killing it in journalism, and I'm thinking, that kid's coming for my job at some point, and he's going to push it beyond the limits of what we're trying to create here. Dude, I got a text here, and this is something I got to read this. Like, these are the kind of fans that I'm glad we're putting a spotlight on. If I made a top 10, 8 of the Niner losses in the playoffs of the Super Bowl are still games that to this day piss me off.
Yeah.
And I go, those are the guys and the gals and the women and the kids and the adults who we try to tap into. And we try to have a sports conversation like you would with your buddies, like you would with your family in the living room, because that's how I grew up.
No doubt about that. So thank you guys all out there for doing that. I know it made the rounds on Twitter and people were tagging us, but again, I'm going to say it again. I said it on Twitter and I'll say it now. All this doesn't happen without you guys.
Yes.
You guys have embraced each and every one of our hosts.
Yep.
When I came here in 2017, I was struggling, man. I didn't know how long this radio career was going to go. But you guys, whenever I would go out to games, would hug me, embrace me. Hey, man, we love you. We love you. Keep doing it, man. Keep grinding. You're doing it for us. We're living through you. And all these fans, they live through us, man. And to see them out in the flesh. And that's the one thing I think the station does well, better than any station. I've been part of both stations. We go out there and we sit with the fans. We eat with the fans. We talk to the fans. We talk to the listeners. We spend time with them. We get to know them. We get to know their lives. We got to know a lot of people on the YouTube chat, man. We've got a lot of them we follow on Twitter. We just started following it. That used to be sacrilegious. You don't follow the fan.
Dude.
You don't get close to the listeners or whatnot. And I'm like, nah, these are my guys. These are my family members.
B, it's funny because like I've been coaching with my buddy. We got a big game tonight, and there's times that I'll be sitting in the dugout and like somebody will come up, hey man, I listen to the roast every single day. I'm like, for real? And he's like, yeah. And then my buddy Jim will look over at me. He's like, bro, I don't realize how many people they love you guys, like they really do. And
no doubt.
It has been seeing the reception from people in the real world. To say that it's like humbling and it means everything is an understatement.
Yep.
It almost brings me to tears when I meet somebody and they're like, yo, bro, what's up, man? I listen every day. And then what's the next thing they say? What do you think about Brock Purdy? You think Trey Lance is going to get that chance? Do you keep Draymond Green? Like, they just start rat-a-tat-tatting their sports takes, and I love it because that's what I want them to do.
Well, right now, I
love it.
Why did they trade Jordan Poole? I got that question 35 times at a funeral. We're supposed to be sitting there shedding tears and paying our respects to young George. And by the way, why they trade Poole? What's up with Draymond? What's going on here? And it's just like, boy, it just never ends. So
it never ends.
Again, thank you guys, man. We wanted to get that out the way and let you guys know that we appreciate you. We love you.
And we might hang up on you.
Yeah,
if Bonte feels that you're coming down his road.
No. I love it when you come down my road.
You know who I want to hear from today?
Who's that?
I want Brian in Palo Alto. You've been released from Alcatraz. If you're out there, call in. No. I am allowing us to kumbaya this bad boy.
I don't know.
Bonte's ready to hug you.
I don't know if I'm ready to hug him because his last tweet towards us, he said he was going to flip things. He said he was the measuring stick. He said he was taking his talents elsewhere.
You don't mind saying what's really on your mind at that moment.
He said he was going to take his. He said he was going to take his talents elsewhere and make sure that this market gets flipped upside down. But if BPA wants to call, I will not hang up on him.
Don't die on that hill, Bonte.
Got to be better than that, Coach. You can't die on the hill, man.
You can't die on that hill, man. Draymond Green. What's the Draymond one? Can you play the Draymond one?
Draymond's got nothing.
Draymond's got nothing left.
He's got nothing left.
You know what? I've said that 50 times. So me and BPA, we're in the same boat. Give it to me one more time.
Draymond's got nothing left, man. He doesn't.
I swear. Hey, I swear, man.
It's the confidence that he says it with, because I swear to God, if you clip me, I must have said that 50 times about Draymond.
So the Steph Curry movie's coming out. I'm a little worried about that.
Why, am I going to get hit?
No, I don't. I'm not worried about you getting hit.
I don't even care if I'm way wrong. Yeah. I just want to be in that.
I hope you do get hit. I'm worried about myself getting hit. I'm like, man, I got to deal with these jokers every day. Hey, Steph, man, great game.
Hey there.
Literally trading Draymond Green and orchestrating the 3-team trade.
Yeah.
And then one of the first weeks, Draymond Green, Warriors post-game live. Hell of a game for you. You got to look beyond the box score. 8-6.
But that's why you're you.
Oh, my God.
That's why you're you.
Even with the 49ers, who caught there. And look, man, there was one point in 2021.
Oh, well.
When they told me I was on
in a
ice.
lot of trouble with
They told me specifically, we had got John Lynch, and I went out there to thank a couple people for John Lynch, and they said, oh, no. Shasky's good in our books. I go, you're still on our hit list.
Well, I mean, you did play the one highlight over and over and over and over again when the guy from Arizona ran over Drake Kirkpatrick.
Well, Kevin Cooley, did you see Tyler Miller? He was watching the game.
Yeah, and that play happened. Yeah.
It was like, P1s know. If you know, you know.
I heard they're putting a plaque on the ground for that.
Dude, that was Baby Chez's first Niner game. I was like, damn.
Was it?
Yeah.
I watched that coming back from Arizona. That was, oh, man.
I'm telling you, Colt.
On 2nd and 5, this is Eno Benjamin. A little hop step, and he struck Drake Kirkpatrick and takes it in for the touchdown.
Oh my goodness. I played that over and over and over. Ooh, like the contact right there. And that week I was like, you know what? We're not even going to mention the Niners. We're going to say the stinking ass Niners if you want to. And then Colin started calling them the stinking ass.
No, what was the guy that you love, Juice? He said that the garbage cans are jealous of the.
He said the Niners stink so bad that the skunk are jealous.
That's what it was. God, he's so good.
By the way, Guru yesterday, speaking of lines, I'm driving out. Him and Evan Geddes are on fire yesterday, right? Yeah. And Guru goes, not to go Hawaii on you, but to bring it back to the punch.
No. What? No, he didn't. That's an all-timer. He's an all-timer.
I swear to God.
Guru, I swear to you know what I love about Guru? He's like the Little Flip of one-liners. You know how Little Flip was the freestyle king? Yeah. He had all these one-liners? Yeah. I swear to God, Guru's right next to him.
I was like, what do you mean? What does he mean going Hawaiian, right? And he goes, not to go Hawaiian on you, but to bring it back to the punch. And I was like, what? Who comes up with that? I was like, I couldn't come up with that if I tried.
I love him.
You know, my guy Charles, who does a shot clock over at the Warriors game. Shout out to Charles. Chuck, we used to work during the Bubble Lounge, but he's been doing the shot clock at the Warrior games for many, many years.
It's
a great gig. He's courtside all the time. Yeah. You see a black ball, dude? Okay. That's Charles. He said it one time. He goes, what's up with Guru? One time he goes, what's up with Shasky and Guru, man? Those guys, they grind my gears. He goes, but you know what? When they're gone, you kind of miss those guys. You're like, where are they at? You know what I'm saying? And I was like, you make a great point.
Hey, can't live with me, can't live without me. Everybody got a little butcher in them.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, man. So, anyway, we got a lot going on today, man. We're going to go around, man. I like the game comment. Real quick, though. I saw Brandon Pajimski thing. No need to worry. He's going to get a lot of work in the G League.
Pods.
He's taking it personal. Don't eat them. Don't eat the pods. No, don't eat the pods. Remember people were eating pods?
The I never got thing. That. I don't even know. Did I ever tell you what happened to Michelle?
No, she ate a pod?
No, she did not eat a pod. One time during COVID, two of the pods, when they get wet, they can get stuck together.
Oh, yeah,
so she was separating two of them, and it squirted right into her eye. So she got concentrated soap into her eye, and I had to take her to the emergency room. Honest to God, I was scared she was going to lose her eye.
Oh, my gosh. Pods. I forgot
and this is
about
the dead middle of COVID, and everyone's got masks and everything. So I had to drop my poor wife. I had to take her to Kaiser down in South City, and I had to drop her off. I couldn't go inside. Oh my God! I thought she was going to lose her eye.
Man,
so be careful when the pods get wet and they get stuck together. Do not split them because it could shoot right in your face, and that's like the worst thing that could ever happen to you.
Well, Pods had a tough end to that summer league game yesterday. He got a shot blocked, and then got dunked on to lose the game. He'll be okay. He's going to get a lot of work in the G League. You know, you got to remember he's just coming out of Santa Clara. The game is a little faster. He's having a tough time getting his shot off. He does everything else well. He has a good feel for the game, but we'll see about Pods. I wouldn't have any judgment yet. Yeah, big time working project. I can't wait to see Trace Jackson Davis. Hopefully he get to play this last summer game. James Hinder scored 1982. One time Guru said the Warriors went Stella last night because they got their groove back. I mean, that's what you get in 95-70 game. That's the type of content
you get. That's old. That's a one for Goo. He can do better than that.
Yeah, he can't do, but I know. But still, the Hawaii one yesterday, I was like, what?
Did you see, is Steph Curry golfing in the ACC tournament this week?
He is. He's up there in Lake Tahoe right now. God. Took a picture with Canelo. We got to go there.
It was Canelo. He's the boxer. And then who was the other guy?
I saw Dale. I wonder if it was his boy Stody. I got to see the picture again.
Well,
Stody's is one of his personal managers. And Stody's a good friend of the program, too.
What? Wasn't it like Jake Owen? Isn't he like a singer or something?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
I
I
know
wonder if
that-
Mahomes is going to be there.
Is he?
Yeah, maybe he was there last year. Him and
that's true.
Travis Kelce.
What's up? It's me, Patrick Mahomes. I'm
Speaking
here.
of which, the quarterback on Netflix.
Yeah? I haven't had a chance to view it.
I'm ready to put Mahomes in my top 5.
I told you.
Yeah,
I feel like
I mean,
not that he's there yet, but I feel like I'm watching the greatest quarterback ever.
No, I mean, I felt like that. Remember that Monday night game against the Ravens during the pandemic?
Yes.
And I was like, I think I tweeted, I was like, yo, I think I'm watching the greatest. And I was like, you know what? You got to slow down.
What about
Vontae.
the Rams game on Thursday night with him and Jared Goff?
Oh, that Monday night game.
Yeah, was it Monday, whatever it was.
54,
I was
51?
in this studio doing a show with Chris Townsend, and I'm like, dude, they're putting up 50. This was incredible.
54, 51. All whites.
One of the greatest games ever.
I mean, this guy,
For
and
regular season.
he talks trash.
Yeah, well.
I didn't know he talked trash like that. He's like telling people, I'm him. I'm him.
He is.
I'm like that. And I'm like, yeah, you are like that.
Yeah.
You are like that. So watching Mahomes, and I'm not going to lie to you. Not going to lie to you. I thought about the 2017 NFL draft thinking, all right, nobody was thinking about Mahomes, but man, we passed up Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes. And here we are still looking for a quarterback.
You think it's going to be like the Steph Curry thing? Where all the teams that, I know it was point guards, they took 2 point guards in front of them. Like, everybody, it feels like, looks back on that. Like, Tyreek Evans was the rookie of the year that year.
He was.
And I thought he was going to be sick.
He averaged like 25 and 4 his rookie
And
year.
it might have been his only great year.
Yeah, Tyreek was sick.
He was.
Remember he worked out for the Warriors a couple years,
of
few years
course.
ago? The Chicago Bears will get all that heat.
You think so?
Yeah,
I mean,
they'll
the
get all
Niners
that
took
heat.
Solomon Thomas.
I know.
Solomon Thomas.
I know.
Him and John Ross, the 2 biggest busts from that draft.
John Ross.
The 2 biggest busts from the top 10 of that draft.
Trubisky?
I mean, he'll stick around the league for 12 years and we'll say, oh, it wasn't that bad.
No, that was bad.
Well, I agree. It was bad, but like, it's a quarterback, so you kind of like,
What is the most hated team by Bay Area sports fans right now? Because I want to bring this up. That's our YouTube poll question right now.
Ooh.
What is the most hated team by Bay Area sports fans right now? Is it the Eagles? Is it the Dodgers? Is it the Seahawks? Is it the Lakers? You went on Philadelphia airwaves yesterday. You went into enemy territory. Now listen to that on 94 WIP. We were waiting on you as we went through the meeting. And Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio, they're out of their minds.
Why do you say that?
I mean, they're just out of their minds. You guys asked for the beef. You gave out your section number. And it was like after Joe the Camera, Bubble Bath Boy, told us that we were going to die. That's why I gave out the section. But then they were talking to you, and Hugh Douglas was like, you gonna wear blue and red in L.A.? Like, you gonna wear... He took it to gang matters.
well, did you hear what I said to him? I said something to the effect of like, yeah, I'm not walking into Section 8 housing like I'm Omar. I'm going to a football game. What are we talking about? What? Like I'm storming into Ukraine as a foreign, nation trying to take over? Those are real life situations. I'm going to a football game where we paid good money to sit in the second row. What?
And the fact is, he started talking about, well, you see, Joey Bosa didn't climb over that fence. I was like, Joey Bosa would have knocked somebody's head off.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, he literally told dude, you're a broke you-know-what. Called him a broke you-know-what.
And if the same thing had happened to Hugh when he went to, I don't know, Washington or Dallas.
He would have lost his mind.
That's what I'm saying.
He would have lost his mind.
But that's when I knew I was right because he followed me on Twitter and we're all good. He's called me his dog, so I'm good.
Nah, ain't no dogs in Philly. Ain't no dog. I ain't got no dogs in Philly. Screw Philadelphia.
You got to be a wolf these days anay.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, we got to play that
exactly.
sound.
Exactly.
Competitive people, the word dogs comes up a lot. That guy's a dog. That guy, well, I was a wolf, okay? I used to eat dogs.
Exactly. And that's what I'm doing. Ain't none of those dudes in Philly, my friends. Elliott Shore Park was trying to take a victory lap for getting owned. It's like, dude, get out of here. I hate Philadelphia. I hate everything about them. I hate 94 WIP. I hope to go back there one day and do a show with the win. We need a win. Anyway, we still have the All-Star Week blowout. 2 more days left. 2 more days left for the All-Star Week blowout.
And it's important because I'm telling you right now, I've been thinking about it. A lot of people have been talking about fitness. Evolve Training Center.
Yeah.
That's the one that I think I would want if I was listening right now.
You got 2 private jiu-jitsu or self-defense lessons, and I need all the self-defense, especially in Philadelphia.
Well, if
you
I'm
go to
wearing
Philadelphia,
quote-unquote gang colors
Right.
going to, the middle of a war, I might want to have myself prepared to
Right.
be able to defend myself.
so the self-defense lessons, courtesy of Evolve Training Center, is a great kit. It's a great package. That's left on the table.
We
got a couple packages with Jerry Seinfeld, the autographed Klay Thompson jersey, and of course a $250 gift card to Buon Vino in Walnut Creek, and a pair of tickets to hip hop made the Bay at SAP Center November 3rd. But that jiu-jitsu and self-defense may need that in Philadelphia. Really may need that. All right, goes through the entire week. We got Rob Parker, Frank Isola coming up. I'll give the times out on the other side, and that'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Are you facing legal troubles? Look no further.
what's going on, Bay Area? It's your boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys, Bonte and Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, dirty. Baby, I got your money. I said, hey.
Baby, I got your money. God, there's certain songs that you just vibe to. That's one of them.
That's all-time classic. Reminds me of my senior year in high school. Can't believe it's like, this song's 23 years old.
Please
and it feels like
don't do that.
It came out. It still hits, though.
I know. I'm going to tell you right now, like Jay-Z said, 40's a new 30 way back when.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm trying to make 50 that new 30.
Well, I feel like I'm 30.
I got a decade to go, though.
Yeah, we got a while. Although I was at my dad's house a few weeks ago. Brought baby Chaz. And he was like, boy, you're starting to thin on top a little bit. I was like, what you talking about? So I was like, Ed, am I thinning? What's going on? Got to wait till I'm 50 to start letting that go. Can't be in the 40s just like, just letting it, you know.
Hey, look. Let me tell you this right now. Have you seen my brother? Have you seen my dad?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in trouble. I don't know how I'm hanging on for dear life.
You're hanging on. Deli Boy's done.
Yeah.
Deli Boy's been done for a while. And like he leaves some on the side, doesn't he?
He's got the Homer Simpson.
He's got the Homer Simpson.
He knows I love him.
The Homer Simpson. You know what? I respect the guys who got to rock with the Homer Simpson.
You know?
And they rock the Homer Simpson with pride.
Yes.
It is what it is.
Well, my cousins Mike and Jack, they went home a long time ago. And God bless them, they look better. You know what? When you do it early, like you kind of becomes your look, and it's acceptable.
Yeah,
it's in right now. If you can grow a beard with it too, like that's the look. You can if you can grow the beard with it, that's the key.
Damn,
I know.
Damn.
So Jordan Poole, never lose your hair, please, for the love of God.
Why? Oh, I met somebody who knew Dame in Oakland couple weeks ago.
Okay.
And they were like, yeah, Dame is the life of the party.
Really?
He runs things. They said he's like 5'5", 5'6".
I'm not testing Dame.
But they said, and I asked a question. I said, is he ball by choice? And they said, yes.
Bonte, you a nobody, my dude.
Oh. I love that man. He kept saying, hey, bro, let's go work out together. And I'm ready to take him up on that offer. I want to hit the weights with him.
It's been a year since he's asked you that.
I know.
And you haven't showed up.
No.
I don't think you are showing up.
Well, maybe I'll take him down to the club one of these days.
No, Dave in the old club, he ain't going. He ain't abiding by no dress code.
Yeah. That's a good point. I didn't consider that.
I got to tuck my shirt in? What the hell is this? Nah, I'm out. Nah, that ain't the life for Dave. It's not about that life.
Who's got the best current hair in Barrier Sports? Brandon Crawford?
Crawford's got some good hair.
Clay's had some pretty good hair the last couple of years.
Clay's got some nice hair.
Yeah.
Steph's got underrated hair.
Yeah. Although he had a phase during the pandemic.
With the braids. That wasn't good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't good. That wasn't good.
It's kind of like the Jerry Rice era when Jerry had the braids.
Yeah. Oh. And the braid started like halfway down his dome.
Yeah, poor guy.
But that's Jerry, though.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to knock Jerry for that.
There was a graphic going around the internet right now of Mike Evans having 9 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons.
Wow.
And Jerry Rice obviously has the most with 11 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. And then he ended up tearing his ACL that year, 97 or whatever, and that kind of broke the string. It's funny. Jerry held every single record. But the fact that Mike Evans is even close to him is pretty damn awesome.
It might be on the market this trade season. Midway through the year. Like they're bringing back the creamsicle uniforms, and then you run into the Baker Mayfield slide. You're like, oh, they might be bad. Tampa Bay might be bad. Now, they did have a lot of injuries last year. We'll see what they look like. That division, I think, is up for grabs. Anybody could win it.
Yeah.
Atlanta.
Derek
Carr, New Orleans. Oh, gosh.
Are Raider fans going to watch Derek Carr with a more keen eye than Niner fans watching Jimmy G?
I think so. I think Raider fans would be tapped in on Carr because he was there, a decade?
Almost, yeah. Back in 2013, 14. Yeah, so it's been about 9 years. And listen, there's a lot of diehards still mad that Derek Carr's moving on from the team. Like, there are Carr stands out there that will be rooting solely against Josh McDaniels this year. I don't know if that's there for Jimmy G, But there's still a lot of diehard Carr fans that are just mad at Josh McDaniels. Oh, Josh ruined the team. They didn't conform to Derek. Well, Derek kind of said he didn't conform to Josh this past offseason, so.
Speaking of good hair, George Kittle.
Kittle's got good
great
hair. Really good hair.
He's got great hair.
Really good hair.
I think he's got the good dreads.
Yeah.
Oh, Talanoa Hufanga.
Oh, yeah.
He's got great hair.
I didn't know. Yeah, wow, that's a good call. I totally didn't even think about the NFL. Wow, good call. Fred Warner's got good hair.
Fred Warner's got great hair.
Because his hair looks unbelievable coming out of that helmet.
Great hair. I mean, them dreads are just swanging.
Love Christian McCaffrey. He's in the camp with the Shasky family.
Yeah, he might be.
Might be coming home soon.
Might be coming home, dog.
God bless him, though.
Trey Lance.
Oh, man, come on.
That's your guy, man. What are you going to say to him?
Hey, man, it's time to go home, Trey.
I feel bad for guys that are in their early 20s where they got to deal with that.
Well, at least he's a millionaire. Won't make him.
He's got a good-looking face. He can rock the ball.
Can we all admit this? There's this perception that females are the ones that are more, look in the mirror, more insecure, more worried about their vanity. No, it's men.
Us. It's us.
It's men.
I've been worried about my lining for so long. The soft spot in the corner, I see it sometimes, and I'm just like, oh. And sometimes I grow my hair.
I've never noticed the soft spot in the corner. I work with you every day.
Dude, I'm telling you, soft spot, dog. I notice it. To your point, I notice it.
Yeah, I know.
And I brush it over it. Then I grow it out. It's like, all right, maybe the hairs will grow back in. You just let it grow for a little bit. Maybe I should wear hats because maybe that's what's messing with it.
Oh, well, that gave that up a long time ago. The hat thing is I'm here.
So you went on Philadelphia Sports Radio, and a lot of people are pissed off about that Eagles game and the way it went down. And you asked a great question because we're sports fans and we're sick. And it's funny you asked the question, and I'm watching Quarterback episode 1 yesterday, and I won't give everything away if you didn't watch it, but Mahomes says something that I think hits home. He said, the losses stick with you a lot more than the wins.
Yes.
I've lost 2 AFC championship games and a Super Bowl, and those stick with me a hell of a lot more than the wins. And I think as sports fans, we're the same way. So 888-957-9570. What is some of the losses you just can't shake?
Well,
why?
Philadelphia, so my mention's a bit of dumpster fire, but they're like, get over it. You lost. And I want to tell all of them, like, dude, I did get over it.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong. I'm very disappointed that the Niners lost, especially the way it went down.
Right.
But on my hierarchy of Niner losses, that isn't even a top 5 loss.
Not even close.
And I'm not trying to diminish it. I'm just saying, like, even if they would have pulled that win off, Bonte, it would have been an upset in my mind because I think the Eagles had a more comprehensive season with a player. I don't know what Brock Purdy ends up becoming, but I thought Jalen Hurts had an MVP-like season last year.
Yep.
Could have easily been the MVP. And that team, top to bottom, felt deeper than the Niners, which is a statement because I think the Niners are a top 2-3 roster in the NFL. Mm-hmm. So the fact that they ran up against somebody who was more talented than them on the road, having not played that extra week, being the number 1 seed, it was going to be an upset. Now, losing Brock Purdy took a little bit of the sting away from it because I think if we would have lost in a close game, maybe my opinions would change.
Right. Maybe it just like, oh.
It hurt more the year prior, losing with Jimmy Garoppolo in the NFC Championship game, being up 10 in the fourth quarter.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Now, 2019 Super Bowl. I was thinking about this. 2019 Super Bowl. Now that it's unfolded a little and we've seen the career of Patrick Mahomes, not that I'll ever truly get over it, but a little bit of this thing is taken away because I do feel like I'm watching the greatest quarterback of all time.
Yeah.
And we're just on his hit list. It sucks, but like...
Up 10 in the fourth quarter, Shasky. Up 10 in the fourth
10
quarter.
10 years from now.
Minute 49 left. Yeah, 10 years from now, I know what you're going to say.
People are going to be like,
I know
not
what you're going to
us,
say.
but people are going to be like, I mean, it was like Grossman going up against Payton.
Yeah, I know what people are going to say. But they were up 10 in the fourth quarter.
I know.
What the ball?
But does it hurt as much as Kaepernick throwing the interception with Crabtree? No.
No, it doesn't hurt that much.
Does it hurt as much as losing to Flacco? No. Does it hurt as much as Kyle Williams fumbling multiple times in an NFC Championship game?
Super Bowl 54, losing to Kansas City hurts more for me than it does the loss to Baltimore. The loss to Baltimore, I never thought the Niners deserved to win that game. And we talk about preparation leading up to a game.
Yeah.
I don't think they were prepared. First play of the game, it's a penalty on Vernon Davis not being lined up right after a 20-yard catch.
I can't
You know
deny
what I'm saying? The blackout saved everything.
But
they were
losing
getting
the first
routed.
Super Bowl, like took away the we've won 5 and we're 5-0.
Yeah, but
that was an argument. I love that.
There would have been an asterisk next to that Super Bowl if the Niners won it forever because of the lights going out and the delay.
I hadn't really considered that.
And the momentum that Baltimore had, they were rolling. And they were an older team.
Yeah.
So the start, stop.
Spray.
Yeah, I know. So right away, I see on the Comcast Business Text line, the first two, we're going to break here. 888-957-9570. Any loss. It could be Giants. It could be Warriors. It could be Niners. Hell, I'll let Cowboy fans get in here. I don't care. Any fan. What is the loss that you just can't shake? We'll let you rattle off 3 of them. What are 3 losses you just can't shake in your life? 888-957-9570.
And I have a comp for the Niner loss this year to the Eagles that I want your opinion on.
I like it. I know where you're going with that one in terms of basketball, but I like the tease. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bake Full Service Baking. No compromises. Your calls and texts here on the Morning Roast.
a minute? You can do better.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Have you not heard that Stephen A. sound?
No. Was that the one in the group thread that I haven't had a chance to look at?
We'll play it for you in its entirety.
Okay.
You may get a little uncomfortable. And Marcus in Richmond, you're on the clock. Marcus in Richmond better call us.
Is it Richmond, Virginia or Richmond, California?
No, I think it's Richmond, California.
Really?
Yeah.
They have a great little baseball team.
Yeah. Richmond's got talent, man.
Yeah. Oh, no. Their pony team, their coach is tight, dude. I'm big fan of the way Richmond plays baseball. Just their whole team, the aura, the coaching, the ball players. They've got a nice team.
Marcus in Richmond, California. Got to hear from him at some point.
Okay.
The segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We got full lines here, and I want to get to everybody because we want to ask you. We're talking about Philadelphia, and there's this beef with Philadelphia. And Philadelphia, they're never going to get over that loss against the Kansas City Chiefs.
No.
They have to live with that.
No.
Defensive holding. Jalen Hurts fumbling.
Mahomes on one leg.
I mean, they had an easy schedule. They walk into the Super Bowl.
Well, the schedule's the schedule. I don't think
let me cook.
I know. I'll let you cook. Let me back off.
Let me cook. Screw Philadelphia.
Go Benihana.
Yeah. Let me flame this thing up. Turn the oven up. Screw Philadelphia.
By the way, you were cooking in the first segment yesterday.
Oh, I was pissed off.
I went back and watched it. My guy was cooking.
Yeah, I can't stand Philadelphia. I was so happy they lost that Super Bowl. I felt like
you picked them,
dude. I thought they were going to blow out Kansas City.
Yeah, I kept saying
defensive line.
What did I tell you?
With that defensive line, they were no factor. But that loss,
grass.
I felt like it was the Seahawks Patriots when Russell Wilson threw the interception. I jumped up out of the couch, jumped up off the couch. Yes. And then, of course, last year when we sung Cry Eagles Cry and celebrated and gloated, it was one of our highest rated shows ever. People just wanted to hear us cook. And we cooked, baby. And we got all their websites and bloggers mad.
Well, and this is what I would say about the loss last year. It sucks. It's really unfortunate that they lost the way they did. I was really, really hurt. But I still felt tremendous pride from my team because it felt like we were,
right.
I'm not trying to take away from the Eagles. They get credit for knocking out the quarterback, but it's like, our starting quarterback got hurt. Damn it. And it reminded me a lot of the 2019 Warriors where KD goes down, Clay goes down. And yeah, Toronto might have won regardless of those things. I will admit that. I will also admit they've earned it. They earned the championship. Yep. But I had tremendous pride in my Warriors that year, the 2019 team. And it was like, hey, this thing came to an end. We got hurt. We ran out of steam. The other team didn't. Sometimes it's just not your year. And that's the same way I felt about the Niners last year. It was the Eagles' year over the Niners. They deserve it. They won it. But it wasn't as devastating as losing to the New York Giants.
Yeah, 2011.
Or losing to the Seahawks. Because we felt like they're equals. We felt like we were better than the New York Giants. Yep. And it didn't play out that way.
No, it didn't. So top 3 losses in your sports fandom. What are 3 losses you just can't get over? I'll say this right now. I'll rat-tat-tat. 1993, game 162, Giants-Dodgers, losing 12-1, win 103 games. Solomon Torres, and the Giants were so hot down the stretch. I think they were like 14-3 down the stretch, and Solomon Torres had all 3 losses.
Poor guy.
If I'm not mistaken.
He ended up being a nice closer.
I mean, he did with the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a dream season.
They said he was the next Juan Marichal. That was what I was reading in the Chronicle back then, the Sporting Green.
I mean, that team was so fun. Burkett and Swift winning 20 games. Game 6, 2002, Angels World Series. Yeah, Bond's last chance.
Felix Rodriguez. Scott Speezy.
I mean, that was as low as it could get.
And Levon Hernandez, going back in time and looking at how battle-tested he was as a playoff performer to lose that Game 7.
Yeah.
It's pretty... A lot of people think Woody should have started, but I think you go down with Levon.
So, actually, you know what? I'm going to take that back. 1993, Game 162. 2011, Niners, the Kyle Williams game.
Bradshaw fumbled.
Yeah, Bradshaw did fumble. He did fumble.
Brett Swain trying to catch passes from Alex
That was
Smith.
as depressed as I could get, and Raider fans were gloating so hard. I remember Big Dog City came by the Bachelor Pad the next day. He goes, boy, some good football on yesterday.
Oh, my God.
Some really good football on yesterday.
What a jerk.
And I was just like, I looked at him. I think I screamed, F you, shut my door, and just left the house. I just couldn't believe it. And then, of course, the Seahawks game, as you just mentioned, because that felt like the end of the Harbaugh era.
Yeah, oh, no doubt. And the way Sherman
gloated,
just put the pie right in your face.
That's tough. We got a lot of good ones. What's your top 3 before we get to the lines?
Oh, well, this is, for me, I'll pick one in each sport. So you referenced 93. It's funny. Wasn't that mine? Well, I said
Really?
that to Joe Spiller this morning, but I got to go Game 6. Game 6, 07 is one it's a heartbreaker. There's no question about it. Felix Rodriguez, Scott Spezio. I'm going to go 2011. Ahmed Bradshaw, the Kyle Williams, the way that went down, brutal. And then 2016 Warriors, Game 7. I don't care what anyone says. I know we got KD. I will never, ever get over losing that game.
No, I wasn't even heard about that game.
No, I was furious. I'm still furious.
I swear to God.
It's one of the greatest seasons of all time, and everyone dumps on it because you didn't win that game, and it drives me nuts.
But I understood it. They were running on so many fumes. The fact that we'll get into it. I want to get to the lines.
Yeah.
$5 because I want to break that down and I'll explain why I wasn't that hurt over that game. Part of it was because of Kevin Durant, but I remember leaving that stadium and I was just like, I got to watch a Game 7 in the Bay Area in NBA basketball with the Golden State Warriors against LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers, and I wasn't as hurt because I realized Steph Curry was basically playing on one leg.
No. Every time I see that highlight montage on ABC, sucks. Saturday Night ABC, and I see LeBron block that shot, I'm like, oh, God.
It's tough.
Oh, God.
It's tough.
Oh, I hate him.
It's tough.
Oh, I hate him. No.
It's tough.
I'll never get it. I will never get over it.
No, I get you. I hear you.
It's the same way when I see Derek Fisher's face, I think of him with the finger up coming out in 07.
Yeah.
There are certain moments in life you don't forget. And this is all sports hate, not real hate.
Yeah. Ryan spent $5. He goes, can we please call Joe Lacob and have him buy Acre Steam? Big loss to San Francisco. Big shout out to Acre Brewing. Where the big pockets at. Shout
really
out.
Sad.
Ryan, thank you so much. Joe Lacob's got to pay the luxury tax right now. Maybe we could call the Giants. They've been very frugal with their money. Let's go to RJ in Fairfield.
What's up, RJ?
What's happening, brother?
What up, Bonte? What's up, Shasky? Hey, I got 3 for y'all, so I'm going to write a cat it. I got the Niners and the Rams. I don't know how, not too long ago, I think it was 21, but we couldn't score more than 17 points against the Rams.
Yeah.
They went off to win the Super Bowl against the Bengals, but we could have, I guarantee we would have beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl. I thought that was our death. And then I got the Baltimore Ravens and the Niners. We were 5 yards away from the end zone on taking that lead, and we passed it 4 times. And Frank Gore had that long run and couldn't get inside, couldn't score that touchdown. If he had just a little bit more juice, we would have took that championship home. And then I got the Chiefs and Niners. That pass from Jimmy. I mean, what can you say? That one hurt. I wanted to beat Mahomes is the best quarterback, and I felt like that was our year. We played good. We were up 10 in the 4th, and we lost it. And I know no lead is safe against Pat Mahomes. But I got another one for you. Sacramento Kings against the Lakers. We
call.
I gave you Chris Webber.
Good
We got robbed against the Lakers.
Good call.
That's all I got to say, Monte.
No, that's a good call, RJ. I'm not mad at you.
He's making me go down memory lane, and you could make an argument. My boy Della was texting me this morning. You could make an argument. The Niners got like 8 heartbreaking losses in your lifetime.
Oh.
Like devastating.
I can't get over
92?
15-13 against the New York Giants. Matt Barr making a field goal. Joe Montana getting hurt.
Yeah.
I cried.
Because
I remember one of my uncles had a 3-peat hat on.
Yeah.
He had the 3-peat hat on.
My dad's still devastated.
He had the 3-peat hat on, and he was like, we're 3-peating. And that game was such a grind because earlier that season they beat the Giants on Monday Night Football 7-3.
Yeah,
and what was crazy about that week was both teams had one loss. They had suffered the one loss the previous week. The Giants had lost at Veterans Stadium to the Philadelphia Eagles 31-13. The Niners had lost at Candlestick to the Rams 28-17. Rams had like a 99-yard drive or something like that. And I was at the racetrack watching that Niners game lose. And then they were like
on the ponies at 10 years old.
Yeah, I was kind of watching. Uncle Mitch, shout out to Uncle Mitch, rest in peace.
Double down on diamonds.
Uncle Mitch had us out there. But the Niners lost in that week. So there was like, they both have one loss. So one of these teams are going to lose 2 in a row. And you lose that game 15-13. The Niners, they would have beat the Buffalo Bills. They would have beat the Buffalo Bills and been the first team to ever 3-peat in the NFL.
I would go to Denny's. That was like the spot. Sizzler and Denny's when I was growing up. That was like fine dining, right?
Yeah.
I'm being real with you. That's what we could afford.
My college graduation, we had our dinner at Sizzler.
That's what I'm saying. Like Sizzler was the spot, but we went to Denny's, and Denny's used to give you hologram cards.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the hologram cards that I got, and I kept it to this day, even though it pains me, Lawrence Taylor recovering the fumble from Roger Craig.
Oh, my gosh.
I know.
That hurts to this day.
Oh, my God.
Bro, I was watching that game during the pandemic, and Madden had a great line there. You see this Bill Belichick? A lot of people want him to be head coach. He's a great one. He had the red Giants jacket, the starter one. That one hurts.
I know.
Dave Meggett was killing the Niners in that game.
Well, 92, the first drive, the hold on Guy McIntyre just etched in my brain.
Oh, the Cowboys.
How about the fumble in the game 95, the year after that, to the Packers, where they just
Adam Walker.
Thank you.
Adam Walker fumbled. They went up. They went up 21-0.
Oh my God! He 21 just fumbled out of nowhere.
He had a big cast on his hand. Adam Walker, number 27. That one stunk too. Let's go to Adrian in San Jose. Adrian, what's happening? You're on the roast. Adrian, you there? Going once? All right, Adrian, call back. 888-957-9570. What are 3 losses you just can't get over? Let's go to the night of numbers in Atlanta. The night of numbers. Alex in Atlanta, what's happening?
Hey, guys, how's it going? First loss that I can never get over is Game 6 of the 2002 World Series. I think you guys already talked about it a little bit. You mentioned Felix Rodriguez, but you got to also mention Tim Worrell giving up a home run himself and 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah.
Nen was besides that. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say Nen's shoulder was shot. Tim Worrell was very important.
Tim Worrell had a good year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, but let's see what else. The Kyle Williams game has to be up there for me too,
Oh my God.
just because of the fact that Harbaugh kept letting him go back there to field punts after the first fumble. I was like, "What are you doing?"
How about when the camera kept panning to him on the sideline, and he's like, "I didn't touch it. It's like, dog, we're all watching. It touched you like 3 times.
Whoa.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
And then number 3 has got to be the 2019 NBA Finals Game 6, because I mean it felt like the end of everything, at least the Kevin Durant era, and then that was the last game at Oracle too. You had to go out on a heartbreaking loss like that.
Yeah, no, that's a good call. That's a good call. Thanks for the call, Alex. Those are all 3 good ones. I see we got a special guest on the line.
There's a lot of Sizzler talk.
A lot of Sizzler talk going on. Sizzler be hitting.
We used to go there, and like they had the kid buffet area, and we would all pretend to be under a certain age.
All day.
You know what I'm talking about?
All day, under 16.
My mom one time, my brother had stuffed all the candy corn into his pocket, and she washed the pants, and it was just like a brick of candy corn washed into my brother's pants because he would just stuff all the.
Those Sundays used to hit.
Oh, bro, we would go straight to the Sunday thing. I wouldn't even eat.
Dude, he had the tacos, the great taco shells.
Salad bar was off the hook.
Oh, dude, it was the fried chicken at Sizzler.
Oh,
we had our pregame meal.
Shrimp.
Big Dog City front office and we had our pregame meal before we watched USC Texas in the Rose Bowl at Sizzler.
Another
we would
great
always
game.
go that. Yeah.
I'm still mad at Pete Carroll for not doing the QB spy on that game.
Oh my gosh!
Don't even start me. That's another game.
That's one of the best football games
of all time.
Best sporting events. It got hyped up so much, it actually incredible. Lived up to the hype.
It might have been better than that.
That game was incredible.
It really was.
Incredible.
It really was. And then him in the corner,
putting his hand. You knew he was running to the right pylon. He loved that right pylon.
Who was the doctor whose kids were playing?
Dr. Ting. The Ting brothers.
Like, can one of you make a play?
No, they couldn't make a play.
It was back in my gambling days.
Frosty Rucker.
Oh, Frosty
Looked
Rucker.
like an elephant. Jumped on his back.
Frosty Rucker.
Darnell
he was a Raider.
He was a Raider.
Legend. He's random on social. He likes Jade's post about like dogs and like Oakland hashtags. Yeah, I swear to God. Yeah. Frosty Rucker.
There's some really good ones here. There's some really good ones here on YouTube. Tamir. What up, Tamir in Oakland? 2000 AFC Championship game. Raiders, Ravens. Tony Saragusa.
The belly flop heard around the world.
Yeah, Shannon Sharp running out the Raiders defense, 88 yards.
That's a good one.
That's a tough loss for
the
you
Raiders
guys.
have some heartbreaking ones.
Wow, David Douglas, 92 NLCS. Sid Bream. Francisco Cabrera.
The 5.5 hole, the 6.5 hole, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it's one of the all-time worst moments in Barry Bonds' career to this day.
Did he just lay on the grass?
Oh, I felt horrible for the guy.
That was his last game as a Pirate, right?
Uh-huh.
Or was it the next year?
No, he left right after that.
They lost back-to-back Game 7s against the Braves.
Dude, I can name that entire team. Andy Van Slyke, Bobby Bonilla, Jeff King.
Jose Lynn.
Jose Lynn. Orlando Merced.
Jay Bell.
Yeah, Jay Bell. And then Rafael Belliard, I believe, went from Pittsburgh to the Braves.
Yeah.
God,
Otis Nixon.
Yeah, Otis
Doug Drabeck. Come on, dude. They were sick.
John Smiley.
Can I
give you a lefty?
They were sick. They were sick.
Smith.
Zane Smith. They were sick. Who's the catcher?
Not Laveroni. It was
not Laveroni.
Lavelle.
Lavelle or something like that.
Yeah, it was Lavelle.
They had a classic game. I remember in a series, they had a classic game where they beat the Braves 1-0. And I think it was Draybeck who just dealt. I mean, he was shoving. Damn.
How about Jose Cruz Jr. dropping the ball down the line?
I'm telling you what.
I know we lost Game 6 in the World Series the year prior, but losing that series is one of the all-time, like, we went wire to wire in the NFC West, or the NL West, excuse me, and the Gold Glove winner dropped the ball in right field.
Yeah, it was Game 3 he did, and then Game 4, they're down 5-0. They come back from 5-0. I left the house. I quit on the Giants. When it was 5-0, I went to go buy a Metro PCS phone. Swear to God. I was
That's
out.
$20 you could buy.
Dude, it was like $50 and I was broke, but whatever. Got the phone. I come back home. I was depressed. I was like, Giant season's over. They just had the best record. And my little cousin Jesse Streeter was like, they came back. He's like, the door. I'm like, we'll open the damn door. Let's go. And I run and I was like, these suckers came back. And then Felix Rodriguez comes into the game. And he gave up 2 right away. And JT Snow took the widest turn around third base.
And one roided out Pudge just stood there.
I've talked to Rich Aurelia about it. He almost ripped my head off just talking about it. I could see the veins popping out of his head because he was on deck.
Well, that 0-3 team also was relying on Jason Schmidt, and Jason Schmidt didn't pitch twice in that series.
Yeah, I know.
And to this day, if you bring that up, he will find you on Twitter, even if he doesn't follow you, and he will comment about how he was hurt. I'm like, I don't care if you were hurt, dog. Rob Ned lost his shoulder.
Oh, my gosh. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HC1, San Francisco, always live on the Free Odyssey app. Charles Eric Andrew E. Hang on tight. Hang on tight. I promise you we're going to get to you. But we got a special guest.
This was going to hit today.
It is going to hit. This is also going to hit. Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith took a call from Marcus in Richmond. It's Spinotti. Go ahead and play
Marcus,
it.
please.
Spinotti, why don't you set this up? Because you set this to the thread.
So this is via the Stephen A. Smith Show, and I actually debuted a new segment today on the pregame show. Shameless plug here, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday. Stephen A. Thursday is what we're doing on the pregame show. So I'm just going to play Stephen A. soundbites, highlights from the week. And this one yesterday, via the Stephen A. Smith Show, his radio show that he does, he had a caller from Richmond, California named Marcus call in and take a listen to what happened.
Next, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Uncle Steve? This is your favorite nephew, Marcus, out here in Richmond, California. Can you please explain to the young men out there and young women that sex doesn't need to be longer than 11 minutes to be pleasurable? Because there's a bad misconception out here that sex needs to be at least 45 minutes. And as a working man, ain't nobody got time for 45 minutes. We got to get to sleep and go to work. Thank you.
My brother, you are not Bernie Mac. 3 minutes! That's all I'm giving you. No, you're not Bernie Mac, bro. It's embarrassing. Now, it's happened. Moments where you just don't. Now, that happens to every man. But that can't be the norm, my brother. You gonna mention that publicly? You have some serious deficiencies in your ability to provide what needs to be provided. If I was a woman, I wouldn't give you none. Hell, if that's the case, beat yourself for 11 minutes. Call it a day. Cheap ass. 11 minutes? You can do better. That brother should be confined to celibacy. He doesn't deserve any. He might think he's so prolific he can get the job done in 11 minutes. But if you thought like that, why would you call up and say so? You're the 11-minute man. You ain't even Steve Austin, the Bionic Man, $6 million man. 11-minute man. I got to get some ladies up here in my studio to talk with me about these subjects.
So,
wow. I don't even know. Like, this. So, first off, Marcus, the way he delivered that was so Richmond, California.
You know what?
I loved it.
Marcus from Richmond is on the line right now.
Is he? I'm with Marcus on this.
Marcus,
I think he ain't lying.
I'm not sure. I'm going to just.
Real.
Listen, Marcus, the floor is yours. First of all, you call it Stephen A. You ain't called us in so long. Marcus, what's up, man?
I love it, Marcus.
Hey, what's up, brother? Check it out, man. But look, as working men, y'all know everything I said was pure facts, right? Look at it like this. An NFL quarter is 15 minutes, right? That's even without the commercial breaks. So if you add 4 minutes of foreplay and 11 minutes of strokes, and if you get her to her completion and you complete, go to bed happy. What we doing? Anything past that is a waste of time. Go to the gym. Go do CrossFit. It only takes 8 minutes to produce a child. I got 3 healthy, strong boys, including twins, and I made the twins in 6 minutes. So what we doing past 15 minutes?
Marcus, you're a legend.
Hey, Marcus,
I love you.
What did you think about Stephen A's answer?
That's all good. You know, I mean, look, he got to say what he got to say. I didn't take it personal, but trust me, the ladies know where I'm coming from, and most of the men know where I'm coming from. So it's all good.
Marcus,
I love the first quarter analogy was on point.
I mean, and Marcus, can you be my life coach?
Bro, I love you.
Hey, check it out. Check it out. Before I go, one thing to know about anybody from Richmond, we live in our truth. Like we don't live facade. So this is real talk. So anytime you run into somebody from Richmond, know you're going to get the 100% unapologetic truth.
I love that. Marcus,
I'm here for that.
You go front of the line anytime you want to call into the show.
You let us know. You're a fan of, Marcus. Who's your teams?
You said what?
Who's your teams? Who's your sports teams?
Raiders, Warriors, A's, man.
What's the toughest loss you ever suffered as a fan?
For the Raiders, man, the Super Bowl, man. You know, it was looking good after Charles Woodson got the interception, and after that, it just went downhill. That was the toughest one for me. For the Warriors, it was Father's Day, 2016. That loss hurt.
Thank you.
And for the A's, you know, it's just pick one.
Marcus, thank you so much for calling
legend.
In. Good, man. Y'all have a good one.
You
I
too.
love it.
Make sure we kill it that. We get that out there on Twitter.
Oh
ASAP.
my God.
You tag Stephen A. We're trying to
You
go viral.
have some serious deficiencies.
I mean, Marcus said he made his twins in 6 minutes.
You gonna mention that publicly?
He just did.
He goes, I'm not mad at him. The
minutes.
ladies know what I'm talking about. He was nailing it.
You know what?
Literally.
I'm going to do this. We're going to get to Charles, Eric, Andrew, E on the other side. Ladies, if you're out there, 888-957-9570.
Oh, my God.
Do you agree with Marcus in Richmond, California? I need to hear from some ladies about this one.
Very
11 minutes? You can do better.
I told Anna Shasky would be uncomfortable with this conversation because I sent it to her and she was cracking up. I said, Shasky's going to be uncomfortable about this. Ladies, if you're out there.
I don't have the second income staying there like you do, bud, and I'm very worried where this might go.
My brother, you are not Bernie Mac.
I am not Ponte Hill.
3 minutes. That's all you get. Let's come up with
4 minutes of foreplay. He did it. NFL quarter is 15 minutes. We might have to replay the whole thing.
What's coming up in the case? Sponsored by Free Pop Faithful Service, making no compromises. The train is off the jack.
The best time to get a great deal on a Jeep SUV is now during the Summer of Jeep event. Now while qualified lessees get
11 minutes? You can do better.
2 minutes to go. Brady, Mahomes, or Marcus from Richmond? I'm going Marcus in Richmond.
So who was that
You
on the
gonna mention that publicly?
Well, he did.
Hey, Trevor Hoffman might have 500 saves. He might have closed 500 games. Marcus closed Twins in 6 minutes.
Who said E-Blue on YouTube? Marcus runs a 2-minute drill to perfection.
The best was where he granted the 4 minutes of foreplay. Like, I'll meet you in the middle. I'll give you 4 minutes. It was great. It was so good. Marcus, I forever love you, bro.
Splash birdies. Marcus put himself on the pitch clock. Jan 29
My
SF.
brother, you are not Bernie Mac.
We got to set it up for people that might have missed
Jan
it.
29 SF. Marcus using his last challenge after 6 minutes. So the show's cut off the track right now. So the worst loss. The losses that you just can't get over as a sports fan.
Because
and we got full lines
Philly
here.
fans were coming down my road, basically, and they were saying, like, oh, get over the loss. And I'm like, I did get over the loss.
Right.
Like, and I'm not even trying to be like, oh, it doesn't matter. No, it does matter. But, like, on the list, the hierarchy of losses I couldn't get over, like Brock Purdy going down the second drive in, it totally sucks. But I got over the loss. I think you were the better team. You probably would have ended up winning.
I've never lost sleep over that loss.
No.
It was just the fans is what pissed me off.
Exactly. So, like, and I'm looking like, dude, the Niners might have like 9 other losses in my lifetime that are so higher than that one. It's not even close.
Good luck trying to endorse Blue Chew to Marcus, huh? Or the Prime Medical Gummy Bears.
Just
didn't
chew
even
it and
think
do
about
it.
that. He's not about that life. I guess we know what Marcus does at halftime. That's Mark Graves. All right, let's get to the lines. We'll replay Marcus and Stephen A. Smith. We're going to replay Marcus and Stephen A. Smith. Let's get some of the calls here, and then we'll get back.
Marcus was the first man to run the 2-minute mile.
Yeah, oh my God.
Your lower extremities.
I do want to hear from some ladies. Because ladies deserve. They deserve.
Oh, women are
a chance
texting
to
in.
clap back.
Women are texting in.
What
We're in uncharted waters.
510 Comcast Business Text line. As a woman of a certain age, I absolutely agree with Marcus. I do not need. I'm going to just stop right there and go to
don't talk about that.
Charles in South City. Charles in South City.
Hi, Charles.
Charles, what you got?
I got a trifecta for y'all. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I got baseball, football, and basketball. So
give it to me.
One thing. So obviously I'm a Seahawks fan. Y'all go ahead and get on me all right now.
I'm not mad. No, Charles, I welcomed everybody. Cowboy fans.
Yeah.
Hell,
Just
even Eagle fans. I don't care.
All right. But yeah, what the one loss that killed me as a Seahawks fan, definitely that loss to the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Why would you throw the football at the one?
I'll never
You could just
forget.
run up the middle. I'd take a quarterback sneak. And then the second one.
Hey, real quick, Charles. Sorry, Charles, real quick. There
Yeah.
are certain people who believe that it was the right play call, but continue.
No, I don't. 'Cause I remember sitting on the couch going, you have Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah.
And I was obviously rooting against the Seahawks, and it was the most glorious thing of all time. Keep going.
Yeah, it's all good. But the second loss for me as a Giants fan that hurt. 2021, I was in the house, game 5 against the Dodgers, and watching that call at first, saying that Wilmer swung when he didn't, that hurt. That's one I can't get over to this day. Like, I still reminisce about it. I'm like, wow. And then the third one, 2019, it was a good run, but we just couldn't get it done. The Raptors were a good team that year, and obviously when Clay went down, Durant, you just knew, like, hey, this ain't it.
Yeah.
And also that Stephen A. sound, that's funny, man. Props to Badoni for taking that. And one more thing, shout out to you, Lundman and Shasky, College Fighting Baseball guys. Good stuff.
Thanks, man.
There
I
it
really
is.
appreciate that.
There it is.
You
There
can
it
subscribe
is.
wherever you find podcasts. This is Giants Talk. That's basically what it is.
The best Giants talk in the Bay Area. Don't forget to add that. Andrew, San Jose, what's happening? You're on the roast.
How's it going, fellas?
Oh, just another day in paradise.
Let's top 3. Got 2 for 3. Of course, Warriors, Game 7. And I'll never get over that. I'll always say that Draymond was the reason why we didn't win that series, and we didn't win this year. So that's 3. The other third one is when Texas lost in 2005 against Alabama. That game was going Texas's way when Colt McCoy got hurt by big boy that went to Buffalo.
Mount Cody.
Mount Cody. Was it Mount Cody?
Oh, yeah. Or was it Marcel Darius?
Cody.
Was it Marcel? It may have been Marcel Darius.
No, Marcel Darius.
Marcel Darius.
It was Marcel Darius. And yeah. Marcel Darius and his big ass shoulders.
Yep.
Yeah, he did have big shoulders.
Number two, Romo, a Cowboys fan. Romo,
oh my God.
Mishandling the ball in Seattle.
Oh.
It's a goddamn meme now. It's like number 2 to Michael Jordan crying.
Yeah.
No, it's a meme is just going to be nonstop forever. Ain't never going away. It's not going to last 2 years. It's not going to last 10 years. It's going to last like 20, 30 years. Number 1, it's not a loss, but it is a loss when Jerry Jones fired Jimmy Johnson. I'll never get over it, the fact, because you could talk about the offensive line, the defensive line, Aikman, Emmett, Novacek, Tuanay, Eric Williams, Newton, Larry Allen. Then you go to the defense, and you got Russell Maryland. Jimmy Johnson built that team so well that nobody could convince me that the Cowboys wouldn't won 4 in a row. They won 3 and 4. They did 3 and 4, but I mean, that team was so built that during that time, nobody in the league was going to be able to compete with them.
Good call.
Good call, Andrew. I felt this pain. I was felt bad for a Cowboy fan for a second. I felt this pain. Biniak Bayana. Remember that loss?
Oh, yeah.
Giants.
Yeah, Mets.
Extra innings.
Yeah. I'm seeing the comments about Marcus. Clock.
Oh, my gosh. Do we need to replay that right now?
At some point.
They say at 4:05 Comcast Business Text Line, Marcus should start a work app. Any jobs, 11 minutes or less. 408, you don't need 12 rounds in a heavyweight bout. Leave that for the welterweights.
Oh, my goodness. This is off the rails.
That was. Can I hear her? Bernie back! 30 minutes!
Next caller, what's up?
Marcus is the Usain
Hey, what's
Bolt
up,
getting
Uncle
down.
Steve? It's your favorite nephew, Marcus, out here in Richmond, California. Can you please explain to the young men out there and young women that sex doesn't need to be longer than 11 minutes to be pleasurable? Because there's a bad misconception out here that sex needs to be at least 45 minutes. And as a working man, ain't nobody got time for 45 minutes. We got to get to sleep and go to work. Thank you.
My brother, you are not Bernie Mac. 3 minutes! That's all I'm giving you. No, you're not Bernie Mac, bro. It's embarrassing. Now, it's happened. Moments where you just don't. Now, that happens to every man. But that can't be the norm, my brother. You gonna mention that publicly? You have some serious deficiencies in your ability to provide what needs to be provided. If I was a woman, I wouldn't give you none. Hell, if that's the case, beat yourself for 11 minutes.
Oh, my God.
Call it a day. Cheap ass. 11 minutes? You can do better. That brother should be confined to celibacy. He doesn't deserve any. He might think he's so prolific he can get the job done in 11 minutes. But if you thought like that, why would you call up and say so? You're the 11-minute man. You ain't even Steve Austin, the Bionic Man, $6 million man. 11-minute man. I got to get some ladies up here in my studio to talk with me about these subjects.
Mustafa Ward.
He's just unbelievable.
Mustafa Ward basically called it Marcus in Richmond In-N-Out Burgers.
In-N-Out takes way longer than 11 minutes. And I love In-N-Out Burger.
Those
I
are
love
facts.
In-N-Out Burger.
Those are facts.
Come on, what are we kidding?
Eric in Sunnyvale. Eric, 3 losses. You just can't get over as a sports fan.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
I'm good. My number one loss,
give it to me.
I will say that just still haunts me, is throwing it back to college basketball. The 2021 Gonzaga team that lost to Baylor.
Oh.
That one haunts me the most.
Yeah, you guys never led that game.
I'm a Zag alum. Yeah, I'm a Zag alum, so saw the Final Four with the buzzer beater against UCLA, and then that was the year I thought, hey, man, this is our chance to get the first chip. Everybody's going to put some respect on our name finally, since we're not fully a blue blood. And then just to go out kind of sorry against Baylor that was a tough one.
What else you got? That's it, huh? That's basically 3 losses.
I know that one was a tough one. My next one was 2016 Raiders. I mean, it's not really a specific game because after Carr broke his leg in Christmas Eve, I mean, that was the year everyone was talking, hey, man, Raiders, Patriots, AFC Championship, Raiders, Patriots, AFC Championship. And then after Carr broke his leg, I was at that game. Man, the stadium went silent. Everyone was kind of somber. We ended up winning the game, but then lost, I think, the last 2 or 3, ended up with a wild card playoff game and missed out on a opportunity to have a playoff game in Oakland in 2016. So that one was a tough one, too.
Eric, I'm not mad at you, man. This is therapeutic. We've all suffered some heartbreaking losses. We just can't get over. We can't let them go. I actually have more than 3. I have about 20 regular season games. Billy Joe Tolliver. Remember that Hail Mary in Atlanta Fulton County Stadium? And MC Hammer's on the sideline doing the dance with Dion?
Of course.
I hated that. That was sickening. The Falcons had the black jersey with the gray pants. Mm-hmm. Sick.
How about the play-in games back-to-back? Because I think that, like, you were talking about how older people are maybe going to be more bitter about some of the older losses than you were. Like, so I was asking Spadoni, hey, what about the play with Derek Jeter? Because he's a big A's fan.
Yeah.
You know, and he's like, I was 8 years old. It didn't hit me the same way. And, I was thinking about just there are some kids out there who are Warrior fans, and losing to LeBron that way, with him, I see 17 rims.
Oh, yeah.
And then losing to Ja Morant the way they did in the play-in game.
That was tough.
Those were 2 heartbreaking losses back-to-back.
That was tough.
Draymond calling OT.
Yeah, he didn't call Gabe. He called overtime. That one.
Damn. You have some serious deficiencies.
What about the Don Beebe game at Lambeau Field on Monday Night Football when Elvis Grbac back in the mid-'90s? Yeah, Marquez Pope touched him. They said he didn't touch him, and they lost in overtime in that game. That one hurt, too, because it felt like the Packers were coming on and taking over the rivalry.
Ahmed Brooks. New
Orleans Superdome.
Against the neck, a.k.a. Drew Brees. Come on, that's one that I'll still be bitter, because that ended up costing the Niners home field advantage, that last playoff game at Candlestick, and it ended up costing the 49ers the opportunity to play that extra week, and then they had to go up to Seattle. No one talks about that.
Turkey on the 50?
That hurt. That hurt a lot. But at that point, I feel like they had lost to Seattle before, and it was just rubbing salt in the wounds.
An underrated loss for me, and nobody talks about it, is when they blew the Giants, that is. I believe it was 98 when they had the one-game wild card, one-game playoff against the Cubs. They didn't have to play in that game if they would have beat Colorado at Coors Field, and they were up 8-0 in that baseball game. 8-0. And they blew it. And had to go to Chicago. And Steve Traxel, whatever the hell his name is, pitched at Jim against the Giants. Oh, that was tough.
Yeah, it was.
There's some bad losses out here, folks. Bad losses.
What was last year's loss for you, even in the top 10 for the 49ers?
Not even in the top 10. Not even close. Just you lost your quarterback and it was done.
Well, and also, and I'm not trying to nothing matters, but it's like rookie, 7th round pick, Mr. Irrelevant. It did feel like we were playing with house money.
No, that
and I'm not trying to take it away like it didn't matter. That's not what I'm saying.
It mattered, but I didn't lose sleep over that.
They've lost so many devastating games.
Classics. Some of the biggest games in NFL history. What's happening? Where you at? I-5?
Oh yeah, I'm on I-5. What's up, fellas?
What's up, baby?
Yeah, I'm going down to San Diego.
Nice.
Make a shout out real quick. My daughter's playing in the softball championships, state championships down there. 12U, Salmon Tail Slammers. I want to
nice.
Let's go, Slammers.
Very cool, man. Congratulations. Please let us know if you guys win or not.
Let's go, Slammers.
We'll shout them out regardless.
I will. I will. We're gonna show how we play in Northern California, buddy.
Yeah.
So let's see. So I want to start with my third most, only because it's fresh. The Warriors lost against the Lakers. I mean, the whole series as a whole. Only because I got cousins who are Lakers fans. They still ain't let me forget about it. And I mean, it's just it was still heartbreaking. And then I'll tell you why that's my third most too, because it's LA. I can't do it, man.
Yeah, I feel you.
It's just oh my goodness. My second most, I'm gonna go NFC Championships against Seattle. It still gives me chills to this day. I don't know. Sometimes when they replay it, I'll watch the beginning of the game. I don't know why I just torture myself for it, but that's the way I am. But that still lives in infamy. And then number one, Giants against the Dodgers, man. And I just like to LA and that game 5, and oh man, like luckily, I mean I was in Hawaii at the time, so
he's I-5. That's what it do to you. I'm surprised we had him on that long.
Game
all
5.
good ones. These are all good ones.
Game 5, losing at home to the Dodgers. Tie game in the 9th inning. Doval, the superstar, at that time he wasn't.
Yeah.
But
you knew Bellinger was coming through. You knew Bellinger was. I was with KC, Kitty Caraway, 13-20.
I remember.
ESPN, we both played. We was like, Bellinger's getting a hit.
Did you tell Fred Warner that too, who was sitting nearby you?
That was game 1.
Oh, excuse me.
I'll be honest, I remember we were always making fun of the Bellinger so high moment, like for the last 2 months of the season when he threw the ball over third base and Fleming had that call.
High.
Ever since we started making fun of him, we're doing that, and the whole time I'm thinking, we're going to regret making fun of this someday. At some point, the karma's going to circle around, and Cody Bellinger's going to have his one moment at some point. It's going to come at the worst time, and
Giants have a lot of heartbreaking losses, though.
Giants, oh my gosh.
2016, as someone's texting in right now, 510. What pissed me off is they pitched the guys out of sequence.
Right.
You had Jeff Samardzija starting in Chicago. He should have never been pitching in Chicago. You should have been
a better
Matt
home
Moore.
pitcher.
What?
Yeah, he was a better home pitcher.
Yes.
Matt Moore was good for the Giants.
People
he almost threw
misremember
he almost threw a no-hitter at Dodger Stadium.
Was good. The first 2 years he was good.
Yep.
And then it faded.
He was good in game 3, shut down the Cubs. Actually, game 4 when he pitched. And then, of course, he got yanked. Probably shouldn't have been yanked. 415 Comcast Business Text Line. Niners Giants championship game. Roger Craig fumble, had Super Bowl reservations. That's our boy Duke. It's his birthday too.
Oh, happy birthday
to Duke. When's Duke coming to the studio?
Yeah, we got to figure that out.
We got to get him in the studio.
Yeah, we do.
I need a freestyle live and direct.
Hope your birthday is booming.
We should wait till football season though for Duke. Because I don't want to burn the Duke card early before football season. We need him on a Friday to fire up the roasters.
I do kind of.
Do you kind of get where I'm going?
I
Because if you're gonna burn an ace in the pocket, it better be worth it.
Here's an underrated loss. 925 Comcast Business Text Line. Cal versus USC.
Ooh.
Aaron Rodgers starting off 20. Was it 22 for 22 or 23 for 23?
Rocco was on the sidelines for that game.
Was he?
Yeah.
And Jeff Tedford decided to throw the ball 4 straight times when they had the ball inside the 10 and win the game.
And the first incompletion was him rolling out right, and I believe he just threw it out away because there was no play there.
Wow. Rocco also on the text line saying Brett Favre in Minnesota.
Oh, my God.
To Greg Lewis.
Oh, my God. The Glenn Coffey game.
That killed Singletary's career.
What?
That game killed Singletary's career. That was a huge game for the Niners.
One of the worst losses ever.
It was terrible. Sean Hill was balling.
Remember, Frank Gore turned his ankle.
Yeah, he turned his ankle. Glenn Coffey had 25 carries for 25 yards.
I don't even know if he had that. I got to look that up. I'm looking that
Glenn
up.
Coffey, I think he had
one of the
50
greatest
yards.
catches in Lewis's career.
That game was sick. Percy Harvin, A.J. Peterson. That Niners defense was humming.
09.
That may have been.
It might be. It was 2010.
08, 09. Yeah, it may have been. May have been. That was a tough loss. You got the Marcus call? You saved the Marcus call? So Marcus in Richmond called Stephen A. Smith, and, of course, we just played that for you. If you want to play it again, Spadoni, let's just play them back-to-back.
2009. I got to give it to you.
All right, give me the stats.
Okay, September 27, 2009.
It was early in the season.
All right, the Niners were 2-0 at the time.
Yep.
The Vikings were 2-0 at the time. Sidney Rice had
Hold
a
on.
touchdown.
You know who the announcers in that game?
Give it to me.
I think it was Sam Rosen and Tim Ryan.
Who was the coach for the Vikings?
It was Brad Childress.
Yes, look at you. The Humphrey Metrodome. All right, here's some of your touchdowns. Ryan Longwell with a field goal. Sidney Rice with a 30-yard touchdown. Vernon Davis, 5-yard touchdown. Nate Clements blocked the field goal in that one. Percy Harvin, 101-yard kickoff return.
Wow.
Vernon Davis, another touchdown. And then the Greg Lewis play with 2 seconds on the clock, a 32-yard pass from Brett Favre. Maybe the greatest pass in Favre's career. If we're talking about, degree of difficulty.
Yeah, that game depressed me so much.
Oh, my God.
Glenn Coffey stats. Give it to me. How many? Was it like 20 carries for 50 yards?
25 carries, 50 yards.
I told you. I told you. It was like 25. I'm sure he was getting cracked.
Brett Favre, 24 of 46, 301, 2 touchdowns. Oh my
Sean Hill was all right in that game.
Yeah, so he was 15 of 25 for 195.
Did my guy Vizante Shenko have any receptions in that one?
I don't see it.
Tight end legend. One of the all-time names for me, Vizante Shenko.
Listen to some of these names, though. Leading tackler, Manny Lawson with 11. Patrick Willis. Abreu Franklin on the board with a quarterback hit. Mark Roman. Shante Spencer. Wow. God, the old
Mark
Niners.
Roman and Shante Spencer.
Oh, my God.
I love me some Shante Spencer out of Pitt.
Oh, one of the 11 tackles for his career for Kentwan Balmer.
Find out who the announcers was on that game, because we were getting all the Sam Rosen games. Sam Rosen became like our Joe Buck. We were getting all the Sam Rosen games.
Oh, bless Sam, too. Oh, boy. A lot of mistakes.
Hey, give me some Sam Rosen. Oh, man. Let's go to Coach Hall of San Diego. 3 losses you just can't get over as a sports fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Of course, the loss against the Raptors. Because after that, it was COVID. We had that year where we sucked. Like it was terrible. It set up like 2 of the worst years ever. My second one is 2005 when Reggie Bush pushed Matt Leinart into the end zone against my Notre Dame Fighting Irish. I felt like that was illegal back then, and they changed the rules. But I was still hurt about that one. And then the last one was, of course, you guys know I'm a UK grad, ran track there, played football. We lost in the Final Four to Wisconsin, 38-0, and we lost to Frank Kaminsky.
It's Sam Decker.
Decker.
Sam Decker.
Had 7 draft picks. Devin Booker, Carl Anthony Towns, Willie Cauley-Stein, the Harrison twins, and I just feel like
Trey Lyles.
I don't get enough hate for that. Yeah, Trey Lyles, yep. Coach Cal, very overrated coach. So those are my 3.
He got a lot of big losses on his resume.
A lot of big losses.
By the way, going back on the Niners, Minnesota Vikings, 2009. Here is your cast, if you will, when it comes to announcer, color commentator: Sam Rosen and Tim Ryan.
I told you.
That is incredible.
We were getting all the Sam Rosen and Tim Ryan games during those days. They were like the 50. They were like the E-team.
Listen to the people that they named in alphabetical order as we're going through. Eric Bieniemy was the running backs coach. Darryl Bevell was the OC.
Wow.
I mean, it's a who's who.
Wow. That game killed, because I believe the next week the Niners beat the Rams, and then the week after is when the Falcons game happened. And Singletary called the timeout and held everybody up on the field.
Yeah, and Roddy White went for a touchdown.
Yeah, 90 yards, smoked Nate Clements.
I'll give you the next game.
Was it the Rams?
I'm going to give it to you right now. Rams 35-0.
Patrick Willis had a pick 6 in that game.
Yeah,
Singletary was mic'd up in that game.
All right.
I remember he telling his son, "Would you like some gum?"
And then the Niners lose 45-10. I sat there with my grandpa for this game. I'll never forget. They called the timeout.
Yeah, and they all huddled on the field.
And everyone was like, "We love this. This is why he's the coach." Very next play, touchdown. I'm looking at it right here. Roddy White, 90-yard touchdown pass from Matt Ryan.
Yep. They got smoked in that game. Well, Dre Bly had an interception in that game, and he started doing the high step.
And he got stripped.
And he got stripped by Roddy White.
Yeah. Dre Bly.
He was high stepping 60 yards away from the end zone.
Dre Bly was nice, though.
60 yards away from the end zone. He was out there high stepping. So the reason why we're bringing up devastating losses is because Philadelphia is all over
12
Shasky.
for 45.
Yeah, he was awful. He was awful. Glenn Coffey out of Alabama was just terrible.
Oh, my God. I got to look up. How many career yards for Glenn Coffey?
Poor guy. I told you it was 25. It was like 25 carries, 50. I'll never forget it. They couldn't run the ball because they had a chance to milk the clock, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it.
We got the wrong Alabama running back. 226 yards in his career.
Out of all the Alabama running backs coming through,
it's him and Trent Richardson are the 2 weakest ones, right?
I know, Trent Richardson.
I mean, come on.
I thought Trent Richardson was going to be a stud. We're talking about these devastating losses because Philadelphia's been getting on my boy Shasky. Oh, you can't get over the loss to Philadelphia. Get over it. And it's like, yeah, we're not hanging on to that one. But he came in with an idea saying, what are the most devastating losses you ever hold on to? And we hold on to a lot of losses. So that's why we're doing this. Now, Marcus of Richmond and Stephen A. Smith kind of derailed the show. And here's why. Here's why Marcus of Richmond called Stephen A. and started some things here on the Morning Roast.
Next caller, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Uncle Steve? This is your favorite nephew, Marcus, out here in Richmond, California. Can you please explain to the young men out there and young women that sex doesn't need to be longer than 11 minutes to be pleasurable? Because there's a bad misconception out here that sex needs to be at least 45 minutes. And as a working man, ain't nobody got time for 45 minutes. We got to get to sleep and go to work. Thank you.
My brother, you are not Bernie Mac. 3 minutes! That's all I'm giving you. No, you're not Bernie Mac, bro.
So we got Marcus at Richmond to call the show today.
Bat signal
went out, and Marcus at Richmond called in. And here's what Marcus at Richmond had to say about what he said on the Stephen A. Smith Show. Marcus, the floor is yours. First of all, you call it Stephen A. You ain't called us in so long. Marcus, what's up, man?
I love it, Marcus.
What's up, fellas? Check it out, man. But look, as working men, y'all know everything I said was pure facts, right? Look at it like this. An NFL quarter is 15 minutes, right? That's even without the commercial breaks. So if you add 4 minutes of foreplay and 11 minutes of strokes, and if you get her to her completion and you complete, go to bed happy. What we doing? Anything past that is a waste of time. Go to the gym. Go do CrossFit. It only takes 8 minutes to produce a child. I got 3 healthy, strong boys, including twins, and I made the twins in 6 minutes. So what we doing past 15 minutes?
Marcus, you're a legend.
Hey, Marcus,
I love
what did you think about Stephen A's answer?
That's all good. You know, I mean, look, he got to say what he got to say. I didn't take it personal, but trust me, the ladies know where I'm coming from, and most of the men know where I'm coming from. So it's all good.
Marcus,
I love the first quarter analogy was on point.
I mean, Marcus, can you be my life coach?
Bro, I love you.
Hey, check it out. Check it out. Before I go, one thing to know about anybody from Richmond, we live in our truth. Like we don't live facade. So this is real talk. So anytime you run into somebody from Richmond, know you're going to get the 100% unapologetic truth.
I love that.
Marcus, I'm here for that.
You go front of the line anytime you want to call into the show.
You let us know. Who you're a fan of, Marcus? Who's your teams?
You said what?
Who's your teams? Who's your sports team?
Raiders, Warriors, A's, man.
What's the toughest loss you ever suffered as a fan?
For the Raiders, man, the Super Bowl, man. You know, it was looking good after Charles Woodson got the interception, and then after that, it just went downhill. That was the toughest one for me. For the Warriors, it was Father's Day, 2016. That loss hurt.
Thank you.
And for the A's, you know, it's just pick one.
Marcus, thank you so much for calling legend. In. Dude, when he said 6 minutes, I made twins. You could put that on a VHS because there's 8-minute abs out there. Marcus is giving you 6-minute twins.
You got twins that are strong and healthy, and he made them 6 minutes. I mean, you got to get that out on Twitter. I mean, there's some people going to be uncomfortable, you know?
You going to mention that publicly?
Yeah, and, you know, some people going to come at us for saying, why'd you have Marcus on the air or whatnot? I know some people going to be uncomfortable.
You have some serious deficiencies.
Listen, we're all adults here. We're all adults. We're all adults. Marcus wants to put his business out there. Well, damn, put your business out there. It's his life, not mine.
My brother, you are not Bernie Mac.
That was funny.
The way he broke it down, though. 15-minute NFL quarters without the commercials.
He's talking about CrossFit. I mean, Marcus was in his bag.
Now, Alnetta Harrison.
My guy was cooking.
Alnetta Harrison is a roaster. She's always in the chat. Shout out to Alnetta. I don't think she's too happy. Said, I'm cut from a different cloth over here. 11 minutes, please. Boy, bye. That's what she's saying. What does Made Money think? Made Money in Oakland, what you think? 3 losses, devastating losses, Made Money. You don't
Good morning, gentlemen. What's up?
Made Money.
All right. I don't have 3 losses. I have 2.
Okay.
2. And then I have a little opinion on Marcus. Anyway.
You don't have to give an opinion on Marcus if you don't want to. You do not have to do that.
Oh, well, no, I want to. Believe that. Okay, so 2019 Finals, NBA Finals, of course. Okay. That was just devastating for Oakland. You know, it was the last game in the, arena out here and everything, of course, and Clay went down. That was terrible. And I have a lot of friends that are Bengals fans. So the Super Bowl recently, was it 2022?
Yeah.
2021? That, they were, I had a lot of friends crying. I think the Bengals really deserved to win that one. And, all right, so let's get to the to the nitty-gritty. 3 points here. All right, if you're doing 11 minutes, as long as everybody gets their way and has a good time, fine, 11 minutes. But consider this.
Oh, boy.
All right. So is the completion of the woman legit? Is it real? Is the 11 minutes too long? And why are you bringing out a calculator and, like, math during this whole process? Like, I think that kind of needs to be evaluated. So, you know, there's a little bit that goes into this, but please don't bring out a calculator and, like, a sports tab while we're in the middle of the nitty-gritty, like, oh, it's 11 minutes, time's up, you know. So just consider that, gentlemen. Just make sure that the completion of the woman is legit, because sometimes it's not. So you might not be all cracked up that you expect you are.
Wow. There's a lot there.
There is a lot.
You gonna mention that publicly? 11 minutes? You can do better.
I don't even know what to say.
Charles Evans spent $10 in a super chat. If I ever make a movie, it'll be called 11 Minutes or Less. You got Gone in 60 Seconds? You got 11 Minutes or Less.
Dude, the Nick Friedel laughs like work with everything.
They work with everything.
They work with everything.
They work with everything. What does Cousin Nick think about Marcus and Richmond's take?
Bonte, it's a great point, and let me tell you why.
It's a great question, Bonte, and let me break it down this way.
Was it a checkbook win for Marcus?
Made Twins in 6 minutes, man. All right, I just don't ever ask me.
Shot clock violations all over the board here.
Yeah, let's just get back to Vince in San Francisco, man.
Someone save us.
Yeah, we got injury report coming up. Then we got Rob Parker. We got Frank Isola.
Now I'm imagining like it's like the Giants. You know, we gotta go to the iPad before we finish here.
So think about Tuesday show in. We talk about
analytics are telling me I'm at my best between minute 8 and 9.
That's where the platoon system really kind of gets important.
I don't hit lefties.
That swing from the right side, though. But really, you just got to wait for your pitch, and that's what you got to drive on.
Loveman, you've been waiting.
All right, I got to stop this
forever. Yes, I was going to say. We're going to get banned.
Dude, we ended the show Tuesday with stripper names. Yesterday was a dirt.
You can tell it's All-Star Week.
We're not making it to the new building. We're not making it to the new building. Rest in peace to the roast. Hopefully Jason Barrett has that article ready. Vince in San Francisco, what's happening?
Save us.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Help me, Bonte.
I wish I could have as much fun at my job as you guys are on air. This is ridiculous.
I'm sorry.
It's just all bad, man. Oh, Vince, what are 3 devastating losses you just can't let go?
I'll start with my honorable mention, and that would be the Warriors when they lost the second run in the finals, which would have led to a four-peat. That's the honorable mention. I think number 3 is one of the 2 Jimmy G overthrows to either Emmanuel Sanders or George Kittle on the same damn route in the middle of the field, wide open. Number 2 would be the Niners versus Baltimore in the Super Bowl when we got shut out in the first half. If we would have just scored maybe once, we probably would have won. And then the number 1 all-time loss that I'll never get over is Kyle Williams muffing those punts against the Giants. We easily would have beat New England that year for the Super Bowl.
I'm so sorry. I'm so distracted. The chat is out of control. You know why you need to subscribe to our YouTube channel? Is just to read the chat. And I will get fired if I read the chat right now. So I would suggest you go to 95.7 The Game's YouTube page and hit subscribe.
They're comparing Marcus.
Tap in.
Eric Lozoya is comparing Marcus to a NASCAR pit crew. Soda probably has Ponte doing 17 minutes like his jersey.
They're calling him Tyrone Wheatley. He's a goal line back.
The way Vince in San Francisco said the 2 overthrows by Jimmy Garoppolo on the same damn route, and I had to think about it saying he might have been right. Those may have been the same damn routes. I remember Rocco. He's got him. Papa Shasky. He's got him,
bro.
And then
my dad was disgusted when he missed Kittle.
Asked Rocco to this day. I said, oh boy, we got bad, Jimmy. You knew right away. Oh, you got bad, Jimmy.
You know how bad that loss was to the Rams? Jaquaski Tart still hasn't played.
I know. That's not even trying to laugh.
I'll never forget when the camera on the big screen, because they had this huge jumbotron, and he's just sitting there, hands above his helmet, and he's fallen to his knees. And I was like, no. And that was the symbol of every Niner fan in that stadium.
You know who may have taken that loss harder than us? Is Charles Haley. Ask Rocco to this day. We had to give Charles Haley a pep talk after the game. He was sitting there. He was like the Browns. Like, Charles Haley.
It was the most sad drive home. My dad and I didn't talk for 2.5 hours on I-5 on the way back.
I bet.
And we watched the game back on my iPad, and the entire time Troy Aikman's like, I mean, the quarterback's just got to make a play here at some point. Jimmy, that's a throw that he just has to make. Like, Troy Aikman went scorched earth on Jimmy G.
5.5 minutes left.
What was
Troy Aikman
crushed him.
No, Troy Aikman goes.
Him.
The Reds done a good job against the run game, and I'm afraid it's going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo. I'll never. And then, if you watch back the game, the beginning of the game,
I know.
Joe Buck asked him, what do you need to do in these big games? Troy Aikman goes, well, when I look at these big games, who's not going to make a mistake? And you got two quarterbacks who drive their fan bases crazy.
No one talks about it. Odell Beckham killed us in that game.
Oh, he was amazing. Amazing. I thought the dropping had the 30-yard catch, and then Jimmy Moore 15 yards. Oh,
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
I would have gone for it on that fourth down. I don't know why they punted.
Yeah, I know. That's a devastating loss.
It was 4-down territory.
That's rising as you talk. That loss is rising as you talk.
I'm telling you, it's
the
an underrated
setting and everything about that game. We had an Instagram live, Shasky, that I thought was iconic. We broke it down like Matt and Summerall.
When the guy came cutting in.
Oh, for the picture.
And he was like, tell Jimmy Garoppolo I'm going to come for him. And he's like, that guy was so angry.
I forgot all about that.
Dude, the final throw, he throws a complete pass in the flat. It was like, dog, throw that thing into the first row.
Dude, we have no
timeouts.
We have to find Joe Buck, Troy Aikman. I know injury report in a second, but we have to find Troy Aikman's opening monologue when he said it.
Yeah,
and then we have to find that 5.5 minute cut. We got an hour. We got a couple interviews coming up. We got the injury report as well. All right. All right, this will be quick. Scoot Henderson is probably going to miss the rest of Summer League with a shoulder strain. He suffered it in the first Summer League game, but he looks the part for the Portland Trail Blazers. They're still awaiting medical clearance, but he's probably not going to play the rest of Summer League. That's the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Hillary with her great setup. How about her? Boxer & Gerza to Hillary. Now she's getting Twitter followers. The Roasters found her quick. They found her quick on Twitter. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We got Rob Parker, and we're getting right back to the calls. Jeff, Shockey, Sid, Bud, stay on hold. We'll get to y'all coming up here on the Morning Roast.
11 minutes? You can do better.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. Come see the Heston.
I tried to hold out for 11 seconds. Couldn't do it. As I say, good morning.
Minutes?
No,
You can
not
do
11.
better.
Definitely can't do 11 minutes. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Good morning, everybody on YouTube. Good morning, everybody on the Comcast Business Text line on Twitch. All the callers. We got Rob Parker coming up in a second. Let's squeeze in a call before we get to Rob Parker. Squeeze in one call. We're talking about the 3 most devastating losses you've had as a sports fan.
Something you'll never get over.
You'll never get over it. Bud in Oakland. What are 3 losses you'll never get over as a sports fan?
What's good? Listen, man, I'm going to have to say for sure that Warriors lost to LeBron. The Game 7. That Raiders Super Bowl loss. But the number one for me is the Chuck rule, a rule that was made up in the middle of the game that has haunted the NFL landscape forever. How do you come up with a Chuck rule? Then the very next year, it never even exists. So that's got to be the one that's going to hurt. I don't care what type of team your fan is as a fan of the NFL or games. That's got to hurt.
Hey, did you watch the ESPN with Charles Woodson and Tom
30
Brady
for 30.
sitting down? Yeah, did you watch that?
No, I didn't. Nuh-uh.
Well,
you should watch it.
But
when you watch
they
it,
were actually teammates in college.
I know.
Teammates in college, weren't they?
Yeah, and while you watch it, I think it's going to hurt even more, but also provide unbelievable clarity on how they did get screwed.
They did get screwed.
Oh, there's no other way around it. They got screwed. I mean, Brady freaking admitted it.
He did.
Now, he made the most of that opportunity.
And the Patriots still had to win a game in overtime, but basically that game, we know how momentum works. That game was over then. It was done. Jeff Shockey, Sid, and the rest of you stay on hold for a second. We got Rob Parker coming up. We'll get to all your calls right after Rob Parker, friend of the program. Of course, check out his website, MLBBro.com. He's the founder and editor covering black and brown players from around the major leagues, chronicling the path of both past and present black and brown players, highlighting their achievements in the game right now, and from a historical standpoint, Inside the Parker every single Thursday, the MLB Bro Show every Saturday and Sunday. And, of course, he was at Giants-Cubs about a month ago here at Oracle Park. Our man Sam Lubman caught up to him. And I believe Rob Parker's going into the Hall of Fame at the National Association of Black Journalists Convention this year in Birmingham, Alabama. Is that correct, Rob?
It is correct. How you guys doing? Unbelievable. I'm still numb, but yep, August 4th down in Birmingham, NBJ. What an honor. I mean, to be recognized by your peers, while you're still alive and breathing and can experience it. So I'm thrilled. It's a great honor.
No, you deserve it too, because I've told the story to Shasky before, but you probably don't remember it. My first NABJ was in New Orleans in 2012. And I remember I was running around, asking people for advice as I was trying to get my career kick started. And one guy told me, oh, man, you're going to have to pick one. You're going to have to either write or you're going to have to do radio. And I actually ran into you, and you gave me 5 minutes. I'll never forget it. You gave me 5 minutes, and you said, young brother, do both. Don't ever let nobody tell you can't do both. And I took that with me. I was like, you know what? I'm going to ride with Rob on this one. And so I'll never forget that. Now it's my first ever NABJ. So that association and everybody that goes through there, guys like you, Mark Spears, Howard Bryant, a lot of guys who've come through the NABJ, man. You guys have done a lot for guys like me, Jason Dumas, and a lot of youngsters out here.
Man, I appreciate hearing that. And Jason Dumas, we used to go out to have. He'll tell you the story. We used to go out to eat at ESPN when he was a production assistant, and I remember us having this conversation. I said, I know you're happy. You're working here, but what do you want to do? And he says, I want to be on the air. And I was like, okay, then you got to prepare to leave ESPN because you're not going to be on the air from here and the job you're in. And he left and he went and put in the work and went all around the country getting jobs. And now, he's in the Bay Area doing great. I'm proud of him. And that story you told me, I'm glad that was your experience because people tried to tell me that as well about, not doing more than one thing. It's just not true. You can, nowadays that's what everybody's doing. Right. But back then when I first started and I was doing local TV and I had a radio show and a newspaper column, people criticized me about spreading myself too thin and I should only be doing the column and whatnot. And here it is 37 years later. and they're putting me in the Hall of Fame. So I think I made the right decision.
Hell yeah, you did.
No doubt.
Hell yeah, you did. Hey, we're having a little fun this morning. We were talking about just devastating losses that you never get over, right? And Philly fans were giving me a hard time because I was ripping just their behavior and stuff. We'll get to that in a second. But, you know, like Brock Purdy went down early in that game. Not that it takes away from the Philly and what they did. That was awesome, but it didn't hurt me as much as maybe like Kyle Williams fumbling in the NFC Championship game and losing to Eli Manning, or the Giants blowing the 2002 World Series. As a writer, as a fan, as an observer of the sport, what's a loss that you can't get over?
The Warriors choke job in the NBA Finals, the first team to ever lose a 3-1 lead and lose 3 straight games when all year they never lost more than 2 in a row, and then to lose a game 7 at home.
I take back everything I said, Rob. Meeting you was the worst thing that ever happened to me in New Orleans.
You really think that's the worst?
You know those wounds run deep, and I'm Morton Salt. Let me just pour them on, because that is, I mean, you want to talk about a choke job. They set the all-time win record in the NBA, like all this stuff that was supposed to happen. And then for no team ever, just think about that. No team in the history of the NBA ever choked down a 3-1 lead. And there it is. Steph is the author of it. So there, you can't shake that.
Yeah, honestly, that's on my list. I'm not even kidding.
That's not on my list. It's not on my list because I realized that Steph Curry, the knee was shot. Iguodala's back was done. You had no Andrew Bogut. LeBron James in a game 7. He was like, oh, man, here we go. And they took it down to the wire.
They lost 2 games at home during that 3-game lose. I mean, come on.
But remember that one game was without Draymond Green. The suspension in Game 5 kind of ruined it. Yeah, he did. But LeBron politics.
You still got 2 more games.
Yeah.
You still had 2 games after that. Like, that is inexcusable for that team not to be able to just win 1 game in the final 3 where 2 were at home. I mean, that was really, really bad, and one that stinks. I know it does.
It does stink.
It does. You're right.
Can't believe you want to say that. What about Chris Paul? I don't think we've talked to you since Chris Paul was traded to the Golden State Warriors. What was your thoughts on that? They basically said we're going to take Draymond Green and Steve Kerr over Jordan Poole. We'll ride with CP3. Looks like he may try to come off the bench. We'll see about that. What's your overall thoughts about that move?
Well, I did find now that CP3 is with the Warriors, I do have their new pregame meal menu now that Chris Paul is in Golden State. So before the games now, they're going to have sodium-free bacon, decaf coffee, and a chest x-ray before every game. I mean, come on. CP3, I don't see how he fits with them. Maybe they got something different, the way that they play. The Jordan Poole thing, I thought the way they handled the whole thing, I get it. Draymond's been there longer, won more championships. But what they did to Jordan Poole and how they handled that was probably the worst thing I've ever seen. He didn't deserve what happened to him. And I think that they went with 4 championships over 1, even though Jordan Poole helped them win the last one. He played well and then all of a sudden fell off. But I don't know. I don't know where they're going. They're still not they still don't have height that they need. You saw what happened with the Lakers, how they exploited them. They're too small. I don't get it. I mean, you got to explain to me what they're doing.
Rob, I respect you as a journalist because I'm not one, and I always defer to Bonte because he's a legitimate journalist and came up in that lane, if you will. And so I've been very frustrated, and I'll get where I'm going here. Is the media in Philadelphia, in particular, it feels like to me they do this thing, that's just Philly fans, where it to me feels like they're condoning bad behavior at times, and they're saying that's just how we are. You're going to get booed. They're going to throw things at you, but that's okay. Now, booing is one thing. Physically touching people, spitting on them, throwing things at them. I mean, come on. I think that's super low-life behavior. But to me, the way the media portrays it and almost condones it, it makes it worse. Because when I talk into this microphone every day, I understand how powerful my words can be. And for me to do that would be reckless, and it would be shameful of my community and my family. Why are they allowed to exist in that particular medium that way? It really bugs me.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, the behavior is over the top. It shouldn't be allowed. But you're right. That's for whatever reason they've gotten just a reputation, and people have decided to just like endorse it. Oh, like I'll give you a perfect example. If you remember Buddy Ryan having a fight on the sideline he was the defensive coordinator, and Kevin Gilbride.
Oh yeah. Houston Oilers. Yeah.
Famous.
Yeah.
And he's throwing punches at another coach during the game. Most guys would have lost their gigs.
Yeah.
You know what they said? That's Buddy. Like that was acceptable. What he did with Kevin Gilbride, who of course went on to be the Giants offensive coordinator when they won a couple Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
But my point is, for whatever reason, there's certain people in places where they kind of give them a pass, and is not fair or not right. I'm with you on that. That behavior is just unbelievable. But it's gone on for a long time.
Rob, Shohei Otani, you think he gets traded? And if he doesn't, what is he going to attract on the open market? I believe this guy last offseason that Shask and I were talking, I was like, I'd give him $75 million a year. People are like, are you crazy? Because you're getting two players in one, the pitcher and the hitter, and he's top 5 in both when it comes to pitching and hitting. Now it looks like he may get $100 million a year. So one, Rob, 2-part question: you think he's getting traded at the deadline? And 2, what is he going to command on that open market?
I would trade him. I don't know how you let a guy like that walk and have no compensation. You just you can't live with the idea that maybe he'll somehow, some way, will resign with the Angels. Because I would do exactly what the Nationals did to Juan Soto. They offered him $440 million, and obviously Otani would get more. But I'm saying, offer him a big deal, and when he turned that down, I'm sure Soto would want it now. But when he turns it down, then you have to trade him immediately. You say to him, I'm going to offer you $600 million. Here it is. And if that guy can turn down $600 million, he's not signing with you. So you need to move on and not hold on to this pipe dream that you're going to get him, especially that Trout's hurt. They got all kinds of injuries on that team. They're not going to make the playoffs. It's a bad scene right there. And here's the bad part. You let him walk, you get nothing, and then he goes down 405 to L.A., right? And go up the 405 to L.A. Doesn't have to move. He's in the same area, and then you as an organization gets crushed where your guy is playing for the Dodgers. He's on a bigger, brighter stage, and you wind up with nothing, holding an empty bag. I think you got to do that, and I think he's worth at least $600 million. I think that's where the bidding starts. Is there a chance the Mets get involved with the way everything's going on and their owner Cohen? Yeah, there's a chance that the Mets could swoop in and be the team. I think he wants to live on the West Coast. It looks like it's the Dodgers to fumble, the bag and not make the right offer, but it looks like he's going to go to the Dodgers. That's what it looks like.
Oh God, another guy.
I know that's what it looks like.
I know.
Gotta get him up to the Bay Area, man.
I mean, gosh, what did you?
I'm not saying he can't, but I'm just saying like that. Like
it does feel like.
Remember, he picked the Anaheim, right? He wanted to be somewhere with his DH. He wanted to be closer to Japan. I get all that, and I'm saying the Bay Area, of course, if they're going to come up, are they going to come up with the loot? They got $600 million. The Giants are like the number 5 team in baseball financially, so they got money and they got a fan base. It would be great.
It is wild that we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars per year for these payrolls, the Mets, and you reference the Phillies and the Dodgers and the Giants, and then you got the A's. And the A's are just sitting here, and I don't even know. I don't buy anything that's coming out of the A's ownership perspective, or even Rob Manfred, because he's doing the bidding of them. This whole we didn't negotiate with Oakland because Oakland didn't give us anything, and now it comes out that the mayor and Rob Manfred, well, hey, we actually did talk, and here's the proposal that we put on the table. What's your 7,000-foot view of just the A's, Oakland, Vegas, and where Rob Manfred fits in all of this? Because I feel like the community of Oakland's getting a big screw job here.
Yeah, I'm sad for Oakland because of the rich tradition of baseball there. Some of the greatest players who ever played in Oakland. I mean, a team that won 3 World Series in a row and had Reggie Jackson and Vida Blue and Catfish Hunter and Sal Bando. I mean, I could go on and on and on about all the great players who played in Oakland. later on Canseco and Dave Stewart, and you know what I mean? Like Mark McGuire, Tony La Russa managed there. I mean, my God, it's a who's who. But this just seemed like this was dragging out way too long. They've already lost, and I'm not blaming the people, the fans. Even the Warriors walked out on them. I mean, and I know it's San Francisco; it ain't that far, and they used all the excuses that the Warriors started in San Francisco and all that. I get all that, but they did. The Raiders left, came back, left. I mean, it didn't seem like to me, if you're Oakland and you're serious about this should have happened a long time ago. You can't wait till the 13th, 11th hour and then try to reverse this trend where you have this city in Las Vegas that has gobs of money and they're trying to be a world-class city, and they got a football team. They even have a hockey team. And it's just, do you doubt there's going to be an NBA team there? I don't think you do you?
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Vegas is getting everything. You're getting everything. Seattle's going to get a team at some point.
Right.
You know,
That's what I'm saying. I just think poor Oakland, from that standpoint, that, you know, especially seeing what had happened with the other teams leaving right after when the Warriors said that they're building a new building in San Francisco. Let's just be honest. If you were the mayor or the city council in Oakland, that was the day you had to strike a deal with the Oakland A's that day and say, you know what, we're going to build you the stadium that you want. We're going to get this done. We don't want you to leave. And I don't know all the inner workings, but I'm saying once people start leaving you, there should have been a deal 8 years ago.
Yeah.
That's when it should have been.
No doubt. Rob, we always love talking to you again. Congratulations on being inducted into the Hall of Fame at the National Association of Black Journalists Convention. A lot of guys, Jason Dumas. My boy Jason from TNT, whenever he's traveling, comes out here. We always chop it up. Jason from Chicago. He's a big Niner fan as well.
Jason Ingram, you know that.
Jason Ingram, that's my guy, man. He's a big Niner fan. I met him actually with you in Boston in 2014. So congratulations, man. It should be a good time at Birmingham. I will not be making it this time around, but next year I hear it's in Miami, so your boy may have to go on the South Beach for, just to have some fun with all my mentors and mentees.
There you go. All good, guys. Hey, always a pleasure. We'll talk to you guys soon, all right?
Absolutely. Rob Parker here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. The Odd Couple on Fox Sports 1 with Chris Broussard. Of course, he does a lot of great podcasts. You listen to his podcast, MLBBro.com, the founder and editor there. Of course, Inside the Parker podcast every Thursday in the MLB Bro Show. He loves baseball, he loves hoops, loves football, and he loves giving shots at the Warriors.
Yeah. So, I don't blame Rob Parker for not knowing the inner workings or I guess the ins and outs or every little detail regarding Oakland, the A's, Major League Baseball, and Vegas. It's a moving target. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and I don't pretend to know it all. So if there are people more educated than me, give me your input and tell me where I'm missing things. But Ken Rosenthal just put out an article, and obviously the Rob Manfred, the commissioner of baseball, addressed this as well. The A's and Rob Manfred have been essentially misinforming everyone in baseball and the national media about what's been going on.
Right.
And the mayor, who took over at the last minute because she gets into the middle of all of these negotiations, and she's a new mayor and taking over from Livy Schaff and wherever they left off, from all the documents that she presented to The Athletic, because they wrote a big article. Ken Rosenthal is a great journalist. They do have a deal on the table.
Yeah.
They have bent over backwards. They've given them every opportunity to try to strike a deal. And this is where I pivot back to A's ownership and Major League Baseball, because they both deserve major culpability, as well as the Giants. The Giants are culpable too. I admit that as a Giants fan. They have blame in this. They've never dealt in good faith.
No.
The A's ownership has never truly wanted to meet in the middle and compromise. And I feel like, as much as I can't stand almost every politician, I think they're all greedy and they're only worried about getting reelected and getting that pension for life. I am not both sides of whatever line you land on when it comes to politics. I feel like they've done a pretty damn good job trying to strike a fair deal in one of the worst economic situations we've been in years. And in one of the times of crisis where I look around and we've got a fentanyl problem, we've got a homeless problem, we've got a shelter problem, we've got public transportation problems, we've got problems across the board. I haven't even addressed schools or healthcare or all the other things.
The teachers were just on strike not too long ago in Oakland.
We're understaffed.
They were on strike for I think a month.
Yeah, it's the point that I'm going at. The fact that these politicians found a way to find something that was somewhat amicable and workable, and the A's never even wanted to do it.
They didn't want to stay.
They wanted a complete handout, and it's disgusting to me because as somebody who's in this community, not in Oakland, but in this community, I truly despise how small businesses get treated like crap, and yet we bend over backwards for these giant private conglomerates, and then they claim they're broke. And yet we spit on the little guy and we spit on the family trying to make it. And I'm not here for the woe is me A's act. I'm not. They, the owners, are the ones that did this to themselves. And it pisses me off. And they had never wanted to put a stadium in Oakland. And I feel for real Oakland A's fans and the community of Oakland who doesn't care about baseball, but bent over backwards to try to set up a deal. It's so frustrating. And I can only imagine being an A's fan having to deal with it. I'm sorry. It's just the misunderstanding and all the misinformation that they put out there. It's not real. And then you see someone who covers the game from a national perspective, like, they should have struck a deal. They did. They tried to. The A's never wanted to be there. I'm sorry.
Would they stay there?
In Oakland?
What is in Vegas is not a done deal, right?
Vegas is far from a done deal.
Yeah, so high.
And here's my read on the mayor meeting with Rob Manfred. Rob Manfred did it for 3 reasons. First, to save face.
Yep.
To say that he did it.
Yep.
Second, he did it to keep Oakland available if the deal falls through in Vegas. And third, to keep Oakland available as a potential expansion location.
Right.
To use as leverage in Arizona or to use as leverage for the Tampa Bay Rays down the line the same way they've been screwing Oakland for 20 years.
Let's be real. Expansion's not coming to Oakland.
No, I agree, but they will use it as a fake
they will use
carrot,
it. It's fake, no
as
doubt.
a fake carrot to chase.
No doubt.
You know they will.
No doubt. What they'll do is if Vegas falls apart, they'll pivot to Portland.
Yes, exactly.
They'll pivot to Salt Lake City because Salt Lake City has already planted its flag as a place where they're saying, hey, we wouldn't mind another Major League franchise here. We have the Utah Jazz. They're doing really well. Our Salt Lake City Bees, AAA team, a lot of people. Let's bring baseball to Salt Lake City. That has been floated out there. The future in Oakland, it feels dire. We need to get Casey Pratt back on.
But they've robbed, to me, when you're an owner, and this is the way I view it, are you for making money? Of course. Is it a business? Of course. I'm not delusional. We're talking about billions of dollars. But on some level, don't you feel the responsibility to be a steward of the community? When I look at Joe, you think Joe Lacob, he buys the team and he's like, yeah, let's just run him into the ground and it's only about making money. No. He wants to win for legacy and for community pride and because he's got an ego.
Well, that's the biggest issue in all of it. Who said that? Somebody said this. An owner should speak before the season and after the season.
David Sampson was
that David Sampson?
Yes, he was
said
another
that?
one
There's
saying,
a lot of
you
there's a lot
owe
of people
it to your
say that.
fan base when you're selling to the community and selling to the consumer.
Has John Fisher ever gotten in front of a microphone to talk to anybody?
I could barely point him out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Has he ever come out and talked? Has he ever come out and talked?
No.
That guy needs to come out and speak so we can get some clarity. What is your mind? What are you thinking? You're the owner of the baseball team. But he's going to hide, and baseball's going to continue to protect him.
Exactly.
So, anyway, more calls coming up. We got Frank Isola coming up. Stay on hold here. We'll get to you all. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises.
The best time to get a great deal on a Jeep SUV is now during the Summer of Jeep event. Now, while qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Jeep Wrangler.
This is Andre Iguodala, and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
A Rick Ross hit. Andre Iguodala retired yet? Is that official? It's not official? It's coming back? Andre Iguodala? Anyway, know the show. 9:20, know the show. Know the show at 9:20. We'll ask you a question, and you better get it right, because then we have some great prizes to give away. The 95.7 The Game All-Star Week Blowout. We still have a pair of tickets to go see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan. We still have a Clay autographed jersey. We still have 2 private jiu-jitsu or self-defense lessons courtesy of Evolve Training Center, and we're going to need that. If we go back to Philadelphia, we're going to need all the self-defense lessons possible. And this is really cool. It works out. It helps you out at night. Jiu-jitsu and self-defense lessons courtesy of Evolve Trading Center. This center is amazing.
Well, and I just want to learn firsthand from somebody that understands training on multiple levels here, because your boy's body's breaking down. And if I don't start now, I'm never going to get around it.
Didn't Barry Bonds just go there and get a blue belt?
He did.
Evolve Training Center. Barry B works out there. Man. Barry Bonds will kick your ass.
Barry Lamar.
He's still in great shape.
Yeah, well, of course
courtesy
he is.
of Evolve Trading Center. So we still got that package to give away, plus a $250 gift card to Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. We'll get to Frank Isola in just a second. Excuse me. Let's squeeze in a call real quick. Jeff in San Rafael. 3 losses you just can't shake before we get to Frank Isola. What's up, Jeff?
All right. First one's got to be the 49ers and the Kaepernick Super Bowl. I mean, we're at the 7-yard line, and we got 4 plays to punch it in and get a ring, and we just choked. That one I've never gotten over. Second one, the Giants. Speaking of Barry Bonds, 0-2 and the Angels. The closest he ever got to a World Series. I mean, we're up 5 runs, and we have 8 outs. I mean, we're counting outs, and we're ready to party. And we couldn't get the 8 outs.
When Dusty flips the ball,
we'll never get over.
Before you keep going, when Dusty flips the ball to Russ Ortiz, I think
give him the game ball.
Yeah.
Every single time that I see that on replay, I want to throw up.
Especially when Russ Ortiz pitched in trouble all season long. That's how we did it. Go ahead, Jeff. Finish strong, baby. Last one.
All right, basketball fan. Grew up a Knicks fan, New York, and we're finally about to punch through and beat Jordan. I think it was 92. We're up 3-2 in the playoffs, a clinching closeout game at the Garden to put them away. Finally, break through. We're down by 1 point with I think 5 seconds left, and they get the ball to a guy Charles Smith, 6'10" forward, for a layup to put him to break through. He gets 4 shots at it.
Oh,
he misses the first one by 5 feet. Pippen blocks the second one. He clanks the third one, and I think Rodman got the fourth one, blocked it, and the Knicks have sucked ever since.
No, that was 93. Good one there. Good one. That was 93 Game 5 at the Garden because the Knicks had home court advantage, and the Knicks won the first 2 games of that series. Bulls come back and win at Chicago Stadium 2 straight, and that Charles Smith game was actually Game 5, and the Bulls closed them out in 6, and Frank Isola would know all about it.
I'm looking
He's
at
back
it
there
right
in New York
now.
City. Game 5, Charles Smith, block, game number 5 at the Garden, and Horace Grant was the power forward on that Bulls team and not Rodman, but I think where Frank was at. Frank, what's up, man? Frankie.
Yeah, I was going to say Rodman wasn't there yet.
Yep.
That was also Michael Jordan surrounding him. Charles Smith, who was a terrific player and a really good guy. That moment has followed him around, really ever since it happened. You're right in that Game 5. How about some other Bay Area losses? What about not getting Aaron Judge this offseason?
I hate you.
What about the A's being up 2-0 on the Yankees, and you had the great Jeter play, the little flip?
That was a great play.
How many times did the Giants go to Candlestick and beat the 49ers? Famous, what was that, the Matt Barr kick?
What are you doing right now?
Leonard Marshall took out Montana. Wouldn't have been able to play in the Super Bowl had the 49ers even won the game, because I think he broke a couple of fingers.
Yeah, and he got to hurt his back.
His back, elbow, back. But they had Steve Young. It could have been fine.
Could have.
And
then you're forgetting.
Go ahead, Kyle Williams.
Eli Manning, Kyle Williams. I thought Bradshaw fumbled in overtime in the mist at Candlestick.
What about the Eli Manning one where they went out to San Francisco.
Yeah,
and they won.
That was the one.
When who fumbled the
Kyle
punt?
Williams. Kyle Williams fumbled twice on punts.
Yeah.
And he also fumbled a reverse that was wide open for the Niners, and he dropped the ball on that play. Mario Manningham, a big third down touchdown. Yeah, that wouldn't hurt. That's in my top 3. Those hurt. Matt Barr hurts. I was a kid, and I cried because the Niners were on the brink of three-peating. And
also allowing West Orange, New Jersey's Kyrie Irving to get the better of Steph Curry in that famous Game 7.
Wow, you're just running material.
You're on fire.
You are. Your old buddy Rob Parker was just on here kind of throwing salt at us about that Game 7 on Father's Day in 2016. I don't get too upset over that one, Frank, honestly. I remember covering that game, and I just thought the Warriors were out of gas. Steph was banged up. They had no Andrew Bogut. You know, the Draymond suspension kind of killed him in Game 5. Came down to the wire. What are you going to do? And then you get the world's greatest consolation prize, which was Kevin Durant, and you win 2 straight championships. So I'm not that upset over Father's Day in Game 2016.
But my only thing is, and it just shows you how the fans look at it differently than the players do. Like when you see, Draymond following LeBron all over the world. And
it drives me nuts.
Obviously, he could be friends with whoever he wants to be friends with. But, that was the guy that cost him a championship because he got you suspended.
Yeah.
He suckered you into getting that technical foul.
Not our best friends. Not our best friends.
Frank, are you as shocked as I am that Chris Paul's going to get embraced by this fan base, by the team, by Draymond Green, by Steph Curry? It's kind of wild, right?
I feel like saying to Chris Paul, blink twice if you feel like you're being held hostage. I love when he's asked about the Warriors. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It should be great. Playing there. Come on. The guy has, the Warriors have been a major rival of his. Steph Curry's had all this incredible success in terms of individual awards, team awards. Chris Paul, not financially, Chris Paul's fine there. But you can't tell me that he's thrilled to be joining a team that always used to beat him, and it doesn't make the most sense for him to come off the bench. So not only is he joining that team, most likely coming off the bench, I still wonder if there's a chance he could be traded somehow. Who knows? With James Harden out there, Damian Lillard, maybe something's going to happen.
Maybe. Frank Isola here on the Morning Russ on 95.7 The Game. Saw you on PTI yesterday, with Michael Wilbon around the horn, of course, and Sirius XM NBA Radio, the starting lineup. Really good show. All your NBA workings, of course. And Damian Lillard kind of taking the league by storm with his trade demand. James Harden, it sounds like Philadelphia is trying to convince him to stay. So who gets moved first? Is it Damian Lillard or James Harden?
I mean, I think it'll probably be Damian Lillard eventually when he does get traded. And I know all his fans in Oakland, including all those fans that he has in the media, they want it to happen yesterday. But, the Portland Trailblazers, they also owe it to themselves. I know nobody cares about Joe Cronin, and the Portland Trailblazers only care about the Miami Heat, Pat Riley, and Damian Lillard's well-being. Right. But, they do have an obligation to try to get the best deal that they can. I know that's going to rub some people the wrong way, but they're also in it to try to compete and do the right thing. So just because Damian Lillard wants to be traded to one team doesn't mean that the Portland Trailblazers just have to jump at the first package that's out there. And I think the way that Damian Lillard has handled it just hasn't come across well. This idea that he'll only be happy in Miami.
Yeah.
So if somehow the Portland Trailblazers can get him to Golden State, he's going to be unhappy. If he could somehow play with his buddy LeBron, he's going to be unhappy. I'm not buying that. Plus, it goes against everything we've heard about Damian Lillard. All we've heard is that he's incredibly professional. He's a great guy. But who's ever handling this stuff behind the scenes, they have not handled it well the last 10 days to 2 weeks. I actually think Portland's handled it pretty well. They've been consistent on their message. We're going to try to get the best deal that we can for us.
What do you think of Wembanyama?
I thought he was terrible offensively in the first game. It's amazing how people just couldn't bring themselves to say that. Because if you said that, then you were going to be held to it like you were saying, this is how he'll be for the rest of his career.
Right.
He didn't have a good game, and there's a million reasons why he didn't. Part of it is 19. It's a lot of pressure, sold-out game. Maybe all the attention from the Britney Spears nonsense had something to do with it as well, but he played really well the next day. I just worry about his body.
Yeah.
Kristaps Porzingis, I was at his summer league game, his first ever summer league game with the Knicks, and very similar in terms of size and, body type. Same thing with Chet Holmgren. Chet Holmgren's yet to play an NBA game. He got hurt last year in Jamal Crawford's summer league game out in Seattle. That's the biggest thing I worry about. But you could tell he has talent. And let's be honest, he's going to the right organization. There are certain organizations, and the Warriors, I think, fit the bill. The Miami Heat do as well. He's in a good spot. I mean, they've done a pretty good job over the years not just with big men, the great ones like David Robinson and Tim Duncan, but even, guys like Fabrizio Alberto, who won championships with them, Thiago Splitter.
Mm-hmm.
They've had a lot of guys come through there, a lot of international players as well. So I think he's in a great spot.
What's the other buzz, Frank, as we're talking to Frank Isola here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game? You catch him on PTI, Around the Horn, Sirius XM NBA Radio, the starting lineup. He's been covering the league for over 25 years. What's some of the other buzz that nobody's talking about nationally or on Twitter that will shock the NBA world?
Well, I do think, the Boston Celtics, it's interesting. They got to a Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals a year after making it to the finals, and they were up 2-1 on Golden State. They had a lead in the fourth quarter of Game 4. Then Steph Curry went crazy. But they made some dramatic moves. Marcus Smart and Grant Williams were big parts of that team, especially defensively, and they gave that team an edge. And they've changed their team a lot by going out and getting Kristaps Porzingis. I think they want the ball in Jason Tatum's hands a little bit more. Same thing with Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown's got to learn to dribble the ball a little bit better than he does. That's for darn sure. But I think that's a big one. A team that won, that had a great record last year, was on the cusp of going to the finals, dramatically changed their team. And I think another one too is, Marcus Smart going to Memphis is a great move because with Ja Morant out, he could start, and when Ja Morant comes back, he can still start. That's a great move by the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, Frankie, you've been ripping us about how awesome New York is and how bad we are out here. I'm going to give you my full disclosure here. I'm rooting against Aaron Rodgers. And I love Bobby Saleh. Bobby Saleh is one of my guys. But, God, this Aaron Rodgers thing with the Jets, is it as popular in New York as it feels like nationally? Because they're going to be on Hard Knocks now.
Yeah, I think nationally it seems to be a bit of a bigger deal because, in New York, the Giants are still – both teams are immensely popular, but the Giants are a little bit more popular. Aaron Rodgers moved into the town that I live in. He bought a big old house on the hill. It's one of these, it's funny, it's a glass house. I guess when you have a glass house, you should throw rocks.
Are you doing ayahuasca with him?
It overlooks Manhattan. So he's got a nice setup. So we're all trying to see where he could, who the first person to spot him. What's pretty funny, too, is the town I live in might be the most liberal town in the U.S. So I love the fact that, he's a bit of an anti-vaxxer. So you could have that whole dynamic at work, too. That will be, I could just see people protesting outside of his gigantic mansion that he bought. But it'll be interesting to see because, he's experiencing a lot of the things in New York. He went to a bunch of Ranger playoff games, New York Rangers playoff games. He's obviously
been at the Knicks
experimenting
game
in New York. You can take that any way you want.
Yeah, ayahuasca.
I think he's living the life. So, are you coming here to kind of like get a paid vacation in New York for a couple of years, or are you coming here to play football? We'll find out.
What are the expectations for the Jets? Are they thinking Super Bowl, their fan base and media members? Are they hyping it as they're going to be challengers to the Kansas City Chiefs, Cincinnati Bengals, and, of course, the Buffalo Bills? I'm eager because they make this big move, and they're making a big deal about it. I'm thinking they may not even make the playoffs. They don't even have a great defense. Their defense is legit. But what are the expectations out there, Frank, for the New York Jets?
Well, and think about it. Think about the division you're in. You mentioned Buffalo. You have New England. And you have Miami. That is not going to be easy.
Yep.
But it is funny, I've heard some shows where they said what would be considered a success for the Jets, and people say, well, they have to get to the Super Bowl. The Jets haven't been to the Super Bowl since 1969. I think they've gone the longest in the NFL without being in a playoff game. So, and Aaron Rodgers is a great player, and it's definitely a game changer for them if he could play at a high level and defensively if the Jets continue on the path that they're on. But it's hard to win in the NFL, and it's especially hard when you got that guy playing in Kansas City. Well, let's face it, all Kansas City does is play home playoff games. I think the Jets in their history, as nutty as this is, I think they've played 7 home playoff games.
Wow.
I've gone to 3 of them.
Wow.
1 at Chase Stadium, 2 at the Meadowlands. In fact, I saw them win 2 of those 3 playoff games. Patrick Mahomes plays 7 home playoff games every 2 years.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's so true.
It's true.
It's so true. Frankie Ice, man. Are you back on PTI today?
Yes, I am.
Now you're doing
Check your local listings.
Yes, 2:30 out here on the
Will
West
Vaughn to
Coast.
smile a little more. He's not that real of a curmudgeon. I know he's happier than that.
Well, I think he's, you want to talk about a story that's close to him, the Northwestern story.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
He's a graduate there. He's on the board of trustees. He was in the journal. The student journalist broke that story.
Yep. Wow.
they broke that thing wide open. You think about the coach. The guy was 4-20 over the last 2 years. No one was calling for his head because it's Northwestern.
Right.
He was, he played there as an assistant coach. He was going to have that job for life.
Yep.
Until this mess happened.
And they were getting a new stadium. I think they paused the new stadium, the construction, right? $800 million new facility or whatnot for Northwestern.
Yeah, in fact, I think one of the guys, one of the big financiers, is not happy that the coach isn't there anymore. So, I remember, the Penn State scandal from years ago, which was obviously much worse. But, it took them a while to recover. I was a freshman at Maryland when the Len Bias thing happened.
Oh, wow.
At Maryland, and, that, like, our sports programs, especially the basketball team, was done for a while there. So whenever something like this happens, it definitely sets you back.
All right, Frank. We'll be watching today, man. Keep up the
See you,
good
buddy.
work, man.
Good
We'll talk to
stuff.
you soon.
All right, guys. Take care.
Anytime. Frank Isola, man. We love him here on the Morning Roast, ESPN, PTI, Round the Horn, Sirius XM NBA Radio, starting lineup. We had a lot of fun with them in Boston. We were Boston, man. Keep them on for 8 minutes. And Frank was like, yeah, I got 10. We ended up talking for 30.
And he had his feet up on the desk. It was
Yeah,
great.
he was chilling.
I love Frankie.
Boston
Ice.
was fun. WEEI.
The Northwestern thing, throw that to the side because most people don't care about that, but it's a very big scandal.
It's a very big scandal. And
Shout out student journalism.
Yeah, shout out student journalism.
Yes,
I love
agree.
school papers. That's where I started.
The Jets Aaron Rodgers thing is what I wanted to ask you about because you said you're very eager to find out what's going on there. And I am too. They just got announced to be Hard Knocks.
Hard Knocks, yep.
And I think Bobby Saleh is going to play really well on Hard Knocks.
Quentin Williams is going to be a star. My guy, Quentin Williams.
I think so too.
Oh, Sauce Gardner.
Sauce Gardner. Would be good. And Wilson.
Zach Wilson as the backup?
Garrett Wilson.
Oh, Garrett Wilson. Yeah.
And Zach, too. Off the field.
I was saying, Zach. Yeah.
Anyway, point being is that I think this Aaron Rodgers Hard Knocks has a chance to really reel everyone in. But do you have Aaron Rodgers fatigue at this point?
I do. But the fatigue has dissipated because I haven't talked about him much. All the all-season stuff with Aaron Rodgers, I really didn't pay attention to it.
Okay.
Once he got traded to the Jets, okay, he's finally out of Green Bay. He's a Jet now. Cool. That's all I need to know. I don't need to know about him being at Madison Square Garden. I don't need to know who he's dating. I don't need to know how he feels about Green Bay. I don't care about his Instagram posts, him going on a retreat and trying to reset his mind. I don't care about any of that. So I stepped away from the whole Aaron Rodgers saga mentally for about 5 to 6 months. Like, once this season was done, I was like, thank the heavens. So, but now I want to see him against Josh Allen in Buffalo. I want to see him go down to South Beach, Miami, and take on Tua Tagovailoa and the Miami Dolphins. I want to see him against Belichick in that division, in the AFC with those weapons. And if he comes off like he did in Green Bay, New York is going to kill him. They're going to eat him up.
That I agree with. I'm looking at it from the Green Bay perspective because they took Jordan Love, and they're going to have Jordan Love, and I think a lot of people don't think that the coach is great.
Yeah.
LaFleur.
LaFleur. I think Green Bay is going to be sneaky good.
Well, here's where I'm going with this. What if Jordan Love gets developed and actually stays healthy and looks good? Are we going to look at how Shanahan and developing young quarterbacks and his system and blah, blah? I'm just curious. Or is anyone going to make any correlations or connections?
Absolutely.
You think so?
Absolutely. And Jordan Love got to sit a couple years.
Well, I think a lot of people would say Jordan Love, although raw with upside, doesn't have the kind of talent as a lot of these other top 5 quarterbacks. Zach Wilson being one of them. Trey Lance was one of them. And so I am interested. A guy from a smaller school
and I think that
I'm interested to see how he plays this year.
And that division is very, like, Minnesota, nobody fears Minnesota.
I like Detroit a lot.
See, I feel like they're starting to get a little too much hype.
That I agree with.
A little too
much
much
But they're
hype.
a 10-win team, I think.
They should be. But letting go of Jamal Williams and trading DeAndre
They got
Swift,
a million running backs.
They do, but Jamal Williams was like the heart and soul of that team.
That I agree with.
It felt like he was their Frank Gore. He was that dude. He had like 17, 18 touchdowns last year.
Oh, he did.
He ran tough. And then you think about Hard Knocks. What he said at the first practice when he was crying. Said, I'm tired of losing.
Well, and they got Jameson got suspended, the wide receiver from USC. And I think that's going to be a big blow. He was coming back from the ACL last year, and he looked legit.
So we'll see. Goff did have a really good year last year.
He looked great. It was everybody's darlings.
So we got King of the Hill
and remember,
coming up.
He beat Green Bay at that final week.
Oh, he did.
That was the win of the year.
In Lambeau.
That was the win of the year.
Rodgers came up short.
We were all rooting for them, weren't we?
Oh,
I'm talking about America.
Yeah, absolutely. Loved the Lions winning that game and going for it. That was awesome. King of the Hill coming up. 9:05, King of the Hill. We got a special King of the Hill. We have Know the Show at 9:20.
Top 7 Shasky moments today?
No. It's going to be the top 7 things I will not miss on vacation.
11 minutes? You can do better.
We'll see if you made the list. Things I won't miss.
Okay.
While I'm on vacation. Loveman's made the list. Spadoni's made the list.
Oh, I thought you meant...
You going to mention that publicly?
Loveman and Spadoni were the ones who created your list for you.
No, I always do it. Loveman comes up with the ideas, though. He does a great job coming up with the ideas. Keeps it fresh and funky.
Gotta be doing something back here,
Yeah,
My brother, you are not Bernie Mac.
But right now, we were all show long, we're talking about 3 losses. We're also talking about 11-minute man Marcus in Richmond, California. In case you missed that, we'll replay that before the show's over in the Stephen A. We need to get that out on Twitter because Marcus is in the running for a Doobie Award for Call of the Year. Apparently, it took him 6 minutes to make a set of twins.
You have some serious deficiencies.
Yeah, 6 minutes. That's all it took. Big, strong twins, too. Strong.
You guys are killing me.
Top 3 losses you just cannot get over as a sports fan. Because everybody in Philadelphia thinks that Shasky can't get over the loss in Philadelphia.
Which is inaccurate.
Yeah, no, we can't get over the way you fans acted. And the way you act. And the media condoning it. Like, they're delusional out there. There's something wrong in their brains in Philadelphia. I heard you yesterday with Joe Giglio and Hugh Douglas on 94 WIP. And I'm convinced they're just like, they're stuck in their own bubble. They don't get anything. I can't explain it.
I called in and they were asking me about where they comment from, and I gave them a bigger context about, and if you're just tuning in, maybe you didn't know what happened. I had called a segment of Philadelphia Eagle fans scumbags, right? And my point was, like, if you're touching people at a game, if you're in their face screaming and cussing, if you're throwing things, if you're spitting things, can't we all agree, whether you're going to a sporting game or whether that person is on the street, like, you're kind of a low life.
Yeah,
I don't think that's an egregious statement. Yeah. And Hugh Douglas, who I respect big time as an NFL player, kept, you can't wear certain colors in the hood, and you can't wear certain colors in Compton. And I was like, dude, I'm not Omar from The Wire, and I'm not, like, running into Section 8 housing like I'm trying to take over the Carter, okay? I'm going to a football game. How is it an outlandish statement to say, when you pay the prices that people do to go to these sporting events, like, yeah, we can boo each other, creative banter. I expect a certain level of heckling.
Yeah.
But to throw things from afar, like, that's where I draw the line.
Touching, grabbing hats.
Yeah.
Sticking fingers at people in their face. And every time I look back on one of these guys, remember the guy, the father, his son had called me like a homophobic slur and said, "Get out of here, you're a punk." And I turned around and stopped, and his dad grabbed him. It was like, "It's just a game." I'm like, "Nah, it's not just a game. Not for you guys. You guys think this is cool. You really think this is cool."
But here's the thing, and there's a lot of whataboutism that happens on my timeline over the last couple of days. Well, what about this at Candlestick? And what about that at AT&T Park? And what about that at Levi's? And this is what I say in all those circumstances. Those people are scumbags too. When you commit crimes, you're a criminal. And trust me, there was a time and point in my life where I did some things that I was ashamed of. And you know what? I let myself down. I let my family down. And I was considered, even in my own mind, like, damn, I'm doing scumbaggy things. I need to change my life, right? So anyone who commits those things, whatever fan base you are, that's low-lifery. Here's where I get frustrated. I feel like the media, in particular, in Philadelphia, condones those acts.
They enable them
by saying phrases like this. Well, that's just Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's just
what
Philly.
What did you expect?
Joe DeCamera, well, that's just passion. That's just what we have. That's just passion. No, that's...
And when I talk into these microphones every day, if I said, like, for example, and we can go, so-and-so, 2 fans got in a fight at Levi's in the parking lot, and if I came on and I go, that's just Niner fans, Bonte, I would be ashamed of myself because now I'm condoning violence, which is wrong, number one. Like, come on, duh. And, like, come on, man. When you go to a game, you shouldn't fear physical retribution.
I wasn't fearing anything.
No, I'm just
saying. No, but hold on. See, this is the problem, though. They act tough and they're not tough.
Well, that's
the biggest problem. Because I gave up when Joe DeCamera said, "I don't want you guys to die out here in Philadelphia," and I gave up. But imagine saying that. So I was like, "What?" I'm sitting in section 114, row 7, and I'll have a Dwight Clark jersey on. And the guys in Philadelphia is like, it's really you guys. You're really the guys on radio. Wow, this is unbelievable. You gave your section number out and everybody heard it and you lit the lines up. You re-energized your show. Wow. But I was like, I don't fear anything. I'm coming to watch a football game. I'm not coming here to fight.
Yeah, but you
want to talk trash?
But you didn't say like we played the Cowboys the week prior.
Right.
You didn't say like we were talking smack to Cowboy fans in a fun way, right? It's called, again, heckling or creative banter or whatever. But like Bonte wasn't like, hey, Cowboy fans, you better be careful because you could die in the parking lot. That's like, come on. That's beneath us. And again, I'm not a journalist, but I understand the responsibility of talking into a microphone.
You can't do that. You can't.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't enable these dudes. And the little producer there, and that was the worst part about it. Like, I'm sure the Dallas guys are okay dudes outside of work. I'll say that.
Yeah, of course.
Guys, we've had crossovers with.
And having fun.
The guys in Philadelphia that was on the microphone. They didn't feel like good people either. They were the guys that I would not want to go get a cheesesteak with. Like Angelo was trying to talk mess, and their producers jumping in to our show, and their other producer acting like a lame while we're trying to set up our show. The hospitality was just not there. That was the other part about that show. So I want to move on from that. We'll get to Philadelphia.
I agree with
I want to get back to the calls, man. A lot of people have been waiting on hold for a long time. Let's get back to the calls. The worst losses you ever suffered as a sports fan. Give it to us. 1, 2, and 3. Let's start off with Shockey in the city. Shockey, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, so the first one you guys already mentioned, I actually took 2 L's. It was the Niners vs. Giants at Candlestick, Kyle Williams fumble. The second L from that game was me and my brother Gil were there, actually in attendance. Third quarter, we were asked to leave, had a couple too many adult beverages. 5 steps from leaving the stadium, he decided it would be a good idea to file a complaint. 5 minutes later, I got 5 foot, 100-pound police officers jumping on my back. And I'm a big small guy, so I'm tossing them off. I was like, I'm playing with my kids in the living room. So I actually spent that night in a holding cell at Candlestick watching Kyle Williams fumble on a 13-inch black and white TV. So that's why I saw that.
That might be the worst, saddest way to watch that play. I'm so sorry.
I mean, we all got to go home after. It was all, they dropped everything. But I'm just saying that was 2 L's in one game. So the third one is last year I called you guys show, and I guarantee the victory. SI versus Sacred Heart. He's our Bruce Mahoney game, and we took an L.
Oh yeah, hey, trust me, you gave them all the bulletin board material. Coach Twan after the game, because I was at the Bruce Mahoney game, and they were like, "Yo, that guy on the radio, we played it before the team went out to the tunnel." Oh yeah, it was all over Facebook.
My guys over there coaching. My guys over there. I'm coaching at SI. My guys over there coaching. So I was giving hell.
Tell Mr. Mulkierans I said what up.
Coming for y'all, man.
Tell Mulkierans I said what up.
Oh yeah, definitely. We'll do.
All right, let's get to Robin in the city. Robin, what's happening? Robin,
this is who I want
top
to hear
3
from.
losses, and I know you got an opinion on Marcus from Richmond because I know you've been listening.
Oh, listen, I got a couple of things here you guys just want to say. First of all, briefly, people, I went to a Philly game, football game, the season before last or whatever it was. Anyway, it's all hype. The whole city's raggedy except for downtown, or what they call the outskirts. I guess we would call it suburbs. The only thing downtown is that Market Street Civic Center, Civic City, or whatever they call it. The whole city is raggedy. I swear, north, south, east, and west. The people are not nice, and the Philly cheesesteaks are overrated. And I'll tell any Philadelphia that to their face, because I truly am not the one at 62 years of age. The second thing I want to say is that I have a love-hate relationship with Rob Parker, but I want to commend he always wants to take a shot at Steph Curry. That's okay. But I commend him for his opinion on Jordan Poole, because I still have a bad taste in my mouth. And you know this, Bonte, about the Warriors. I haven't called in because I don't even really know if I want to watch the Warriors this year. Now, let's get to the 3, because they were wrong the way they did Jordan Poole. So, number 3, in terms of my loss, I want to say the 1988 was that championship game where the 49ers were the favorite to win the whole season, and they lost in that first game to Minnesota.
Oh,
I will never ever that. I thought
Anthony Carter.
Unbelievable. Yeah, and then the other one was when Roger Craig, I think that was in the 1990 NFC Championship game, fumbled the ball. I could not believe it. I still can't get over it. And then there's 1C, 1B, and 1A. That's game 5, 6, and 7 of the Warriors 2019 or 20, wherever they played the Cavaliers. All three of those games. They're all 1C, 1B, and 1A. You can't get over it. I still can't watch the game. And let's just face it. They choked. They melted down. They had a nervous breakdown. Peace out, you guys.
Robin, I'm getting texts from Dwayne Fontana right now saying Robin and I went to that game with the Eagles with Coach Buck all together.
Coach Buck.
Oh, my goodness. She is on fire.
Hey, Dwayne Fontana, call the show. I know he has some thoughts on Marcus in Richmond. That's right up Fontana's wheelhouse. That's right up his wheelhouse. By the way, he was great on camera.
Oh, for that doc?
Yeah.
It was
playing with headache.
unbelievable.
When he was like, he ran down the court and shot this three. We were down. We were over in the game. It was like, what's up, dude?
That is a great doc that you have to watch.
Yeah.
Talking about different 30 for 30s. It's a Netflix show,
It's
though,
a
isn't
Netflix
it?
show. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Netflix
was
show.
so good.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Top 3 losses we're going to hold on to. We'll get to Sid and Carl before the King of the Hill. And then for the last 30 minutes, we got Know Your Show. Know Your Show's coming up. So we're going to reset the lines and line them up. Somebody has a chance to win 2 Muay Thai lessons, jiu-jitsu lessons, self-defense lessons at Evolve Training Center, a great training center. Barry Bonds has got a blue belt there. Pair of tickets to go see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan, plus a gold-blooded Warriors t-shirt, autographed Klay Thompson jersey. And then we got a $250 gift card to Buon Vino, our friends out there at Walnut Creek. So, also a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay at SAP Center November 3rd. So some great prizes left. Great prizes, but you better know the show. Let's go to Sid in Oakland. Sid, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on? First of all, Joe, I love what you said about Oakland. I'm actually right by this stadium. It's really sad.
Agreed.
I really feel bad for the fans. I'm from Chicago. So let me give you the top 3. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We got you.
Oh, yeah.
We
Give
got
it to me. I love it.
Okay. So number 1, Akeem Olajuwon and the Rockets losing to Utah in 97.
Oh, game 6.
When I wanted them to play against Jordan, because me being from Chicago, I think that was the only team that could probably beat us during the 6-peat, the 3-peat and the 3-peat. Number 2, as a Chicago fan, Devin Hester running a kickback against the Indianapolis Colts. We really thought we were going to beat them, but the odds were everybody was rooting for Peyton. That was one of the worst losses of my life. I was born in 87, so I never got to see the Bears win a championship, and that was probably going to be our only chance right there. And number 3, Derrick Rose blowing his ACL against the Sixers. And Tom Thibodeau should have had him out of the game. When I tell you I was at a bar, it was ridiculous. Like, everybody in the bar just got quiet, and you guys saw it yourself. And once again, like I say, Joe, the situation, I personally talked to the new mayor. She's literally told me that the whole situation is like trash, and I really wish they could get that team to stay in Oakland, man, for the fans and the community. They need it. All right, guys.
All right, it's a great call. And look, my normal setting is I can't stand all politicians. In this particular circumstance, you have to give credit where credit is due. The politicians actually stepped up and made concessions. And the A's had no intentions of actually creating a deal.
No doubt.
It's on the A's.
No doubt.
And they're scapegoating the politicians in the city and the people. And it really is disgusting.
No, it's nasty. Nasty business out there. Carl in Oakland before we get to King of the Hill. Carl, top 3 losses you just can't shake.
Hello?
Yo.
We got you, Carl.
What you got?
Oh, am I on?
You're on, Carl.
Hello?
You got about 30 seconds.
King of the Hill. King of the Hill.
Maybe less than that.
This week's King of the Hill. I think he was trolling. Might have been trolling. You never know. Never know these days. But this week's King of the Hill.
It's embarrassing.
This week's King of the Hill before we get to know your show.
What is it about?
It is the top 7 things I will not miss while being on vacation next week.
Okay. Pinocchio, let's see if that nose grows.
Oh, boy.
Number 7.
Number 7. I will not miss Joe Shasky talking about Casey Smith's glove. I will not miss that at all. Casey Smith can't hit anything. Batting .228. Last 7 games batting .056. Last 15 games batting .067. Last 30 games batting .122. If I hear about his damn glove again, I go to baseball games and go see bombs. I want to see homers. I want to see loud contact. Not a glove. Number 7, that's Shasky talking about Casey Smith's glove.
That means he's due.
Number 6, I will not miss trying to shake Sam Lubman after I get off of work. We talk about the show for the next day, guests and everything, and then as I start to walk to the elevator, Lubman wants to follow me.
The Lubman linger.
The Lubman linger. He likes to linger. He's a lingerer. The Lubman walk. I like that. The Lubman linger.
Well, you know what? I mean, he is Doc, in Back to the Future. So
yeah.
Doc Brown.
Doc Brown.
Doc Brown. So he walks all the way to the elevator.
Great
Doors are closing.
Scots.
Doors are closing. He's still talking. He stops the elevator. I'm like, Lubman, just let me go home. That's
Can't you
6.
imagine him with the big head thing when he invented the flux capacitor in 1955?
I do.
Can't you imagine Lubman in that exact same outfit?
I can.
Oh, my God, they found me.
Jeez, Lubman, leave me alone. I will not miss that.
I've stolen
That's
the
number
petroleum.
6.
Who do you
That's number
think?
6.
The Libyans.
I need to come in with a vest.
5. Number 5.
Number 5.
Lubman show call. It always happens at dinner, or it happens when Baby Chaz is trying to go to sleep or Baby Chaz wants to play. And Lubman is just, there's sometimes I forget Lubman's on the phone. He's just running material left and right. He's giving me takes. It's going to be the old radio show. How Farhad's working, how this is happening, this trade, I think this and that. Like, Lubman, we're not doing the show. This ain't the pregame show 5 to 6 with Spadoni.
It's the point of no return.
Let me go. I get the point.
88 miles per hour.
That's number 5 that I will not miss.
Okay, number 4.
The Lubman Lurk is what they're calling it.
Lubman Lurk. I like that.
I like that as well. Number 4. Seeing Spadoni after a bad loss, or just seeing Spadoni, sometimes he just rubs me the wrong way. He'll wear his Kobe Bryant jersey. He'll wear his Laker gear. He'll wear his Raider beanie. And he's talking like it's all good. And sometimes I just get annoyed of it. And it really starts my morning off on the wrong foot. I will not miss seeing Spadoni so early or putting on the radio and hearing him rip somebody from the Golden State Warriors at 5-something in the morning. I'm like, nope, listen to the music, not listen to pregame.
I know I made it when Bonte had to turn me off because he was getting upset at my takes. That's when I knew I made it.
So I will not miss you, Spadoni. I will not miss some of your elements that you bring to the table. Number 3.
Number 3.
I love you, Shasky.
Uh-oh.
But there's nothing worse than telling a $2 joke and then looking back behind the glass to see if Lubman and Spadoni are laughing or clapping. And they're looking down at their phone saying, dude, pay attention. When he, and he tries to walk it off. He tries to walk off everything. Walking off, dropping the mic has jumped the shark. You can't drop the mic off at corny jokes all the time. Every single time you do it, Shasky, I will not miss it.
Well, me and Steph Curry both shoot from 3, and we turn and we celebrate with our teammates.
Like the guy from Toronto yesterday in the Summer League?
Yeah, team
shot
player.
a 3, then turned around and bricked it.
You know.
I don't even think it hit rim. All right, number 2.
Me and Steph Curry.
Number 2.
Underdog story.
Number 2. This damn studio. I'm not going to miss this studio.
Yeah, I feel you
It's
on that.
90 degrees. That's why I'm coming in with Charlie Ward jerseys with nothing underneath. I'm sweating bullets left and right. It is hot. I'm wearing shorts. I would like to wear a jacket. I like to show off my jacket, a pea coat here and there, a hoodie here and there. This studio is is falling apart.
Bonte Strahan over here is going to pull out his, Sunday best.
Oh, my God. It's the working conditions. We need water. We need coffee. We need everything. The thermostat. We haven't had a thermostat in 2 years. 2 years.
Well, the thermostat is clearly working. It's the temperature inside the thermostat that the wire's not working.
It's not working.
It tells us how hot it is, though.
Yeah, it does. 80 degrees, 82, and it just goes up and up and up and up.
It's 90 when I get in here, so there you go.
Right.
Seriously.
So,
all right.
I will not miss that. That's number 2.
What's number 1?
Waking up at 4:30 in the morning, man. I get to sleep in.
Okay.
I get to sleep in.
Cap. I'm calling Cap.
Why you call it Cap?
4:30 in the morning. This guy
Guys wake
gets
up that
4:30
late?
in the morning to go to the bathroom, goes right back to bed. Facts.
I do. I do. The lady at Starbucks, Mrs. Bologna, Iris, Sometimes it's like 5:45. They're like, yo, you're going to be late. It's like, don't you worry. Your boy will be there when the red light is on. That old baby would be cracked at 6:05.
And then I'm imagining you flying through the streets of Gotham like you're Batman in the Batmobile.
And I am flying, baby. I am flying. Know the show. Line them up. 888-957-9570.
Win a
That's
prize.
this week's King of the Hill. That was my list of 7 things I will not miss. I'll be gone for a week, but I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll explain where I'll go tomorrow on the Morning Rust.
Humans can do a lot of amazing things. Fighting bugs? Ew, a bug, get it! Isn't one of them. STEM is powered by active ingredients found in plants to fight off bugs safely and effectively when used as directed.
listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Bonte. Know the show coming up right here. We've got a chance to win some great prizes. I'm telling you, I'm staring at this jiu-jitsu self-defense private lessons, courtesy of Evolve Training Center, and that's the one that I want to win. I want it for me.
Have you ever tried jiu-jitsu?
No.
What about self-defense classes?
None of those things. Like in Friday, the only thing we had when I was growing up were these, your two fists. And that's how we learn. We learn from our older cousins, kids in the neighborhood, your brother, your pops, your uncle, family members.
Wow.
And you learn how to squabble.
Learn how to squabble.
We knocked over the refrigerator one day in the Shasky household, and that was when I knew it's getting a little too serious in the house.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Know the show. Line them up. 888-957-9570. We have some great prizes. The 95.7 The Game All-Star Week blowout has been a great week because we love you. And you love us. We said this at the top of the show today. This station was considered a minor league station for a long, long time. The perception of this station was, they're just a bunch of hot take artists and they will say anything and blah, blah, blah. Then the Warriors came over and we got a little credibility. But due to the listeners and the great audience on YouTube, the Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch, you've helped turn the tide in San Francisco. You've helped turn the tide in the Bay Area. We are now the Bay Area sports leader. And if you think we're lying, the data doesn't lie. And the data has been proven that over and over and over the last 2 years. And it started to flip really 3 years ago, and then the pandemic kind of slowed everything down. But we're back. But it's thanks to you guys. You guys out there on the YouTube chat, you guys who call in every single day, and the women. We got the Judys, we got the Dublin Marges, we got Robins. It's not just the guys, it's the ladies too. It's the kids, it's the people taking their kids to school, the parents, the teachers, principals. You got gangsters, you got everybody. Strippers are now listening.
Well, and I think, people are going to say it's the hosts and it's just
no,
you know what
it's
I
not
think
us.
it is? You know what I really think it is?
What is it?
I think at the core, I think that this station recognizes that we've got a lot of people that truly love sports.
Yep.
And we want to tap in with others who truly love sports the way we do and want to laugh and want to scream and yell and want to argue and want to do stupid top 10 lists about, worst losses of all times or want to rag on Draymond Green getting thrown out of a game. How could he? Or get frustrated with Jimmy Garoppolo throwing into triple coverage late in the Dallas game. I think for so long, we've been underserved. And I mean we as I'm part of the audience. And I'm one of the lucky people that get a chance to do what I would be doing for free. And I think one of the things that really hits home at this station and for us here is that anytime we activate the power of this audience, it feels like they are part of the station as well.
They are.
Without them, we don't exist. And I think that is the thing every single day that we activate, and it's the coolest thing in the world, man.
And they're part of us. And I think Steiny had a line back in 2019 when I was on that show. He said, we don't talk at you, we talk with you. And we go out there with you, and we enjoy these games. We talk about them. I see you at the Gatehouse. I see you at Warrior games. Sasky, we see them at Niner games.
I'm coaching Little League, and guys are coming up and going, I listen to the roast. I'm like, oh, my God, that is awesome.
But
Thank you.
They also asked me about Steiny and Guru. They asked me about Willard the Dibs. They asked me about Alan Stiles. They asked me about Spadonia Lubman. It's really a family and a community here, so we don't have the success without the audience, without the listeners, without the Robins, without the Tyler Millers, the Ernie Chavezes,
and the people that don't
Drew
call
Downs.
in.
Yeah, the people that don't call in, the Dante Wileys.
There's infinitely more that don't for whatever reasons, and they can't. Okay. No, because those are the people that I'm like, man, y'all are what makes us go.
Yep, no doubt. So I want to thank you guys. And Steiny don't talk at you. He takes your phone calls. Come on.
Yeah, but look, here's the thing. This is what I say to people. I hope you don't agree with everything that comes out of my mouth. 'Cause I can't even agree with my wife. There's times we argue and bicker. I mean, come on, we all argue with family members, right?
Does anyone really have a choice?
If you're agreeing with everything I say, what's the fun in that? Yeah. I mean, what's the fun in me saying that all of our teams can do no wrong?
No doubt.
Isn't it more fun when I come in here and I'm ready to run Klay Thompson out of town and Bonte wants to physically strangle me like I'm Bart Simpson?
Well, that's the thing. Here at this station, man, I don't think there's ever a day where both hosts agree with each other. There is constant tension. There's debate. And you better do your research. We come prepared, man. And it's not just, hey, we're going to agree with you, and we're going to agree with that, and you're going to agree with you. We're going to agree with that. No. And the fact is, we got a lot of homegrown talent at the station. Alan from the East Bay. Guru from Union City. Steiny's basically been in the Bay Area for damn near 30 years.
I mean, he is a Bay Area native.
Right. Well,
I'm giving him that.
PA.
I bestow that upon him.
He's a Bay Area native when he wants to be.
He has lived here longer than he's lived over there.
That's unfortunate. No, I'm kidding.
He's also old.
Dibs from the soil.
Yep.
You and I from the soil. Right here. So we know these teams.
Mark as well.
Mark as well. Foster City, although, Foster City. He went to Cemetery. I'm kidding, Mark. You are one of us.
He is.
He is one of us.
Absolutely.
So thank you to the audience. Whenever we get out there to the tailgates, whenever we get out there to the games and we chop it up with you guys, it's all love, man. So we want to share that appreciation with you. I do, and the fact is, I'm just happy that 95.7 The Game is no longer considered a minor league station. We're now running with the big dogs, and we're ready to give out some gifts. 888-957-9570. Know the show. Know the show. And I think you know where we're going. We've been talking all morning long about Marcus in Richmond, California.
We got to get Guru in here for that. I kind of want to do a crosstalk with Guru.
Well, tell Guru to get some headphones. I want Guru to just comment on it.
Here for this. Get him.
Marcus in Richmond joined Stephen A. Smith yesterday, and he told Stephen A. Smith that he thinks 11 minutes is too long for sex. He said he didn't need that much time to make his twins. Didn't need that much time. So the question is, how long did Marcus need? How much time did Marcus need to make his twins? And we'll start off with Victor in the city. It's a hell of a question. Know the show, folks. Know the show. Victor in San Francisco.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, baby? How long did Marcus need to make his twins?
It took him 6 minutes.
You won. You did it.
6 minutes, doggy dog. You're on.
6 minutes. 6 minutes. All right. So the numbers we have left here, Shasky, here's the envelopes.
Okay.
The numbers we have left is 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, and 15.
And stay on hold before you pick a number.
Yep, no doubt.
Stay on hold before you pick a number.
Okay. All right.
So what number? We got 1, 2, 3.
And stay on hold after
5, 8, 9, 10, and 15.
Let me get 15.
15. Oh, he wants 15.
15. All right,
what is 15?
Let me.
What do you have here, Shasky? Oh, I love the way.
I know.
I just love that sound. We should give out gifts every day.
I know, seriously.
But we're too broke for that.
Yes, sir.
1 second. Stay there. Remember, stay on hold. Stay on hold.
Here we go.
Okay.
Oh, my God. Congratulations. You've won a $250 gift card to Buon Vino and Walnut Creek.
There it is.
And pod down. And a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay November 3rd at the SAP Center. And you've qualified to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey.
Wow.
Woo!
Nice. Yes.
Good for you, man. Good for you. Where are you from?
Thank you, guys.
Where you from? You
from
the city, huh, Victor?
Yeah, I'm from San Francisco, born and raised in the Mission, man.
I love it. Victor, that's awesome, man. Enjoy Buon Vino. Stay on hold. We're going to get your information.
Hell yeah.
Victor's going to Buon Vino, $250. It's on the house, and he gets to go to a concert at the SAP Center. I think that's a concert with E40, Ice Cube, West Coast,
I'm
Mount
going.
Rushmore.
I'm
it's
going.
Gonna be sick.
I know. I'm excited. Well, good for him, man. That's awesome.
So,
and he gets the Buon Vino gift card.
Buon Vino.
Jeez.
So Guru was actually a little upset with us because we were talking hair. We didn't bring up his hair.
What do you mean?
Because we were talking about who has the best hair game in the Bay Area.
Oh, I didn't know that we were picking hosts here at 95.7 The Game.
Well, Lubbock has a good set of lettuce.
Yes, he does.
Lucas Alexander has some good hair.
Yeah,
when
he's
he
got the Chris
shampoos it.
Bryant.
When he shampoos it.
Yes, agreed.
He doesn't always use Head and Shoulders, whatever he uses.
So Goo's mad?
Nah, he was, Goo's always got to be in a conversation when it comes to the best hair. But I want Guru to listen to this, so let's go to the lines.
Yes.
Ask us anything. Shane in Castro Valley, I know you missed out on the contest, Shane. What's on your mind? Do you want to tell us what your 3 worst sports losses is as a fan? Shane, you there? All right.
Sugar Shane's gone.
Sugar Shane's gone. Rod and Vallejo, what's happening?
How's it going, guys?
What's up, Rod? Top 3 losses you ever suffered as a sports fan?
Number 3, Roger Craig's fumble against the Giants. Number 2, the Game 7, the Giants and the Yankees, when Willie McCovey lined out Richardson. Number 1, 1957, the 49ers had a 24-7 lead on the Detroit Lions in the NFL championship game and lost 31-27.
And that was to Dick Night Train Lane and the Detroit Lions, correct?
Yes.
Look at that. Look at me and you. We're spooning over 1950s Niners. I believe Frankie Albert was one of the coaches on that team.
Were they playing against a bunch of plumbers, huh? What?
My family's all plumbers. What are you talking about?
Oh, why you get on the Celtics in the 50s and 60s for playing against plumbers, Ed?
What do you mean?
Where I bring up the Celtics.
I hate the Celtics. Why are you caping up for the Celtics?
Just caping up for history. History. That's historic.
My social studies teacher?
Basically. I used to love social studies class. Until I had this dude. What was his name? 10th grade.
Did you sit in the front row all the time?
Hell no.
Yeah.
I was a backseat guy all day long. Do I look like a front row guy? No, you.
No. I was flipping backpacks in high school.
You're the guy in the meetings who asks all the questions.
No.
And we're like, yo, wrap this up, dude. Wrap this up.
I was the kid that we had the 7 classes or whatever. I go to the restroom. Every class.
I sat in the back.
Every day.
I sat in the back and I used to diagram football plays. True story. I used to just like draw plays.
Oh, so you're the Kyle Shanahan of grammar school.
Hey, you know what? This is going to sound really ridiculous. Really ridiculous. That's what people who went to high school with me. The fun and gun with Steve Spurrier that we see all across the leagues right now. I used to draw plays with empty formations. Swear to God. I was ahead of my time.
Oh, my. So now you're taking credit for McCaffrey trade, Chris Bryant, spread formations.
I gave you credit for Chris Bryant. And I'll give you some credit for McCaffrey because you warmed up to it. You rolled with me. I was worried about you riding with you. I thought you were going to feel like you're ridiculous.
No. Unlike Omar Gooding in Boys in the Hood, I actually jumped in the car with you.
Yeah, you did. You did.
All right?
Baby, that was a better moment. Better moment for this show.
And yes, at Reardon, we used to flip backpacks. If you know what this means, you guys probably don't even know what this means. We would basically take somebody's backpack from a couple rows up front, and you'd push it all the way to the back, and then someone would take all the stuff. And I wasn't as good as some of the other guys. They would take everything out of the bag, flip it inside out, the JanSport inside out, put everything back in the bag, and then zipper it back up backwards.
We would call that nuggeting a backpack.
Nuggeting
your
a
backpack
backpack
would get nuggeted. Yeah, I don't know why nugget, but yeah, that was the thing we would do.
Okay, so you guys did do that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We didn't do that at Wash.
There were some ninjas. Some guys were like incredible at it.
We didn't do that at Wash.
Oh, incredible.
Guys just slapping people in the back of the neck at
Oh,
Wash.
yeah, we do that a lot.
Sins.
Cutter.
Yeah.
When you rip somebody,
Think about how disrespectful that is now. Damn.
Oh, we did a lot of bad things.
I caught some bad neck slaps, dude. Oh,
my buddy Marty Bonet, rest in peace. One of the funniest guys of all time. He used to walk up to freshmen in cafeteria and he'd be like, "Freshman, give me a bite of that burrito." And he'd just take the kid's burrito and just take a bite of it. One of the biggest bullies of all time.
Walk around the
God
hallways
bless
like
him.
this, one arm up, like with the backpack strap, just like cover my neck. All right, we got Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Daryl the Guru Johnson.
All right, get Daryl because we got to get his thoughts because he's a big
Top 5
Stephen A.
hair
fan.
in Bay Area sports.
I didn't make the list. I hear. No, yeah, he didn't make the
Dude,
list.
I didn't know that was a thing that you wanted to be on.
So let's get Paul in Redwood City and we'll get Guru. We'll play some sound for Guru and we'll bring the show home. Paul, Redwood City, what's happening, man? Top 3 losses you ever suffered as a sports fan?
Yeah, let's cracking. First off, let's give a big shout out to the lads, Marcus and Richmond.
Yes.
And the anomaly of creating 2 human beings in 6 minutes. That's what's up. All right, top 3, man. I got to do the Chuck U rule. You know, Woodson made Brady's career, so hopefully in that Hall of Fame speech of Brady's, he thanks Woodson for his career. Second, got to be the 0-2 Giants. Bond's not getting, his World Series chip. And I'm about to flip it on you guys. 09, Y.E. Yang beating Tiger Woods in the PGA Championship.
Wow. That's a good one.
Go.
That's a deep cut.
That is a good one. That is a good one. And then let's get the big.
Shout out to you boys, man. You guys are killing it, dude. You guys I'm at work. You know what I'm saying? I'm listening to you guys all day at work.
Thank you so much.
But let's go.
It's people like that. You are the station. Thank you.
No doubt. Now let's bring in Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Hey,
He's
what's your
himself
top 3
looking
most
good.
heartbreaking losses? Things that you can't Like, no matter what, you'll never get over it.
You can't shake it.
The Kyrie Irving 16 shot,
Thank you.
the dagger.
Thank you.
And Steve Kerr, I am a big fan, but I was mad that he didn't call a timeout. I felt like the first coach to call a timeout in that 5-minute sequence would have won the game, and it was Cleveland. Okay, I'll leave that there. 2, reverse here. Dwight Clark, my mom, God rest her soul, was making me lasagna because we thought we won the 81 NFC championship game, and your boy Montana hit.
Oh,
I'm an infant when it comes to that play. I wasn't hating on the Beto.
No,
that one hurt.
It's okay. And then the third one?
Third one is when, and I just want to ask Dusty Baker why he burnt the money. That's a dice term. Why did you give Russ Ortiz the ball?
Oh, my God.
You gave him the ball to say it's over.
Oh, my
It's
God.
not. And look what happened. And Game 7 was over before it started.
It was. There's a Niners game that day against Arizona, and I remember Niner fans saying, we got Game 7. I was like, dude, we're not winning that game. Like, it was over.
Hey, when you look back at Levon Hernandez's playoff stats,
dude, wow.
We have underrated how great of a playoff performer he was.
No,
I'm serious.
I haven't heard that name. That's beautiful.
He was
Hernandez.
dominant.
So, Guru, I don't know if you heard this, and we had Marcus.
Start with Stephen A. Smith.
So start with Stephen A. Smith. A guy named Marcus in Richmond.
The Rich.
Called the Stephen A. Smith Show.
Have
now,
you
this
heard
is
this?
is not, I don't even think this is part of ESPN or
And
whatnot.
he meant it.
And he meant it. Check this clip out.
Next caller, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Uncle Steve? This is your favorite nephew, Marcus, out here in Richmond, California. Can you please explain to the young men out there and young women that sex doesn't need to be longer than 11 minutes to be pleasurable? Because there's a bad misconception out here that sex needs to be at least 45 minutes. And as a working man, ain't nobody got time for 45 minutes. We got to get to sleep and go to work. Thank you.
As a working man.
My brother, you are not Bernie Mac. 3 minutes. That's all I'm giving you. No, you're not Bernie Mac, bro. It's embarrassing. Now, it's happened. Moments where you just don't. Now, that happens to every man. But that can't be the norm, my brother. You gonna mention that publicly? You have some serious deficiencies in your ability to provide what needs to be provided. If I was a woman, I wouldn't give you none. Hell, if that's the case, beat yourself for 11 minutes. Call it a day. Cheap ass. 11 minutes? You can do better. That brother should be confined to celibacy. He doesn't deserve any. He might think he's so prolific he can get the job done in 11 minutes. But if you thought like that, why would you call up and say so? You're the 11-minute man. You ain't even Steve Austin. The Bionic Man, $6 million man. 11-minute man. I got to get some ladies up here in my studio to talk with me about these subjects.
I mean, as
That
a working
was
man,
beautiful.
The line
Everything.
is the Marcus as a working man. That is
As
the best.
a working man.
And
so
Marcus, kudos to your partner. Because whoever his partner is okay with it.
Well,
you know how many days you
we
go?
don't know. We don't know that.
Well, no, he's working me hard. Sorry. Things are going on at your job. Just chew it and do it. But 45 is a stretch.
It is.
It's a long time. It's a long time.
That's how you
And
pull a
he
hamstring.
said it confidently.
He very-
Work was
well,
the reason. He got to get his rest.
Wait until you hear this. Market is from Richmond.
We
Called
put
the
out
show
the
this
bat
morning.
signal.
Okay.
We
Put the bat
This is
signal out.
beautiful.
Within
Shout out, love me.
What,
The
half
first
hour?
First hour he called.
Yeah.
The first hour he called. And here's what Marcus and Richmond had to say.
I'm with
Marcus,
him
the
on
floor
that.
is yours. First of all, you call it Stephen A. You ain't called us in so long. Marcus, what's up,
I
man?
love it, Marcus.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Check it out, man. But look, as working men, y'all know everything I said was pure facts, right? Look at it like this. An NFL quarter is 15 minutes, right? That's even without the commercial breaks. So if you add 4 minutes of foreplay and 11 minutes of stroke, and if you get her to her completion and you complete, go to bed happy. What we doing? Anything past that is a waste of time. Go to the gym. Go do CrossFit. It only takes 8 minutes to produce a child. I got 3 healthy, strong boys, including twins, and I made the twins in 6 minutes. So what we doing past 15 minutes?
That is
Marcus, you're a
great
legend.
stuff.
And Marcus,
I love
what
it.
is Stephen A's answer?
That's all good. You know, I mean, look, he got to say what he got to say. I didn't take it personal, but trust me, the ladies know where I'm coming from, and most of the men know where I'm coming from. So it's all good.
Marcus,
I love the
you
first
are-
quarter
hey,
analogy was on point.
I mean,
Dude, Good. What do you think of that?
No, that's truth in his world.
The YouTube chat said nobody runs a 2-minute drill like Marcus in Richmond.
He said he made the Twins in 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
You know what? Nahegan was in his head. Clock, clock, clock.
No doubt. But you know how many times his men are like, "Oh boy, you're in trouble." And it's like, "Oh, they're working me hard at the job." You know that? Like the father from Friday, the uncle.
Yes.
He's out there and it's like, "Oh, you're in trouble," and there's like crickets.
Oh, what's the uncle? What's the uncle in the second Friday movie?
Oh, Uncle Elroy.
Yeah, Uncle Elroy.
Oh,
One of my favorite comedians.
He nails that character.
Yeah, dude, he was great. Don't you want to pull like this, nephew? But that's great. I'll just say this as a father of 3, Butch. You know, you don't have your A game all the time. You know what I mean? I'll just say that. Yeah.
So
it's
when you don't have your best
partner
stuff.
loving you, though.
Yes.
But Marcus has got a good one.
No question.
He's got a good one.
There you go.
He's got a good one. The fact that he had the commercials down, though, he had the game
That
plays.
is phenomenal.
Just hilarious. Oh, all right, 2 quick things before you get on out of here. Okay. First one. We already did your heartbreaking losses, but yesterday I asked about cooks here at the station the hosts. Who, if you had to choose, who's making you the best meal of the hosts here at the station?
As not their spouse, the guy.
Well, yeah, because if it was spouses, I'm picking your wife.
Yeah.
You know what?
And I love my wife and her cooking,
and I
but
love
I can't pick
everybody
hers.
here. This is no shade.
Not allowed to.
And I'm looking at Bonte right now, and I'm trying to remember BS&G. Did he try the?
No,
I'm gonna go Dibs 1.
Dibs can cook.
He was a vegetarian. He's covered it all.
Okay.
I think he knows where to go to make some goulash.
Okay.
I ain't gonna sleep on Willard.
Just call me Dibberclaw.
And Steiny, I just picture Top
Steiny night.
Ramen with my boy. Steiny, I love you if you're listening.
Canned
But he might
SpaghettiOs.
be able to throw something together.
Canned pasta.
And the Italian stallion Spadoni, I'm sure he's got something.
The baked ziti.
I'm like
Monte,
at the
I wanted
bottom.
to say you.
No, don't
You
say
don't have
me.
to.
I'm the bottom of the list.
I slept on you.
That's
I've been to
okay.
your house. You like, "Ooh, what do you want?" And I was like, you gave me your menu, and then you delivered cheese, hot chips. Remember that,
Oh, yeah.
They're calling Aunt Will's calling them Matt microwave side bits.
dude? Yeah, I don't know why I picture Steiny with the he had the ham
Does
sandwich.
he even like
No.
top ramen?
I don't know. But that's him.
Does he like condiments on the sandwich?
I don't. The people were asking the one he had at the charging machine.
Yeah.
That was great.
Bro, what's he doing on his timeline right now on all the photos?
Yeah, I see him. That's his life. I love it.
Well, no, what's he doing right now? He's going golfing?
Yeah, golfing. Him and
Gotcha.
Dibs. They have this
Oh, that's
this
what
tournament.
that
It's like
is.
20 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, I told we
Yeah,
had to
when-
admit Steiny came back and lost.
Well, no,
And
he
we
gave,
were worried.
He gave his 7-iron back to Dibs. It was his 7-iron.
you-
Dibs
your
pumped him
memory
over the
is phenomenal.
7-iron. And we were telling him, "No, don't give back the 7-iron. Dibs don't deserve it." And Steiny took a photo on Twitter, give it a 7-iron to Dibs. He let Dibs win again. He let Dibs boss hog him.
Now I got a show to do at 10. I'm just staying too long. But real quick, did you like? I know what B thinks. Pajinski had a bad game ending. Did you like going to Twitter saying the shot's gonna fall? I'm not judging him, but I didn't know if I like it. Like, just do it.
Well, I just don't think he's going to be that impactful this year. Right now, I hope he changes my mind.
right.
I hope
Yeah.
things evolve.
I'm
but
rooting for him.
So he's going to be the 7th guard off the bench for the Warriors?
Yeah,
I mean,
he's headed to
Joseph,
Santa Cruz.
CP3, Steph, Clay, Moody. Where does he fit in?
Yeah.
I'm just
rooting for
asking,
him.
where does he
Santa
fit in?
Cruz
Yeah.
all day long.
Yeah.
Quarterback Netflix. Have you checked it out?
I fell asleep to it, but Kirk Cousins a great. I can't wait to get back to it.
Mahomes is so good.
Now, why did they say Joey Taylor and Acho had something to do with it? I didn't see them in it at all.
No, I didn't know if they had something to
Okay,
do
I
with
saw that on Twitter. Their new show, Quarterback, with Joey Taylor and Acho. I've
Really?
dialed it up. I go, no. You probably got it wrong. I'll be back.
I'm surprised these guys don't know. They're always looking at our Instagram page.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
right.
I'm kidding. That was a bad joke.
Goot,
That
thanks
was
for
a bad
coming in.
joke. That was a bad joke. That's a bad
gonna
joke. And I was going to
mention
get
that
myself in
publicly?
trouble.
11 minutes? You can do better.
So tonight we
My
got
brother, you are not Bernie Mac.
So I'm wearing the jersey right now. Tonight we're wearing the blacks tonight, the black jersey. So I didn't want to get it too sweaty before the game. We've got our basically winning, we're still in. Losing, we go home game tonight. We're walking the plank, you know? It's either we're going to pull a Luke Skywalker and bounce off the, you have no idea what this reference is, bounce off and have R2-D2 throw me the lightsaber, or we're going in the pit, the Sarlacc pit.
You know what? This is what we're going to do.
Good luck tonight, guys.
Good luck tonight, Shasky. I see a text here. Comcast is the text line 650. Steiny doesn't do a grilled cheese. He just does a cheese sandwich.
I grew up on cheese sandwiches, so I can't really.
No, I would grill them bad.
He's in his bag on Instagram right now, and he had this picture. If you're following Stein on Instagram, follow him out. But anyways, he had this ham and cheese sandwich. Just this picture of him at this gas station. Yeah, go on his Instagram. You can find it. It's like this unflattering picture. He's like looking. It's peak 60-year-old dad. Sorry, Stein, I don't know how old you are, but he's looking up at the camera, looking down on it, and it's this plain ham and cheese on sourdough bread sandwich. No condiments, no nothing. It doesn't get more Matt Steinmetz than a plain ham and cheese on a sourdough sandwich.
Oh my God! First off, who orders sandwiches at gas stations? I am judging. I'm going to admit that. I am judging.
On sliced sourdough, where are they even doing that? Like a Knob Hill or something?
I have no idea. With ham, and there looks like no mustard, no ketchup, no nothing on there. Wow.
Dry.
Do you see this picture?
I just looked up at his Instagram. Yeah, that's.
There's a lot going on this Instagram.
A lot going on. 888-957-9570. I'm going to end the show this way. Marcus at Richmond thinks 11 minutes is just too long in the bedroom. What's too long?
11 minutes? You can do better.
Rapid fire. 888-957-9570. Ladies can get in. I'm going to hear from the ladies because I'm not going to answer a question. I don't know what's too long. I don't know what's too short. I have no idea. I just try to do the best that I could do every given night. Try to be like Jordan. Not every night, but you get the point. Try to be like Jordan. 888-957-9570. Just try to win championships. That's all. What's too long? Is Marcus at Richmond right? Is he correct in this assessment?
Lower extremities.
Spinoni, you've been married for like 20 years.
I love the term a working man.
A working man.
It's one of my favorite terms of all time. I'm going to work that into my vernacular from here on out.
A working man.
Marcus ain't working hard enough, though. That's the problem.
Damn, I didn't know I had to worry about my backside.
Damn.
It was like Abe Lincoln. He got shot in the back of the head by my producer as I'm staring at you.
That's what he does.
Jesus.
He nutted that thing.
What was it? Come on, what was the guy's name? Booth? Is that who
John Wilkes Booth.
Thank you.
Bonte admitted man seeking validation. Perfect Rotation. Mitch Adams, owner of Perfect Rotation. He's got these cool basketballs. I met him at the course out there in Alameda. Perfect Rotation. He's got these basketballs to help you. Size 7, 4 pounds, Perfect Rotation. Can help out a lot of people. And it says on the back, whether you're a youth, an elite athlete, or anywhere in between the Perfect Rotation, basketballs can help teach or improve your shot. So shout out to Mitch Adams for this.
They're saying that you got your tongue out like you're Jordan. It's so bad.
I heard Spinoni say, oh my God.
So bad.
You have some serious deficiencies.
Hey.
You gonna mention that publicly?
You know what? Ain't nothing wrong with that, though. I'm going to learn.
My brother,
I'm gonna learn.
You are not Bernie Mac.
Shannon Sharp, SFA Driver 499. Shannon Sharp said, when you lay your head on that pillow at night, just know I give you everything I had.
Is he married?
Shannon, no.
No.
He's not.
He's got kids, though, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. What you think, Shasky? What's too long? What's too short? I mean, I don't know.
To each their own is usually what I say. One man's treasure is another man's trash, and vice versa. To each their own is how I would describe this.
I think May Money had it best when she called in earlier. As long as both parties are satisfied at the end, that's when it should be done.
I'm all about compromise. You give a little, you get a little. It's a give and take.
Everybody's happy.
Yeah, everyone's happy.
Do you try to win championships, Shasky? Or just going? Do you try to bring your A game, or you just one of those guys? Here we go. Got to get through it.
Well, sometimes you don't have your best stuff. And in a bullpen session, whether you're there or not.
It's like an English Premier League game. It could end in a tie, and no one's satisfied. You know what? That's all right. We'll try again next time and put it on the table.
Just a 0-0 right there.
We'll get a point.
Oh, my God.
Move on.
No penalty kicks.
No pens. Shout out USA. Choke job yesterday.
We're just giving it 1 point for the draw. Oh, my gosh. Oh, we got to final thoughts yet, man? We top 3 losses, man. I don't know if I got Spinoni's and Lubman's top 3 losses.
Oh, yeah, I want to hear them.
Yeah, top 3
after
losses.
Fast Five.
No, nah, you can say that.
Never. No.
You can say that.
No, I'm not.
Say it.
No.
Oh, now you got to say it. Now we don't know
Shaq
what it
has to
is.
say what he said.
Nope.
You know what, Shaq? I'm gonna just snitch on you. I'm going on vacation
people
after
were
tomorrow.
texting it in.
Oh, they were texting it in. What did they text in?
Do you employ an opener?
You gonna mention that publicly?
To get analytics, Sting.
It
Like
was hilarious.
2.5 minutes in.
Platooning?
2.5 minutes in. Okay. At 2 minutes and 45 seconds, it's peak performer. Then all goes downhill. We get to 4 minutes. Call off the dogs.
Depending on the velocity, we might shift in this situation.
Oh, my God.
Sometimes you just need bullpen games every now and then. That's just how it is.
God.
Don't be afraid of the backdoor sinker.
It's all about on-base percentage. All right, my final thoughts are this.
I'm just thinking.
I'm rooting for my pony team tonight to continue. I don't know if we play Vacaville or Rodeo, but both teams are excellent. And I'm really proud of our guys. They've been playing their butts off. It's going to be like 110. I'm dead serious on that temperature in Ceres, California. Pray for your boy. I'm going to wear like as much sunscreen as possible, and I'm going to definitely eat either Chick-fil-A or In-N-Out Burger on the way home to mask up all of the sunburn that I'm going to have.
Hey, can I ask Lubman? Can I ask Lubman to read SF Bay Drummers and Capper's voice, please, on the YouTube chat? SF Bay Drummer starts off with
infinite number of outcomes.
There's an infinite number of outcomes.
Somebody said, I don't want Cap anywhere near my lady. The ladies do love Cap. The ladies do love Cap.
I had a smoky whiskey that was slowly poured over glacial ice.
Oh, man.
All right, I'll give my top three. I'll go ahead.
415. Shasky looks to hit a home run. But Pop say Brandon Belt.
I shrug my shoulders back to the dugout.
Shoulders.
That's about right.
It's really big on the body language afterwards, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely not bat flipping.
I call him Marcus. They said his nickname for the 415. Rapid Fire Richmond.
Oh, my God.
Go ahead, Spatoni.
All right, my top three losses of all time, my sports. I'm going to, no particular order, I will go 2014 AL wildcard game. John Lester refusing to throw to first base.
Oh.
Guy's been dead to me ever since. Bob Melvin coaching like he wasn't his last game, that it was inevitable they're going to go play the Angels. Well, it wasn't Bob. You should have Jess Samardzija up and ready. He didn't. And Bob Melvin obviously now struggling with the Padres. No surprises there. I'm also going to go 07-08 NBA Finals. Lakers, game 4, up 24 points at home. They blew that. Go down 3-1. Boston ends up winning that one. Anything is possible. I get it. And then the Tuck Rule game obviously is one. Honorable mention, I wasn't alive for it, but the Immaculate Reception we're getting
Absolutely.
a lot of. That's one too. My dad remembers. Tough one there.
What was the exit velo?
Lubman. Get in here, Lubman.
Just
Get in here,
the
Lubman.
baseball stuff.
I wonder what launch angle we're using now.
Launch angle.
I'm starting to get the. What's our out time?
Nahigi's never going to let me speak on this thing ever.
I'm looking for the out time.
I just get him in now.
What's the out time?
Oh, you still got 2 more minutes, and I got to talk for most of it. My 3 losses, Bonte, you'll like this first one here. 2 years ago, 4th and 14, Miami, Florida State.
Oh,
Canes, what are we doing? Just gotta stop. Come on, Manny Diaz, get out of here. The worst part is I was having a day trip with my then girlfriend at the time. We were doing the Winchester Mystery House, and so we're watching the game, and then we do the house afterwards. And I gotta put on a happy face for that whole trip that afternoon. Got through it though.
I like it.
Sometimes you gotta throw some knuckleballs to get through it. Number 2, game 4 against the Cubs. I don't like that was a brutal watch, and I swear if Giants win game 4, you cannot tell me otherwise. They are finding a way to get to the World Series. Cueto's winning game 5. Giants, they are not losing to the Dodgers in that 2016 NLCS. I refuse to believe it. That was a huge one. And then number 1, still hurts to this day. Game 4 against the Marlins. JT Snow, Pudge at the plate. That loss broke me a little bit.
How old were you?
I was 10 years old. It was brutal. I was watching with my dad. We had to turn off the TV feed. We were just listening on the radio with like the TV on mute because we were sick and tired of the national broadcast just dumping on the Giants. And so the radio was a little bit ahead of the TV, so we kind of had to deal with it twice. And I was wearing a Giants shirt at the time. I had to go back to my room. I changed out of it because I was so mad. My dad had to check me. He's like, no, you don't do that. Go put your shirt back on. Take this loss like you're supposed to. Still, though, 20 almost years later, still hurts.
Wasn't that Tom Brenneman doing the voice of that game too?
That's a drive to right,
left.
Castellanos.
That's right.
Oh my God.
If I have hurt anyone out there, I can't tell you how much I say from the bottom of my heart. I'm so very, very sorry. I pride myself and think of myself as a man of faith. As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run. And so that'll make it a 4-0 ball game.
Oh my God!
I don't know if I'm going to be putting on this headset again.
Spoiler alert: he didn't.
Really quick for the YouTube, Mark Graves, Marcus postgame. Both teams played hard.
Oh my God! Machine Gun Marcus is what they're calling him.
Oh man. Oh my God.
The one underrated thing I'm going to miss about this studio is that it's so janky. The door's wide open, so I can hear
Spadoni laughing.
from Spadoni.
Big John.
And I swear it makes the joke better.
Dude, I mean, 650.
Now I know what comedians feel when they're on a stage.
650 Comcast Business Text Line has told no lies. There are facilitators and there are scorers. We all have a role to play.
You cannot be a non-shooter on this team.
If you're not a shooter, you just got to drive to the rim.
You can't have two non-scorers on the court at once.
Kobe! In the shell, man. In the shell.
Oh, I'm literally crying.
Oh my God.
I think we got it. We got to end the show at some point. Is that it? Spadoni?
Oh, we got to read. Forgot to read. Somebody step
That's what Marcus says. We got to end the show at some point.
Brought to you by Xfinity. Next generation Team Network.
Oh my God.
It starts now. 11.
What's going on, Bay Area? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He's out the rest of the week, but don't fret. You got Daryl the Guru Johnson rocking with you the whole way. Goo! What's going on, my man?
Up,
How you
baby?
doing on this beautiful day?
I'm going to speak for you. You and I will give them more than 11 minutes, baby. We got 4 hours today.
Oh, shout out to Marcus in Richmond. Yeah.
11 minutes?
I love the honesty. That's
so great. Look, and look, we got a ton of stuff to get into today that I'm excited about. We got Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, coming up at 11 o'clock. We got some Niner stuff we got to get into,
no doubt.
because he said some things that absolutely caught my ear. Steph Curry spoke at his Lake Tahoe golf tournament event about a couple things that we've been tossing around the last few days I think are interesting. Also, some updates on Shohei Otani, where he could be heading at the deadline as well as in the offseason. So a lot to dig into. But before we do all that, I really just I don't even think it's my place, really, because the guy who's usually sitting in this chair, Matt Steinmetz, I don't know if he'd do this, but I got to give a shout out to the people, Goo. Because
this is why I love you, man.
The first thing that kind of hit me today waking up was just seeing the response from all the 95.7 The Game, P1s, casual listeners, people that are coming in about how well the station's doing. And I know you were interacting with them a lot on social media last night. I saw all of it. And it kind of warms my heart to see the response from people that invest in this station, both with their money as well as their time. And, of course, things are going well here at the station, and it seems like there was a lot of love because of that yesterday.
No doubt. And, Evan, I didn't know this was coming, so I got to tell you thank you. You are a part of it, and I think Steiny may have done that had he been here, because you're the producer of our show from 10 to 2 p.m. along with Spadoni. But yesterday was one of the best days I've had in radio, and it was because of the fans. And it's what you just talked about, that interaction, the interaction we had when we get to meet the Ernie Chavezes of the world, the Drew Downs, the Otis Birds III. I want to thank all them because they make it possible. And the cherry on top, or the icing, Evan, is every show here at the station is up. And it just hit me in the heart. And again, you cannot not thank the people, and I love you for bringing that up. And yesterday, again, last night, just seeing the interaction and the people we get to meet and talk to, I feel like they're our friends, especially now that we got the Twitch and YouTube. I feel like I know these guys and gals, and that makes it all well worth it. And you know what? Everything that comes out of our mouths are not going to be perfect, and that's what a relationship is. You learn, you disagree, and that's a relationship 95.7 The Game has with its fans, the people, and 888-959-570. You call us, and they have their soundboard. And Evan, last night was a great night. There was no controversy. It was just like, damn, we're doing great. We know why we're doing great, because it's power to the people, but it was a good feeling, Evan.
Yeah, I appreciate all those of you, especially with the YouTube audience now getting to see you guys and getting to have that kind of face-to-face, in a sense, interaction. And, people chiming in right now. Curry 900, today's about the people. Vic, you guys are my daily slice of Americana, and I'm grateful. Even though some people, of course, kind of jostle with Steiny and we'll call it an on-air persona, because he melts our hearts off the air. But, also as a producer, a lot of the times, along with Spadoni, we're the ones picking up the phones that get to kind of had that first crack at, hey, what's going on? What's your name? Where are you calling from? What do you want to talk about? What do you want to hit the guys with? And at 888-957-9570, it's just so much fun to be able to have that kind of, that safe space to do what we all love to do, which is talk about sports.
No doubt, Evan. And my background, and I tell you too much about it. My other job where I worked in college, admissions, and one of the aspect of the job that I liked is I got to meet new people every day. And Evan, that's my thing. I just give me new, and it's the same thing here. And I never knew to what degree this medium, the people that we're reaching and the people that call in and want to be a part of the station. So shout out to the listeners, to the YouTube audience, to Twitch. I mean, I couldn't believe how I felt last night. I felt like I was at a symposium of love and gratitude. And it's real from the host and the fans, because all this is a conversation about something we all love and have an investment in, and that's Bay Area sports and sports abroad.
Yeah, and look, when I joined you guys right before last Warriors season as a producer, I didn't necessarily know what I was getting into, but to go from there to here, now to have a chance to speak to the masses the way that you guys do every day is special. I mean, I remember during the pandemic, and I'm sure there's a lot of dark times for a lot of people that would tune into you guys to hear them, to hear you kind of help them get through their day. I know I did the same. I mean, I was in Texas during the pandemic working a graveyard shift at an Amazon warehouse.
Texas?
Like in Texas, down in Dallas, actually. Where you were a couple weeks ago.
What had you out there? And I don't remember this part of you telling me this.
Well, it was before we knew each other, but I was working, or supposed to be working for the Texas Rangers AA baseball team.
Come on,
I was supposed to be doing play-by-play for them. Shutdown happens, obviously.
How do you deal with that?
Well, I had to make rent. So I started hitting up Amazon warehouses, trying to get as much bread in my pocket as possible so I could live.
That's amazing, Evan.
And coming back to the West Coast, getting introduced to you guys, it's like, I mean, and this is why I do personally take your word for it. You say it all the time on air, but off the air, it means just as much when you say, you know, if this is my last show, I got to do what I wanted to do. Man. I got to live my dream.
I mean, Evan, and man, we should get T-shirts now that you say that. But Evan, how powerful is that? If it's real and authentic, and it is, like, man, y'all gonna walk me out after 201. Your boy's gonna have a smile because it's not just one time, Evan. It's been years. I've been with the company since 2012. Obviously not on air full time, but 2012, and the amount of affection and the gratitude both ways, it's just amazing. And shout out to the people for making 95.7 The Game the #1 Bay Area sports station, Evan.
No doubt. And this station has been doing some great things. I mean, always getting to see the kind of work that you guys put in and day out has made me feel like no matter what the numbers say, I know we're doing great work. But to see that finally resonate with the people out there, the listenership has been through the roof. It's been a great year for 95.7 The Game, and the audience is the reason for that. It's all about the people. 888-957-9570. Big shout out to the text line. Shout out to the YouTube chat, everyone on Twitch. Thank you for tuning in, of course, to the entire station, but specifically this show. And that's why we're going to continue. That's why we do things like the All-Star Week blog, because we want to give back to the people.
We still got prizes left,
that give to us. We still got that Klay Thompson autographed jersey.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and I'll lean on you for that today again.
Envelopes or envelopes? Talk to me, Evan. I know Steiny was here, but
I can't say I'm the grammar guy, but I say envelope.
Okay.
And it's funny, the great Whitley Sandretto came in, our social media director. She came in, I think it was last week, and asked, is envelope or
so
envelope?
That's just me then. Okay.
Well, you know, Goo.
Yes, but you got it.
You know how you can kind of, I don't want to say manipulate, but orchestrate the English language to kind of have it hit how you want to.
All right, I got you.
You know, I have a friend who pronounces the T in mountain as opposed to mountain, right?
Okay.
Or his favorite quarterback is Peyton Manning. Not Peyton Manning.
Right.
Some people say Melk. Some people say Milk. But 888-957-9570. We're going to be giving you a chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey, $250 gift card to Buon Vino still out there, tickets to Seinfeld, Jim Gaffigan, Steph Curry bobblehead. Tickets to a Warriors game next season are open and available. We'll be doing that sometime in the 1 o'clock hour. But again, same concept as the last few days. We'll be running it through the end of the week. You'll listen throughout the show. We're going to give you a question in the 1 o'clock hour, and you got to have the answer to it. But you got to pay attention throughout the entire show to be in the running. So looking forward to that. Again, we got about in 45 minutes, we'll play that Ross Tucker interview, get into some 49ers. But Goo, what kind of hit you over the last 24 hours? Because I think you asked me a pretty interesting question over text last night. I thought we could dig into it.
Evan, I'm watching Summer League. I'm addicted to Summer League, and it's a good thing. You know, I feel like the basketball season is still going, but you know, I was just thinking about the morning show, that video that hit me last fall when they were going to Philadelphia, and Evan, I've been around the block more than a few times. Okay, so I'm not Mary Poppins. I've seen some stuff, and I've been a part of some stuff. And when I said the reason I bring that up is I know when someone crosses the line. And that video of Bonte and Shasky and their friends walking in to, I think it's the Link, right? The Eagle Stadium for that game, the NFC Championship game. I couldn't believe the vitriol and the nastiness that, to me, one of my favorite movies, and it gets me in a bad mood, but it's real. Mississippi Burning. Shout out William Dafoe and Hackman, Gene Hackman. But for my eyes only, it had that feel to it, and it bothered me because I love sports, rah-rah, root for your team, trash talking. But Evan, that had to me an element of something I was like, whoa, is it really that deep? So, I was listening to Bonte and Shasky again, having fun with the Odyssey station, our sister station in Philly. Yep. And it got me to thinking, Evan, is it because I'm a dad now and I got 3 kids? I'm going Dante Whitner, SOFT. If I'm asking you, and I Twitter fingers, it was actually text, what's too much as a fan? And is it because we have social media now? Like Norm, my dad will say, son, all the stuff you sending been happening is just a camera phone now. I'm like, nah, Pop. I think the world is more insensitive now than it's ever been, okay? So I'm asking you, is there a line in the sand as a fan on what's over the line? Or would people in Texas, Houston, wherever, be laughing at the goo telling Evan Giddings on a lovely Thursday in the Bay that what I saw in Philly bothered me? And are we headed down the road of what's too much?
I think, unfortunately, everything that gets shown on social media, maybe not everything, but the majority of the stuff is stuff that's gonna grab you, right? And what's the easiest way to get your attention is just do something that gets under your skin, to do something that calls, your attention in a negative way. And for me, like I think there should be rules in rivalries when it comes to fans. There should be a line that you do not cross. And for example, in Philadelphia, we saw lines crossed, especially in reference to our guys in the morning, Bonte and Butcher. Shout out to them, who did a great job at a really funny bit that you participated in at the end of the show. They did great work, and they didn't deserve what was coming their way from Philadelphia fans. That said, I personally on social media try to abide by, I wouldn't say anything online that I wouldn't say to your face. I don't think many people have that kind of
mechanism.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely not, I'm not saying I'm better than anyone. That's just how, I don't like confrontation. That's just not who I am. So I have a hard time trying to figure out how to rev myself up to get into it online with people. Whereas social media, and some of the beauty of it, is you can have any kind of conversation with literally anyone.
Be a tough guy.
And not have to worry about the repercussions of it because you don't have to come face-to-face with them.
No, that's real talk. Evan, you are right. But again, what about the aspect and the component of, if I go to a certain neighborhood and I know what goes down in that neighborhood, then it's shame on me. I'm going Bush here. Shame on me for going down that neighborhood and expecting what I know that happens often to happen to me. So are you telling me, Evan, because of social media, if I'm a visiting fan, I shouldn't put on my gear like Bonte and Shasky did, walking into that stadium knowing they were outnumbered and outmanned? I mean, the guys were spitting up in the air like they were. It was like a mob. I'm asking you, are you there now? Is it shame on me for thinking, you know what? Society can handle me being the opposing team. I'm rooting for my team and have them be adult-like, or has that gone past the board? Because you talked about your time in Texas. Yeah. You talked about I still don't think we recovered many ways from the pandemic. And people are more mean, men and women, more evil, and got things going on that were lost than they ever have. And I think a lot has changed since then. So I'm asking you for your advice, and is it warranted? Should I not, anybody, wear gear on the road to another team's facility?
888-957-9570. Are there rules in rivalries with fans, or should there be rules? Should there be a line in the sand that you don't cross? I want to talk about this and really get into it because I think it's an interesting conversation. And for me, Goo, I've had the privilege to live in a few different areas in the country, so I've seen how certain fan bases interact, how SEC fan bases interact, how the local, kind of crosstown rivalries interact in smaller towns where high school football, for example, is the king of the crop. Like, that's all they care about. to me, I grew up in an area where I was essentially in kind of enemy territory. Like I grew up, my mom's from San Diego, so I grew up a San Diego Chargers fan living in the East Bay. Understandably, the majority of my friends were not Chargers fans. In fact, they did not like the Chargers whatsoever. They're Raiders fans. Whenever I went to the Coliseum, I believe it was because my family wanted to protect me from any, the 1%. And this is what we're talking about. We're talking about the dumbass 1% that liquored up, wants to throw beer, wants to, spit on people, wants to call people names, and all the just shameless and disgusting things that do happen in football games. My family felt like they wanted to shield me from the potential of that, and that's why I didn't wear my jersey as a kid. If you say, hey, that's weak stuff, and I can't believe it, I guess I'll hear you, but there's also a confrontation that I don't have to worry about in that case. I can go and enjoy the game, I can root for my team, I can cheer, and that's kind of how I approach it. And I don't know if that's necessarily the easy way out, Goo.
Right.
But
I love it.
You proudly wear your Cowboys jersey in and around the Bay Area. I wonder, because you probably deal with that more than someone like me. Because my fandom right now is, Chargers no longer in San Diego, so I don't have to deal with that so much anymore. But how do you deal with it?
Well, I'll tell you what. This is why I'm a Bay Area native. Born in Oakland, California. Shout out Oak Knoll Hospital. Golf links in 98th, no longer there, Evan. But I'm a native, so it's different. And I believe people know my bio. And my bio is, I'm not, there's a term back in the streets, turf hopping, to where you try to be in a few gangs. You can't do it. You got to pick one. My thing is, Evan, I'm a transplant. My fandom is passed down. So I feel like it's different than me. But our guy Steiny always has a line. I know he doesn't believe it because Evan in the streets, I feel like I'm Charles Oakley. I done took some L's, but I can give some too.
Okay.
And my thing with that is Steiny says, Goo, you wouldn't last on the East Coast. And that video shook me to the core. Again, going back to Bonte and Shasky. And you know what? Shame on me for not being a good friend, because I never once asked either one of them, if the NFC Championship game is again this year in Philly, would you go back? Not to be macho or prove anything, because, there were no fisticuffs. Would you go back? But that video shook me, and I'm like, Evan, I need you to be my Dr. Phil right now. Do I sound like a guy? I know I can survive on the East Coast, but if that video shook me because it became bigger than sports, do you think maybe I couldn't survive on the East Coast?
No, Goo, you could survive anywhere. You're the Goo. Like, you are a magnetic personality. I don't mean to stroke you, but you are a magnetic personality and charismatic, and I think that carries anywhere. But the way that you're raised maybe be different, or is different, than someone on the East Coast. Like, people talk about how the East versus West Coast is kind versus nice. And however you want to
well, there's something there, Evan.
I think there is.
All right.
But I think there's also just geographic differences. Like, we deal with different kinds of cultures out here. There's more of a melting pot, in my opinion, just because it was the West Coast got a later start. In America, you see more people from different socioeconomic backgrounds. You see people from different cultures. You see people from different thought processes. And so I think you and I are...
Who would want to fight at an event, though? That's all.
Who wants to fight?
Yeah, I respect that you're different, or you got a different team. You should be able to flaunt your gear and not get... Like, I'm here for the game, the X's and O's, and the braggadocious element of it when it's over. But, Evan, like, you have people get liquored up in a club, and they want to fight. I want to make love. Like, I never understood that mindset. So, you know what I mean? Like, what are you really angry about? Is it because the opposing team is really in a Steeler jersey at your spot? I never understood that. I'm just so far from a hater. Like, gosh, but there is that gang mentality out there that we saw on display on that 95.7 The Game video from our guys in the morning.
Well, Paul in San Jose wants to weigh in on the conversation, wants to talk about wearing gear to visiting stadium. What's up, Paul? You're on 95.7 The Game with Guru and Evan. How do you feel about it?
Good. How are you guys?
What's up, baby?
Good, man.
Hey, like you said, I think you should be able to go to any stadium you want, wear any gear you want, for any team you want, and it shouldn't matter. It's sports. Everyone should just love it, and it shouldn't matter what team you root for. If you go, because wasn't there incidences where people got killed at the Oakland Raiders stadium because people were wearing different jerseys?
Yeah, Candlestick, yeah.
Yeah, and then but it's just everyone to just love each other, love the game, root for whoever you want, and just be
I agree.
No, I appreciate that, Paul. But I do think there is some room for banter. Like no one's going to a football game just to sit there and quietly watch it like it's a movie. Like let's be honest.
Keep it real.
I mean, you get a couple Pacificos in your boy, and I might start yelling a couple things that I wouldn't do on a daily basis.
But not at the individual.
No, but this is the thing is.
Or maybe, hey, I'm not saying you're wrong if you do,
but when you're wearing the gear, you're repping the team. And so when you speak, it's almost as if someone takes offense to what the other team is doing to your team, and they take it personal. I mean, I get it. Sunday is an escape for a lot of people. Some people got that's the one day of the week where they can just chill out and watch some ball and fall in love with their team. And if your team's getting beat down by somebody and you paid good money to go to that stadium and you're hearing people talk trash, whether it's at home or on the road, you might feel a certain way about that. So I can't necessarily be mad at someone for, I guess, taking offense to the chatter. But where I think it crosses the line is where
violence
and in general, man,
I shouldn't get my ass kicked to be just from the jump, Evan, to be in the visiting team's gear.
That ain't me.
That's the world I want to live in. I know we don't, but that's where it's like, damn. That's gang stuff, E.
Exactly, but I think for a lot of people, sports in a way are the closest thing that they can get to it. And they want to feel tough. They want to feel like, especially, I think football, I guess soccer fans, some people in the YouTube chat are chiming in too. Soccer fans, especially Europeans, those people are absolutely insane. Maybe the hardest fans in the world, honestly. But football, it's a physical sport, right? And so you kind of, all right, when Van Der Esch comes through the line and blows up an opposing quarterback, you're like, that's my guy.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's
DeMarcus
go.
Lawrence is coming off the line for the Cowboys. That's your dude.
Yeah.
If Brock Purdy's throwing a touchdown to George Kittle, people are getting hyped. People are cheering. People are screaming.
And that's the play,
energy
though, that ain't F you and your mom's, you know what I mean? I know. Man, maybe I'm sound like I'm from Mary Poppins land, but we know alcohol plays a part too, E.
Absolutely, it does. So we're talking about what rules are involved in rivalries for fans. Man. We're going to get into some football and some actual football with the 49ers. Ross Tucker is going to be joining us at 11 o'clock. NFL Odyssey Insider. We're going to be getting into some Summer League action. I know you got some takes about Brandon Podziemski, along with some comments that Stephen Curry had. Also got to continue to talk about the Shohei Otani deal with the Giants. Evidently, maybe with the Yankees at the deadline. Who's to say? But, of course, we got your chance to win some great prizes. All-Star Week blowout continues. We're going to be doing that around 1 o'clock. Listen to the show throughout the next 2.5 hours, and then the 1 o'clock hour will give you your chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey, golf with Steiner Guru, Berkeley Country Club, July 25th, some self-defense lessons at Evolve Training Center. They got jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, private lessons for boxing, fitness as well, all at Evolve Training Center. And so that is what's coming up next on the game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz or Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this.
At Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehab.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Loon Dog. No Steiny today. He'll be
Looney.
back, next Tuesday, I believe. Evan Giddings in with Daryl the Guru
I got
Johnson.
you Monday too, baby.
Yes, sir.
You know what? I said I was going to be in that chair tomorrow because I thought Steiny was back Monday. Let's
You
do
sure?
it Monday.
You wanna do it Monday?
The last day.
I'll kick off the week.
Mm-hmm.
No, that sounds good to me. And then we can replay for Steiny, you in the A chair, just in case he ever feels like taking a playoff, which he needs to sometimes. We can get you.
Evan.
Come on, man.
Again, see, this is what I don't like because Steiny won't say it, but it comes out like, who can read? I did the backyard boogie 4 hours Saturday and Sunday. I know what's happening. Hey, we talked about the listeners and they're our friends. Oh, boy, that was one of my greatest days. Had the wife backstage, feeling myself. Snitches get stitches, right?
That's what they say.
So the YouTube chat, we're friends.
Yep.
Drew Down, I'm calling you out.
We took 15 minutes to give
Because you
you
were
love.
cheating yesterday on us on another show.
Now we gotta come
We
down
won't
your
name
road.
the show, but somebody in the chat said, Drew, I seen him in another chat. So Drew Down's back today, but we know you were cheating, but it's all love, baby. Welcome back.
He said, bro, I cheat every day.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Wow. I want to take that one back.
What?
I ain't cheating, I ain't trying.
But
I'm a dad.
But that's who you are. I'm not saying you're a cheater, but like
But
that
if something happened in the street and
what you mean?
You're like, hey, this happened, and it was like, do I believe Goo or not? Play it, Spadoni. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. I lose the benefit of the doubt.
But to me, when I hear that, it's more about what you're talking about in the hoop game, which is you do anything to win.
It's sports.
You do anything to win. Yeah, you keep it between the lines.
I think that was particularly about the Houston Astros, too, winning the World Series, and you were defending them.
You still are mad about that. If you ain't cheating, you ain't Spadoni trying.
hated that.
I
That's
did hate
incredible.
that. And they got one after it, too. Shout out Dusty. I'm happy for Dusty.
I am happy for Dusty Baker. Yeah, I have gotten off of the Astros hate bandwagon. I still remain on the Manfred hate bandwagon. But what we're talking about is rules and rivalries between fans. And Matt in Napa, as a transplant who wants to talk about that very subject. What's up, Matt? You're on with Guru and Evan here on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate you guys. It's actually funny. So I've lived outside of Michigan for like 20 years, and I've always been nervous to go to all these stadiums. A's always a big rivalry. I always go there. I remember going in 2013 to that game, leaving that game in the playoffs after Detroit won it. I thought I was done. I was like, I'm done. I'm wearing a Detroit jersey. I'm done. Best fans I've ever seen in my life.
Wow.
These fans were just like, go get them. Go get Boston. Just do it, man. Just do it. 2012, I didn't go to any of those games, of course, because I just moved to Napa. Worst experience of my life was taking my son last year to the game in San Francisco, and all those fans calling me names, calling my 7-year-old son names.
Oh.
Couldn't believe it. I was just astounded. I was like, this is San Francisco, not Oakland. I went to an Oakland Raiders game in my Lions jersey right outside the black hole the last year that the Lions played here. All the fans were like, good props, man, good props, good luck. Well, we beat you guys. We beat you. Nothing but props to any of these Oakland fans. They were amazing. San Francisco fans were opposite. I couldn't believe it. Worst fans, DC. I will say that, man. But I appreciate you guys taking my call.
Wow.
Hey, man, you guys live it up and take it easy and enjoy the day.
There you
Thanks,
go.
Matt. No, like I as much as I do love
A shocker. The third king
but
getting
again,
after
there's
it.
bad fans from everywhere.
Okay,
you know,
no.
like I don't think we can really focus on
preaching.
one city or the others
All right.
being better or greater. What happened in Philly to me last season to Bonte and Butcher was just unbelievably terrible.
No responsibility on their part, right? Like, let's put the rat on the table, brought to you by EchoPestControl.com. No, that's where I'm trying to break this down.
Yeah.
There are probably some people like the pool punch. Oh, he deserved it because he was please. But you don't sign up for that. You should be able to wear a damn jersey on the road.
But you're also smart enough, good to know that there's people that come down both roads. So as much as I disdain the people in Philadelphia that were spitting and throwing things and acting the way they shouldn't, I also would like to believe that there's a lot of good Philadelphia Eagles fans out there that don't condone that kind of behavior. Just in the same way that the caller was talking about San Francisco, there's a lot of great 49ers fans that don't abide by what he experienced.
You know what? You just hit me because the guy that was on, I should know his name, from the Philly station, you know, he wasn't all bravado yesterday. He was
Elliot
cool.
Short Parks,
yeah, Elliot.
yeah.
He said as much. Evan, like, you know what? Certain individuals don't speak for the whole clique.
No.
And you just pointed that out.
No, that's true. Yeah, look, bad fans are everywhere. Mac Life
Bad
CEO on
people
YouTube.
are everywhere too, Evan.
That they are. And it's unfortunate sometimes that sports brings that out of people because I also believe that it brings the best out of people. That's where you see, true allegiances and relationships and friendships. Like, I have so many friends that are lifelong that come from sports and that just come from liking the same teams.
No doubt, man.
And also, we're able to bridge that too.
It's the healthiest addiction that there is.
Why
you laugh?
Well, because it's still an addiction.
But it ain't raising your blood pressure. It's not. Well, I guess it can if you're a Cowboy fan.
I was about to say.
But
week 1 against the Pittsburgh
Steelers. It ain't
Steelers.
alcohol or drugs or sex, porn.
No, but sports are absolutely a narcotic that...
I'm addicted to working out.
that was that Gronk? Yeah,
is he the Mount Rush? He's the first on Mount Rushmore meatheads, right?
He's got to be.
He's a meathead, right?
Yeah,
I need another one to put up there. Help me get another one before we get out of here. Meathead.
Let's go to Splash Birdie out in Capitola. What's up, Splash? You're on with Guru and Evan. You're on 95.7. How are you?
What is cracking? Can I get a look at you from Guru real quick?
Look at you.
Get a look at you.
There you go. Hey man, I got a complete opposite story. Dude, I grew up a Raider fan, been a Raider fan. My son's now 13. He's a big Raider fan. Decided to take him to a Niner Charger game last year just to get him, just to get him to a game because you know how pricey Raiders tickets are, right? Mm-hmm. Well, this dude took it upon himself to rep the shield, the sweater, the hat, to this game, and I got to tell you, Charger fans and Niner fans came up to us and commended him in particular, for repping his squad. And I thought, to me, that was just like a very humbling experience, and I know it gave him a solid, I hope it impressed upon him. There's some good folks out there, and this is just all in the camaraderie of sports. It don't matter who you like, who you love, what you don't. Hey, you're out here repping your squad and you love football, so let's go. So I just had to throw that little coin in the equation.
Wow.
Thanks, Splash.
Respect.
I think there's a lot of that out there, too, mainly with, unfortunately, teams that are no longer around in their certain areas. Like, if you see someone rock out a Raiders fan in the city, you're generally not going to give them the kind of disdain that they would if they're still in Oakland.
No
right?
doubt. No doubt about it.
Spadone's a real one. He still rocks the C. Woody jersey.
And I do think and I'm being real here, Evan, the Battle of the Bay, to me, whenever it was played between the Raiders when they were in the town and the Niners, that was just a natural pop-off. That was going to pop off regardless, but I think it got a bad rap. And some stuff did go down that wasn't, but I don't believe all that was just about football. Do I sound naive with that, or do you think it's like Niner fans see the silver and black like, oh, it's on and popping?
No, I mean, I think it's probably the big brother, little brother factor between the city and Oakland. And it's, as an East Bay resident growing up, and you were as well, like that's, I think, kind of why I tend to gravitate towards supporting the smaller, brother teams in those big cities, right? So, in baseball,
the team with lesser.
I like the Mets because they're in the shadow of the Yankees. Even to some extent, I like the Padres because they're in the shadow of the Dodgers.
I like that.
I like supporting the Jets because they're in the shadow of the New York Giants.
I call those the JV teams.
Yeah,
Good call.
the White Sox are in the shadow of the Cubs.
But they got Steve Stone doing their games, dude. He's awesome.
And Jason Benetti.
Yeah.
Fantastic broadcast. So let's get out to Livermore. Dave wants to chime in on the conversation. What's up, Dave? You're on 95.7, The Goo and Evan. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, Guru. You was born at Oakland? Me too.
All right. There you go, baby.
Hey, that's what I call you stole my thunder. I was going to say they stopped playing the Raider 49er game because of that. All the fights just would break off, like you say, break off in the game, no matter who was winning or losing.
Yeah.
There you go.
And I believe if it were a Cyndi Lauper concert, they would have gotten a fight. Not that I'm justifying it, Evan. It was a natural. I'm from here. You're across the bridge. So that type of. I don't think it was. I'd probably lose this in court if I were talking to a judge, but they're going to say, nah, Goo, this was about you're a Raider fan, you're from Oakland, you're from the city, and that's why it popped off. But there were a lot of times it didn't.
But also, based on some of the stories that I've heard about the way fandom used to be in the Bay and even experienced a little bit of it as a kid, I think things have gotten a lot better. I think relationships between fans have calmed. It's just with social media, again, we get to see the worst in people, and then you start to associate that with a certain city. Not to say it doesn't go back. Like my dad actually just texted me right now. He's listening to the show. Shout out to the Giddings.
What's his name?
His name is Jeremy.
What's up, Jeremy? Jeremy Giambi.
He used to be a Boston Bruins fan. Cannot stay in the city of Philadelphia.
Wow.
Cannot do
it.
The
Flyers.
And maybe there's a little common thread there as it pertains to the city of Philly. And I think that also, whether it's good or for bad, they kind of wear that badge proudly. And then everyone looks at them a certain way because of that.
Man, Evan,
I don't know how Dallas Cowboys fans are, because it seems like they're everywhere. Like 49ers fans are also all across the country. So
they invaded Dallas in the playoffs.
Yes,
Green Bay
did.
too, a little bit of Green Bay, but yeah, I love to see that. Steeler fans travel. All the story franchises, they travel and should be able to travel, not thinking about I'm in the wrong color, it's going down. It's like this. That's gang mentality that I talk about.
Well, at least that's the way it comes off.
It shouldn't be that way.
I know that in college, like our caller who was a transplant, said he's from Michigan. I actually was curious, if he's a Michigan or a Michigan State fan. That's a pretty historic rivalry. The boss is a Wolverine supporter. I can't imagine he likes the color green. Same with the Spartans.
I would love to watch a football game between those two. Obviously at the big house, but yeah,
not in East Lansing.
Hoop too. Yeah, I'll pass.
Shout out Draymond.
Yeah, no doubt. Day.
You want to come on the show? Just not when Goose here. Let's get out.
No, it's all of us.
Oh, what do you mean?
It wasn't just me.
Oh,
he ain't coming on 10 to 2. It wasn't just. Oh, I didn't tell you.
So you threw both of us under the bus?
No, all of us. Madoni too. He just said 10 to 2. Along with me, tried to run him out of town, so he won't come on when I'm not here. Oh, definitely not for Steiny. You know that.
Well, did you drop the Boris Diaw line?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that
I was too busy being hurt. Yeah.
Peter in Saratoga wants to talk about fans and the rules and rivalries. What's up, Pete? How you doing, man?
I'm good. Anyway, I agree with Guru. I'm from Philadelphia, and Philly's the worst.
Wow.
I'll give you. It's where they booed Santa Claus when he came out for an Eagles game, and it doesn't matter. I grew up in a black neighborhood. My name in the schoolyard was White Boy when I played basketball. I just accepted it, but I wouldn't go into an Italian neighborhood if my life depended on it. I mean, one time there was a junior high school near where I lived. I never walked past it. I took 2 buses to get to the junior high I did go to. Then one day we played the junior high from my neighborhood. So a bunch of the guys in my class said, hey, let's go there. Let's watch the game. So I acted like, okay. And I went to this junior high school that I never even walked by before. And I'm sitting in the stands rooting for my school, Wagner. And the guy behind me says, you stand up again, I'm going to cut you. So I said to myself, how stupid are you, Peter? You knew that you don't do that. Philadelphia is just a bunch of camps. They hired, they elected Mayor Rizzo for mayor. If you remember Mayor Rizzo, he was like, a sheriff from the South. I mean, Philly is a tough town, and Guru's right. You don't go there. It's just a bad place.
Man.
Appreciate that, Pete. I'm sure we can table that conversation for another time.
Evan, I got to stop here because that hit me. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we do have a slight piece of breaking news, which in a way does relate to the 49ers. Per Adam Schefter, Jets and defensive lineman Quinnen Williams agreed to a 4-year, $96 million deal that includes $66 million guaranteed per sources. The deal makes him the second highest paid defensive tackle behind Aaron Donald. Now, you might say, who gives a rip about that? It's the Jets.
Bosa will get higher than that.
So that's $24 a year. Aaron Donald, on average, makes $31.6 per year. If I'm Nick Bosa, my brother makes 27.
Yeah.
This guy just got 24, who I can beat off the line in my sleep.
Yep.
I need quarterback money.
Yeah. KD money, 35.
I like that.
He may get 35. Or are you saying he could blow past that?
I mean, Nick Bosa's what, 24, 25 years old, coming off his best season, and he just got a little bit more help in Hargrave. Now, he's not going to make that this upcoming year, but after the next season, I don't know if it's going to be that large to say, he's making $40 million a year, but if $66 million is the threshold from a quality defensive tackle in Quinnen Williams, well, Nick Bosa might be looking at something like 80, 90.
Man.
He might be the first defensive player to get a fully guaranteed deal. That's how good I think he is.
Fully get all of it, Evan? Hey, there's a first for everything, but man, because all last night I just been thinking about Otani and what it's going to be. But was it Willard or Allen who brought up the fact that somebody had mentioned in Otani's camp, or it might have been Cobb, that money wasn't, the end all to be all with Otani? But I'm still like, okay, I'm sure it matters. But Evan, you got me thinking, fully guaranteed, and he's already had a crushing injury. So I'm wondering if the Niners, not gun shy, but if there's some type of clause in there. But he's a bad dude. But it's interesting that I believe, and I feel like I'm the first one. I hope Pop's like, who is this dude you're working with, Evan? I was the first one to point out he didn't record a sack. He wasn't disruptive in the offs last year.
So that is the next step. And it seems like that's a
now
step for
help,
every 49er. Yeah. Well, he had some help. I mean, Eric Armstead is not a slouch. He's a good D tackle, but he doesn't have a guy on the other side, I guess, an opposite pass rusher that's putting up 10-plus sacks a year, which Hargrave can do. We're going to get into some 49ers at 11 o'clock. Ross Tucker, NFL Odyssey insider, had a lot to say about the 49ers quarterback room, as well as how he could see the season playing out.
Tell the people how this came about. I'm proud of you. You're moving up, man.
Well, thanks, man. So myself, along with a producer for the afternoon show, Mark Grandy, we host Odyssey podcast.
What's the name? Because it's the best name. And real quick, how did you come up with the name? It's sick.
Well, to be honest, Odyssey suggested it, and both of us live in the 415. So it is called the 415ers.
That's dope.
You can download wherever you get your
Shout out Richie Rich and D-Lo. It used to be a rap
suggest
group out here, 415.
415?
Yeah.
Check it out on the Odyssey app. That's the place to go. Also, 95.7 The Game. You can check us out on YouTube. Subscribe while you're there. Also, hit the like button. I've been seeing the likes not exactly match up with the crowds we've been getting in the YouTube chat.
Dude,
Like, we have like thousands of people that want to watch. Just go ahead and hit that little like button.
I want to ask you this. I'm being real. Is there any monetary value with the likes? Like, is there money behind the likes?
I don't smell any right now.
Okay, but there could be.
Well, you never know. I mean, you'd like to see people be able to match the amount of love that we're getting with the amount of people in the chat.
I got you.
But no, I mean, people will donate some money, and then we read their comments. That's always appreciated as well. And like we said at the top of the show, all the love that we get here at the station, we love to repay.
No doubt.
Lori in Phoenix. I haven't heard from her in a while.
Football is around the corner. Lori's calling.
Wants to talk about rules and rivalries. Lori, what's going on? You're on with Goo and Evan.
Hey, guys. I know it's been a while.
Hey.
But this conversation was very interesting to me. So I'm originally from New York, so I get that back east mentality. But I grew up a sports fan. I grew up a Niner fan in New York, moved to San Diego when I was 17. So, I've been on both sides of it, both sides of the country. I've met a lot of different people. I got my kids into sports to keep them away from gang mentality, drugs, all of those things, and we would go to a lot of games. Growing up, we had a minor league team in Syracuse, and we would go to those games. My parents would take us, and it'd be a great family environment. What I don't like seeing is now you do have to think. My son, he is 31, and his goal is to go to every stadium, baseball, basketball, and football. He's a Raider fan, unfortunately. I did not raise him right, but he and his girlfriend have gone. He and his girlfriend have gone to New Orleans in their Raider gear. They've gone to L.A. They've gone to San Diego, different places. The Laker fan as well, but they've never had any issues. But I love the fact that that's what one of their goals is.
I love that.
Every stadium. Yeah, it's awesome. So it's too bad that it's getting to the point where you have to think about it like we're D-back fans here in Phoenix. I don't go to the D-back games when the Dodgers are in town. I just don't like the environment. So, you make certain adjustments, but, you just go in, and I just tell my kids, don't ask for trouble, but go represent your team and enjoy yourself. And, I just think it's a shame, and I think that security in these stadiums needs to step it up and not allow this stuff to happen. And, the alcohol, obviously, is another big factor. But yeah, like I said, I think sports is just it brings families together, and I think that's a big part of it.
Awesome. Great call, Lori.
Yeah, and look, and
I love that. Having your girl with you, Evan. That's what sport.
I'm still looking for one.
We're good looking.
At least one that'll travel the country with me.
You ain't trying to settle down. You're too young, Evan.
Come on, man.
Too young. If you were stock, you and Spadoni, I'd purchase it because you're going to be calling. Just remember, I worked at this guy Guru when he was young. I want to bring, maybe my grandkids to the game. So whatever team you're calling the game for, I'm envisioning you hooking me up with some passes. You know how we do, E.
Well, Goo, I mean, you got stock in me, but it's a penny stock right now. So,
boy.
You only got ways to go is up. No, look, I think that what Lori is talking about is like the people that don't make it a fun environment, I would love to believe are the 5%. The 95% of the ones that she's discussing make it inviting, make it what a game should be, which is something that keeps you on the edge of your seat.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why you go. Like, because obviously you're in love with the team, but it's for the atmosphere, and no one's trying to have a bad time at a game.
And I keep going to our guys in the morning, Evan, because this has been a trend, and this is just a signal of how much the Niners have been winning. But let's take it back. They went to the NFC Championship game in L.A., had no problems, ball accounts. Went to Dallas, Bonte by himself, had no problems. And then last year, Dallas came here, and I had friends and family that were Dallas fans, no problem. Mm-hmm. So Lori is right for the most part, Evan. You can, have a successful trip and root for your team in your gear, with your significant other. That's what it's supposed to be about. But what's the old adage? One bad apple can ruin it for everybody.
No doubt. Appreciate everyone liking us on the YouTube chat. So apparently the call-outs do work. And I want to sneak Dave and El Cerrito in just before we get to Ross Tucker at 11 o'clock. Dave, what's going on? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Well, Guru knows I'm a hater, but I'll say this. My 4 friends went to the Colts game. They're Jets fans. They're based in Chicago. One of their brother-in-laws works for the NFL. He got them tickets.
Love it.
They were at the game sitting in the family section, and some Colts fans started going off on them and giving them a hard time for being Jets fans. So one of my friends just was like firing back, but nothing crazy. Just he knew better because his brother-in-law was an employee and didn't want to give anyone in hot water. Fast forward, security of all people comes, zip ties 2 of them behind their back, throws one of them into a handrail. He breaks his rib, puts them underneath the building. The other 2 guys had to miss the game looking to find them the whole time. They were trying to press charges on my friends for causing a riot. My friends asked for video. The Colts wouldn't give it back. It was DeBrickashaw Ferguson's wife who stepped up for them and said that the security of the Colts stadium was the whole cause of the problem to prevent an entire lawsuit from happening. So it's not always the fans. Sometimes it's the crazy security as well.
Good to know.
Wow, Evan.
Yeah, no,
I didn't think I was going to hear that today, and I feel like I watched that just transpire. But yeah, and again, we appreciate all cops and security, but I always tell my motto, Evan, don't overdo it. You know what I mean? Like that right there was overdoing it.
Yeah, and it's
if it went down like that,
kind of the way I look at officials or referees in games. The game's not about you. It's about the people on the field. It's about the environment and
Do you
the fans.
think some refs, though, feel like it's about me? The control goes to their head? We've seen it.
You can see that slight disrespect that someone perceives, and then, you're out of here. It's like,
but how could you find that out? How could I interview? You're trying to be an NBA or NFL official. What type of, to be a policeman, you got to take a psych test, and they do with it what they want. But how could you find out that Evan Giddings had that mechanism of he's a power freak? You're saying all the right answers, you get the job, but boy, you give me that whistle in front of that crowd, it's about me, Jack.
And right now, coming up at 11 o'clock, it's going to be about Ross Tucker. He's our NFL Odyssey insider. I had a chance to sit down with him earlier today to talk on the 415ers podcast. But remember that throughout this show, we're going to be giving you a chance in the 1 o'clock hour for the All-Star Week prize blowout to win a pair of tickets to Jerry Seinfeld, Jim Gaffigan. Plus, we got Warriors t-shirts to give away. We got an autographed Klay Thompson jersey to give away. We got 2 private jiu-jitsu or self-defense lessons courtesy of Evolve Training Center to give away. That's something I'm particularly interested in. We're not talking about self-defense, but apparently if you're going on the road, you never know. So check out Evolve Training Center. Also, stay tuned because you might have a chance to win that Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Looking forward to that. Meanwhile, Ross Tucker's coming up next. Had some very interesting things to say about the 49ers quarterback room and the hierarchy of that quarterback room because he's not so sure that Brock Purdy might be the guy week 1, September 10th against the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's what's coming up next on 95.7 The Game, and that segment was all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny. He'll be out until Tuesday. Daryl the Guru Johnson here as always. Evan Giddings filling in for Steiny.
Oh, I'm so out.
I need a win. We need a win, Evan, from Steiny. So it starts Saturday, and he's just getting around pre-rounds in now.
Come on, Steiny. Going to be fine, bro.
You can tell he's feeling good because we've actually been hearing from him on the VOD.
Yeah, that's scaring me too.
Or that could be a bad thing, you think?
Yeah, because he's loosey-goosey.
You know, that's been a little loose.
No, he's having fun. Yeah, he didn't go to...
He's up in, the Tahoe region?
Yeah.
Like, is he playing in the same tournament as Steph Curry?
No, that was the one that's in Tahoe. And, Evan, I want to get down there. He was in Reno last night.
Okay,
Thanks,
was
John.
in Reno. Going to be in Tahoe for his 2-day event.
Dibs is
Shout
in it,
out
too.
to him.
Right.
That's right. Yep, Dibs is off
Quietly.
this week. Alan Stiles doing a fantastic job filling in for him. You can catch him from 2 to 6 with Mark Willard, as always.
What color shorts, Alan? You know, he had the Kelly Green A's on.
Yeah, see,
he had the old school Magic Johnson. They're a little too short for me, Alan. If you listen,
I do have a pair of some short shorts, some short bright shorts, but they're like swim trunks. Dude.
Yeah, I know.
I like showing off a little skin. You know, nothing to be ashamed of.
Oh,
well, so we talked about playing the Ross Tucker interview. I would suggest if you want to listen to the entire thing, we're going to pivot a bit. You can check it out on the Odyssey app.
Okay.
Also out on YouTube. Subscribe while you're at the 95.7 The Game channel. Like the live stream. Check us out there. Appreciate everyone chiming in. But I figured since he had a couple of things to say about each of the quarterbacks, Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, and Sam Darnold. And I figured just because you haven't heard it yet, we could play these individual clips and dig into each of them because I think they're kind of fascinating.
Okay, let's do it.
And representative of where the national media is, I think, with the 49ers quarterback room. So here's the first clip, and the way I tried to set it up was essentially Ross Tucker podcast. He's our NFL Odyssey insider. Asked him about if the 49ers have soured on Trey, kind of like what we were kicking around yesterday. Okay. Here's what he had to say.
I think they've soured on him a little bit. And do I think that he's a work in progress? Maybe, but he's been there a decent amount of time now. I know the injuries, and I know they felt like they needed to develop him and all that stuff, and they don't want to go through those growing pains with him now or the development with him now. I get that. But, Evan, to pay the money they did for Sam Darnold, like decent money, to go out and get Sam Darnold, and maybe you could say that that's just because there are injury concerns for both Purdy and Lance, which I get, but even if you feel like Trey Lance needs some development, they made the decision a year ago to go with Trey Lance as their starting quarterback. And now this year, he's not good enough to even be the backup? I'm sorry, but you can't tell me that they haven't soured on him a little bit if he's not even good enough to be the backup, because it's pretty clear from anyone you talk to that they like Sam Darnold more than Trey Lance, which I think is pretty alarming if you're a Niners fan.
Man, so a lot there. The first thing is the last thing he said to me, which is you got to be alarmed if you're a 49ers fan because not just from the people that Ross Tucker is speaking to, and he's got far more access to people around the league than we do, but even some of the local media, the sentiment seems to be consistent that Sam Darnold is a hell of a lot closer to being the QB2 than we would have assumed when they signed him this offseason.
And I take onus to that. I don't believe that. And Ross is a friend of the program, a brother. I love Ross. So here I go, Evan, because I'm passionate about this whole situation. And let me know if I'm wrong. And I know I'm not here. The depth chart comes out, and Trey Lance is not quarterback number 3. I need to watch or somebody break down what happened from week 2 when Trey Lance was halted off in the truck, the injury truck headed to Kaiser, till now. Now, are you telling me that's because the success that Brock Purdy had? Because, Evan, I'm not Einstein, but I think I'm pretty damn smart sometimes, and sometimes that gets me in trouble. I feel like the way that the Niners lost the game and had receivers, running back, whoever could throw the ball under center, that they got together and said this will never, ever happen to us again. And no shade at Oakland's Josh Johnson, but they want 3 viable candidates. And the NFL implemented a new rule to where those 3 can be up on given day, that will never happen. But don't come sell me on Sam Darnold, who I was ecstatic about coming out of USC, as if he's had success in the NFL like Joe Montana. So on that front, I'm going to say, Ross, I hear you, I feel you, I believe. But until those words and that depth chart comes out of Santa Clara, I'm not writing out Trey Lance. And again, I know you're looking at me, but I need you to just help me decipher what I'm missing in regard to Trey getting hurt. He was named the starter, right or wrong. He was named the starter till now. And all I can fit in is, okay, Brock Purdy balled his ass off, but now he's got an elbow. And if you want to err on the side of caution, I get it. So how are we? Who's he talking to, not named Kyle and John, to say that, and this is what, to say that Darnold's number 2?
And
that's all.
And this is what confuses me.
So you get what I'm saying, Evan?
Well, there's mixed signals. And that's the only thing consistent about the entire room to me, is everything that comes out is going left or right, but nothing seems to be on the straight and narrow as it is in relation to the hierarchy of the quarterback room. I believe that if Brock Purdy is healthy for week 1, that he will be the starting quarterback. Everything outside of that, I have no clue what is going on. And that to me is frustrating because of where not only you drafted Trey Lance, of not only where you put him last year as your starting quarterback, and then of course he got hurt, but now it feels like he has, from the time he's been drafted, slipped lower and lower and lower on the totem pole of likability from inside the 49ers organization. But that doesn't match up with the reports that we're hearing about how they've liked him more than ever. And so that's what confuses me, is if he is indeed what Ross, and I believe Ross, when he says that everything he's hearing from local or national media surrounds Sam Darnold being the plug-and-play backup guy that they signed very quickly after the season ended for a higher slot than you would give to a third-string quarterback. It's $4 million. It's not a whole lot of money, but you're not paying someone to be the third-string quarterback $4 million. The actions and the words do not match up to me from what I am seeing and hearing from the 49ers, and that's what gives me pause.
Okay, well said. But do you think, Evan, at all, the last game and the debacle that was, the game that never really took place in the NFC Championship game, do you think the Niners looked around and had that real talk, Michael Jackson, the man in the mirror, and said, you know what? I don't know why, John. I'm talking, this is Kyle. Our quarterbacks just get hurt. I don't know what's going on and why it happens, but let me tell you this, my friend. We are going to invest in the third-string quarterback almost like he was a second-string quarterback. So why is if you follow the money, and I'm not mad at Ross for just saying, hey, why are they going to pay so much in a third-string quarterback? We think, can't that be the answer? The fact that their heart was broken, that they had no option after the second string and the way that game played out, a game before the Super Bowl, that they say we're going to invest more probably than any other team in our third-string quarterback. Why does it have to be eggs? And I'm not saying you're doing it. Why does it have to be egg on the face of Trey Lance and his game that Darnold's in town? Brock may not be ready week 1.
He might not be.
You know what? And it might be so close that they're going to err on the side of caution. Evan, I'm looking at you right now with your dad listening. Jeremy, if it were your team and everything played out the way it has, in my world, Guru Land, if I named my starter last year, Trey Lance, and he got hurt and he got off, there's no, at minimum, Trey Lance would be my number 2 quarterback. You can sell me on Brock's success and he's ready to go. I get that. But you cannot sell me on something's happened and he's missed receivers on the sick bed. Like, there's no way you can tell me he's number 3. That's all I'm having a problem with. And that's where I think what do I call it, shade? I won't bring in race at all. I'm not, because I don't think it's that. But that's where I'm like, okay, hold on now. What's going on here, Ross, to where you guys feel like, and you're not going to reveal your sources, I get it, that you feel like Sam Darnold is as terrible as he's been in his tenure in the NFL, and it ain't been that long, he's number 2.
I think Sam Darnold was brought in to be the floor for the quarterback room. Like, Sam Darnold, whether you like him or not, I don't think he's a particularly great quarterback, but he's had 55 starts in the NFL. Trey Lance and Brock Purdy combined have started 12 games. So I think Sam Darnold, and this is where I will meet Kyle Shanahan halfway, and I believe him to be a relatively conservative head coach and play caller. You need to know as a play caller what you're going to get from your quarterback. And even if, and I agree, as far as talent's concerned, Brock Purdy and Trey Lance are up here, and Sam Darnold is far lower. But that's not what makes up a quarterback room. Your backup quarterback, in my mind, and maybe you differ, is supposed to be someone that can plug a sinking ship. It's not meant to be the end-all, be-all solution. But right now, if Brock Purdy cannot go week 1, it does appear, just following the breadcrumbs, that Sam Darnold is that kind of, not gorilla glue, but makeshift kind of plug-and-play guy that Kyle Shanahan brought in case this happens, because he did not feel comfortable with a quarterback room that had 2 question marks.
Wow. Hey, man, stellar points. Let me ask you how you feel.
I feel bad for Trey Lance.
Because you didn't answer my question in the sense of, if you were running the show, well, you did. You said we're getting mixed signals. But if you were running the show, Evan, and we were in a different city and the same thing was playing out, wouldn't you scratch your head as to why? What's the story here? How is Trey Lance, your starter last year, gets hurt? How is he not, at minimum, your number 2, your backup quarterback? Just for the solace of finding out if he can play. Because Ross is insinuating, not that he wants to, and others, and Steiny, that they've seen something non-training camp since the injury that has soured the Niners on them. But Mayoko a couple weeks ago, I'll never forget, you had to say, they're hot. And it could just be talk. They're hot. This is the best they felt about Trey. Then Nahegan comes out, our boss, last night. He ain't wrong. But I'm like, he's in line. There's a parade of, I feel bad. I can't believe. He put him with Wiseman. And I'm like, not yet. Trey has not played as much as James Wiseman, people.
No, and I'm afraid he will never get that opportunity to. Like, that's the way
where you
all
think
things
this
are
is
going.
headed.
Yeah, and I think that's unfair to Trey Lance. But I also believe it was unfair to draft him in the first place. On YouTube, I believe it was, I forget who was asking about it. It might have been Don Meg. I apologize. Someone asked me, because I had the chance to see Trey Lance in college when he was a freshman. He's not a finished product by any means, but he played one full season of college football, and then was drafted 3rd overall. That's not his fault.
Right.
That is Kyle Shanahan's fault. And when now Kyle Shanahan brings in Sam Darnold to this equation, to me, I also get mixed signals about what you want, because your roster is ready to win now. And yet you went out and drafted a project and a developmental quarterback that either you thought was further along, and that's on you for not being able to evaluate that and see that, or you brought somebody in that you weren't willing then to give the chance to play to, or you were going to give him a short rope. Like, it seems to me that last season he was the starter, because he had to be. Jimmy Garoppolo didn't have a full training camp. You didn't yet know what you had in Brock Purdy.
He's your 3rd overall pick.
So he had to play. Like, that was the conservative choice by process of elimination. This season, Kyle Shanahan is saying, I do want to still play the quarterback group conservatively, because I think we could win by running the football the majority of the time, because we got C-Mac, we got Debo, we got all these weapons in the backfield. All I need is a general baseline level of competency from the quarterback position. And it's not that he doesn't believe Trey Lance has the capacity to do it. I think he's just afraid that he can't do it consistently enough to the point where this season could be in turmoil.
First, I got to just give you dap. And I'm giving you dap because I'm not related to Lance. And again, it's almost bigger than Lance. It's just follow the money, follow the draft pick.
Yeah.
Does your gut tell you right now, Evan, if the depth chart was coming out tomorrow and I said you got to bet where Trey Lance will be, I'm betting number 2 at worst. The way that you're talking, and again, you understand how some or myself could say this don't seem right or fair, but you think, would you bet on him being the third string quarterback?
Well, for those who didn't get a chance, let's listen to Ross Tucker speak about this very subject. And I'll let the people decide at 888-957-9570. What do you hear and what do you believe when you hear Ross Tucker say this?
I think they've soured on him a little bit. And do I think that he's a work in progress? Maybe, but he's been there a decent amount of time now. I know the injuries, and I know they felt like they needed to develop him and all that stuff, and they don't want to go through those growing pains with him now or the development with him now. I get that. But, Evan, to pay the money they did for Sam Darnold, like decent money, to go out and get Sam Darnold, and maybe you could say that that's just because there are injury concerns for both Purdy and Lance, which I get. But even if you feel like Trey Lance needs some development, they made the decision a year ago to go with Trey Lance as their starting quarterback. And now this year, he's not good enough to even be the backup? I'm sorry, but you can't tell me that they haven't soured on him a little bit if he's not even good enough to be the backup, because it's pretty clear from anyone you talk to that they like Sam Darnold more than Trey Lance, which I think is pretty alarming if you're a Niners fan.
I believe that Niners fans like Trey Lance more than Sam Darnold, but at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. Like, what do you hear from Ross Tucker at 888-957-9570?
Oh. Turn your mic on.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I love Ross. He's saying it's a wrap. He's saying that somehow, and I'm asking you, Evan, your thoughts and the people, help me out. How has he lost favor? What has he not done what has he done being injured? What game? What practice did we miss up until OTAs? I'm just asking because he's going Roger Clemens. That's a fastball on the organization is soured on Trey. Do you believe that, Evan? I don't.
That they haven't soured on him.
No, that they have, because that's what Ross is saying. I'm just saying win, Ross. And you might be right.
No, I don't believe the message coming out of camp that they like him more than ever, because that can't be true if you have also soured on him. I think the highest that they've bid on him was probably the day they drafted him. At least that's the way that things are playing out right now. And Leroy in Oakland.
Lee.
Oh, what's up? Leroy wants to come down my road. I love it.
What you got, Lee?
What's up, man? You're on 95.7 with Goo and Evan.
Hey, what's up, Goo? What's up, Evan? You know, normally I'm at Goo, but Evan, you know what it sounds like?
What do you got?
You're saying that Shanahan is thinking about the quarterback is, hey, we only need a game manager. And game manager around here in the 49ers land, man, those are bad words, man, because we've so-called had game managers before, and it hasn't worked out. In the NFL, game manager is not a good thing. And I hope that's not what Shanahan is looking at and relying on this defense and this running game, which, you know, they're both great, but relying on it so much to where when we get in the playoffs and we need a throw, we need an extra throw. I know Shanahan only likes to have his quarterbacks only have 25 to 28 attempts. But when we need that extra attempt, that 29, 30 attempt, and we can't complete it, don't rely on that running game so much. We need a guy that's going to come out and sling the ball. And, Goo, one more thing real quick. You know me. Shanahan has screwed this quarterback situation up so bad putting Trey Lance in, having him run the ball when we didn't have all our starters. All this stuff. Purdy got hurt, not saying it's Shanahan's fault, but, Goo, months ago I said, hey, let's see what Sam Darnold can do, man. At this point, I mean, he's the veteran of the group. I think, Evan mentioned it, 55 starts. Let's see what he can do. He was the number one pick. So at this point, man, I'm just like, I hope Shanahan is not thinking that we just need a game manager. We need somebody that's going to sling that ball when it's time to sling it, and those times come in the playoffs. And we haven't been able to do that. We've had game managers, and that doesn't work, man. We need a stud out there. So I hope we find out who our quarterback is going to be. I like all three. I think, they all should have an equal opportunity to fight for the job. What have you done for me lately? Purdy is a great job. Hey, if you want to start him, but man, let Donald and Trey battle for that 2 spot and let the chips fall where they may. God bless y'all.
Oh, thanks, Leroy.
Well, let's just set that up. So, Guru, you believe that come training camp and into the preseason, training camp again starts on July 25th, same day at Berkeley Country Club. You guys are going to be out there golfing, which is going to be great. Still got a chance to win some great prizes in the All-Star Week blowout. That's coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, so stay tuned. But let's identify what we believe the hierarchy is.
Okay.
I think from Ross Tucker, from the mixed signals from the 49ers, as well as even going to OTAs and minicamp with Sam Darnold splitting first-team reps with Trey Lance, to me, the hierarchy is going to look like, come week 1, Brock Purdy's your QB1. If he's not available, I think Sam Darnold is your quarterback 2, and Trey Lance is the third quarterback.
Wow, Evan, and that's what I was trying to get out of you. I would be shocked. And again, I'm not. What's Mr. Cosell's first name? I love
Greg.
Greg. Because he's
or
a quarterback
Howard.
guru.
No,
yeah,
Greg.
Hey,
Greg Cosell.
Now, I'm just telling you, I'm shocked at. You talked about it. Leroy just mentioned it. When you draft a quarterback at 3, what's the last thing you want him to be?
3.
No, a game manager.
Well, I'm sorry, I meant QB3.
Oh, okay, yeah, got you. I'm going to give you 2. And right now, are we really going to pull the plug on Trey Lance and seeing what he has to offer? So people, just relax and take a deep breath. I'm not telling you Trey is Warren Moon. I'm telling you 5 games is not enough to say kick rocks. And I think I hear you, Stoney. I think a lot of people are saying or thinking or acting like, Evan, and I'm not going to put you in this category. You let me know.
No, go for it.
That your boy is going to be, and I'm talking about Brock Purdy, available week 1. See, that's the premise of my whole argument. I think they're going to err on the side of caution. And there's no way Darnold beats Lance if it's between them two. It's not good for the organization. Kyle, I feel like it's owed to the football world to see what you saw in this kid, not only to draft him, but start him last year. So it's a continuation of last year. Evan, how can you justify Trey losing out to Darnold when he was your starter? And now Brock Purdy's removed himself because of the injury out of the equation. Why are we giving Darnold the benefit of the doubt and we're so quick to write off Trey?
Well, we got to hit a break, but I do want to get to that on the other side. 888-957-9570. Trey Lance as a work in progress. Where does that leave him right now, about a week and a half away from training camp? What is he to the San Francisco 49ers right now? Is he the third quarterback? Should he be the backup? Should he be the starter? I want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. Again, we got the All-Star Blowout coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. Chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Evolve Training Center has some fantastic offers, jiu-jitsu lessons, private boxing lessons. Cannot wait to hear who's going to be the recipient of that. Evan Giddings in for Matt's Diamonds with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're taking your calls on the other side of it, the 49ers quarterback room, and that's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Hi, I'm Nabil Ahmed.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson talking about the 49ers quarterback room. Ross Tucker had some potentially incendiary things to say, our NFL Odyssey insider. I think more than anything, Guru, interesting the way that he sees it, along with the way that everyone chiming in on YouTube, the text line at 888-957-9570 views the current hierarchy in the quarterback room.
Yeah, and call me Gilligan. I'm on an island all by myself. I still on my DVR, get a life, have the NFC Championship game. And I love the announcers, and I know it was a blowout. Evan, you know what I do when I get bored?
Joe Buck.
I watch it. And it wasn't Joe Buck, but I watch it. No, it was, what's my guy, the tight end for Carolina, the former one?
Oh, Olsen and Burkhardt, sorry. I was thinking about the Fox crew. They're on ESPN now.
Yeah, there you go. They're still there. So the look on Kyle's face, not having basically enough QBs of substance, that's why Darnold's here. And I get Ross. He's a former player. He may have the insight. He could be talking to Chris Sims, Kyle's best friend. I don't know, but until I hear it here, I'm going to ride my horse. And that horse is Trey Lance has not done anything wrong from the time of getting hurt till now to be third or even off this team. I think that's ludicrous. And then two, I think they're going to slow play our guy Brock Purdy, if you are correct, and he is number one, and they think he's further along. Okay, I get that. But, man, just the people that really believe in the passion behind the emotion in their voice about, oh, it's a done deal, I don't think it's a done deal.
And I don't think we know really about any of them. I would throw Sam Darnold in that category because he's played in multiple spots. The first time he's really had a surefire offense that he can trust, a coach that has been in his corner that doesn't have any hot seat implications. As much as we're talking about what Kyle Shanahan can and cannot do, he's not going anywhere because of his success.
Okay.
He's been to 3 NFC title games the last 4 years. They've won 10 games 3 out of the last 4 years. That seat is secure. And now it's about trying to find the guy who's going to be under center to hopefully keep him in that seat for a very long time. But my hierarchy, as it sounds right now, coming out of Santa Clara, is Brock Purdy's going to be the number one. Sam Darnold is the backup quarterback, and Trey Lance comes in at number 3. That's how I see it. How do you see it, Goo?
I'm going to go Brock Purdy 1. He's injured. Trey Lance 2. He starts. And Sam Darnold 3. I really believe Sam Darnold is here because, again, I'm a broken record today, Evan, of what transpired last year in the SEC Championship game. Evan, you don't know this about me, and I got a question for you here on the other side. I wanted to be an actor, and I waited too late, I believe. So I say, oh, you're acting like a radio. Restella, I really wanted to act.
Okay.
So if you allow me, I'm going to be Trey Lance, and I'm going to act as if I got the news that Sam Darnold got the start ahead of me.
Okay, so what, you want me to be Shanahan?
Yeah, no, you just...
I'm delivering the news?
Yeah, no, I'm just going to talk out loud.
Oh, okay.
So you're telling me I don't get one down under center with C-Mac, and you're going to ship me off or demote me to third string when Brock Purdy, his first snap, he had the ability in games to hand the ball off to a magnificent running back that has changed everything on our offense. So you're really, Kyle and John, not going to give me an opportunity to be under center with that Ferrari in the backfield? How fair is that? So you don't even get to see me at all. One down, one game, one start, see the impact of quarterbacking with Christian McCaffrey and everything around me. How fair is that? I got effed. This is not fair. I know life's not fair,
11
but
minutes.
that's what I'd be yelling. Wow. But that's what I would. Don't you get it, Evan? He's never played with McCaffrey. So how can Kyle come to a conclusion about I've seen enough when you haven't seen Lance play one down with Christian McCaffrey? Make it make sense for your boy.
Oh, and this is where I'm putting on Satan's cap. I don't know if you watched last season, Trey. You might get a chance to play. We went through 4 quarterbacks last year. You're just not first up. And in fact, you're not second up. But that doesn't mean you're not going to see the field. You might get to play another 23. You just might have to wait until 2 people go down. But that's why we got you on the roster. Because you are going to be the ultimate safety blanket for this team. That's going to be your role.
So, Coach, what changed since I got hurt? I gave you my ankle. What changed since you named me starter last year till now?
Life. Life changed. Life happened.
Well, now you're Martin Lawrence, huh? That's a good
Or Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, you're right.
No, but that is the unfair part about sports, especially in football, where I would love to see a quarterback over their first 4 years get a chance to play so I can accurately evaluate them. But you know what? That's not the way things work. Brock Purdy came in after Jimmy Garoppolo came in, by the way, who might have taken your job if he was on the team, hadn't chosen to get shoulder surgery in the offseason. All of that factors into why you were on the field in the first place. And now Brock Purdy gives us the best chance to win. And if he's not out there, well, then you're going to have to rely on Kyle Shanahan to say and make the decision of who gives us the best chance to win. And that's the guy who's played 55 games.
Hey, I hear you, and I'll say this. And they're coming at me. And it's a good conversation. Guru, it's not about Lance, what Lance has done wrong. It's about what he doesn't do right. Okay, fair. My point is, have you really seen enough? And 2, the caveat that we're all missing and I think we're overzealous on, everybody but myself, Evan, I don't think week 1 in Pittsburgh, even if he's healthy, I do not think they're going to risk Brock Purdy and that elbow right out the chute. I mean, that's what I feel. So now I'm being demonstrative because now I just can't believe you're telling me, or the people are. Ross basically did. Now I'm quarterback 3 because my name's Trey Lance. That's where I got the issue, Evan. I was your starter last year. You bring in Darnold. Now I'm 3rd, and Purdy can't go. Please make it make sense. Please.
Well, I think that comment from the 805 about how it's not what Lance has done wrong, it's about what he doesn't do right. You could also make the same case for Sam Darnold because we've seen him do a lot of things both right and wrong that have led to him being on 3 teams in his first 5 years in the league. Let's go out to Mike in San Jose. Wants to, talk to you a little bit, Goo, about your take on Trey Lance. Mike, what's up, man? You're on 95.7 The Game with Guru and Evan. What do you got?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Congrats on the ratings release. I used
thank
to be one of those other stations. Since I got to Steiny and Guru, have never left. So I appreciate the show.
What's up, Mike?
I would say, Guru, maybe we could look at this a little bit different, taking the emotion out, taking every podcaster out, taking every journalist out, and taking every radio show out. I think the flags are on Trey Lance. 1, he's making $10 million. You cannot keep a backup in a salary cap NFL making $10 million. So he'll either be second or he'll be gone. They're not going to embarrass him at 3rd string. Doesn't matter. All I ever hear is, Purdy only makes $900. Doesn't matter. Your 3rd string guy can't make $10 million. Nor can your second. Not in a salary cap league. You're condoning Trey Lance's play time. You can't compare it to Wiseman because they have a G League. Doesn't play good, goes to the G League. Joey Bart, same thing. Doesn't play good, goes to the minors. NFL, year 3, you got to start guaranteeing future contracts. It's just a case of what it is. And the flags to me were when Trey Lance had to go to a quarterback camp with Mahomes and completely change his throwing motion. That means wasn't working. They signed Sam Darnold within 5 minutes of free agency open, which means they already had a deal worked out with him, and his previous head coach was there. Shanahan's tried to trade for him twice before, and 50% of NFL quarterbacks, you can look this up, in the first 3 years don't become top 15 quarterbacks. It's not personal at Trey Lance. They shouldn't have drafted him. It was the pandemic year where they didn't have normal workouts. Purdy, Darnold, Jimmy, Allen, they all play similar styles. He's not, I think they went in with tear it up and start over. It's like watching the Warriors last year. Youth didn't work. It's not personal, but can you name one other team that he could go to that he would be a starter right now? I can't. So if you like him, you want him to go somewhere where he's going to play. It's not going to be here. Love you guys. Appreciate any comments. Have a great day.
Well, thanks, Mike.
Yeah, Mike's
I mean,
the
I could
man.
probably name 2, but he wouldn't want to go there.
But what if I told you, and I love everything Mike said, how unfair is that, Mike? It's not about that. We've been robbed, and Trey's been at fault because he's put himself in harm's way. He got hurt. But damn it, the Niners drafted Trey. Trey didn't say, I want to go to the Niners. So it's not about where he's at now and who would pick him up. Obviously, his value is as low as a newspaper on the ground. But damn it, I just want to see Evan. And don't you think, Kyle, they want to say, you know what? We got to give this kid one more chance to show us if the light's going to come on.
Well, and this is where I will, like, I don't want to say cape for Kyle, but I do kind of get, like, we haven't seen him. I'd imagine, even though it hasn't been in a game, Kyle's got the best look at this guy of anybody. Now, if you want to say that Kyle doesn't know how to evaluate a quarterback, doesn't know how to develop one, I think there's a conversation there because there hasn't been a whole lot of evidence that he can, outside of probably Kirk Cousins, which seems to be the guy that
Evan, I would
he is
fight
in love
you on
with.
that. Let's look at the roll call.
Yeah.
You got Jimmy Garoppolo, who was already through his football puberty. You're not going to change him. And Kyle put his little
That's what I'm saying, though. He hasn't been able to develop a guy from ground zero.
Right, because he hadn't had any. Who has he really had? Like, this is why he went out and used the 3rd pick to nurture, feed, change the diapers, and Trey Lance has been in the hospital.
As
so
head
I don't
coach
feel
of
like
the 49ers, yes, but Kyle Shanahan has been an offensive coordinator,
okay,
coach
gotcha.
for plenty of
All right,
football
all
teams
right,
in
I
which
got
he
you.
has taken.
RG3 got Rookie of the Year. His
He did.
Kyle was
and he got
offensive
ran into the
coordinator.
ground.
That he did.
Literally. And Kirk Cousins did, in fact, become a well-groomed quarterback. People have their issues with Kirk Cousins, but he's an average starter. If you go back to his days in Houston, he took Matt Schaub, made him one of the best passers in football. He took Matt Ryan in Atlanta, an already established quarterback, and made him one of the best quarterbacks.
MVP.
Made him MVP. He has shown an ability to take already developed quarterbacks and elevate their games, but we've yet to see a guy from ground zero grow and blossom into a rose under the tutelage of Kyle Shanahan.
So,
and Trey Lance doesn't look like he's going to be that rose.
You laid that out beautiful. My question would be, well, why would you want to go away from what I just said and where Trey Lance is? He's your baby, Kyle. Evan, I know one thing you can't do right now, Spadoni or no listener out there. You cannot give me 10 NFL games on tape of Trey Lance playing football. Because you know why? It hasn't happened. So what leads you and others to feel so strongly that Kyle's ready to give up on that?
Because Shanahan is not here to babysit. Like that I do feel confident saying. He's not here to hold your hand through the down times when he's got a team that he thinks can win a Super Bowl. Like, if Trey Lance was with the Cowboys right now and you guys were a top 4 team, I say you guys, the Dallas Cowboys, top 4 team, you got Super Bowl aspirations, and you got a question mark at quarterback?
Well, explain to me the Niners last year, week 1 in Chicago, what was the theme? They were just as much as a Super Bowl contender then than they are now. And Evan, let me tell you who was at quarterback. I don't have to because you know it was Trey Lance. So what was it then?
Well, then it was a guy that you clearly didn't want to open the playbook for. And again, that's where I think there is a question about how Kyle Shanahan deals with young quarterbacks. I haven't seen anything from him that gives me faith that he can turn a butterfly in a cocoon into said butterfly. I have not seen that yet. But I do want to get out to Oakland because Paul's got a question for you, Goo. Wants to talk to you about Trey Lance. Paul, what's going on, man? You're on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Paul?
Well, Evan, hey, guys, how are you, man? Thank you so much, and congratulations on all the kudos.
Thank you.
Long-time fan. And you know what? I got to say, I think what gives you guys such an advantage is you get after the issues in a serious way. You talk sports, but it's not just hot takes. It's not just some off-the-wall, ungrounded thing. It's really thoughtful and whether I agree or not. So I just wanted to get that out of the way.
Thank you, man.
Trey Lance. So, Goo, I'm just asking you, and I guess it's already come up since I was on hold, what has he done to deserve kind of the CYO treatment? of, you picked him. He's a good kid. He's gotten hurt, had some bad breaks, but you got no tape on him. And I think it's okay when a coach or a GM can make a decision and change their mind. How many times do we go crazy when baseball managers won't change their mind on a closer? They keep throwing a guy out there, and he gets rocked or whatever. I think it's okay to change your mind, and maybe he just hasn't demonstrated that. He is a number one.
Jim Johnson.
Whether he's a number two or not, we have to see. But I think, Sam Darnold was a winner. He didn't win the whole thing, but in college he was a winner. And, he's gotten beaten up in the pros. Maybe he's been on bad teams. But could he be in a system where he can really make something happen with some weapons? So I'll drop off, but just love you guys and keep it all going.
Hey, thanks for the kind words.
Appreciate it, Paul.
Evan, again, I'm not fighting for my life. I'm not Mark Jackson here. I love the interaction because I'm getting it on YouTube and the Comcast business text line.
With all due respect.
So it boils down to this for me, and to the caller's question. Has Evan Giddings seen, and I love the last name, have you seen enough of Trey Lance to where you think he doesn't have the goods? And there's no, if you say yes, I get it. I haven't.
No, but I don't think we're not going to get to see it.
That's amazing.
Unless catastrophe falls upon the 49ers, all signs point to Trey Lance not getting a fair shake or a shake at all before he is in all likelihood on to his next contract with a different team. I think that's where it's got to head.
You told us how you like your steak. Would you say from all your years watching the NFL that this situation, if it does play out that way, it would be rare?
Absolutely. But Trey Lance, with his resume getting drafted to the 49ers.
He has no resume, but getting drafted.
That's what I'm saying. That non-existent resume going to a win-now team is rare. And it's kind of like what the Warriors were trying to do, threading the needle with the two timelines.
Oh, man.
And Kyle Shanahan evidently felt like Trey Lance was going to be ready now, last year, and in the future, and that has not been the way it has worked out. And in spite of all of that, which is the real rat on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. What do we got? Pests of the month? We got
mosquitoes and spiders.
Mosquitoes and spiders. Thank you very much. The rat on the table is it hasn't mattered because the 49ers have still won games, and they still feel like they can win games with whoever is at quarterback. Trucker 23 is out in Reading, wants to talk about the quarterback situation with the 49ers. What's up, Trucker? You on the road?
Not much. I am on the road. I actually just pulled into a.
Hey, can you hit the horn for us?
Break, so we're good there.
Can you hit the horn for us one time? Yeah.
Let's go.
So actually had a question for Gru there. Hey, so say you're the coach.
Okay.
And who is going to be your starting quarterback out of the three?
If you're telling me Brock Purdy's healthy, I'm going Brock Purdy.
Okay, exactly. So when they signed Sam Darnold, you're thinking you have two injury-prone quarterbacks at the moment that you have a question mark on, right?
Correct.
So you're going to need a backup.
No doubt.
Now, you're right. So this season, say Brock Purdy starts. He does fabulous. He gets hurt week 14. You're in playoff contention. You're sitting there maybe, we'll say 10-4. Okay, you're in playoff contention. Are you going to put in Trey Lance, who's unknown, you haven't seen yet, or are you going to put in Sam Darnold?
I'm putting in Trey Lance because that's almost Go ahead. I'm putting in Trey Lance.
No, that's fine. I get it. You're putting in Trey Lance, but you haven't seen him. You have no idea. You know that you don't trust him with your playbook.
Well, I trusted him with the playbook last year.
I would put in Sam Darnold just because I've seen him play. I know what I can and can't do with him.
Okay, but what about me being the starter last year? You had trusted me to go out in Chicago and be the starter for this team that has Super Bowl aspirations. So now I can't be the backup because you don't know what I've done because I've ran your plays and got hurt? Like, that's what I'm asking people. We have to find out what Trey can do before you guys are ready to throw him away. Now, you can share with me, and I already know what you feel, that he doesn't have the goods, but just tell me and paint the picture of what's happened since he got hurt against Seattle up until now to where we're ready to pull the cord.
Because at that time you had a good game manager as a backup to come in. Now you don't.
It's a fair point, Trucker. And look, I think the next part of this conversation, which I do want to get to on the other side, we got a couple minutes left here. We can get into it. But, I mean, I think, and the reason why I would potentially want to see Trey Lance, the reason for him being the starter to me is Brock Purdy, in my mind, is also a question mark.
Go ahead, man.
I think he's already shown himself to be a better starter. Like, in his 8 games, he's unquestionably better than Trey Lance in his 4 games, even if it's a small sample size.
No doubt.
But what kind of concerns you about Brock Purdy? Because that's something that Ross Tucker also talked about, and it has to do with a quarterback that has been brought up multiple times by this concept of the 49ers game manager, and that is Jimmy Garoppolo. Because as much as I think Brock Purdy looked different than Garoppolo in regards to his escapability, in regards to his decision-making, and getting the ball, to Kittle and his weapons, I also wonder, especially because we're talking about the 49ers as a top 4 team, as they deserve to be, as maybe a top 3, top 2 roster in football. If we're talking about them in that era, or that light, well, then don't we have to bring that kind of scrutiny down on who's playing quarterback? And I don't think Brock Purdy, even though that's not fair, he's not in the top 4 category.
Right. No doubt. And you are
neither
right.
was Jimmy Garoppolo.
How many times have I sent you late night texts like, hey, I'm watching the Niners game. I'm not hating again. Brock got away with some stuff. So how's he going to adjust to the adjustment? And then from a physical standpoint, I want to get to this on the other side. And I told Willa this. I could picture his face over there, him and Allen. And I'm going to bring it up. Okay, if this kid leaves town, Trey Lance, without you finding out what he could do, Evan, that's going on your ledger. And you said it. As much kudos as Kyle gets for the play design, I will then start to say, and some can say, who gives a rat's behind, Goo? It's about them winning games. You can't judge talent. Because what made you draft or think that Trey Lance could equate to a top-tier quarterback in the NFL on whatever he did in that workout?
I think that's a good question. 888-957-9570. We're talking about the quarterback room, who you think deserves to start, who you think should be the starter, and where does Trey Lance fall in there, if at all? 888-957-9570. Also remember, in the 1 o'clock hour, we're going to be doing our All-Star Week blowout. It will continue from 2 to 6. It will continue tomorrow, but you have an opportunity on Steiny and Guru to win a pair of tickets to go see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan, Gold-Blooded Warriors t-shirts, and an autographed Klay Thompson jersey, in addition to private jiu-jitsu or self-defense lessons, courtesy of Evolve Training Center. Some great prizes still to give away here on 95.7 The Game, but you got to listen in up until the 1 o'clock hour. That's when we're going to be giving these away. Goose got the envelopes in his hands. An hour away, your chance to win one of these amazing prizes on 95.7 The Game's All-Star Week blow-up. We'll continue the conversation on the other side. I see you, Super D. I see you, Ahmad. Hang on through the break. We're going to be taking your calls on the other side. That segment was sponsored by Cars.com.
This is Moses Moody, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Moses. Oh, Steiny, Evan Giddings in with Daryl the Guru Johnson.
What if I told you he's going to be a big part of the Warriors this year? Not an all-star. He's going to be a big part off the bench.
All right, this is where I gotta go like full Steiny on you. What do you mean by big part?
Like, he's going to do more than what I think a Dub Nation thinks
he should play. Well, I hope.
Okay.
More than last year.
All right. I don't want to say a breakout year, but Evan, I can see him averaging like 8 points a game and maybe 20, 22 minutes. Like, he's going to be a part of the rotation. How about that?
I would give you back end of the rotation.
Okay.
But 20 minutes, look, if Moses Moody's playing 25 minutes a night, I think they might be in trouble. But if he's playing 15 to 20, then I hope that means that he's working on his game this summer. And also that would mean that Steve Kerr would trust a young guy enough to put him in the game.
Because, go ahead, because he was out there, a lot of, Steiny, he's just a guy, and I get it, but Moody was out there 2 years. Against Dallas in the go ahead, Evan. The Western Conference Finals and last year against the Lakers.
He was. No, I was just going to say, look, we're giving away some Warriors-related prizes at 1 o'clock, or in the 1 o'clock hour, I should say, along with a pair of tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan. An autographed Klay Thompson jersey is still up for grabs, as well as a couple of private jiu-jitsu or self-defense lessons, courtesy of Evolve Training Center. We were just talking in the first hour, like rules between fans and rivalries.
I forgot.
Well, if you're going to Philly, you might need to also go to Evolve Training Center because you might need some self-defense lessons.
That's a 5. Like Barry Bonds, what is he, blue belt?
He's a blue belt in jiu-jitsu now.
Amazing,
Like, that guy seems like he can do anything.
He looks great. I wish he would. Didn't he coach the Marlins and it didn't work? They weren't.
He was their hitting coach.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool to see him. In fact, one of the kind of residing images that I have from Barry Bonds as a hitting coach for the Marlins is him in the dugout with his arm wrapped around Jose Fernandez.
Dude, I know which one, man. Rest in peace.
Just a big smile on his face. And he had a big smile on his face in that picture when he posed at Evolve Training Center when he was getting his blue belt. So,
do I sound like a broken record when I got body envy? He looks good.
Well, so do you. Well, you're down 23 pounds.
Yeah,
you can't be too hard on yourself.
Well, yeah.
TotalWeightLoss.com.
Well, there you go. Look, it's Madonna.
Plug it.
Yep. Trying to build on 11 minutes, Evan.
we gotta get to
11 minutes? You can do better.
That's incredible.
We gotta get to that at some point.
But he was honest.
Who?
He ain't shooting
the
blanks.
Caller?
Yeah, he
or
got
Stephen
3
A?
kids. The caller.
My brother, you are not Bernie Mac.
Dude, he got 3 kids. So, yeah.
And a bunch of problems. Oh, I thought he had 2. He was trying to get married.
I thought he said 3.
Oh, well.
Got a set of twins in there. He's got 3, I think.
Oh, wow.
And 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh and you're on. He got the twins. He said he made the twins.
You gonna mention that publicly?
I wanted
the woman, his wife or girl is who I
for
like.
the twins.
Yeah, well, they've been working me hard at the job.
Oh, my God.
You have some serious deficiencies
in your game.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. Yeah. Yes, we well, actually, we do have to set aside some time for your boy LeBron at some point later in the show. We got to talk about that in the ESPYs. The one thing I took away from that,
oh my God,
whatever it was last night. But what we're talking about is the 49ers quarterback room, and I just want to let the people know, Goo. But before we dig into Brock Purdy specifically, I see you, Super D. I see you, Mod. We'll get to you in a sec. All things being equal, if health is out the window, who should be the 49ers quarterback Week 1, September 10th in Pittsburgh?
See, I said Brock Purdy, but my heart, and if I were running the show, so I'm going to answer it that way. I'm going to do it. I'm a 180. Trey Lance.
Okay, so Trey Lance
should be the starter this year for the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay, all right.
And I got my boy Squirt. Peter Stark, I want a government name. We call him Squirt because he's my other friend, Phil Stark's little brother. No,
okay.
Shout out Iron Man. But listen, he's texting me, you're crazy. They know. Evan, I'm telling you, this is the number 3 pick. You got to put up or shut up. We got to find out if this kid can play. Back-to-back games. He's got McCaffrey back there. Don't you think he's going to be better already? Don't you think when he hits the field, if it were a real game and everything is loaded in the Niners, he's going to look the best he ever has.
But what if the best he ever has is not good enough?
That's a song.
What?
The best I ever had one?
Drake.
Yeah. Dude, that's
the best I ever had.
Yeah. Off one of, I think, his first album. But
he was still in Vegas.
Yeah, dude, that one is great.
That's a jam.
Yeah. But why wouldn't you, Evan? So you're telling me like Squirt, you've seen enough for Trey Lance. So you don't want to, I feel like you're trying to do both. Have you seen enough for Trey Lance to tell me and look me in the face and say, Goo, he don't got the goods? And however you answer that, I'll respect it. I feel like you're doing both.
It's not about what I haven't seen from Trey Lance. To me, it's about what I have seen from Brock Purdy. And that's, I think, all they have to base their decision off of. Now, the one thing that I am concerned about, I know he hasn't lost a game yet. I know statistically he was better than any quarterback they had last season in those 8 starts. But Brock Purdy, I think, does fall under a category that Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, was discussing. It might being something polarizing or potentially divisive to 49ers fans. Here's what he had to say about it.
Well, I don't know that I'll say regression as much as, I think there's what I would think about with Purdy is sort of what I would call like the Jimmy G effect, which is to say, is he good enough to win championship games? Is he good enough to get to and win Super Bowls? I thought he did a lot of really positive things last year, obviously, was extremely well prepared, played so well, such a high level as a rookie. But that's not the same as winning a conference championship game against a team like the Eagles or winning the Super Bowl against an elite AFC quarterback, which is the type of quarterbacks you're going to have to go against in the Super Bowl. So I think the question for me about Purdy isn't as much about regression as it is upside and potential.
So there it is. It's about upside and potential. In my opinion, both of those guys have it. Both Brock Purdy and Trey Lance have upside and potential.
But who? Okay.
But one is more proven at this point than the other.
I love this. Those are facts. But forget the names. Quarterback A was drafted the number 3 pick in the draft.
But you can't do that anymore.
And you got Mr. Irrelevant. Okay. So who's supposed to, if everything was done right when it comes to scouting, have more potential?
Well, in that case, not only Brock Purdy.
You didn't give me an answer.
No. Oh, okay. Yes. The guy was taken 3rd overall. But you know who else they got in the room, Goo? A guy that was taken 5th overall. So is he supposed to be above Brock Purdy too, just because he was taken higher? Just because he was a first-round pick?
But Ross didn't talk about Darnold there. But that was, I'll give you that.
Oh, here's what he had to say as it relates to Sam Darnold.
Yeah, see, I don't know that. And that's why I thought it was so interesting, all of the Niners beat writers giving Darnold so much praise during OTAs. Don't know if they've ever had a guy here that can throw the ball like that. Like, what? What are you talking about? Did you ever watch, like, Steve Young throw a football? I mean, they were really, really high on Darnold in the spring. I don't know if they saw that or they got that from the Niners front office or coaches. I don't know if the Niners were trying to push Trey Lance. I don't know what the deal was there, but Darnold hasn't earned that. Like, Darnold, to me, has not played well enough that you automatically have him above Trey Lance. I think it's a really important training camp for Trey Lance. And I think if he plays well, I'd rather see him in there than Darnold.
I agree. But the blind resume says that Sam Darnold should be above Brock Purdy because he's number 5 overall. So that's again where there's incongruity. There are mixed messages, and at this point it feels like it's up for interpretation because still to this point, the 49ers, to my knowledge, have not officially named a starting quarterback.
You're right. Some days I feel like they have, and if you're in the know, you know.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he said it. He went Ghostbusters. Bill Murray on no shade, and all the 49er beat writers, that were whispering Sweet Dixie about the passes and whatnot. Yeah. So I can't wait to see how this plays out. But at the end of the day, Evan, you do understand I just been around the block longer than you, and so many times in this instance, you follow the high pick. And I do understand there are busts, many busts, but Evan, I just can't believe the Niners are ready to throw Trey back into the water or say we've seen enough behind closed doors, especially when last year at this time, couple months, he was your starter. That already to me is not, and I'm going to our boss, that Wiseman and Steiny, that Wiseman comp doesn't fit. Because we saw Wiseman fail miserably more times than we've seen Trey on the football field.
And what did James Wiseman end up doing? So he was allowed to start from day one, which Steve Kerr admitted was a mistake. He was allowed to play in the 2020 season. Nothing on the line. Steph Curry's out, Klay Thompson's out. Go play. Make your mistakes. What happened the year after? He was hurt.
Yep.
And then he returns, and he comes off the bench. He's your number 2 overall pick. And he was 10th in the rotation to start.
Yep.
Eventually got phased out. We saw him fail. And that's one of the reasons why the Warriors started 3-7 and had to kick it into high gear about not playing these young kids. I don't think that Kyle Shanahan pays attention to what the Warriors are doing, or it's apples to apples, but I just don't think that he is willing to risk the rest of that roster and potentially even losing the locker room over who is going to be the quarterback. Because if Trey Lance goes out there and he succeeds and you start winning, that's great. But if he doesn't, and there might be more evidence behind closed doors to point to that he isn't going to be immediately successful, that it's going to take some time. But can you take time when you got the highest paid tight end, second highest paid tight end, you got one of the highest paid wide receivers, you got one of the highest paid running backs, you got the highest paid left tackle, you got the highest paid fullback, you're about to have the highest paid defensive end, and you got a roster that many believe to be the best in football. How can you pitch that to them that I don't know what this guy is going to be, but I need you guys to work with him?
Dude, if I were a teacher, I would get my red pen and give you an A+. But with that, tell me what's changed, and the answer can't be Brock Purdy last year when he did the exact same thing. He did the exact same thing because Trey Lance was under center. They had that same roster and Super Bowl aspirations. And he said, you know what? Trey Lance, go get him. What has changed since he broke his ankle?
The rest of the quarterback room. I know you said that couldn't be the answer, but that is the answer. If there was no one in front of Trey Lance that was better than him, then he would start. But they obviously feel, and this is the way it sounds, it seems, to Ross Tucker, to Matt Mayoko, to local, to national media, that he is not the best quarterback to start come September 10th. And that's a hard sell to the rest of the team, as well as the front office, everyone that's investing hundreds of millions of dollars, along with the hard-earning fans, to pitch to them that you're not starting the best guy at the most important position in sports.
Well, all right.
That's hard to do.
And Steiny had the hey, veterans, huddle up. We're going to start Trey Lance. If it don't get off to a good start, I'll pull the plug. But I do got to tell you this. I'm not anti-Brock Purdy. I've given that guy all his propers. And, Evan, I didn't even pay off the tease last time. The late-night text to you when I'm rewatching the games, I'm like, I am excited to see if they figure him out, if they can make some adjustments, and he say, nah, you can't make no adjustments to this. So if it's his show and he's under center, I got my popcorn, I'm rooting for him, but that's as exciting as well. I just feel like you're talking about the other two gentlemen in the quarterback room like they're Montana and Steve Young.
And I hope that's not the way it's coming out. That's not what I mean to say. I don't believe that Sam Darnold is the most talented thrower of a football.
But this is going to be the best. This is going to be the best Sam Darnold or any quarterback that were to put on a Niner uniform. They're going to look their best with the Tuelage of Kyle and this weaponry.
Everyone is maximized in Kyle Shanahan's system. But if you're telling me I can get an A+ instead of an A, don't I take the A+? Right. I mean, that's the way it again, we will not know until the season, but that's what makes it so interesting.
How soon do you think let's just fast forward, and I know you're not the ball coach, Evan, but let's say it's the first preseason game, like when you and I were at the Giant Pirate game and we saw Daddy Greg get hit from a bomb from Trey on the field. I'm like, Evan, look. When do you think is it before week 1? Do you have any idea of when will we know, or does a lot depend on Brock and the calendar in regard to it? We just keep blowing past. Are they going to be cautious with Brock Purdy to where now it's about Darnold and Lance?
I'd be surprised if we see Brock Purdy much, if at all, in the preseason, in games.
Trey,
I think we might see him in They have one-on-ones or they have joint practices. Sorry, I know they'll have one on August 13th, I believe, with the Las Vegas Raiders. Might see him there. And there is evidence to support this part, which is come preseason time, I do believe Trey Lance will get first crack because in OTAs, he was getting first-team reps before Sam Darnold. I think that's the way it's going to look in preseason. Ahmad's been hanging on patiently, wants to talk to you, Goo. And actually, sounds like he kind of agrees with you. What's up, Ahmad? You're on with Guru and Evan on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, yeah. You guys seem to be changing the subject here a little bit. I thought this was who should start if Brock is not available. And that's what I'm agreeing with Guru is that Trey should start. I mean, because Sam Darnold is a proven bust. We don't need to see no more of him. He failed on 2 other teams. And this reminds me of when, and don't tell me about Kyle. And some of you guys call Kyle a genius. If he was so much of a genius, he should be able to turn Trey into a great quarterback like he thought he could when he drafted him. You don't give up on a quarterback after 3.5 starts. I don't consider the 4th start a complete start because he got hurt and went out of the game. I have, in all the history of the NFL, I have never heard where a quarterback that was drafted where the team gave up so much to get him was just discarded after 3 games. And most of the quarterbacks that we know that we consider classic historic busts played at least 30 to 50 games, but David Carr had 99 games before we considered him an historic bust. So that's where I know Guru said there's no race, but that's where the racial element comes in because black quarterbacks historically is never given the benefit of the doubt of their white counterparts. And this is just historical fact. It's not even debatable.
I appreciate the call. And Evan, I'm people are taking out. I appreciate that call. I really do. But Never Go Full Jeff is saying to me, and it goes back to what our caller just alluded to, and you tell me what you think. Trey Lance, I'm tired of you saying Trey Lance started last season. He didn't earn it. When does a number 3 pick in the draft got to earn it? And that's what the caller's talking about. If you follow the history of the NFL, when you get drafted that high, get out there and show us what you got. Not 5 games. And that's why men of color or minorities could call in and say, this don't feel right. This ain't the same. Sam Darnold didn't have to earn it. Run your ass out there. Well, why does a number 3 pick got to earn anything? You're telling us with what you did with your organization and your draft pick, this kid's ready. Now all of a sudden he's got to do everything under the sun to get a chance. Make it make sense.
I don't want to.
But when I bring in race, I'm a bad guy.
No, I don't think you're a bad guy, Goo. It's the way you feel.
I appreciate that.
Now, just because I don't see it that way, and that's also completely understand. I mean, I don't come from where you come from. I'm not black. As much as I want to hear that, I also, to the caller's point, want to look at, second chances historically, black quarterbacks have not been given. However, I would point to every single top 3 pick generally, those situations that they're drafted to are not the same situation as what the 49ers had when they took Trey Lance. That's unfair to Trey Lance because you took a project to put him into play sooner than he was ready. If Trey Lance is a starting quarterback by age 25, is that bad? No, that's completely normal. But if you have a team that's ready to win a Super Bowl, I am not doing my team justice by giving a guy a chance just because of where he was picked. That is negligence.
Okay. I'm not saying it's been unfair. What's unfair is that you guys are... Evan, who was the starter last year? Trey can't say I've been treated unfairly. He got the shot last year. He got hurt running your plays, Kyle, when you used him like a fullback. So is it all about Brock Purdy and his injury. What's changed? And if Brock is hurt, how can anybody call this station and say Sam Darnold should start ahead of Trey Lance? If Brock Purdy cannot go, and last year, right or wrong, Kyle Shanahan and all his wisdom said, you know what? I'm going to see what we got behind door number 1 with Trey Lance. What has changed if Brock Purdy is not available to go and people are saying, and all this synergy and momentum building to where now he's number 3? That don't add up.
Well, I don't know if Marvin and Hayward has the answer, but I do know he wants to chime in on the conversation. Marvin, what's up, man? You're on with Guru and Evan here on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
What's up, Evan and Guru? Listen, I think you guys got it all wrong. I think the last caller made a good point. I'm not really going to cut from the race card. I'm not going to play that race card. But what I am going to say is a few years ago, Garoppolo got them as far as they could with the Rams, and then that was it. And they were shopping Garoppolo, and they picked up Trey Lance. They played Garoppolo to start last season. They paid him, and when they paid him, it was almost like they was begging him to stay because whatever they seen in Trey Lance, they wasn't really ready to give him the keys to the car. So they bring him back. I don't know what happened, but they went on and started Trey Lance. He gets hurt, and the way this thing has played out, Brock Purdy actually had more time to get prepared. And I think Kyle Shanahan is so cocky that because of the success of Brock Purdy, that he can do the same with Trey Lance. It's just going to take a little longer. I don't think Trey Lance is not the guy. I just think he's not ready right now. That's what I'm picking up because the Shanahans, to me, are cocky. And this is what they've been doing. If you go back to Washington, if you go back to Denver, this is how these guys kind of operate. So if you know their history, they think they can quarterback guru, not no pun intended guru. But
I got you.
I think they can do that with these quarterbacks. I think they can do that with Sam Darnold. And I've seen enough of Sam Darnold to know that he stinks. He might look good in practice. I don't know what he looked like in practice, but when it comes game time, that dude throw interceptions worse than Garoppolo.
And that's where I appreciate the call, Marvin. We got to hit a break here, but I do think that is where the conversation about Shanahan is fair. Is that arrogance to believe that you can take anyone?
Wow.
And to Marvin's point, a failed top 5 pick in his previous 2 stops and turn him potentially into a guy that can help you win football games. 888-957-9570. We're going to dig deeper into this, talking about if the 49ers have soured on Trey Lance, if Brock Purdy falls into a potential Jimmy G category. Are you concerned about that? And why is everyone so infatuated with Sam Darnold? Daryl the Guru Johnson, if all things were equal, would have Trey Lance as his starter. My starter would be Brock Purdy. Who is yours? We'll get into that on the other side, along with half hour away. The 95.7 The Game All-Star Week blowout continues. A couple of private jiu-jitsu or self-defense lessons courtesy of Evolve Training Center, along with an autographed Klay Thompson jersey, a pair of tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld, Jim Gaffigan at Chase Center. Gold-Blooded Warriors t-shirts are up for grabs. We're going to be doing that in a half hour. You got to have the answer to a question from the show. You have to have listened the entire time. Feel free to go back during the break on the Odyssey app or also scroll back on YouTube. While you're there, please like and subscribe to the 95.7 The Game YouTube channel. We'll continue the conversation on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. That segment was brought to you by Cars.com.
The biggest pro football content.
Dude, so we were just talking about how, we're both on our own sort of fitness journey. You got Soda, shout out sodaweightloss.com, 23 pounds you're down. What is kind of next for you? Because, look, we got giveaways coming up for Evolve Training Center. That's an opportunity to kind of mesh your own fitness goals with, of course, fantastic training in jiu-jitsu, self-defense. Like, where do you want to go next with your journey?
I want to pass it along to friends and family who have already reached out, wife, friends, like they want to get on it. But about my journey, the best part about it, Evan, if I don't drop another pound, is it's restored the principles of eating. And the principles are portions, times, and those are the things that I take now that nobody can take away from me, Evan. So on my heaviest day, this, I was going to the cup. And now I feel like I'm going to continue to go to the cup, but now I can do it feeling lighter. But, Evan, I'm waking up and I'm telling you I'm not groggy. There is no Taco Bell from last. I feel pure. Am I perfect? No, but I feel Johnny Lightfoot. Like I just, the energy just feels better, man. And I believe it's what I'm putting in my body. And what I'm not. Yeah,
and I think it's also your mindset because I hear the way you talk about the way you approach your diet, the fitness, and that's something.
You see my stuff, yeah.
Yeah, we got like pears and origins. He just showed them on YouTube and Twitch. Feel free to get in there while you're there.
The camera's over here.
Drop us a like, drop us a subscribe. 95.7 The Game YouTube channel while you're there. Also download the Odyssey app. But no, I'm with you, Goo. It's all about the habits you build. And right now, that's what's so perplexing about the 49ers is the messaging and the actions seem to be mixed. They seem to be at odds with each other. And I know that people have wanted to weigh in on the conversation we're having about the 49ers quarterback conversations. Let's go out to the 209. Dave's out in Stockton, wants to talk about Trey Lance versus Sam Darnold. Seems to be some incongruity there. Dave, what's up, man? You're on with Guru and Evan. Going once. Here you go. Jeremy's out in North Oakland. What's up, man? How you doing?
What's up, fellas? What's up? Listen, man, Trey should lose his job. And the reason why is because there's another guy who came in and has proven that he can lead and make the right decisions and not turn the ball over and just be a leader, which is everything you want in a quarterback. Now, I'll take you through a hypothetical really quick. Let's say last year, Trey stays healthy. He plays exceptionally well. And we get as far as we did last year to the NFC Championship game, okay? Trey does all those things, and we're not having this discussion right now, okay? And I'll go as far to say that we'll probably never even hear Brock Purdy's name, and he'll probably be QB3 this year. Huh? So, me personally, if Purdy is healthy, I want him back there. And if not, then whoever the best quarterback is in camp, that's who should be QB1. That's all, Paul.
And I wish that was the case because, if you had your way, Goo, Trey Lance would be your starter week 1.
Yes, and again, there's that big caveat that, Evan, I don't know why, but I feel like these quarterbacks, the Burrows, the Mahomes, the top-tier quarterbacks, you treat like your prized possession. And I feel like that injury and the surgery or the procedure that Brock Purdy had, if he is your number one and you're out for his best interest, which I know the Niners are, you slow play that. The first game in Pittsburgh, obviously, that's your target date. But let me tell you something, Evan, that ain't a playoff game. But I'm taking issue and never go full Jeff, my best friend on YouTube, saying, Goo, you're always bringing up the race. I'm not afraid of bringing up the race. I'm not saying it's about race until you tell me that Trey Lance is the third string. That's where I start to question, like, what am I missing from last year in Chicago? Trey Lance, your starter. Everything's good in the hood. Kyle Shanahan putting on a bulletproof, I shouldn't even say that, putting on a vest because he knows people are going to question why we're a ready-made Super Bowl roster. Why are you giving the keys to a youngster? Steiny even brought it up. Gooey's doing that with the premise that he's talked to the vets and he'll pull the cord quick. So we didn't even see Trey Lance fail Come on, people. Now, do I think his motion and mechanics, and do I like him working on his delivery with Mahomes? No. But did we really see him stink the joint up like Wiseman? No. And that's why I'm asking, okay, here we go. New year, new day. I'm healthy, coach. Oh, I'm not the starter. Oh, Brock can't go. Okay, I'm the starter. Oh, who's this? Oh, the guy that just stunk it up everywhere he's been has surpassed me? Wow. That is all. And what did our boss say? You know, the whole thing does have like an odor. Kind of stinks for the kid. You've admitted to, and I appreciate you, that it's curious.
It's fishy.
If it ends up being the way Ross sounds like it's going to be, and I'm asking all the fans, look yourself in the mirror and tell me what you've seen from Trey to where, not Purdy, I'll give you that one all day, Darnold is the clear and cut number 2.
Well, Super D's out in San Francisco wants to weigh in on this conversation. Super D, what do you got? You're on 95.7 The Game with Guru and Evan.
D.
Hey, happy Thursday and happy good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey.
Thank you, man.
Hey, first of all, I wanted to agree with the elder gentleman who talked about the historical history of the NFL and black quarterbacks. I wanted to agree with them about that. 2, I think this all boils down to Kyle Shanahan at the end of the day. We know Brock Purdy can play quarterback. We're lucky to have him. The only issue I've got with Brock, with his run last year and his 64 starts, I think in college 4 years, I think he ran a shotgun formation pretty much for 4 years with he seems to be pretty mobile too. That works with Kyle Shanahan being his pedigree and a West Coast offense type of coaching style, which is a play action, balanced kind of run game and some shotgun. We're never run heavy or pass heavy with the West Coast offense. Brock Purdy can play, and he runs a shotgun offense, and it matches well with Kyle Shanahan. If Trey Lance isn't ready to run a West Coast offense instead of a pistol after 4 years of sitting behind Kyle Shanahan, and Brock Purdy is still the better quarterback to start week 1, I'd have to question Kyle Shanahan and his grooming of a quarterback. And race doesn't have anything to do with that. I'd be worried about future quarterback draft picks under Kyle Shanahan and him not being able to groom quarterback. If Trey Lance isn't ready to start by week 1 this season, we know Brock can play. We're lucky to have him. But Trey Lance has definitely got the higher ceiling. He's 6'4", a cannon for an arm, and the guy should learn. He should know now how to run a West Coast offense.
Can I ask you this? Can I jump in and just ask you this? He was the starter last year. Forget how it went in 2 games, but don't you have the answer to that question about if he were ready? He was ready last year, so Kyle told us.
I get that, but Kyle Shanahan has openly expressed how he wanted to play Trey Lance, and that's catering to his skill set. And Trey Lance's skill set is pistol. He ain't Kaepernick. He's not RG3. He's not what's the guy out there in Baltimore?
Lamar.
And Kyle Shanahan isn't John Harbaugh. Kyle Shanahan is Mike Shanahan's son, who is a West Coast offense pedigree. Dude, he cannot call a pistol. We got the weapons on the field right now for a pass-heavy, West Coast balanced pass offense, not a pistol. If Lance ain't ready, man, we're going to have to, as long as we got Shanahan, who's a genius at calling his deal, we're going to have to search the free agency market for quarterbacks. If I got to start week 1, man, I got to see Shanahan. I got to see the kid.
There you go. No, appreciate that, man. Look, points taken. I think Kyle is at fault in this situation, but what cures all of it, Guru, is winning.
Yeah.
And that's
the best deodorant or cologne.
If you keep doing it, we're going to be okay with it.
He got my head spinning. I'm going to throw it at you and tell you why.
Okay.
So nobody can ignore Brock Purdy's ability to look downfield even on the run. And the difference, and me arguing with Steiny about how great George Kittle is, I mean, my goodness, he was a tight end is your best friend. Brock Purdy showed us that. Okay, a quarterback's best friend. It did look different. Do you think Kyle called the game? And why I was like, why does it look different when Brock was under center than the short sample size that we got from Trey? Do you think there were 80% of a different playbook that Kyle was using and not using because of, I'll say it, Trey's inability maybe to read the defenses, but it looked different.
I think Kyle Shanahan wanted to use Trey Lance the same way that he used Robert Griffin III, which was an efficient passer with the ability to use his legs, to scramble, to pick up yards, and to keep the defense on their heels to the point where Washington's offense in RG3's rookie season was one of the most efficient offenses and running offenses that we've seen in recent memory. I think that's what he wanted from Trey Lance at first before he felt comfortable allowing Trey Lance to improvise. But we never got to that point because Trey Lance got 2 starts his rookie season, one of which he got hurt. And then even in Chicago, I understand why you're not throwing the football in a monsoon. Okay. I do kind of get it. So if Brock Purdy was under center, it might have looked the same way. But the difference is once Brock Purdy came into the game, well, number one, you're the third-string quarterback. There's nobody behind you. So we're going to do everything we can to help. Yeah. But also, there was clearly something that Kyle felt that Brock understood or it clicked. And that playbook looked all the more open.
And the scoreboard reflected that.
And it did. Over 30 points a game with a starter as Brock Purdy. Hey, so we're just about out, Goo. Like 15 minutes away. 15 minutes away from the All-Star Week blowout. We still got the autographed Klay Thompson jersey up for grabs. Private lessons, jiu-jitsu, self-defense, courtesy of Evolve Training Center. Can't wait to see who gets those. Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan tickets, plus Golden State Warriors T-shirts. Those are all up for grabs. Also, a round of golf with one of the shows. Could be Steiny and Guru, July 25th. Same day as training camp, by the way, up at Berkeley Country Club. Beautiful club. By the way, I do have to mention this because, my brother, that used to be his home course. It might still be for Elstrada High School.
Home course, yeah.
That's where I learned. That's where I learned to play golf. Quite honestly,
come on.
I'm not very good at it, but that's where my brother showed me how to play. Was at the Berkeley Country Club.
Now that is dope.
So,
all right,
it's a tough course.
It is a very tough course. In fact, I think it's hole 3. It's because it. I don't know if it used to be on the tour. It was involved in professional events, though. They used to host them there when it was a country club under a different name. And people would always talk about how the front 9 was incredible, but the back 9 is scenic. It's beautiful, looking right down.
I'm ready, man.
The El Cerrito and Richmond Hills. It is gorgeous. Goo, do you want to get into this Stephen Curry?
I do.
Comment?
Yeah.
So speaking of golf, he was up at his usual charity event in Lake Tahoe.
Yeah.
Very close to where Matt Steinmetz is trying to win a tournament this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And the quote he had to Ron Kroichuk of the San Francisco Chronicle was, "Nobody's got time to waste." Essentially, we all on this team understand where we're at, the time frame in our careers, and I assume this applies to the newest member, Chris Paul, who's the oldest of everyone. No time to waste. That to me sounds like a dude that he's always locked in, but might also be a bit of a message to everyone else on the roster, including the guy who just re-signed, Draymond Green, a guy who evidently took basketball off last summer, Klay Thompson, as well as all the young guys, a message to them, too, to say, dude, we got to get this thing right because we don't know how many more cracks we have.
No doubt.
This could be the last best one.
And I appreciate it, and I'll say this. We'll get to LeBron and that, to whatever last night was.
The announcement?
But we cannot.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a 5 on that. But nobody can knock LeBron on how he treats and keeps his physique in tip-top form.
Like Rafael Sadiq.
Curry's right behind him.
Yeah.
And I felt like he was saying that's why we didn't have time to deal with what was going on, the shenanigans. But, Evan, I know you're going to think I'm crazy, and Steiny brought it up, and I keep bringing up what he said about there's still some residue. that was a guy, the leader, saying, it is go time. We might not win it, Evan, but nothing is going to stop us from winning outside of basketball issues. All the behind the stuff scene that maybe we dealt with a lot, not maybe we did, that is out. And the chef is saying, because I know he's going to be in tip-top shape, it's go time, Evan. And it was kind of refreshing, but you never hear that. And the sad part, if I can go there, it's a little sad, is the reality that the window is closing on this run. And I'm not saying this year, but Steph knows that, and he's trying to get 5. I loved it.
He is, and I think he wants to help Draymond get 5.
Yeah.
He wants to help Klay Thompson get 5. He wants to help Kevon Looney get 4. He wants Steve Kerr to get, number 10?
Oh, my God.
I mean, because he's got 4 as a player, 5 as 5 as a player, 4 as a head coach. I don't know if it's that he wants the ring that badly to get number 5 as far as where he's going to be in individual conversations, but Stephen Curry has always and will continue to be in my mind about winning. And that's where Chris Paul does enter the conversation, who, according to Kendra Andrews and sources within the Warriors, is willing to do whatever it takes. Now, that was also around the same time we heard him, are you coaching? I don't know.
You coach?
I'm not coaching.
He had a smile. You coaching?
You coaching?
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what kind of content we get from him this year. But Stephen Curry, to me, that is a little bit of a PSA. That is it. That's it's not his style to really come down anyone's road in particular, but
he did deliver a speech in Game 7.
He let it be known.
Yeah, I love it. And now, Evan, I think it's all just about basketball. And again, people reminded me they have nobody over, not 6'9", 6'10" with Dario Saric, but I do think size is still going to be an issue. And Evan, how can it not if you're an older team? Not that they're not going to run. You lost Jordan Poole, and now there's Jokic standing. You got to go through Jokic, and just tell me how, and you're older, how you're just going to outrun Denver, because I think they're younger than you.
Well, and that's why I think you got to go Ali, the Rumble in the Jungle. Like, you're going to have to rope-a-dope some teams. Man. You're not going to you can't run with Denver. You can't run with even Oklahoma City and or Sacramento. I know we saw them beat the Kings last year in the playoffs, but in my mind, that wasn't because they were getting up and down the court faster than them. They're better than them.
Yeah, and I just yearn, and I know it's probably not going to happen. People still yelling Bowl and all these bigs. Evan, I just want Looney and Dre to have a rest. And to be able to have that Bogut or JaVale McGee or Zaza, man, that was always a staple. And I think because they won that chip in 2022, we feel like they filled that void, but they haven't. Imagine Dre being able to be Ray Lewis, knowing he's got Saragusa up there keeping all the girth off of him. And Dre can be the best version of Dre. Not that he ain't been balling, he has, but you get what picture I'm trying to paint? Like if you had that rim protector. And I just don't know if they got it.
And I don't think they're going to get one, honestly. Or at least not the one that we're asking for. Like, I don't think there's going to be a player that comes in or even emerges from this roster as it's already constructed that's going to be blocking 2 shots or 3 shots a game. That's not going to happen. But I also don't think that prevents the Warriors from being successful, because they've also been able to operate successfully without a 7-foot shot blocker or a traditional one. Like the best version of the 2015, even to some extent, the 17-18, the KD teams, they did have that guy, but their success wasn't reliant on that person.
Yeah.
So the one thing that does, of course, give me pause is the average age of this team. They decided to get older this offseason, and I do think that's why Curry is telling everyone on the team, inside and outside of the organization, we got no time to waste. Like any BS that you're coming with as far as agendas.
I wonder where Chris Paul's comments, where Curry he'll never tell us, but where on I wonder if that had anything to do with him speaking, but like you say, he's at the event. So
well, no, I was just going to ask you, because
Because it's all, what is?
I also know he's the guy who said this.
I know everything.
No, he does.
So he knows everything. He
and
hears
he was
everything.
just with Chris. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they've talked about this, and it wasn't necessarily I don't think it was a message at Chris Paul, but I think it was in response to maybe some of the conversation he's heard surrounding that quote.
You know what? That's a great point. I just thought of something, and I want your thoughts. Before Jordan Poole was not a Warrior, we talked about the possibilities, and were you concerned about the perimeter shooting? And, Evan, I want to ask you now, with Poole gone, and now there is CP3, where are you at on the Warriors? I'm talking about from top man to low man, their perimeter shooting. Because I'm going to tell you, outside of Clay and Steph, I don't see CP3 as that knockdown or that third splash brother, but I'm a little worried about their perimeter shooting outside of Steph and Clay.
Yeah, and it was kind of the guy we talked about yesterday. I think that falls a little bit on Andrew Wiggins. Like, can you continue to be the 38% three-point shooter that you've been so 40. Far? Yeah. Sometimes 40 in Golden State. Or are you going to be the guy in Minnesota who is shooting closer to 35? All right. Especially because he's getting open looks. It's not as if Andrew Wiggins is taking those deep pull-up threes like Steph.
The playoffs, he wasn't himself.
No.
Yeah, one game.
Can he get right? That is a huge question for this season. But concerning Stephen Curry, Austin in San Jose, one of our favorites, wants to hop on this conversation.
Austin.
What's up, man? You're on Good with Evan. How you doing?
What's up, fellas? Good afternoon. Good conversation. A couple things. Hey, by the way, Drew, you're the most recent comment, man. If you're worried about the shooting when you're paying a guy $43 million plus Steph, plus Wiggins, if you're worried about the shooting, man, we got bigger problems. I'll tell you that right now.
Wow.
They should be able to get it done. And remember, Denver, who won the Denver? Who did Denver beat with? It was Jamal Murray and Joker. I mean, Michael Porter Jr. didn't do that much, and Bruce Brown was the X factor. So if you really think about it, man, we're not that far away. But I wanted to comment on you were talking about RG3 earlier, and that's my guy. Yeah, you know I'm a Commanders fan.
Okay.
You guys get me going when you start talking about Trey Lance in the same breath as RG3. I mean, come on, man. I mean, RG3 was a Heisman Trophy winner. He was a track star. So, I mean, let's stop comparing people just because of skin color. I mean, hey, he's no more RG3 than anybody else. So
No. Sorry, Austin. My point was that is who Kyle Shanahan, in my opinion, ideally wanted Trey Lance to be.
You really think so? How could he expect him to be RG3?
Well, and that's I think where you get into the arrogance of Kyle Shanahan.
And Austin, what made here again? No shade at Lance. What did Lance do in that workout? Because you don't got a lot of game film to wow Kyle. It had to be the dual threat, right?
The dual threat, but remember, RG3 was a pretty good thrower.
No, he was. He was a great thrower.
He could throw the football. Man.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he can run. People think you have to be able to do one or the other. RG3 was that. He got hurt. RG3 was on the stardom, man. He hurt his leg. Otherwise, we probably still be talking about RG3. So that's just my thing. Last thing I want to say is, man, I think Lance long-term, honestly, guys, is probably going to be better off going somewhere else because I think we saw the same thing with Cousins. Remember he brought Cousins in, guys. They drafted RG3, but they also drafted Cousins in the same draft.
Can I ask you why that bothers me? You're a Commander fan, but I'm being real. I wasn't even on the radio then, but that bothered me. Can you just real quick, Austin, that's kind of not an oxymoron, but you don't do that a lot. When you put a ring on something and then go rent an apartment for one of your ex-girls, how did you process that? Because it sounds like you were okay with it.
Well, the Shanahans were never in love. Believe it or not, they never loved RG3, and they always wanted that.
All right.
Sorry about that, Austin. We gotta hit a break here real fast. We're gonna be back on the other side with your chance on 95.7 The Game's All-Star Week blog to take home an amazing prize. Got to have the answer to the question that we're gonna ask coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. That's on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added. Ooh, there's a nice truck. Oh, a purple one. Cars.com. Where to next?
What's up? It's your boy, Daryl the Guru Johnson, here to tell you about my journey with SodaWeightLoss.com. It's going phenomenal. I'm down 23 pounds, and let me tell you what they've instilled in me. The principles, learning all about nutrition and what you put in your body. There are no anti-suppressant pills. There are no workout plans. All you do is treat your body and temple like the gym that it is, and you learn. talking about Steiny and where's he at, and he's got to get ready for the big tournament. Dibs he's listening to us. He's on his way up to the tourney. Reminded me, Evan, that he got a jacket in 18.
Is it green? I
don't know what color
jacket.
it is. Yeah.
Speaking of jackets, we saw a lot of nice-looking jackets at the ESPYs last night. So while we allow people to call in, light up those lines right now for your chance to win a part of 95.7 The Game's All-Star Week blowout. You see LeBron James' announcement last night, Gil?
It just Bron, we knew you. Who you tricking? Our Ice Cube Old Death Certificate album. Who you fooling? I mean, come on. We knew you were coming back, but
his 21st season, Goo.
I got to say
he
something.
Had to let people know.
His wife's beautiful, Savannah.
Who knew?
The 3 children. I believe, 3. The 2 boys and the daughter, just beautiful. So I got to tell you, Bron's never gotten any trouble off the court, so I'm going to have fun with this. But Bron, take a playoff. Nobody knew. You're a narcissist. You still got some game left, and you are not retiring. But to use that moment to say that as if people were on pins and needles, come on, Bron. We get it. You're the man. You were at home in L.A. But, man, I couldn't believe it. I was like, dude, did you really just do that? But I am proud of, again, what he is and how soon he's got his fortune and fame. And Evan, the dude has been A1 on and off the court. So for that, LeBron, salute from, I don't know if can I sign your name? Hey, you need to help me with those envelopes. I can't reach.
Oh, yeah.
I need the McHale arms. But do you really think he thought people out there, thank you, do you really think he thought people were out there like, is Bron going to retire? That's what making me laugh. Like,
I'll never pretend to know what it's like for someone who lives in a bubble, but I can't imagine. Like, he's active on social media. He's got to know that people expect him to be back, and maybe he just wanted to make a big deal about it, as he tends to do. Now, he hasn't been in trouble, which I give him a lot of credit for, but Bron has never been shy of attracting the limelight, especially in this case, and I think it was during his acceptance speech for best record-setting performance at the 2023 ESPYs, and it was him breaking Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's scoring record all time.
That's a hell of a record.
What's you want to know the first thing that came to my mind?
I can't wait.
The fact that he missed the next 12 games after he broke the record because he went all out to score 38 against the Oklahoma City, or whatever number it was, scored 38 points against the OKC Thunder, and then he sprained his ankle doing so, or he was playing on a bum ankle, and then he cost his team 10 or 12 games after that because he was too busy on breaking in front of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Now, I went in on Bron.
Sounds
but
selfish to me.
You just turned into my partner, Steiny, on that one, Evan. Young Steiny with that. I mean, man, if that's not giving your all to the game, and yeah, he could taste it. Just like we saw with Curry with the 3-point record, and he got off to a slow start, and we were thinking maybe something's on his mind. But I have no problem with him going after it and missing no games, because when it was all said and done, he was playing with the bum wheel that he had, probably suffered that time, and he'd went out at different junctures throughout the season. But I ain't going to hit him in the below the belt like you just did. Because he was balling. He could have been like, you know what, I'll get to it when I get to it, but he wanted it.
It was just a very LeBron thing to do in my mind, because the stage was set for him. The show was on at the Staples Center, or Crypto Arena, whatever they call it now. All the big wigs are out, and he didn't want to disappoint him.
Does my next Warrior game next year, I know I'm a nobody, but sometimes I feel like somebody.
You're the guru. What do you mean?
Is there anything that works better? Is there anything working better in our world right now than Shades Inside? He's getting killed, but those were perfect. Do you understand why you wear them? Kanye at the ground. Like, it just works when you're fitted.
Now,
if you have our outfits on with a T-shirt, but when you have them on,
I've done it as a joke.
But the message it sends is like the Dons, as Steiny called Pat Riley that one day. The GOATs had a Shades Inside.
You're not Don Cheadle.
He's a great actor.
He's a great actor. And maybe maybe I'm just jealous because I don't look as fly when I'm inside.
For me, Evan.
I don't know if this is just something that missed my generation or whatever, but look, I think it's cool if you're inside with shades on. Maybe you're sipping a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe you're smoking on something.
I've had it at the cafeteria.
That's to me what it signals. And that's not for everybody, but that's what I assume sometimes when I see someone with shades on inside.
Well, shout out Stevie Wonder.
Well, that's
a different reason, but Yeah, that's what the hippie lettuce.
All right, we got everyone lined up. Let's get to it. 95.7 The Game's All-Star Week blowout. We got 5 callers, 5 opportunities to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey, jiu-jitsu self-defense lessons, courtesy of Evolve Training Center, Jerry Seinfeld tickets, and much more. Ryan in Daly City, you are up first on 95.7 The Game with Guru and Evan. Our question to you, if you were listening from earlier in the show, I hope you have, Ryan.
Let's do it.
All things were equal, health aside, who would start for Daryl the Guru Johnson's San Francisco 49ers Week 1, 2023?
All things equal, I think he was going with Trey Lance, all things equal.
That is correct. He's got it. Trey Lance will be the QB1.
We're 4 for 4 on this show.
All right, Ryan.
Look at it.
Hang right there because we got some envelopes or envelopes, depending on how you pronounce them, still available. We got 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, and 10. Those are the envelopes you got, Goo?
No 10. I got 9.
No
okay,
10.
Gotcha.
Just 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, and 9.
Yes, sir.
Which number are you choosing, Ryan?
I don't know. Everyone's kind of apprehensive of the early numbers. Let's go number 1. Let's see what that is.
All right,
Warren
number
Moon.
1.
All right, I'm opening it right now. Let's see what our guy has. And he gave us a Bang Bang Niner game.
Phil Rizzuto.
Look at you as I open it up to see what our man has won as he stays excited. And congratulations, you have won a pair of tickets to see the great Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan at Chase Center on November 3rd and a Gold-Blooded Warriors t-shirt. And get this.
Let's do it.
You've also...
date night with the wife.
Look at you. You've also qualified to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey.
Woo! The chef. Let's go.
The chef. Yeah.
There you go. Ryan,
Congrats,
Ryan,
baby.
hang on the line. We're going to get your information, but we appreciate you supporting the station. Congrats, man.
Shout out Evan and Goo, man. Hey, Evan, I like it when you sit in for Steiny, man, but don't tell him that. Hopefully he's not listening.
I'm sure he's not.
Yeah.
He's somewhere on the links.
Yeah, no doubt. Ham sandwich.
The fact we even heard from him on the Vine this week is a surprise.
I got to tell you, Evan, I got a little worried that he wasn't going to guess it when the little pregnant pause. I was like,
Well, to be fair, Goo, it seems like we've thrown out, 5 different quarterbacks for 3 spots throughout this show.
You're talking about my ADD. So
I'm talking about
what hour was it? He had a different answer. I know what you're saying.
I'm talking about how apoplectic people tend to get when we talk about the 49ers quarterback situation.
It
because
is
understandably,
what it is,
it's
man.
wild.
Man, it is. And so I don't want to say let me keep it real, but let me step into my office.
That's what we do.
So do you disagree with
I'm in your office, by the way.
yeah, you are. My premise that the only reason Sam Darnold is here is because of the Heartbreak Hotel that everybody, San Francisco 49er related, experienced with them running out of quarterbacks basically against the Eagles. Why does that have to be tied to the wagon of Trey is a failure or they're seeing something from Trey? Why can't Darnold be something that will never happen to a Kyle Shanahan coach team again? We run out of quarterbacks. And when we get to the third string quarterback, and I love my boy Johnson from the town. He's a friend, headache on that's his gaming tag. But maybe they don't want they want to have substance at that third string if they have to get to it. Why can't it just be that?
Well, I don't think it's just been last season, Goo. I think it's been really all of Kyle Shanahan's tenure because outside of Jimmy Garoppolo, like this is something that if you check out the interview with Ross Tucker, you can download the Odyssey app, check it out there. It's also on 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel. While you're there, please like and subscribe. He also discussed how Kyle Shanahan has gotten numbers out of the likes of Nick Mullen, CJ Beathard. He hasn't gotten wins out of them. And so I think that's where also some of the trepidation around Trey Lance lies is because while I think Kyle believes he could get a lot out of Trey Lance, I do wonder how much he believes he can win with him compared to Brock Purdy. The Sam Darnold thing to me is still very strange, and it signals to me...
I appreciate you saying that.
Just, I'm not even sure the word for it, but I don't know if it's distrust or just a safety net in general, and maybe it was the best one out there because it's not like you can go out and get a top flight quarterback immediately off the market. But while he waits to figure out, in this case, it seems like what he has in Brock Purdy, he needs to know who and what his backup is going to be. If that's statistical, if that is physical measurables, I'm not sure, and I don't know why he sees that in Sam Darnold, but it appears like that's the reason why they went and got him.
Okay.
I want winners. There you go.
Well, Sam Darnold hasn't honestly been a winner in his
but
55 starts.
What do we call this? To me, quarterback heaven. And that
it is.
You know what is so maddening? And it almost makes me want to pull the hair out of my head, Evan.
You got a lot of it.
Is longer than you think, too. Is this dude is so fantastic with the non-Dan Marinos. What he did with Brock Purdy. What he did with Jimmy G. Mm-hmm. And if you want to go Steiny on me and say that's the reason you didn't win, I'm going to use Steiny's words since he ain't here. I don't think Steiny's looking at it. That ain't looking at it the nuance way. The nuance way is this dude is doing something I don't think a lot of coaches outside our guy in L.A., McVay, tried to do with Baker and the rest of the gang when Stafford went down. But then, on the other hand, he may have really, shout out Shasky, butchered the pick. And I would like to have a sit down and say, dude, you're a genius on one end to where you can get to the promised land and the almost promised land with average quarterbacks, with Mr. Irrelevant, because nobody expected him. He wasn't Dan Marino coming out of college. But yet, if this Trey Lance thing is real and he's not the guy, how can you be brilliant on one hand and just off the mark on the other hand, Evan? That's what's so maddening about it.
I think it's because they're two separate jobs. Like you could be nice on the whiteboard, drawing up plays,
man, right.
Putting brain on the paper, being able to scheme up guys, getting everyone under the sun wide open.
Right.
But that's a different muscle or a different part of your brain than the one that has to project and to see inside of someone what you can use and to develop. And I'm not saying that it's not like he's trying to butcher this. Again, shout out Joe. But I just think that right now the evidence shows me that there is somewhat of a disconnect between Kyle Shanahan with young, fledgling quarterbacks and then him with already established commodities. The only issue is, of course, quarterbacks rarely change teams. And if they do, if they're a top-flight quarterback, it's generally in a situation like Aaron Rodgers where you're at the twilight, you're at the end of your career, and you're looking for another opportunity with a different team.
Wow, that's interesting, Evan, because you brought up, and I told people during that pandemic season, we were doing remote radio, the Niners ended up playing, the rest of their home games at the end of the season in Arizona. The playoffs were in there. They had it. It was within their reach. And Mullins and Beathard just cannot get it done. And I'm like, damn, in a crazy way, Evan, I kind of blamed Kyle for not working that magic dust on those guys. But you can't polish a turd, right? So now here we are.
Try.
Well, you can try. Put lipstick on the pig. But here we are now. And I'm going to tell you this. If Trey Lance somehow is traded or doesn't work out, and then all of a sudden I'm going worst case scenario here, Trey Lance, there's a regression. Brock Purdy, there's a regression, and you're stuck with our guy from
Sam Darnold. Yeah.
Sam Darnold. That's going to be that's not going to look good, Evan. It's just not, and it'll be what Steiny says. Oh, it's year 8 and you ain't got your quarterback.
Well, in order to kind of gloss things over, like that lipstick has got to have a Lombardi trophy somewhere around it, and it sounds like Rob and San Bruno wants to talk about that very subject. What's up, Rob? You're on with Guru and Evan. You're on 95.7 The Game. What's going on?
What's going on?
What's up, baby? Talk to us. I want to see where you're coming from.
Man, this Purdy nonsense needs to stop it, man. I'm going to tell you this. Players win Super Bowls, not systems. You see what I'm saying? And then, his system is designed for, let's think of mid quarterbacks. We can go back to Warriors, the CJs, the Mullins, even Jimmy. Jimmy was above mid, but he's still mid. You know what I'm saying? So, if you want to win a Super Bowl, you got to Kyle needs to get off his comfort zone and let Trey cook. At the end of the day, the book is still out on the 49ers. Stop the run, take away in the middle of the field, and force the quarterback to beat you outside the numbers. And the Niners haven't been able to do that yet. So for the Niners to win a Super Bowl, Purdy, the Niners got to force about 30 turnovers. The same thing they did last year and play perfect football. If not, they're not going to win because at the end of the day, when the last time a team won a Super Bowl with a noodle-arm quarterback?
Hey, Rob, let me get – I hear you. Let me ask you this because I don't know if you heard the sound that Evan, when he did his podcast with Ross Tucker, and Ross was just sharing his opinion, and, he's a former player, so he's got more contacts than me. But, Rob, what feeling do you get? Can you describe it to us when you hear so many fans and now Darnold's ahead of Lance? Like, how do we go from starting to now he's the third stringer off the team? That just blows my wig.
Google, we know what it is.
Okay,
man.
all right, there it is. All right, okay.
But my thing is this: I didn't watch so many mediocre quarterbacks over the last 20 years outside of Garcia come in this franchise and be crap and play like crap. They get opportunity after opportunity. Jimmy Garoppolo, after every bad start he had, this is his fourth year, but it's only his 10th start. He didn't really started that much. So the 4 starts in a year, 2 years. Oh, Lance ain't it, man. Lance got all the physical tools. They said the same thing about Mahomes. He had all the physical tools, but he don't have it. Just like Mahomes said last year. Black quarterbacks got to do everything perfect to be successful. At the end of the day, you drafted this guy because he had the ability. And I don't hear Kyle talking about his ability to throw from the pockets. I believe he can do that. But I just feel like they give up on this guy for a cheaper guy. It's money thing. I don't think Purdy's a guy that can win your Super Bowl. Now, if Trey wasn't here and we had Jimmy, I'll take Purdy. But Trey's here, and we need to see what Trey's got because I feel like Trey's got that ability to make plays and win us a Super Bowl. And I think Purdy is just he's a system guy to where he's going to play the system, but he's not going to when it's time winning, he ain't going to do nothing to win the game. So that's my opinion.
Yep.
I appreciate that. And the way I feel about that, and shout out to Robin Sambruno for calling in, one of our favorites. Look, if you're telling me that Brock Purdy or Trey Lance or Sam Darnold is in a playoff scenario against a team with a better quarterback, I'm not taking any of them. Like, I'm not taking.
So you're describing the Eagles.
I'm not taking all three.
You're describing the Eagles. I'm still not sold on Hurts. I like where he's at, but you're describing the Eagles because Hurts is better than these.
The reason we feel so great about the 49ers is everyone around the quarterback. Man. If that's good enough to beat Philadelphia, or I would also put Dallas in that conversation. To me, they're not a distant third, but they're in clear-cut third place. But any of those, like if we were talking about the 49ers in the AFC, we would not be having this conversation.
Wow, man.
Because there are about 5 quarterbacks that I can name that I would trust significantly more than any 3. Trey Lance or Brock Purdy be damned. All of those guys are in this position because the 49ers are in a spot where they can win, and that's really all that matters. If they were in another spot, if they were in the other conference, then I don't think we would have such a roundabout conversation about the quarterback because we would know any way you slice it, any way you cut it, you're deficient.
Wow. But, man, I'll say this to that, Evan. I hear you, and I hear what Rob is saying, but it's almost like you guys are playing the games on paper before you actually get to the field because of the name recognition. Oh, Mahomes, Purdy, you have no shot. But we know what it boils down to is what happens between the lines. Evan, there was an old adage I heard about the quarterback position. Would you mind if I shared it with you?
Yeah, we got like 3 minutes.
Okay. No, more than enough time. No, you can't hide your quarterback in the NFL. And I don't feel like there was one down that Kyle Shanahan tried to hide Brock Purdy because Brock was acting like young Brett Favre, looking downfield. Does he have the strongest arm, Evan? No, but it was strong enough. And I do agree with Rob about the outside the hashes throw, so we'll see the middle of the field. But Jimmy Garoppolo, I felt like there were many times that Kyle tried to hide Jimmy. And that's what the creation of Debo, the evolution of Debo started, was because the lack of confidence that Kyle had in Jimmy throwing the ball. So, in essence, he was trying to hide Jimmy a bit. But even when he was trying to hide him, to go against Rob's point, Jimmy was in the Super Bowl with the lead. Jimmy was in the NFC Championship game with the lead. So, I mean, I don't know what people want, but again, it's point towards Kyle of he's making less with more. He's making more with less.
I think he is, and this is kind of my final thing. I don't think at this point many people care who is the quarterback. They just want the team to win. I mean,
but you just mentioned the guys that are like the Burrows. Don't you want an Allen? Don't you want a Mahomes?
You do you really think Trey Lance is Joe Burrow or Josh Allen?
Well, right now I'd be a fool to say, well,
no. Do you think he ever can be?
Oh, it's looking bad right now, and I'm gonna be real. I don't know.
I think we would have somewhat of an idea.
The scoreboard, he's losing right now to that. But give me some more games. Give me a season.
I think he'd be able, we wouldn't be talking about him as a backup quarterback.
I hate you asked me that the way you did.
I'm sorry, man.
No, but Evan, I don't think I've seen enough. I'm going to go Fizdale real quick. Data to say confidently no.
Well, speaking of other young guys, I want to take the next 10 minutes before we get the crossover. Mark Willard, Alan Stiles in here coming up with you from 2 to 6. They'll also give you another opportunity to win during 95-7 the game's All-Star Week blowout. I do want to talk about another young guy, but with the Warriors, because you brought him up in our pre-show meeting, Brandon Podziemski. He has been shooting not that well in Summer League, and I do want to talk about if that means anything, what people read into it, and what you've seen from him so far and what that means potentially for the direction of the young guys for the Golden State Warriors. So that's what we're going to get into on the other side. We also got a couple of fun things that we got still on the docket. But Evan Giddings is in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. 10 minutes away from the crossover, but this segment was all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
I feel bad for the Johnson kids next door. Their parents just use their phone for home internet. So when everyone's online, it could be mad slow. Tom can barely play a full round of Horse Commander 3.
But concerning Stephen Curry, Austin in San Jose, one of our favorites, wants to hop on this conversation.
Austin.
What's up, man? You're on Good with Evan. How you doing?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The
Put
Game.
you in the blender one time, finally.
Pulled a Steiny.
And John don't miss anything.
No, he doesn't.
Of course, I missed it.
I was hoping somebody would miss it. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We got a couple minutes here till the crossover with Mark Willard and Alan Stiles from 2 to 6. Goo. Not exactly breaking news. Okay, hold on. Before we get to Jonathan Kuminga's quote that we just saw from Inside the Warriors and SI, what have you seen from Brandon Podziemski? The most recent first-round pick.
Yeah. Not enough.
Shooting about 30%.
And what I don't like is, and I'm not comparing him to Jordan Poole, but the foot speed is not there like I would like, that you're going to need to survive in the NBA to get your shot off. So, those are things hopefully he can work on. But I'll tell you what, he went to Twitter, and I was just telling Styles this, Evan, and who am I to judge? I just didn't like, obviously there was a bad sequence. He kind of got dunked on at the end, or he was in the vicinity after his shot got blocked.
He was in the picture.
It was a walk-off dunk. Yeah. But to go to Twitter and say my shot will fall in, I'm like, young man, you don't even trip. You ain't there yet. Hey, just do it like Nike, but don't write about it, because when you write about it, to me, Evan, I'm not Dr. Phil, but I feel like now it's becoming a thing in your dome. And I know Twitter is a lot of people's diary, but kid, that was Summer League. Get back in the lab. But I am a little worried, like, how's he going to create and defend? So I love his passing game, but Evan, I am like, going my Steiny voice, I wonder if he's going to be on the big club to start opening night.
I don't think so. And
okay.
Honestly, nor should he, because to me, from what I've seen, he seems to have the tendencies more so of a point guard than a shooting guard. And you already got 3 point guards on this team, with Corey Joseph being the third behind CP3 and, of course, the chef. I think with Podziemski right now, look, he's played a few games. He's not shooting well. I don't read too much into the tweet, and if anything, that might be his way of kind of venting or looking for support, because a lot of Warriors fans are showing that. I don't think anybody's coming down his road
Not
yet.
at all.
He's a young
just like,
kid.
you don't owe us that. It's early, we know, but you type what you want. But I just did.
But it will be kind of cool if and when he backs it up. If he starts to shoot a little bit better, starts to play better, adjusts more to the Summer League pace as opposed to the WCC, then I will look back at that tweet and say, okay, he's a man of his word. I know that this kid is trying. So, look, I hope that he's successful for the Warriors, but like a lot of their young guys right now, it might take a little bit of time. And speaking of young players,
Evan,
we just found this. Appreciate the boss throwing this our way from SI. Jonathan Kuminga.
Read this.
Told Inside the Warriors he was speaking with Joey Lynn. Want to make sure I get the author
Evan,
correct.
before you go, can I just set this up?
Yo.
People act like we make this stuff up, like you, Spadoni, Astani, and John live for drama. We don't. We're all grown men. We've been around, and we've been teammates. And we talked about, is everybody on board in Warrior World? Shout out Sheed. And now this nugget just falls in our lap. And I want people to be honest. Look yourself in the mirror. And after Evan reads this, as well as he's going to read it, tell me we're not making anything up. Please go.
And I'm sure we'll be able to talk about this in the crossover with Willard and Stiles, because I believe they want to get into this as well. When Jonathan Kuminga was asked about his reaction to the Chris Paul trade, he responded to Inside the Warriors, Joey Lynn, and said, quote, "I was surprised. Watching CP grow up, the way he plays a different type of basketball than the Warriors. Me, Jonathan Kuminga, being on the Warriors for the past 2 years now, we play a different type of basketball, playing at a fast pace. We move off the ball a lot. I'm just looking forward to seeing how it's going to work. I feel like CP's a smart player. He has a lot of experience, and he's going to bring much to the team that it didn't have. I'm looking forward to it." So the last couple of sentences very differently than the message and the tone of the first two, which was, I'm surprised because CP apparently plays a different brand of basketball than the one we got here in the Bay.
So now I got my, oh my God, like Horseshack and Welcome Back Carter, me. I didn't hear that second part. So he finished that second part, Goo, talking to
Cleaned
myself.
it up.
Yeah,
Cleaned
he
it up.
definitely cleaned it up. I thought that first part was on its own.
Well, and who knows, it might be on its own. And then, of course, when you're talking and you say something, you might also realize, oh, shoot, I I got to clarify this so it doesn't sound like I'm questioning our newest acquisition who just got traded for one of the younger guys that I was supposed to be in the future of the Warriors with. Chris Paul also said, of course, he's willing to do whatever it takes, but that was also around the same time as
you coaching.
So do we whose word are we taking for it? I think it's fascinating because Jonathan Kuminga is a guy that has been perceived as not really fitting the style of play currently.
That's what
that the Warriors run.
Right.
And so I do wonder if it's a thing where he's looking at CP and saying, well, you guys have been asking me the first couple of years of my career to play this way. And now you're going to trade for a guy that plays a different way. What's my role? I think he's speaking out loud and saying, where am I fitting in all of this? Not necessarily in a selfish way, but just kind of questioning naturally what he's going to be next year.
Yeah. And so the greatest line, Niner Warriors, JK going Chris Paul. You coaching now, JK? That's pretty good. But you know what? When it's all said and done, you know where I stand. I just didn't see the fit stylistically, but now what I'm going to do, Evan, in regard to CP3 and you playing the Curry comments about it's go time, I have to trust the Warriors. And we haven't had to trust them in forever and a day because everything's been so on point. So if they believe CP3 makes them a better basketball team and the turnovers, the cut down on the turnovers, okay, hey, who am I to judge? But there is a lot of JK in me. Like, Evan, I don't get it. Is CP3 symbolic to where they're going to slow it down now? Well, if you slow it down, you don't got nobody to you don't got an Embiid. You don't got a traditional post-type player, so I don't think you're going to try to slow it down. But I got my popcorn. I'm ready, and I'm trusting in Mike Dunleavy Jr. But, now I'm looking at Summer League games of Pajinski. Not that it was bad, but I'm like, I thought I just put him in there. Tonight we're going to see Jackson Davis.
Yep.
So I'm excited about that. But, man, Evan, there are a lot of things and a lot of people in Dub Nation with their popcorn ready to see how this thing's going to play out.
Well, and I know we got to hit a break here to get the crossover in just a minute, but my thing off of this is when I also hear Jonathan Kuminga say, I'm looking forward to it, he's going to bring a lot to the team, I believe that Chris Paul also brings a lot to Jonathan Kuminga because so far, not that he has been lost in the Warriors system, but it's taken him some time to get up to speed. It's a difficult system to run, a lot of read and react. Chris Paul dumbs the game down and, in my opinion, makes it much easier for players like Jonathan Kuminga, who are young, who are athletic, can do a few things, but maybe not everything at a high level just yet. And so I can envision him running pick and roll over and over and over again in that second unit to where Jonathan Kuminga can be a valuable piece and might even help him get more minutes in Steve Kerr's rotation.
Yeah, we'll see. And I'll tell you what, if it's a slowdown, which I don't see, the Warriors slowing it down that much, then Jonathan Kuminga is going to have to do other or learn or tap into other facets of his game as opposed to using his natural gifts. And that's when, the Warriors are fast breaking. He's put back dunks and all that good stuff. But the one thing about JK, if you're listening to Evan and Goo, you got to work on your rebounding. There's no reason you shouldn't be getting 6 or 7 rebounds a game, Evan.
Yep, and let's continue this conversation on the other side. Willard and Styles are coming in for the crossover next. Evan Giddings in for Matt Simons, Gerald the Guru Johnson. We're back after these messages on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard here for Evolve Training Center, and I'm here with my guy, Jay, who runs Evolve Training Center. Jay, what makes a place so special?
You on the road?
Not much. I am on the road. I actually just pulled into a.
Can you hit the horn for us one time?
Let's go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Shout out to the people.
Yeah.
The truckers, everyone in traffic.
We used
tuned
to
in.
take field trips, and we'd see a trucker, Alan, and we'd go like this, and he'd honk, and it'd make our day, man.
They still do that.
Yeah, kids
they
they
do
did.
that.
Just
I
did
did-
it.
Yeah, I did. I mean, my gosh, we used to drive up and down Highway 5 every summer as a kid, and I did two things to pass the time because I was a weirdo because I liked baseball stats, so I liked to keep track of things, and somehow. Once we got through, my parents, you buy the kids little gifts, like when once they start acting up, you're like, here, shove that, and here's a lollipop. But once we got past that stage, I used to track, like I would keep track. We bought a minivan, we bought a Dodge Caravan, and so I used to keep track of all the different minivans that we would see. I would keep a tally, like who's winning. Is it the Ford Aerostar,
Right.
the Dodge Caravan, the Toyota minivan?
That's dope.
And I would keep track of that. And then, gosh, yeah. But other than that, though, that's the other thing I would do. Every trucker we passed by, I'd give them the, come on, man, honk your horn. I feel like they do it less now than they used to back in the day.
For those that had siblings on road trips, we would just play punch buggy. And anytime you see a different license plate, all bets are off. An excuse to slug the younger sibling. That's pretty much the way 6 hours goes.
Beats the alphabet game. I know that. That thing's killing me.
It can be pretty rough on I-5. I spy something black and white.
You're like,
is
I
it a cow?
spy nothing. Yeah.
Is it a cow? Is it grass? What are we doing?
Yeah, shout out Dan. We would go driving across to Texas, dibs on that car. So anytime you saw a nice car that you wanted.
Dibs on that car.
We did anyway.
He's probably somewhere listening on Interstate 5. This is the crossover. Mark Willard, Alan Stiles, Gerald the Guru Johnson, of course. So, guys, I know that you just kind of came in, but the thing that we were hottest on prior to the break, and I want to run it by you guys, are Jonathan Kuminga's quotes. I would assume from Las Vegas that's the last time we saw him, but apparently with Inside the Warriors, and Joey Lynn is the author of this, had an exclusive interview, was talking about his reaction to CP3 getting traded. Okay. And here's what he had to say. I was surprised, Kuminga said, watching CP growing up, the way he plays a different type of basketball than the Warriors. Me, being on the Warriors for the past 2 years, now we play a different kind of basketball at a faster pace than CP. He then clarified and said, I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to work. I feel like CP's smart, has a lot of experience. I look forward to seeing what he's bringing to the table. So do you kind of err on the first part of the quote or the second part, or are we just reading too much into this?
We'll get into it more in the show, but I'm going to tell you right now, this man is trying to get traded. He's trying to get traded.
Even with that second, he ended it
but
politically
it's not just
correct.
that, Goo. What happened during the season the report came out and then he tweeted and said, well, I didn't say anything.
So you don't think that's over with?
No, I don't. And then when DiVincenzo left, he was heartbroken. He posts on his Instagram story, man, my guy is gone. We know that there was a divide. People have been open about the divide. Which side were you on? Kuminga was on the side with a lot of guys that are no longer on the team.
Yeah.
So who is Kuminga kicking it with right now? Who is he kicking it with?
It ain't Draymond. Remember,
it ain't Draymond. Draymond don't even know his middle name.
CP3 is supposed to be
trying to know that guy.
Yeah, man. Come on, Dray.
What's his favorite color, Draymond?
Yeah, man.
So that's what I think. I think that he's trying to maneuver. Okay, he still doesn't really know where he fits.
When I was growing up, just to let you know.
I know, right?
Exactly.
Well, he's half his age. He's half his age.
He doesn't need his boys. All he needs is a good pick and roll partner, and that's what Chris Paul is going to bring to the table.
Was Jonathan born in Chris's rookie year?
Close to.
Be real now. I think he was like
might be
one.
onto something.
Oh, in Chris Paul's rookie season.
Chris Paul's rookie year, was Jonathan alive?
Might have been a junior at Wake Forest. I'm not sure. Either way, he's been growing up his whole life watching Chris Paul run a different style of basketball than the Golden State Warriors.
Is that concerning to you? Because I only had got the first part, and then Alan, I was with him. I was like, oh my God. Then he kind of,
I'm less focused on what he said, and I'm more focused on what he didn't say. Mm-hmm. And that's why I'm kind of, I don't know if I'm saying he's trying to get traded, but I think you're onto something, because think about how we all reacted to Chris Paul. one of the few positive things that most of us said is, boy, that sounds great for Jonathan Kuminga.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is a pass-first point guard. That is somebody who has
He'll open them up.
He's made big men better. Draymond said it. He opened up DeAndre Ayton. He made DeAndre Ayton. If I'm Kuminga, wouldn't you think he would say, oh my gosh, I am so excited to be able to receive passes from one of the greatest point guards that's ever played the game. And he didn't say that. Instead, he's kind of like, it's an odd fit from the guy who is supposed to be the most fittingest player with this move. That's a little strange.
Yeah, it's more
That's a little
about,
strange.
Out of all the things he could have said, him choosing to say that says a lot. Because to your point, Willard, he didn't even have to say what you said. There's so many other things he could have said that would have showed us that he's excited. He's not. He could have said, man, the way CP3, is able to run the pick and roll and what I've watched throughout these years, that's going to be me and him. And I think a part of that is you don't want to talk about the fact that he's still running that second unit and he don't want to be there. Yeah. He's seeing all of his buddies running around in Houston or wherever they are doing what they want to do, and I'm over here relegated to like a sophomore on varsity, trying to get some time.
Evan, read it again. I'm looking forward to what? I'm looking at the end. I'm looking forward to
seeing how it's going to work, and
that's
I feel
good.
like
That's
CP3 is a
telling you
smart
it might
player.
not work.
I feel like he's going to bring so much that we didn't have on the team, and I'm looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to playing with Chris. I'm looking forward to seeing how it works out. Is kind of like
from Orlando.
Like okay, I'm gonna stop short of he's trying to get traded, and I'll say it this way. I think that he right now is not sure whether or not he's supposed to trust the Warriors organization. Well, he wanted to play more.
That playing time, that hurt him. And then he had his reps devise a letter. What is my client? What's the role? And let the body, we just lost.
And what's he been listening to? He has now been listening to the whole world say, well, the Warriors went and decided that old beats young, and what they want smart players who know exactly what to do, where to be, when. And so if I'm 20, 21 years old and I just got benched for the whole playoffs and my best friends all just got traded or signed elsewhere, like, again, I don't think it's a death blow, but are you taking a wait-and-see approach? Yeah, don't forget, there was that report from if he is not going to have a defined role next year,
that was
his
heavy.
agents will seek to be elsewhere.
Yeah. What happened with
I don't know. Yeah. Promises behind the scenes or maybe not.
Yeah.
I kind of read it as he expects to be a part of the bench unit in the rotation. Not that he's questioning that, but I think he's kind of wondering what the style of that unit is going to be, because according to the Warriors, the last couple of years, they've wanted him to play a certain way or, mesh with the system, immerse himself. And for whatever reason, he hasn't been able to do that as much as I think he would like, because that would have led to more playing time. So when I hear him say, CP doesn't fit the style, or, I was surprised, I don't take it as he's trying to get traded, but I do think he's kind of questioning, well, you guys told me you wanted the bench to be this, and you wanted me to play a certain way. You just brought in a player that doesn't really fit that, at least from what I've seen. And now I wonder, am I back to square zero, or is Chris Paul here for me actually? Like, I think he's kind of questioning what his role is going to be. At least that's how I take it.
Because that was not an endorsement.
No.
We'll
not a ringing endorsement.
If it works, like, man.
Yeah.
And he's telling you stylistically it's not a fit. And that I've been watching, so.
But let's also not act like this is maybe anything new. We left last season with the idea of the Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga have some work to do to get on the same page. And I don't know that you can do that in July.
Okay.
So he's probably still there, and he's been more and more willing in recent months to talk about it, talked about it to the Chronicle and whatnot. And so that's where we're at. There's work to do there,
Okay.
for sure.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's still here, especially, Wiseman's gone, Poole's gone, there's an endorsement in there somewhere from the Warriors just by the fact that he's still here.
Well, maybe it's also he's like, well, I'm coming up on a possible extension after next offseason. Like, this is a pretty big year for me. And you're bringing Chris Paul. I think the Warriors did it in a way for him, but also to address plenty of other stuff. But if you're Jonathan Kuminga, it's like, all right, this is in a way my make or break year early in my career. What are you guys showing me that would make me want to be here beyond? Because I haven't felt as much love as I would have hoped. You did move Poole. You did move Wiseman. So clearly I'm valued. But how soon am I going to be actually involved in the capacity that he wants?
Yeah.
It could be 4 years from now.
But no, see, I think the Warriors should be as motivated as Jonathan is to get something great out of Jonathan this year, because they don't have Jordan Poole's 20 points anymore. Like, I remember hearing, and I think it was an unnamed GM, one of those reports, but when we're talking about the Warriors' title chances, they're like, the year before when they won it all, Jordan Poole became a thing in ways that we didn't see coming. They're going to need someone else to step forward like that and have a phenomenal, productive
a big ask.
year. It is. But someone's going to have to do that. And to me, he's candidate one. I mean, you can start with, I hope they're healthy, and are you going to get active Wiggins and all that? But if the Warriors are going to win next year, somebody's got to be better than what you're expecting them to be.
Okay.
And who would that be other than him?
Okay, I got
It's him.
And I'm going to say this.
He's him, Goo.
There's no doubt he's him. And
Patrick
he wants to
Mahomes.
be him. When Dre was flirting with, I might leave or I'm taking all offers, I'm looking at Dre's numbers, 8, 7, and 6. I told Steiny this, and I mean it to this day. There is no part of my being that does not think if Jonathan Kuminga was inserted into the Warriors starting lineup, and I know the game and games are not just about numbers, there's no way in hell Jonathan Kuminga couldn't average these numbers. And I feel like just the competitor in him knows that. And he can't get that opportunity with Dre in his way. And Allen, you can't tell me these youngsters don't want to start.
Yeah.
And I feel like his 3-point percentage would automatically be better than Dre's because Kuminga can hit him. But it's about when you empower these youngsters and they know, okay, I can mess up, but I still am going to play. That's why we got that letter. That's why I feel like we got we'll see if it works. He's not thrilled, man, with what's in his way to be the best version of himself. That's okay.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Sorry about that, Goo.
No,
and there's no secrets, right? There are no secrets. We all know who's on the team. That's why we knew something's got to give with Jordan Poole and with Klay Thompson and Steph. We knew something had to give there.
Man.
We know something's got to give with Kuminga because there's no way, and I get it because Chris Paul, we don't know how many minutes he's going to play. There's no way Kuminga can be lower than second guy off the bench. He has to be seventh man.
That's how I got him.
You have to be, right? So even with that being said, I don't know what those numbers look like, but to your point, Goo, there's been a lot of conversation just in terms of that younger regime and what they expect. There's some conversation about how Jordan Poole had some feelings too. You got me on the bench. You got me on the bench. When I get blown by, it's a problem. But Klay, because of what he did, throwing up the four is no problem. When I take a bad shot, I'm the scapegoat. When Klay does it, shooters shoot. And I'm not coming down Klay's road.
If I could reach your hand and dap you up, I would, Allen.
I got you.
That's as real as it.
And look, this is not about anybody's feeling. We are speaking as if these are the most elite, high-level competitors in the world.
Right.
Wait, anybody want to ride Pine?
No doubt.
You didn't want to ride Pine in Little League. You didn't want to ride Pine in high school. What makes you think these guys are going to sit there and want to ride Pine? Jordan Poole's feeling like, y'all don't get this championship without me. Klay played half the year.
No,
and how soon do we forget?
What you got in your hand?
I have what Steph Curry just said about Jonathan Kuminga from the golf tournament in Tahoe.
Here we go.
He's asked about it, okay?
This is awesome. Let's go.
Ron Kroichick did this in the San Francisco Chronicle. He caught up with Steph out there at Edgewood. Says Curry clearly expects the Warriors to keep Kuminga, and he expects, quote, a lot out of him in the coming season. Here's the quote from Steph. It's a challenge to figure out how to elevate your game and also fit within the system and what makes a winning team. I know JK is working hard this summer and trying to take the necessary steps to be part of a winning rotation. All the nuances you have to learn, end quote. Now, that would be my response to what you just said, Goo. Can he average what Draymond averages? Sure. Does he know any of the nuances?
Okay, wow.
He's 20.
Yeah,
Does he? All right. Does he care?
I would say
He's
no.
20.
To that part.
He's 20.
No, and is he trying?
He's not at the golf tournament in Tahoe because he's not allowed in Tahoe yet.
Man.
He's 20. I mean, who's 20 in the NBA?
But his profile
and doing it.
Evan,
who's doing it?
But I'll tell you what, when they're trying to win a chip, and you heard Curry say, it's go time, they're not looking down the bench. Kerr's not like, oh, you want some fruit snacks? You got to go in there and do something.
Right.
So they put themselves in that position to be dependent on him. So give him his time. Like, I didn't understand him not playing against the Lakers and what was ever going on. That was the wrong thing, man.
Listen, to me, I remember that in the King series, he did get his time, and they didn't like it. You know what I mean? Like, but
it was already sour. No excuses.
Maybe,
but you already had lost him to me.
Well, maybe, but by the way, what's that a reflection of?
Can't do that.
That's on Jonathan.
Yeah. No,
you can't go pout.
Right. Yeah,
you can't go pout.
You can't. And I'm going to compare it here to what was supposed to happen last year with our guy Trey Lance. Okay, supposed to have the keys. Man. Let's see what we got. This is a different version, but this is where we're at with Kuminga. And I don't know if this conversation has to happen with the front office and Steve. Steve, you can't yank him if he does something wrong. We got to see what we got. We don't really have anybody else. We can't continue to, every time he does something wrong, get out of the game. Again, this is not high school. This ain't Allen Sal's, De La Salle, 6-man. I'm not running the offense. Get me out of there, Goo.
Yeah.
And they did. They really did.
But if you're Kuminga, and in regards to Curry's words, like his weight is above anybody else. But Jonathan Kuminga also probably read the quote of Stephen Curry pointing at Jordan Poole's locker and saying he's the key after the Los Angeles Lakers series, and he got shipped out of town a month ago.
He was the key to the Chris Paul trade.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I hear
if
you,
you're Jonathan Kuminga, you're probably seeing mixed signals. Not to say that's on Steph, but I think in regards to the organization and his place in it, he doesn't have an answer, and maybe it's unfair, but he probably wants one sooner than later.
Did you ever think about it, just a quick aside, when Steph said that, and he pointed to Jordan Poole's locker room when he talked to Logan Murdoch and that article came out, did you ever think that Steph wasn't talking about the future and he was talking about the past? And I'm not even, like, there's something that crossed my mind. Like, that's the key. In other words, like.
That was the key?
That was the reason. That was the reason.
That we didn't win.
Yep. Or
that never crossed my
mind. And
mind.
Kuminga was a candidate to be on that bus on that 7-game speed. Well, he wasn't even, his minutes were dissolved.
Or if he is talking about the future, instead of thinking about it in terms of basketball the way we do, that guy's the key right there. In other words, can that guy change his way? Can he get over it? Can he change his attitude? Can he start playing within the team concept more?
And does he want to, like Allen said?
Does he want to? Now, and to be honest with you, I took it at that time as something a little bit more abstract because I've thought for 4 months that the Warriors were going to trade Jordan Poole at their first opportunity. I don't know how you couldn't with the way that it ended. But if Jonathan Kuminga wants a straight message, he's got one. That trade would have been way better for the Warriors if Kuminga was in it. So they want him. I think they want him. I think they know that they need something from him. But
he's irritated and mad about Poole and everybody else up out of here.
They got to all be on the same page. I got you. You know what I mean?
Well, there's still a monetary slot if they did want to move him with Chris Paul.
Yeah, but can you trade Chris Paul?
Not before January.
Yeah, January.
Yeah. But and again, I'm going to just
curveball too.
How the young guys are these days, Goo. I'm just going to be completely honest with you.
I love that.
I see these videos. You got Kuminga Muse on Twitter. Shout out Kuminga Muse, and they post what Kuminga's doing, and he's in his bag. And when he goes to the gym,
falling for it.
His high school or his highlight tapes, he's shaking and baking. He's shooting off the dribble.
Well, and he's 7'2" now, so he got that going for us.
He got another.
Where do you see him? So you see him. So he's 7'6" by October.
So I also don't know if there's a disconnect between what he wants to do. If he feels like I can do certain things, but you know what? When I look at the comments, you know what they say? Dub Nation has turned into a version of Steve Kerr because they know, everybody knows, Where are the highlights of you rebounding? Well, ain't nobody going to post a highlight of you rebounding.
But that is a thing you need to improve.
But yes, that we want to see you working on certain things. And if there's a disconnect and Kuminga's thinking, now I'm trying to get my bag right, that's not going to mesh very well at all. At all. So I don't know. I don't know.
Well, the guy who got the bag last offseason was Poole. He is gone, but he got money because he could score.
Exactly.
Jonathan Kuminga's saying, if I
get
want
to the free throw
paid,
line and slow the game down with the best of them.
Somebody need to have Kawhi call up Kuminga and say, hey, man, board man gets paid. Don't ever forget it.
How soon do you want us out, Willard? And Evan, how much time you got?
No, stay as long as you have.
No. Sorry, I was just I wasn't pulling this time.
Can we go to whole rim? Because I go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, you want to go?
If you don't mind.
Until 2. Oh, okay. Yeah,
because I want to get both
Absolutely. Hang as long as you want.
Because I got to
Once again, this is the key to me. It's a challenge to figure out how to elevate your game and also fit within the system of what makes a winning team. Like
he's a high flyer.
Yeah, but you gotta fit.
Yeah, that's
all Steph cares about.
He gave
and
us
what
the
Steph
answer.
cares
You're right.
about is all that matters.
Right.
Yeah. So
Jonathan, we know you can do all this.
Jordan's
but this
a wizard.
How we do it.
You don't need to fit in Washington.
Wow. This can be combustible, man.
You can cook. You can bake. You can do your thing, and you can win 27 games and have a great time. Yeah. You've got to fit. And like, I know this sounds sometimes like it's not fair. I know this ends up with people going, Steve Kerr hates young people. You young players joined something iconic.
No, they were selected.
Yes.
They didn't choose.
No, but it's not your choice.
Exactly.
Like, and so if they want the other thing, you can have that. You can get traded, and you can go to Washington. This is their lot in life. Trey Lance, too. You didn't join a team that went 2-14. Yeah. You joined something very good, which, yes, in a way makes things unfair for them. But sorry, life ain't fair.
Right.
But you've got to fit.
And this is the medium, the thing that we do, this vessel. Even when I listen, because I love it, Willard and Styles and Evan. I told Evan yesterday, my parents, beautiful marriage, married 63 years.
Damn.
They would have little arguments, minute ones, but as youngsters, my sister and I would be in the back crying like, the end is near. Right, not even knowing what was going on. They're fine. But I bring that up because Warrior fans, they think we get out of bed, all of us, and Steiny especially, like we look to come up with something negative. No. If you're a grown-ass adult and you watched how that season ended and the mannerisms, the body language, just the Kuminga letter, whatever he was trying to state, there's something there. And Poole being gone, if you read those quotes just from Kuminga in the fit and Curry saying,
brother,
we got to be, there's ingredients here that if stuff is not right, it can explode. There's no winners in that.
You've already been proven correct. I mean, this is something that and Dibbs and I talk about it. Like I promise this whenever I do radio shows. You don't need to agree with me. You can think I'm nuts, but I promise you, not making things up to tick you off and get clicks and attention. Like we were told back in January, oh, y'all just making stuff up about Jordan Poole for clicks.
I was one of them.
How about now? Were we making stuff up?
Man.
Was the drama behind the scenes for our personal gain here on 95.7 The Game, or was something actually going on? This is how the Warriors have felt all year to me. And by the way, they still kind of do. Look at the exodus. Okay, there's a lot of people leaving. There is stuff going on behind those scenes that they've got to figure out, and I think they have started to make the moves that they think will help figure it out, but we're now in July where only time will tell. And Jonathan Kuminga is very high on the list of one of those things. Well, like there is something going on there, and they have got to bridge it.
Willard, I take offense to that. Not what you're saying is we have been told, and I told you this, Evan, Styles, tell me what you think about this Warrior culture. Okay, Warriors culture. Throw a life preserver to one of these youngsters. How the hell, Draymond, you're the man, the junkyard dog, the heart and soul, and you don't got sense enough to know you need to go build a relationship. This starts in training camp. How can you say, I didn't know my brother, but you're getting the love and the credit as this leader? So are we just going to all Bill Murray and Ghostbusters the youngsters till they're all gone?
Maybe.
Like, come on.
Well, see.
Somebody's got to step out their comfort zone and help and reach one of these dudes.
But here's what I would say, because you're not wrong, but I always go back to we don't know that he didn't. Jordan Poole openly stated that when he was in his first good year, Draymond was the guy. That's who he looked up to. That's who put his arm around him. That's who helped him. Now, things went sideways, and that all got fractured. But when I hear Draymond say that I don't know Jonathan the way I need to know him, man. I don't know if he's saying that in a way of just like, because I don't give a crap.
No, not that I don't give a crap.
I tried and I can't. I haven't been able to get through to him.
Well, I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
I heard, but I didn't get to know him.
I don't know.
Come over and have a
I'm
beer.
Hang on.
The road
I'm saying I don't know.
Mark.
I'm saying I don't know.
And the road record was boo-boo, and now I'm starting to wonder it was because of lack of rapport.
But do y'all not get the sense that with the Warriors that the veterans felt exasperated because they've been trying to get through to the kids and it didn't work? I don't think we started here. We didn't start with hurt feelings. I mean, Jordan Poole... To last week, Steph Curry's reaching out to him on Twitter. I don't think they hate each other.
No.
I think they're trying to get them to play in a way that the veterans feel has been proven successful, and the young guys have been very, very slow to do it, to the point where two of them got traded, and now a third one is like, okay, you got to do it this time?
Because it doesn't benefit them, right? That they can understand. I don't think the young guys are, I don't think they don't understand. It's just what you're asking me to do is not good for me personally.
It's not. It got Jordan Poole $135 million.
But Stephen Curry and Draymond Green have also admitted that it took them 3 or 4 years to impact winning in the NBA.
Yes.
So it hasn't taken the young guys a long time. Or sorry, it has been a very short period of time by the great standards.
But going by my thing that I said a few minutes ago, the lot in life you get is the lot in life you get. Steph, Clay, and Draymond came into an organization that was not right in the middle of a championship window. Kuminga, Wiseman, Poole, and Moody did. That's the way it went.
And I feel like if those are the guys,
you got to contribute.
But all right. But if the championship is resting on them,
it's not resting on them.
But that's the way it makes it sounds like when we're essentially setting up how Jordan Poole is now perceived by a lot of fans, and at least the way I read this and some of the reaction to it, both from fans and in this room, is it's kind of setting up to be the same thing, to where if things go wrong next year, we're going to look at Jonathan Kuminga, go back through the breadcrumbs and say, this guy's the problem.
I don't think that. I don't think
run
that.
out of guys to blame.
Listen, it feels to me sometimes like people are saying that these young players, because of where they were drafted, should have the avenue to go find their own stats as opposed to find a way to contribute to winning. Like, is that what we're saying?
I'm saying that I'm saying that they can think whatever they want, right? I'm saying I don't know what I would do in that situation if I was Jonathan Kuminga. Maybe I just want to ride. Maybe it's not that I don't really care about being an 8th man on a championship team if I'm Jonathan Kuminga. Maybe that's how he feels. I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know.
But to that point, and I keep going to this, you want to bring up Jordan Poole? I cannot sit here and tell you he was not at fault, and he probably the more it comes out, okay, whatever he was doing, he was playing the wrong keys on the piano. He rubbed everybody wrong, talking. I get that. But you got to give me this, and I keep going to Draymond. Draymond came out and told us he never once, not because he didn't want to, he just did not try to build a relationship with Kuminga. So let me tell you.
I have to hear that quote again.
Yeah,
he said I didn't try?
And then he said the assignment's going to CP3, and he's looking forward to it this year. Like, okay, hold on. CP3's worried about is he starting coming off the bench.
Go.
But my thing is.
Did he use that word? I didn't try?
It was basic. It might have been I didn't
like it didn't manifest.
Did he say that?
No, but he was saying he had to be better.
He said he had to be better. He said he had regret. I didn't ask him to come over and do this or that. My point is to what Allen said.
He meant he didn't know him.
Yeah, and there's if you got to know them, that's when you can tell them, hey, youngster, this is how we do it around here. It ain't about you getting yours. You do it for the betterment of the team. So that's why I'm saying when you're having a Corona or you're doing something on the road at a hotel or you're eating a chicken Caesar salad, that's when you tell them and sprinkle them what we need you to do. But if you're telling and admitting you're not even talking, how's he going to know?
And what did he also say all year? I lost my voice because of the mistake that he made.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, I'm not sitting here absolving anybody who's been here for 10 years from
everybody.
Of course they have accountability in some of this. Of course. But if Draymond if Kuminga was aligning himself with Poole, then Kuminga doesn't want to listen to a damn word Draymond says all year.
Yeah,
and Draymond may not have even tried.
No.
Maybe, because he didn't feel he could.
Yeah.
So that's not absolving him. That's on him. Because he made a really, really, devastating mistake.
He was.
He made a devastating mistake. I just think this stuff always has to be, it has to be in the middle. Like, a lot of what you're saying is true. But I feel like too often the conversation about the Warriors and the young guys, because we get excited about early draft picks, it's just like they have no responsibility in their own development. And my God, they do. My God, they do. Jordan Poole absolutely has responsibility in how he speaks to the standard-bearing players on this team and contributes to them in the decisions that he makes on the court. And if Jonathan gets benched for a few games and ends up in the Chronicle, that's a mistake.
Wow.
Don't do that.
No, I totally
That's
agree.
a mistake.
I totally agree.
Well, look, I would say this.
But who told them how to act? Nobody on the team.
But I would say this. It's very similar to dealing with family, right? I got two sisters, so I don't even have to go further down. That's all I got to say, and you understand what I'm saying. And the bottom line is that this whole last season was a pie chart, okay? And everybody takes some of that blame in that pie chart.
Yes.
Because when I look at this from the vet standpoint, they could have been better. From the kid standpoint or the young player standpoint, they could have been better. Ultimately, both sides, and this is why the whole, lake up running around, hey, 2-timeline this, 2-timeline that, stop it. The 2-timeline, that is not what happened unless you want to take Jordan Poole, okay, from the second timeline. That's really all you had for that second timeline. But that's why this doesn't normally work. Because think about all the other teams that are contending right now. How many teams and how many leaders are in similar positions as either the vets on the Warriors or the young guys? None. If you were the Lakers, LeBron don't have to deal with this. We get guys that are vets that have been in the league. I don't have to, for lack of a better term, I don't have to babysit. I don't have to show them the ropes for guys that we actually need to win because we have no money. We have no money. So it's a unique situation.
You see these other quotes from Steph?
No.
The biggest thing is everybody comes to camp with the right mindset of just trying to win. We got to talk it, live it out, and understand the time frame of our careers. Nobody's got time to waste in terms of any energy other than trying to win.
Oh, he doesn't have time to waste.
Yeah, no doubt.
And nobody does because
and that
he's
happened
the only,
last year.
And he's the only right. And
No
he's the only
doubt.
Steph. So there is one timeline.
Yeah.
One timeline, and it's now.
Look, I'm gonna
now.
I'm
That
gonna
is
quote
it.
Jamal Murray, right? So I love my last chance. You getting to the promised land, so you can get to that D1 scholarship. Jamal Murray. Everybody eats. If we get to the promised land, then we're good. And he gets his boy Bruce gets paid, right? And the Warriors need to find a way. If we get to the promised land, Kuminga, you'll be all right. Moody, you'll be all right. We all have to work together. And right now, I don't think that is the belief from Kuminga. I think, look, we're going to get to the promised land again, and all the other young guys, they're going to be showing off what they can do, and I've just been playing this role, jumping on the ground like I'm trying out for JV, and I'm not going to get what I believe I can do. The only reason I think that Kuminga working in the lab is going to help is because, to your point, Willard, you did lose Jordan Poole, so you need somebody to get buckets.
Yeah, no,
it ain't all going to be alley-oops from Kuminga.
I think if the Warriors are going to have a special season, he needs to have a special season. And a special season doesn't mean 20 points a game. But I think he needs to have a night in and night out impact. He's one of the guys who could play 80 games for them this year. It needs to be a defined role, but it has to fit. Like, here's one thing I sort of think about as a fan, and it can change from team to team and year to year. If you ask me right now if I care about the Giants' future, yes. I care. Right. I want Shohei on the. I don't even care about the Warriors' future. I don't care. Now, it's their job as executives to care. But I think that's what Steph is saying. Enough with these two timelines. We could all worry about 2027 and 2026.
That's
later.
All right.
Like, I do
Cash
not
in now.
care.
Yeah.
Let's go. 49ers. Oh, gosh. Who's the quarterback in 3 years? Don't care. Go win the ring.
That's fair, but if you're also then asking the future, who is Jonathan Kuminga, to have a special season, then you do need to care about the future, in a sense.
Not really. I care who he is this year.
He's 20 years old this year.
Right. I wonder how he can contribute. He's also here for the third year, though. He's also been here for a while.
Yes.
And so
I think to expect him to have a special season
but I
at
said,
age 20.
Special does not mean 20 points a game. I'm not asking for him to be one of the top 3 scorers for the Warriors. I'm asking for him to take a big step forward from what he's been before.
Yeah, and I think with the Chris Paul addition, he's probably wondering what that step looks like because his role is going to be different with that second unit with a guy who's running it that plays different than the way that he's been accustomed to playing his first 2 years, as he's already trying to get his sea legs under him.
Right, but the way he's accustomed to playing for the first few years is watching Jordan Poole try to attack the basket. Like it is. What's fascinating to me is that he doesn't think that this is amazing.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
And maybe that's because he doesn't want to upset his boy. He doesn't want a quote out there that Jordan's going to read. Who knows what's going on in his mind? But this is an absolute coup for Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah. No, all I was going to say, not necessarily anything about Jordan Poole, just in terms of Kuminga. Well, that's not how we normally play. Well, Kuminga, you ain't really been getting run.
Right. So how's that working out for you?
You should be happy that there's somebody. Right. You should want a different
Slow
pace.
it down and have somebody who wants to pass you the ball and throw you a lob.
Yeah.
This guy was the point guard for Lob City, and you look like a young Blake Griffin. Go do it. Yeah. Find a Kia, jump over it. Let's go.
Yeah. And this is from C.J. Peterson. This is June 2022. This is Draymond Green talking about his relationship or their lack of with Kuminga. I think there's an age gap. I walk by him in the locker room and he just start laughing at me. He's looking at me like I'd look at a 55-year-old man. This is Draymond Green. And he said, we really never had that type of relationship because of the age gap, and I don't know if I have to learn this is Draymond, learn this generation because you can't lead them the same way you would lead someone that's kind of your generation, Green said. You figure out what buttons to press and how you get to them and how you treat them, but we haven't been able to gel. This is 2022. So he just said on this podcast a couple weeks back, 2023, that he didn't fix it. They didn't work on it. And I'm not saying it's Dre's fault, but to me, that's what leaders do.
Yeah.
Young Buck, let me holler at you. Let me tell you about the Warrior way. And I'm just wondering, man, where this thing is going.
So you got kids. When you do that, do they listen to you?
No. Right.
But I
double back. I triple back. I let time go, a day go.
And we don't know that he hasn't. Right. I will that story that you just said. That's
a year old.
I know, and you're not wrong. But again, the year now that you're asking for him to step forward, he messed the whole thing up by punching one of his buddies.
All right.
So
and he got $100 million for it.
Wow. I hate the game, not the player.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I would also say to Jonathan Kuminga, if Draymond's walking by you in the locker room and you're laughing at him, that's probably as a 19-year-old not how I'd enter the room.
That's what my little cousin, my little nephew does to me.
That's gay. I will it. I
but I don't know. I don't know if that was light and airy or
saying it,
right. Everything you're saying is true, but also goes both ways.
Yeah. Well, either way, I'm looking forward to what you guys got coming up for the next 3.5 hours. In addition to, of course, the All-Star Week prize below.
Yeah, what'd you guys give away?
We gave away, finally, Jerry Seinfeld tickets are off the board.
Yeah, and a chance to win the autographed Steph Curry jersey.
Klay Thompson autographed jersey still for grabs.
Still on the board. Still on the board.
Coming up next,
boys.
Wilderness Styles, 95.7 The Game.
These two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Styles is here again, as you just heard in nice spirited crossover. See, Steiny's not here, so we get to go all the way to 2:30 and just hang out. We just get to hang out because Steiny doesn't have a tea time. Actually, he does have a tea time. He's just already there.
Yeah,
he's just already
gotta
there.
Get your swings in.
Oh, come on, man! Ain't no hate. I'm glad summer is finally here. Tahoe must be beautiful, absolutely beautiful. That's where Steph Curry's playing golf right now. Interesting comments, huh?
Has he ever won the Tahoe? Okay.
He's not quite like he's. I do think that he came in maybe top 5 one time.
Okay.
Like he's one of those
Yeah.
He's right in the second tier. There's like 2 or 3 guys that are just like this is what they do.
Well, Tony Romo
he's a guy
now.
is a competitor.
Yeah.
A couple of the hockey guys. There's that actor Jack Wagner.
Yeah.
Former Pirates pitcher Rick Rhoden used to run around and win these things.
Have you gone to the Tahoe?
I have multiple times. I used to. Tony Bruno and I years ago worked it.
Okay.
So one of my favorite Jerry Rice. Actually, it is my favorite Jerry Rice story ever. Because we used to do the show from the driving range.
Yeah.
And so you're out there, and Charles Barkley's out there doing all 8 clicks of his swing, and just watching stuff going on. But as the guys come out and the ladies come out, we're sitting right there on the range. So you'd try to go over, talk to them, and be like, "Hey, our radio show is right there, that table that's 20 yards away. Like, come sit with us." And some people would, and some people wouldn't. And Jerry kind of was like, "Yeah, I'm not trying to do that right now. Like, I'm gonna go right." And Jerry's super serious about his golf.
Yeah,
Jerry loves his golf. So Jerry's like, I'm good. And so then he's just out there hitting balls. But then we get back to a segment. And so we are within earshot. And I'm like, Tony, the GOAT is here. And by the way, forget the golf tournament for a second. Can we talk about who is the best dressed golfer at this entire tournament? Because if we did that for a second, Jerry's not going to win this golf tournament, but Jerry is going to win best dressed. And I'm doing this while he's just whoosh.
Yeah.
Whoosh. He's just working on that 5-iron. Whoosh. And all of a sudden, my voice, I don't know if you can tell, it carries a little bit. All of a sudden, Jerry just puts his club down. He turns and looks over his left shoulder and looks at us. And I had one of those sort of fearful moments like, oh, crap. Like, does he think I'm making fun of him, And he looks at us and he just kind of paused for a while, sticks his club back in his bag, and starts to slowly walk toward us. And we're mid-segment.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, boy. How this going to go?
Yeah.
And he just saunters right over, sits in the third chair, puts a headset on, goes, how you guys doing?
Wow.
And then he's just sat there with us for 15 minutes and all
Sometimes,
talked it out. I'm like, my man, Rice-A-Roni.
That is
the
elite.
GOAT is here.
Elite schmoozing. That is schmoozing at its finest. Well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
So I've also gone as a fan, and if you will, for a quick Steph Curry story in Tahoe, this will be forever something we laugh about at my dinner table. So this was, I think, just 3-4 years ago, maybe, must have been, I can't remember, post-pandemic, whatever it was. But just a few years ago, I bring the kids up there, and we're following Steph and Dell around the course. And so Steph's doing his thing. I think Steph was playing with Justin Timberlake. So my daughter's like, this is the most incredible thing ever. Steph's here, Justin here. I'm good.
Yeah.
And so then all of a sudden, Steph hits the ball right and sort of into the crowd. And my little guy, and he had a buddy there. So at that time, really like 5 years old. Well, they don't know all the rules, security and the ropes and everything. So Steph hits, and they just take off running. And they're running toward the ball. And then here comes the security, and they pull the ropes across. Well, they go right under the rope, and they just run. And the next thing, I'm back about 50 yards with my 2 older kids. And then all of a sudden, there's just this buzz. Come to find out, I get up there, and these 2 kids have just broken into the golf course, and they're up on Steph Curry, which is adorable. But if it's your kid, you're like, oh, crap.
Yeah. Wow.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So here's the funny thing. Steph, being who he is, like, hey, little fellas, right? Like, let me get you a signed ball. And the two little fellas just freeze. And they're like, no. Like, we just want to get the hell out of here. They're embarrassed, and they're now terrified. And so they run away. And my older son becomes despondent because his brother just turned down a Steph Curry autograph. So the older one is just he's visibly for 2 holes is furious.
Yeah.
Finally, a security guard hears us, and he walks over. He goes, hey, what's going on? And we tell him, and he goes, okay, I saw the whole thing. He goes, walk with me and Steph for 2 more holes. And so we get to 2 more holes, and he finally gets to Steph, and beep-ba-da-bop-a-boop says this, comes back over, gives him a signed glove.
Wow.
Which the kids don't know I still have tucked away because they all fought over it.
Right.
But Steph could not have been nicer about the whole thing. And at least for a couple of holes, it was like the whole thing that the gallery was talking about. So it was kind of embarrassing with an awesome ending.
That is great. I thought at first you were going to say that your little one went after the ball like it was a foul ball, like baseball. Like, oh, that's mine now.
Tossed it back into the infield.
That's mine now. Wow, so you got the signed glove.
I mean, Steph is exactly who y'all think he is, man. That's just how he treats people.
Yeah.
I've never found anyone to say anything different.
That's great. That's great.
I wonder if people know.
Now I got to get up there.
Well, and what a perfect way to sort of like open up this conversation. Warrior fans, you got the best superstar who's ever lived. I don't know if he's the best player. I don't care who's on your Mount Rushmore. This is the best superstar. Steiny used to say it, the best face of a team that has ever lived. So my goodness, anything, and I mean anything, that he feels is in his way in terms of winning another ring, get it out of here.
Yeah.
So if that's you, Jordan, you're a wizard. Now, Jonathan, we love you. We see good things for you. And yes, you can cook and grow and all those things, but you better get on the bus.
Right.
Get on the bus. Never forget Steph's night before Game 7 speech, right? Reportedly targeted at who? Jordan Poole?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Well,
and I think the thing is, I feel the same way. I think it's you got to milk whatever you can out of this era that the Warriors are a part of right now. I think the thing is that the big three being connected, to me, if I were a younger player, I don't think the issue is Steph, because I don't think that that's arguable. I think the question becomes kind of maybe a little bit of what Gu was saying. Really, Draymond, I mean, sure, he passes and his defense is good, but maybe that's a little overblown. Or really, Klay Thompson, I mean, I understand what he's done. I understand what he can do, but I can do some things too. So I think that that's where the disconnect has happened, where everybody gets put into the big three. All of them get put into the Steph category, which they should. But in reality, I think there should be 2 categories. There should be a Steph category and a big three category. And I don't think that the young guys respect the big three category as much as they respect the Steph category.
I like that. You're probably right. I don't know, but based on everything we've seen and based on the fact that one of the other big three punched one of the young kids in the face, that sticks with you. I mean, so it's hard. Sometimes we talk about this stuff, and I feel like that gets tucked away, especially with where I stand on this subject, as if there is some way to excuse that, and there isn't.
No.
There isn't. Okay, that's a baseline. Draymond was completely out of line. What I don't know is how that did affect others. We obviously know, we feel like we know now how it affected Jordan. Seems rather negative.
Right.
No longer plays with the team. But how did that affect Jonathan Kuminga? How did it affect Moses Moody? DiVincenzo? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way it was positive, right? It's really just a matter of how much did it bother them? How do they view him now? Does time really heal all wounds? Moses Moody's a guy who I just think that guy's going to grab his lunch pail and go to work, right? From what we've seen. Kuminga, a little bit different. Now, maybe it's a bit of, with great ceiling comes great, I guess, expectations, right? And
you're
Moody,
a top 10 guy.
right.
Moody, you're a teens guy.
Yes, exactly.
Different deal.
Maybe it's that simple. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. But Moses also played college basketball, and Moses, I think, took a little bit more of like a I decided to come to the pros and learn here. That was his big quote last year.
Yeah.
Kuminga's coming from Ignite, man. That's a different life. He's coming from a different country.
Right.
Like, the whole thing is just different. And, yeah, there are a lot of people, if you don't remember, like, there was a time pre-draft that year where Kuminga was going to be number 1 overall. I mean, he's in that discussion.
Yeah.
That's a different world than Moses Moody lives in. So it's a good point, but it's something that I don't know that we'll ever know. They'll never speak on it.
No
one's going to say, like, yeah, I there's a chasm between me and the older players because of what happened last year. You know, you've got to. They've all got to figure it out. And we thought they could last year. They couldn't. And so here we go again. You got to figure it out. And so I think that's where Kuminga is for sure. 888-957-9570. That's Styles in for Dibs. Obviously still today and tomorrow, enjoying it all week and look to continue to as far as everything that we've been doing with the All-Star Week blowout here on 95.7 The Game. We're moving toward more prizes. The list is dwindling, but my gosh, a lot of the great stuff, including the Klay Thompson jersey, is still on the board.
Wow.
So be listening today, along with tickets for Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan, along with still another round of golf with one of the shows, and along with private jiu-jitsu and self-defense lessons from our friends at Evolve Training Center. All of that is still on the table, so be listening really closely. And then in the 5 o'clock hour, another one of you is going to have a chance to win. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Tim in North Carolina with Willard and Styles. Hey, Tim, what are you doing?
What's up, guys? What's up, Styles? You know I love the call when you on here, man. And sometimes you and JD on here together, and JD be going postal on me sometimes. But listen,
appreciate you.
I know Willard. You say you're not you're not big on the future, but I gotta disagree with you in one area because it is one guy that's run this team that is definitely caring about the future. And in my opinion, this is why I absolutely knew Kuminga was going absolutely nowhere, because in Joe Lacob's mind, he needs to have somebody to put butts in the seats in that arena for a long period of time. And it was only one person on this team that when they got some garbage time against the Lakers, they were getting a standing ovation because the people wanted to see him on the court. So, listen, Lacob reluctantly let Wiseman go. Listen, we all can agree or disagree on that one, but I absolutely knew Kuminga was going absolutely nowhere. And I think you have to, listen, these guys have won 4 rings. You don't just absolutely wake up with a right to win a ring, man. These guys got 4 rings under their belt, and you have to be kind of concerned about the future. And I know we all think Jordan Poole was pushed out, forced out, and this and that, but guys, let's listen. It's one thing we may not know, but we all heard that Kuminga's team and camp wanted, if it wasn't a defined role, for him to maybe be traded. But we don't know this. We don't know that Jordan Poole behind the scenes could have easily requested a trade. And we know Dunleavy loved Jordan Poole, and that could have been done for him. It could have been done something that they knew needed to be done for him. And I wouldn't count out his future as a Warrior in 4 years down the road if this guy goes over here and performs in the Wizards and Steve Kerr is out and Draymond is gone, that he might not have a future with that team again. Listen to what's being said as he leaves the stage. Mike Dunleavy is praising Jordan Poole as he's leaving, and he's talking to
Well, of course he is, Tim. Let's jump in here and let me say this. You're telling me that Joe Lacob's got to care about the future. Of course he does. I didn't say that. I said I don't care. So you can't disagree with me because the only statement I made was what I care about, and I don't care about the future. Is Jonathan Kuminga somebody I really like? Yes. Do I hope he's a career Warrior? Absolutely. Is he on his own putting butts in seats in 2027? Nope. Not in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but like your comments there make it sound like you think that that Jonathan Kuminga may end up being like a future NBA 1. I mean, he's only 20. I haven't seen anything that suggests that that's where this is headed.
There's a lot of Warrior fans that are really high on Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay.
And I'm not one of them, only because I just feel like they're crazy athletes every year. That's just how I feel. And I might even be underselling Jonathan Kuminga, to be completely honest with you. I think that in terms of Jonathan Kuminga, I think that we saw some reports. There were conversations had, but I feel that Lacob and the front office just decided we're definitely not going. If you feel like the the Jordan Poole thing, you can make the argument, okay, well, talent-wise, we probably lost some talent, but you get rid of the drama, some of the drama, you get rid of, some of Jordan Poole, how he's been up and down, and you get a more stable player in Chris Paul when he's on the court. With Jonathan Kuminga, we're not going to sell low. There's no need to. There was not an understanding to do it with Jordan Poole. No disrespect to Chris Paul, but with Jonathan Kuminga, there's no need to.
Well, remember the word that I keep hearing. Larry Harris, when he was on with us on Monday, kept bringing up this word, turnovers.
Right.
The Warriors this year were very, very turned off by how many turnovers this team had.
Yeah.
So that's not Jonathan Kuminga. That's Jordan Poole. Mm-hmm. And actually, it's also Steph and Clay and Draymond and those. It's the people who are handling the ball and the process they use. So couple things on that. I don't think that they're upset with the way Jonathan Kuminga plays. I think that they have questions about Jonathan Kuminga's mentals. I think that needs to get in the right spot, and then they feel like we've got a 20-year-old who can continue to grow and really, really be something. And then also when you hear people, and in fact his quote about, boy, I've always watched Chris Paul play, and he plays a lot slower than we play with the Warriors. I wonder if the Warriors don't think, boy, maybe we should slow down a little.
Seriously.
Chris is over here. The Warriors are over there. Can we meet in the middle?
Yeah.
Because you turn the ball over like crazy.
Well, and also change of pace a little bit. I mean, the league has been watching the Warriors do this for so long. And because you have the best shooter of all time and another top 10 shooter of all time in Klay Thompson, it's worked, right? And a Hall of Famer in Draymond Green, you had Kevin Durant for some years. It's worked. You're running out of different tricks and different wrinkles, and you're getting older. So you got to change things up. It's very similar to a pitcher, somebody that's throwing gas when they're younger, right? You get older, and sometimes you're an even better pitcher when you get older because you focus on hitting your spots. You focus on your secondary pitches. So I don't think it's a bad thing to slow down. It's just different. So the idea, these are the smartest basketball minds in the world. If they think it can work with Chris Paul, I'm not going to say otherwise. Do I necessarily see it? I don't know, but I do know that Chris Paul always makes the team better.
Yep. Well, and even more so, he has made individual players and usually big guys better. And now that Jonathan Kuminga is 7'2", then absolutely Chris Paul's the right guy for him.
You get him and Bol, you got action. You got some action.
The internet's got some stupid stuff. That's the stupidest thing I saw all year. Jonathan Kuminga went from 6'7" to 7 foot, and then by the time people started reading it, they're like, now he's 7'2". It's an unbelievable growth spurt in the last 4 hours.
I mean, to be fair, Willard, you don't stop growing, until they say about 22 years old. So,
did you have a growth spurt in college
I'm still waiting for it from 7th grade. I'm still waiting for it. It got delayed in the mail. I don't know if the Amazon is wrong. I'm still waiting.
Be honest. You sit down with your baby yet, and you're just like, look, I'm sorry. It's not going to be. You're going to have to ask for people to reach the top shelf.
Well, so I had a girl, but the thing is, pro tip, my wife is as tall as me.
Okay.
And taller than me with heels on.
And for
I had to do it.
Hey, good on her for being able to handle that.
Yeah, I was an athlete at least.
Yeah.
I had something going for me.
Listen, come on. It's all in the eye of the beholder.
That's right.
But the next generation always ends up being taller anyway.
That's right.
I'm literally the tallest person on either side of and I don't mean my immediate family, cousins, uncles, aunts. People look at me, they're like, in my family, I'm an Amazon.
Right.
My son's already taller than me. I'm like,
see, I don't know what happened.
You are taller than anyone in the entire family.
Yeah, see, some people got it. Some people, you just get other things instead. Yeah. You get other things instead.
That boy's like 6'3" already. Him. Yeah. Couch Potato, Santa Fe. Hey, Couch Potato, what are you doing?
What's happening, fellas? I'm listening to you. That's what I'm doing. What other better use of my time do I have?
There is no other thing that should ever be done in the afternoon ever.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, listen, I have the ultimate Jerry Rice story. A few years ago, I'm not going to mention any places or names, but a buddy of mine had a holiday party. Small affair, no big names, nothing. Night before, he calls and said, I just want to alert you so you don't lose your mind. Jerry Rice might show up. So anyway, Jerry shows up, small party, 20, 30 people. He could not be more gracious. Just super nice guy, dressed to the nines, yes, sir. So anyway, my buddy, the host, goes to introduce him to his father. Now, his father, English was not his first language. So we're standing around. He brings his dad over to introduce him to Jerry. His dad knows exactly who Jerry is. He reaches out to shake his hand, and he says to Jerry, "It's so nice to meet you. I thought you would be more masculine." He meant to say imposing. Wow. And everyone just stopped. I didn't know what was going to happen. And all of a sudden, Jerry just started cracking up.
There's no other way to handle that.
Yeah.
Good on Jerry.
Good on Jerry.
Wow. Don't you hate that? The celebrity sighting or celebrity meet and the wrong thing just comes out of your mouth.
Yeah, well, when I was on with Dibs, he told me about the story with, I think it was Robin Williams, where he smokes the Frisbee and he has to go, make them go get it under a truck or something. So Dibs just completely.
The open to this show, I don't know if everybody remembers this story, but the hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead. That was Dibs meeting Jared Goff.
Oh, man.
Drunk. And Goff was coming off of a little bit of a rough year, and that's what Dibs said to him.
There you go.
Which I'm sure is exactly what Jared needed.
Exactly.
Just Dibs.
He turned it around.
Hang in there, big guy.
He probably, it really drove him. It drove him.
Jared's like, if I pay you, will you leave? I'm fine, is what I'm thinking he was thinking. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We got a lot more to say on the Warriors. We got some stuff to say about the 49ers. Coming up next, what does Buster Olney say with regard to Shohei Otani being traded in the next 2 weeks? And if he is, who's probably going to get him? That's all coming up. Styles is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All-Star Week blowout. It continues. The game continues to bring you the All-Star Week blowout. And, boy, we are whittling down this list, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't we? Signed jersey by Clay, still on the board. Private jiu-jitsu or self-defense lessons, courtesy of Evolve Training Center. For some of you, that might be something you know. Maybe that's something completely new. But I can tell you what, self-defense lessons, pretty handy. And I know, obviously, the people over at Evolve, and they will do you right. No question about that. There is also still 2 pairs of tickets to Seinfeld and Gaffigan. And even though we gave away 2 rounds of golf with the hosts right away out the gate, we have not given up the 3rd yet. So that is still on the board as well. So listen and win. Know what's going on with the show, and we'll ask you a question in the 5 o'clock hour, and you'll have an opportunity to be that winner. So every show, every day, all week long, All-Star Week blowout, 95.7 The Game. Now, you texted me something this morning, and the second I saw it, I said, please do not tell me that the Giants are on this list. And luckily, for me at least, the Giants are not on this list. Buster Olney on Shohei Otani's trade market.
Well, you start with the Yankees, the Rangers, the Rays. Maybe a small handful of teams, but there's no doubt. You talked with sources yesterday, they see the Yankees as potentially being the most motivated because Garrett Cole, Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, they're middle-aged players right in the prime of their careers. This is the Yankees' window to win now. You bring in Otani. Suddenly the Yankees rotation with him involved looks so strong. Otani hitting in Yankee Stadium, which favors left-handed sluggers. That's something I'm sure the Yankees would be willing to pay for if Otani is made available by the Angels.
Now, here's why, and I wonder what you think, Alan. Here's why I take this as such a positive. Did you hear the 3 teams that he's talking about who might want to trade for Shohei Otani? They are all 3 teams that are, in my opinion, not on the list of where he's going to sign next year. Yeah. Now, some of you are like, Yankees are not on the list? That's my belief. I think New York is off the table. And if New York's on the table, I think it's the Mets, not the Yankees, because that's where Billy Epler is. He's the guy that nailed the Shohei pitch with the Angels a handful of years ago. I think those teams are fully focused on winning this year's World Series, and that's how interested they are in Shohei. Hey, if he were interested next year, great. I don't think that's their motivation at all. I think the teams that have a real shot at him next year are going to sit and wait and twiddle their thumbs.
Yes. And this is pretty much what we had been saying. The Rangers, that name popped up. The Rays, that name popped up. I will say, can you ever really count out the Yankees? Going back to the rental conversation and how often it works. And we were saying, okay, can you break down how often it works, how much it doesn't? I would venture to say that the amount of times that the Yankees have done the rental situation has probably worked more than other teams.
That's an interesting one. Okay, I'm trying to think. Who have they acquired at the deadline and then kept? They came up yesterday when we talked about Teixeira. They're usually the team that swoops in and grabs the guy
after the rental.
After he's been rented.
But if you're looking at, going to different places and what there is to kind of see, wow, what is worth the free sample, I think the Yankees would say giving Shohei a taste of being a Yankee is worth it.
Yeah.
All the other teams, I don't know, including the Giants, and we love the Giants, but I think the Yankees would probably be the most obvious team to say, yeah, we'll rent Shohei to show him Yankee Stadium and what it means to be a Yankee. Yeah, we'll take that chance.
Yeah, probably. It's definitely the way they think. It's also 3 teams who are among those with the best records in baseball right now. So they are trying to win the American League. The Yankees also have that mentality we've been talking about right now with the Warriors, which is there's nothing but this year. There's nothing but this year, especially now. It's been so long for the Yankees this is a desperation sensation for the Yankees right now, no doubt. So they're sitting there going, if we give up 4 prospects, we get Shohei, we go for the World Series. If we then lose him in November, okay. Like, I don't think their fan base would kill them for that.
No, they wouldn't, but that's the Yankees.
And the Rays don't even have a fan base, so you don't have to worry about that.
Come on, man. My aunt likes the Yankees.
Okay, Dick Vitale, your aunt. Who's the third person?
You can find some people. You can find some people.
I mean, they're a good baseball team.
Right.
They're a good baseball team. I'm not taking shots. They're just like, I mean, how many people are like, oh my gosh, let's hold the Rays' feet to the fire on sports radio?
No, you can't. It's funny what you say, Willard, in terms of the Yankees, because they're a bit desperate. It's always really hard to keep up with the Yankees because the sky's always falling unless they're just destroying it. And then they play really well in the regular season and can't figure it out in the playoffs and forget how to hit a curveball in the playoffs. They are 4th right now in the AL East, 49-42, 8 games back, and they're 1 game out of the wild card. So they're really not in a position to where this is going to take us over the top. We need Shohei to get in the dance.
Oh, they have not been hitting.
Yeah.
They have not been hitting. They did not like the way they finished the first half of the season at all. Yes, 4th place is something a little bit different in that division where last place is 48-43.
Yeah.
Like it's 5 teams that are all balling. And the Rays and Orioles are up top, which is just, the thing looks like it got flipped upside down. But all 5 teams are really good. So it's competitive. It's juiced. The fans want that division. Even if they don't get the division, should they get a wild card? Absolutely. It's like he said, you have got major, high-priced, big-name players who are right there at about 30 years of age. You have got to go for this right now. You're in a window.
Yeah.
That's not the case for the teams we're talking about. Even beyond the Giants, even if you want to talk Padres and Dodgers, like these teams do not have closing windows. They either have a window that's already open or a window that will stay open or a window that is opening. I think everybody feels that way with those teams. And so that's why I continue to be solely, like very firmly against the idea of trying to acquire him because you're only going to be giving up prospects that he would probably wish would still be on your team. Plus, I think those teams know, like, if we wait, we've got no shot. Maybe our only shot. In other words, Shohei's mind is already made up. I'm not a Yankee. Okay, well then just come here against your will, and let's see if we can change your mind. If you're a team that thinks you've got a regular legit shot, well, then don't touch it right now. The other side of this is I told you this yesterday. I don't think the Angels are doing this.
Yeah.
And I told you yesterday, the emotional drain on a fan if the Angels just give up and trade the whole reason that everybody shows up at the stadium, and then, oh, by the way, they sent him to the Yankees? I can't think of anything more demoralizing than that if you're an Angel fan.
If you, as an Angel fan, would you rather lose, a fan, not the front office, would you rather lose him to the Yankees or just see him walk? Every fan would say, I'd rather just see him walk. I'd rather just see him walk. And just for the record, if it is between the Yankees, Rangers, and Rays, how Buster Olney is reporting, I know the Rays always have really good, they got, their farm system's always really high up there because they were bad for a good bit of time. I looked this up yesterday, Willard. Yankees, I saw 2 reports. One report before the year 2023 to start the season had the Yankees farm system 11th and 14th.
Okay.
So middle of the pack.
Middle plus.
Exactly.
Yeah, which is interesting. So, how many prospects but then again, the Yankees, right, that's not a team. They've always got good people coming up on the farm.
Right.
Like the perception around teams like that is, they don't care about their farm. Actually, to the point we've made about Farhan, what have the Yankees always done when they've won? They've always been littered with homegrown players.
Yeah.
Always been littered. Now, I know they also go out on the market and spend big, but that doesn't matter if you don't have a homegrown core, which is what the Dodgers have. It's what the Giants are trying to build. It's what the Yankees have had that. The Red Sox have had that. So, all right. I'll also tell you this. So an hour from now, my very close friend, Roger Lodge, who some of you, if you're of a certain age, will remember the dating show Blind Date. He is now a broadcaster with the Angels radio station. He is a show host, and he is around the team and embedded like no other. And I will tell you, because the conversation, we've already had it, we'll play it for you in an hour, and in that conversation, he twice says two different things that would suggest this dude ain't going to the New York Yankees.
Wow.
This dude is not going to end up on the New York Yankees. So there's that. And then also coming up next, our friend Bill Shakin from the LA Times. Remember a couple of days ago when we had that article, the guy that went around to talk to all the All-Stars and said, make your pitch to Shohei, and he talked to Alex Cobb and got that answer? That was Bill. And so Bill was at the All-Star game and will join us coming up next. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. That's Styles you're hearing that's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. But not quite today because Styles is in for dibs, and we're doing the darn thing and moving toward the 5 o'clock hour when today's version of the All-Star Week Blowout will continue. Your chance to win any host of fabulous prizes. That Klay Thompson signed jersey, for example, is still there. So keep on listening. You never know when the moment is going to be when you suddenly have the information you will need in the 5 o'clock hour. Maybe it'll come from this conversation with the great Bill Shaken of the LA Times, who was up there at the All-Star game, and I thought put together a really kind of fascinating article, interesting entry point into the Shohei Otani conversation. Bill, great to have you. How you doing?
Good afternoon. How are you?
We're fantastic, man. Thanks for hopping on. So as you're going around player to player and you're saying, hey, make your pitch for Shohei Otani, like, did you have to go talk to the Pirates and the A's, like gritting your teeth, or did you approach them all the same way?
No, pretty much approached everybody the same way. I wanted to try and have some fun with it. And I figure, as much as it might be interesting to hear from guys who are on teams that are going to have a legitimate shot at Shohei Otani, might also be fun to hear, what guys who are on the A's and the Pirates say. And I love, David Bednar, the closer from the Pirates, kind of looks at me and starts laughing. He goes, French fries, man. That's all we got.
Yeah. Which I didn't even know was a thing. Did you know that French fries were a thing in Pittsburgh?
Fermanti brothers.
Of course.
That's right.
Of course.
That's right. So, Bill, we talked about the guys that kind of joked about it, then the guys that were serious. Of course, as Giants fans, it felt like Alex Cobb took it seriously. We also heard Mookie Betts. Did those guys feel like they were taking it seriously when you asked them the question? And was there anybody else that also sounded like they were taking it seriously?
I mean, all the Dodger guys were, to the extent that Freddie Freeman was very careful not to say anything whatsoever about it. And I think on the national broadcast of the game, it came up, and he's like, nope, sorry. So he told them the same thing. Everybody would love to have him. I don't think that's any great secret. But what I think is interesting is at the start of the season, you figured, okay, the one thing we know about Shohei is that he wants to win. And really, that's about all we know. He's not told anybody anything. Anybody who tells you that they know that Shohei wants to play here or play there is just making it up. So as far as winning, you looked at the beginning of the season and said, well, what teams look like they're going to win and are spending a lot of money? Because obviously if you're going to sign Shohei, you're going to need a lot of money. And you would have said the Mets and the Padres. And I'm sure those teams will still pursue him. But right now, well, those teams aren't winning. It's going to be a long-term contract. I don't think anybody is going to value him based on 1 year, and I don't think he's going to pick a team just based on 1 year. But then you go, okay, well, who else has money and can win? And obviously the Dodgers are the first name that everybody thinks of. But the second team is pretty much the Giants. The Giants have spent the last few winters offering a lot of money and getting turned down by Bryce Harper, by Aaron Judge, I guess by the surgeon that reviewed Carlos Correa's MRI or X-ray.
Yep.
All works out in the end, right? But, the Giants have that big development called Mission Rock behind right field coming online. They're going to make even more money. They already make a ton of money. I can't think of a better fit. And if he doesn't want to stay in Southern California, I think you'd have to look long and hard at San Francisco.
Okay, Bill Shaken, LA Times, really good. So also one thing that I hadn't even been thinking of this year, when you talked to Alex Cobb, I was like, all right, they were teammates. So what was that interaction like, and what did you gather from talking to Alex?
Just that he said he thought he had as good a handle as anyone can have on how Shohei feels, and he thought, the Giants would be such a good match that, hopefully they could get him over the winter, and he would be happy to help. But, if not, they'll be happy to trade for him right now.
Would they? Because we've been tossing that around a lot, Bill, and here's my quick spin on it, which is, first of all, you're really kind of going crazy for 10 weeks of Shohei. I think the idea that you can use those 10 weeks to convince him of something is a little overdone. And wouldn't you want, if you're Shohei, wouldn't you want the top prospects from a certain team that you're going to join, wouldn't you want them still on that team for the next 10 years?
Well, I would imagine Shohei and his agents will look at where those teams look to be over the next 10 years. And more importantly, I think when he goes and meets with the teams that he decides he wants to sit down with, they'll present him with their long-term plans for the next 5 to 10 years. I think the question in terms of a trade is, number one, the Angels, at least this point, say they're not doing it. Could they change their minds? Of course. Are they going to win anything this year? Probably not. But if you trade Shohei Otani, you got to get something really good back in return. Yet on the other side, a team that, as you mentioned, is giving up a lot for 10 weeks, they might not know if they're going to be able to re-sign him because Shohei appears determined to try free agency. Why not? He's this close, right? So maybe what you give up for a guy you're only going to have for 10 weeks isn't going to be good enough for the Angels to make the trade. I mean, it's one thing to say you don't want to be the team that let Shohei Otani walk out of town, but it'd be a lot worse to be the team that traded Shohei and got back 3 pitchers, and none of them turned out to be very good.
That's a great point, Bill. Bill, after you talked to the players on the other teams, did you talk to Shohei about what they said at all or no?
Shohei is not freely available, I guess. Is that the right way to put it? He did a brief press conference after the game. We talked to him about the Seattle fans who, for those who didn't watch the game, were very, very loud and chanting, "Come to Seattle," every time he came to bat. Mm-hmm. And he said he'd never heard anything like that. He said he likes the city. He's actually lived there a little bit in the off season, but he's very polite. So, if you asked him, would you like to play in fill in the blank? He would say, I like fill in the blank.
Right.
Very smart. I mean, there's no point in putting his cards on the table now.
Bill Shakin, LA Times, who at the All-Star game went around to stars from different teams and asked them to give their pitch to Shohei Otani. Put the teams aside for a second, Bill. What do you think the contract is going to look like?
That's a great question because it's everybody's favorite guessing game in baseball. 1, where do you think he signs? And 2, for how much? And I guess the ultimate question comes down to, is there going to be an owner that's going to say, and I'm just using rounding numbers here, you're a $30 million a year player as a hitter, you're a $30 million a year player as a pitcher, so I will give you $60 million. Is there an owner like that? Only takes one, right? I think the other thing to consider is, given all the great stuff Shohei's done in his career, maybe you're really tempted to sign him, but you don't want that 10-year deal. So maybe you say, I'm going to offer you $100 million a year for 4 years. I don't know that that's going to happen, but there have been teams that have tried massive contracts and short-term deals before. No reason somebody might not offer that just to see what happens.
Bill, in terms of owners and who's going to open their wallets, we're here in the Bay Area. Just tell us, how much are the Dodgers going to be in this sweepstakes, this Shohei Otani sweepstakes? We got to worry about them or not too much? You already got enough stars down there.
Everything the Dodgers have done over the past, let's say, 12 months has pointed to them making a run at Shohei Otani. They've signed guys on 1-year contracts to clear up some payroll. For a team that has Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman, they don't have a lot of money tied up in their payroll for next year beyond those players. They will be in great financial shape. They made sure of it. Now, is that enough? We'll see. I mean, if Shohei says, I want to go to a team that wins first and foremost, it's hard to argue against the Dodgers. They've been in the playoffs 10 straight years. But again, we don't know what his priorities are going to be. We don't know if he wants to stay in Southern California or if he doesn't. So, we'll see. And if he wants to stay in Southern California, he can re-sign with the Angels. He hasn't ruled that out. He could go to San Diego where, signing guys for long-term contracts is sort of a civic hobby now.
Right.
There's options. So it's not even like, does he like it where he is, or does he move out of town? Because he can like it here and still sign with a different team.
So this sort of leads us to something we were batting around yesterday. Bill Shakin, LA Times, is with us, and that's this. And I know we don't know exactly what makes Shohei tick, but if he truly wants to be like the centerpiece, is there almost something working against the Dodgers and Padres because they already have amazing middle-of-the-order players? Would that almost in a way be a detractor? Like I'm joining something. It's almost got a Kevin Durant to the Warriors feel. You know what I mean, Bill?
Well, I would say that he spent his entire major league career playing with Mike Trout, who might be the best player in baseball over that period. So he's used to that. Whether it bothers him or not, I guess only he would answer. And then you weigh that against, well, if you want to win, he should know better than anybody. It takes more than one or two guys because he spent the last 6 years playing with Mike Trout, right? And he hasn't been in the playoffs. So we'll see.
Bill, if you were a betting man and we just said, where's he going to go? Off the top of your head, don't even think about it. What would be your guess?
As of today, with what I know about what Shohei is thinking, which is nothing, look, the Dodgers make the most sense. I mean, he seems comfortable in Southern California. He wants to win. When the Dodgers and Giants and other teams were trying to get him in 2017 when he came over from Japan, the National League didn't have a DH, but now the National League does. So that obstacle is off the table. So who's got the money? Who's got the need? You'd like to think that the West Coast has an edge in terms of shorter flights home to Japan than if he played for, say, the Yankees or the Mets or the Red Sox. But really nobody knows. So I think it'll be a fun sport. If I had a bet, I would bet only a nickel, and I would bet on the Dodgers or the Giants. So 2.5 cents on each.
I was going to say, you like what you said about 10 minutes ago sounded like you think that the Giants are at minimum the second horse.
Well, I think they're in position to get him. I think the Dodgers are in position to get him. Whether that's what he wants to do or not, we don't know because we don't know what his priorities are.
And do you think I know you said they could change their mind. Your best guess. He stays on the Angels this month, you think, Bill?
I think that he does because they're still on the fringes of the wild card race, so it's not impossible they could get back in it.
Yeah.
If you're going to lose him, do you want to lose him before you have to? Or can you still enjoy the last couple months? I mean, he could be challenging Aaron Judge's American League home run record right now. I mean, he leads the majors in home runs.
Bill,
if you trade him, everybody says fill up your farm system, right? Well, again, you said the 10 weeks, and you're right. So your haul for 10 weeks is not going to be your haul that it would be if you traded him last year, right? He could still help another team to the playoffs, and maybe that's enough to get some prospects or a young major league ball player. But, the Angels are not one player away either. So I just, as much as, you don't want to let him walk out the door for nothing except the draft pick, you got to really, really, really be sure you're hitting on what you're trading for Shohei Otani. And that's a really hard thing to do.
Bill Shakin, LA Times. By the way, real quick, outside of him, what kind of deadline do you expect? What's your thought on what's going on with the Cardinals, for example?
It's worse than the Angels.
Yeah.
Basically, the trade deadline in a nutshell is everybody is looking for starting pitching. Everybody's looking for pitching in general. There is not going to be enough to go around. So I would suspect that while some teams like to say, well, let's wait till the deadline and, we'll get the best possible return in the final hour before the deadline, I'm sure there will be other teams that will say, boys, we got a pitcher ready to move right now. You can get 2 or 3 extra starts out of them if you bid us up right now. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple trades in the next, say, week to 10 days.
Bill, Willard and I have been talking about the All-Star break and the All-Star game and how athletic baseball is right now with the rule changes, things like that. Let me ask you a question. This is the most star power MLB has had since when?
That's a great question. We do have a lot of young stars coming up, and baseball has finally embraced them instead of telling them not to flip their bat, not to show their personality.
Right.
And you see it, in some of the non-traditional markets. It's one thing for, the Dodgers or the Giants to bring up a young player, and the Giants have done a great job this year with the young players already there, and I know there's more coming. But you see a guy like in Cincinnati, Ellie De La Cruz, like this could be the face of baseball, and we've been spending the last few years arguing whether it's Aaron Judge or Mike Trout or Shohei Otani, and the fact that it could be a guy in Cincinnati, I think, is a great thing for baseball.
Bill, great stuff. When you spoke to Brent Rooker of the A's, he didn't laugh. He just he took that for real, huh?
He took it for real, and then I said, okay, but seriously. And he goes, well, he's probably not coming to Oakland.
Okay.
But look, if you sign a long-term contract with the A's, you don't even know where you're going to be playing for the next 4 years.
Well, that's the other thing. I loved his quote where he's like, I don't think he's going to end up in Oakland. And I'm like, Brent, neither are you. Don't you know that? Ugh, what a mess. Hey, Bill, thanks, man.
All right, take care.
Okay, Bill Shaken, LA Times. Look, I am not going to dismiss that. I am going to highlight that. I'm not taking a victory lap. This has got a long way to go. But, there's Willard in his Giants T-shirt on YouTube telling us that Otani might come. Bill's right. We have no clue what Shohei wants. But he said, I got 1 5-cent coin. I'm splitting it between the Dodgers and the Giants.
Yeah.
They are on this short list, partially just because of the way they've all set the table to go after this.
Yeah.
They've got everything they need.
And look, you hate to be the bridesmaid instead of the bride over and over again.
Yeah.
But if you do get Shohei, Willard, it would make it all worth it. You didn't get Bryce. Giants fans were sad. You didn't get Shohei the first time. Giants fans were sad. You didn't get Aaron Judge. He played the game. If you're able to pull this off, you've been hoarding this money.
Right.
You're not spending. You tried to spend it on Carlos Correa. He kicked it back. So it has lined up, and the saying goes, everything happens for a reason. I don't know about that, but I know some things happen for a reason, and maybe this has led to where we're going to go. That makes you feel good if you're a Giants fan hearing that.
Except
LA
for
Times.
my shoulders get all squirreled up when you talk about the bridesmaid, though, because I just flashed for something. Like if the Giants finish in second again.
Oh, man.
And he's a Dodger.
Don't put that in the universe.
Well, look, it's a very real possibility. It's probably, if there were Vegas odds on this, it's actually the favorite. The favorite would be that the Dodgers get him, and somebody writes an article and go, the Giants were Shohei's second choice.
Yeah.
And I literally think the fan base is going to be like, we can't take it anymore.
But then the inferiority complex that you've been talking about, then at that point, you can't even be too mad at the
now
fan
you
base
can't
anymore.
argue. No, you're
Not
absolutely
anymore.
right.
Not anymore.
You know what I mean? I will do until the death. I will tell you, it is better to have loved and lost than never have loved at all. And the Giants just keep on loving, don't they?
Yeah.
They keep getting in these free agent relationships, and then they end before they even start, and so it's really tough. But I think they know this, but this one is tough because this is kind of like, man, you got to declare. And if you're going to go all in, and if your name is going to be plastered all over everything, and if John Heyman is going to misspell his name and send him to the Giants erroneously on Twitter, right? Like if Shohei Otani is going to the Giants, if something like that happens, and then he ends up on the Dodgers, there's no way to lessen that.
No.
That's devastating.
It would be another crushing blow to the Giants, and at least you can sit there and say, all right, well, there's nothing you can say, but at least they are moving in the right direction. It would just be salt in the wound if it was the Dodgers. And I think the problem is now with Aaron Judge, okay, Yankees, the rivalry isn't as strong. Aaron Judge was there. You lose to the Dodgers specifically. You lost Bryce to the Phillies, whatever the case is, different. It'd be a rough go. It'd be a rough go.
I will say this about the Otani thing. Here's where it's different. Because this is one spot where I've defended the Giants in the past. And that is, for instance, some will say, hey, the Yankees offered $360. Why didn't you go? And the report is that so did the Giants. Same offer. In fact, it was the Giants' offer that Aaron told the Yankees, you got to come up and match it. The Giants are at $360. You got to get to $360, and the Yankees are like, okay. And that was that.
Right.
Now, the Padres were up at 400, but that was spread out over the next 700 years or something like that. I don't know that was a weird offer.
Yeah.
Some will say, and I get it, well, if you're the Giants, why didn't you call back and go to 400? I don't even know if they were given that opportunity. Go to Bryce Harper. The Phillies offered more. The Giants were like, we offered 305, and the Phillies like, we offered 335.
Right.
I think on this one, it'd be bad enough. Let's just throw out a fake number. The Dodgers got Shohei on 500, and the Giants also offered 500. And some will say, oh, well, what can you do? They had the right offer, but he chose the Dodgers. Others will say it's emblematic that the Giants can't close the deal, and everyone will be right. On this one, I would tell his agent right now, you whatever offer you get, you call us and ours will be more. I don't care what the offer is, right? Yeah. It's kind of like those stores that do that promotion. We'll beat any price.
Yeah.
You got to beat any price because the Dodgers do have an advantage. They have won more recently, even though they don't have actual real ring. They got a half a ring. It's a third of a ring. But they have been more successful in the last decade. They do have more stars, and they are right there in L.A., where I know he is comfortable.
He is. And, shout out to the 1990s movie Blank Check. So we're coming with a blank check. Shohei, whatever it is, we'll take care of it. So I got the Otani odds right here. Thank you, Sterling. Dodgers plus 200, Mets plus 350, Yankees plus 375, Padres plus 600, Braves plus 750, Giants plus 800.
That's a joke.
Who
did that? I can promise you, he's not going to the Braves.
They got action out there.
He's not playing for Atlanta.
Yeah.
Shohei? Yeah. Oh my God.
That would still...
no.
That would still...
We're not doing that.
But according to these odds, that still puts the Giants at 5th, which, to be fair, if you don't believe in the Braves, that's fine. 5th does feel realistic simply based on how these things normally go.
Well, yeah.
Taking out the Shohei part.
That's
Dodgers
fine.
at the top. Mets at the top.
Sure.
Yeah, there's nobody surprising besides the Braves.
Right.
So it's realistic.
I personally believe that New York is not the draw for this guy that other people think it is or that it is for other players. That's my personal belief, just based on conversations, one of which you'll hear here in about a half hour. That's my personal belief. So I put the Giants well ahead of the Mets and the Yankees. And then teams like the Braves, I don't even think that's a consideration. I'm not calling the Giants the favorite. But I've already, like I told you yesterday, I think the Giants, Dodgers, and Padres, I think they've got something cooking that the rest of the league does not.
Yeah,
Braves, in these conversations.
Braves are probably just there simply based on how good they are right now.
Yeah.
And if he cares about baseball, then he cares about competing, wanting to win. There you go.
He wants to win. He wants to win. And those teams are definitely going to win. We know that. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. More about the All-Star Week blowout coming up. We're a half hour away from my conversation with Roger Lodge, Angels Radio, insight about Shohei. You are not going to get anywhere else. I promise you that. And then also, coming up next, what Ross Tucker said on our 415ers podcast with regard to the Trey Lance relationship with the 49ers. You're going to want to hear this. Styles is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, in a half hour, you're going to want to hear this. Roger Lodge, who you may be surprised to learn is now like an embedded Angels broadcaster. He and I did a radio show together years and years ago. It was like one of the first radio shows, daily Monday through Friday shows that I did. And he was starting out in the business, and I was starting out in the business, and he was a host of a dating show, and I was just some person named Mark. And right. And so I've known him for a really, really long time. And his sports radio career has continued. And he is now he's like the dude with the Angels. Mm-hmm. And so he knows the situation. He knows Shohei really, really well. And I would just, for my money, seeing as I've already had the conversation, I learned a lot. With regard to the Shohei Otani situation and Shohei himself. So you may want to listen to that if you've got any interest in Otani's free agency, and we'll have that for you coming up at about 4:15.
And this is what we've been waiting for, Willard. Everybody, you don't know what Shohei wants. All we know is he likes to win. All we know is he wants to compete. You're getting an opportunity to peel back the layers a little bit.
Yep. There is definitely more there. And so all that coming up at 4:15, and then also keep listening throughout because you never know what it is that we're going to mention that's going to end up being the question for the All-Star Week blowout in the 5 o'clock hour, another chance to win a phenomenal prize, okay? That continues every show, every day, all week long. And so I think, let's see, over the last, earlier today, I think the Buonvino gift card went. I know one of the Seinfeld Gaffigan packages went, but we got more Seinfeld Gaffigan packages, round of golf with one of the shows, private jiu-jitsu self-defense lessons from Evolve, and that autographed Klay Thompson jersey. That is all still on the table. And remember, no matter what you win, you're also qualified for the Steph Curry signed jersey.
Wow.
And we'll get back to Steph and some of his comments about Kuminga and more a little bit later on in the show. But Alan, Styles in for Dibs all week. How's this grab you? 415ers podcast on Odyssey with our own folks, E-Dog and Grandy. Ross Tucker, former NFL player, big-time NFL voice, on the Trey Lance situation with the 49ers.
I think they've soured on him a little bit. And do I think that he's a work in progress? Maybe, but he's been there a decent amount of time now. I know the injuries, and I know they felt like they needed to develop him and all that stuff, and they don't want to go through those growing pains with him now or the development with him now. I get that. But, Evan, to pay the money they did for Sam Darnold, like decent money, to go out and get Sam Darnold, and maybe you could say that that's just because there are injury concerns for both Purdy and Lance, which I get. But even if you feel like Trey Lance needs some development, they made the decision a year ago to go with Trey Lance as their starting quarterback. And now this year, he's not good enough to even be the backup? I'm sorry, but you can't tell me that they haven't soured on him a little bit if he's not even good enough to be the backup, because it's pretty clear from anyone you talk to that they like Sam Darnold more than Trey Lance, which I think is pretty alarming if you're a Niners fan.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's a lot to say after that from Ross Tucker. How's that grab you?
Well, I got confused because I remember the Sam Darnold, they were splitting reps, Sam Darnold and Trey Lance, and then it was, we're not sure, and then Trey Lance was the guy. So now it's according to Ross Tucker, it's moving back into the discussion of Sam Darnold being the two. If that's the case, it's over. It's over. It is over for Trey Lance in San Francisco in terms of whatever anybody dreamt it could be. If you are number 3 behind Brock Purdy, which isn't disrespectful, but unfortunately, Sam Darnold, based on what we've seen, it's over. If that's it, it's bad.
This is what I would say, and I tried to say this all year long with the Warrior season. Stop listening to what they say and start watching what they do. Teams are saying things in interviews and press conferences, and they're saying in many cases what they have to say. But watch what they do And that's what I think Ross has tapped into. Now, first of all, he's having conversations behind the scenes. But the second they signed Sam, I thought to myself, uh-oh. Because you have to think about it this way. It's not just that they gave him guaranteed money. It's not just that it was on the first day of free agency or second day. Those things are real. But here's what really got me. What did they tell Sam that made him say yes? He had options. He had some good games in Carolina last year. He's a high-level backup. He didn't need to come here and compete just to be a backup. He could have gone somewhere where he was the clear backup and maybe even had a chance to start if somebody underperformed. But he said yes right away. Why would he have said yes? The 49ers did not come in and be like, so we got a truckload of QBs and one of them's hurt. Really no clue how it's going to go. One of them was the third pick in the draft a couple years ago. So we got that and, shoulder shrug.
Right.
They didn't say that. I fear, if you want to use that word, or believe, they said, Sam, we think Brock's going to be ready. If he's not, we're pretty sure that you're going to be the starter. And if he's not, and if he is ready, we think you're going to be our backup QB.
So this is what doesn't make sense to me. The first day of NFL free agency is March 15th, right? Thinking about the timeline of Trey Lance still getting back. So it's not as if they saw Trey later in the summer or whatever, and hey, we thought he'd be further along. They didn't even see what he brought to the table. Not that he could work that much because he's been injured. So they were so down on what they saw in 4 or 5 games.
But remember, they watched him for 2 full training camps. This guy's been in the system for 2 years.
But they were going to give him the keys.
I understand. They felt maybe they didn't have another choice at that time. They didn't know who Brock Purdy was, and they were trying to get Jimmy Garoppolo off the roster, and then, oh, by the way, suddenly changed their mind. I wonder why.
They told Sam the same thing they told Jimmy.
Yep. Hey, Jimmy, got a feeling you might end up playing if you stay. Game over, man. Again, stop listening to what they say and look at what they do. Oh, James Wiseman just needs reps. Oh, Jordan Poole's been a great soldier, and we want to thank him. He's a champion. And Trey Lance is our future starting quarterback, and we feel great about where Trey is. Look at what they do. Draymond's walking off the court. Steph is hucking mouthpieces. The 49ers are signing quarterbacks all over the damn place, and James Wiseman's a Piston. Just watch what they do, and I think that's what Ross Tucker did here. And if this is all accurate, and I agree with him, if this is accurate, I'm trading him next month. I am not waiting, because the bottom line is you got to have the resolve. If you're the 49ers, in my opinion, you have got to have the resolve to go with what you really believe is true and take the consequences, which, yes, there will be an admission here that we botched the trade and the pick. There's an admission there, no doubt about it. You got to take your medicine. Brock Purdy ends up being your starter. Hope he continues to win every game he plays. That's a good way to make everyone feel okay. But what you can't do is end up listing Trey Lance as a third QB, potentially deactivating him on game days at times, and then thinking that the following year, you're going to get anything other than a song for him.
No. Remember that nickel from Shaken? You might get that nickel.
Maybe.
You might get that nickel. You might not.
You might be lucky to get a penny.
Are they in a pickle though because of the injury to Brock Purdy? Can you move him right now even though Brock isn't officially back yet? Is that a little sticky?
Maybe. But I'm one of these people that even raises his eyebrows and goes, why'd they bring in Brandon Allen? And some of you will go, well, who the hell is that? Well, Joe Burrow's backup last year, that's who. Yeah. Again, somebody who probably had options. somebody who's been a backup in this league, somebody who's not, he's not a joke. He's not just some rook. Why do they have all these guys? So I think what we need to do is get our conversation around the 49er quarterback situation beyond all of our opinions and simply start looking at what it appears is the 49ers' opinion. Because that's the only thing I would now encourage the 49ers to do, and I think they are, by the way.
Yeah.
Follow your gut. It looks to me like you think he's not a player. And if that's the case, go on it. Go with that as your premise. And trade the man while somebody else maybe still thinks he is a player. Because if you get to the season and he's a 3 or a 4, that's a wrap. It is literally, it's just give him away and let him go.
Yeah.
Territory.
And nowadays, it is so obvious. We talked about Justin Herbert yesterday and some of these guys that are coming up. It's so obvious when a team does love a quarterback. It is so obvious. Give me this, Willard. Didn't it even feel weird last year? And I know Kyle isn't the dad that's going to put his arms around you. I know he's not that kind of coach. But didn't it even feel weird last year when he was saying, yeah, Trey's our guy, we're giving Trey the keys? Felt weird. I don't. It's not that I didn't believe him, but I didn't feel the conviction. And I know how Kyle can be, but when you're watching The Bachelor or whatever, and someone's saying, I really think I got a chance with her. I really think I like her. And you're thinking, you're saying that, but I see you on these other dates, and you got a different twinkle in your eye.
First off, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. You might be onto something, and here would be why. Like, he had absolutely no choice. He had no choice but to say that. They got to the end of the previous year, and literally Jimmy Garoppolo's like, see ya. They had press conferences. We're getting rid of Jimmy. Jimmy had press conferences. I'm out. We're gone. Yeah. Jimmy's going to be on a new team. The whole thing was like a done deal. And so who else was going to have the job? And even Jimmy wasn't still a 49er until 3 weeks before week 1.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's like, okay, Jimmy's back.
He's on the other.
He's on the kiddie table. Yeah, he's over there having like chicken dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Right? And so what else can Kyle say going into the season? But it goes right to the premise I just laid out. You could listen to what the 49ers said to you last August, or you could look at what they did. And what they did was, we better keep Jimmy. Just in case.
Just in case. I'm looking around the league now, and I know you have ultimate team game. That's what a lot of people say about football. But I'm looking at quarterbacks and how they progress, right? A lot of times you feel like you know what you know. So I'm looking at who's a first name everybody talks about when you talk about Trey Lance's accuracy issue. Well, Josh Allen.
Right.
So let's do this exercise and remove Josh Allen. We could call him an aberration. So besides Josh Allen, let's look at elite quarterbacks in the league and how long it took them for us to think that guy's a dude, right?
Okay.
Off the top of my head, in the got to a dude situation would be Jalen Hurts, who I've always said we still need to see more from Jalen Hurts to be official dude, right? But the guys that are the guys, it happens pretty quick.
So did Burrow tear his ACL in year 1? Was that his rookie year?
I believe
through?
So.
But even before he tore it, it was like, ooh,
we got something.
That guy can play. Mahomes took a year off, but the second he started playing, you're like, like that. I know we still have mixed feelings about Herbert, but that Tyrod Taylor injection thing,
right?
He went into the game, and we were like, okay, Justin.
Yeah.
You look good. Who else is a dude?
Well, I was even going to say the thing about Jalen Hurts, which is different to Trey Lance, is that we saw Jalen Hurts do it in college. And some people might scoff at that, but it's a thing. In my opinion, it is a thing. So you think, all right, well, maybe Jalen figures it out. Maybe he doesn't. Now, I think a good one would be Tua, right? Can Trey get to Tua? He certainly has the same type of weapons that Tua has. Maybe, I don't know. But unfortunately, you got the Brock is hot and he's doing his thing. So you're not going to get the chance. So I'm looking at somebody when you go to that second tier now, not the same cachet, didn't give it up, but a Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett could improve, and you follow enough NFL Twitter links. Hey, Kenny Pickett's going to take a big step, and maybe he will.
Maybe.
But from what we've seen historically, the guys that are going to be dudes, that eye test pops, and we just never. partly because of injury. We just never saw it.
Yeah, you usually do see it pretty quick. And even if we're talking about dudes that are mid-level dudes, go Dak Prescott. I mean, he ended up earning the job because of preseason play right out of the gate. Kirk Cousins, soon as RG3 is having injury problems, you're like, wait a minute, he can actually win some games. It's not great, but yeah, he can do some things. Go to some of even the great veterans, right? Aaron Rodgers sat forever. I remember watching the game when he got thrown in for the first time, and everyone was like, oh, the Packers are going to stink. And Aaron came out, and I think it was in Dallas maybe, and it was like, wait a minute. It looks like he can play.
Yeah.
And now he's Aaron Rodgers.
Trevor Lawrence. So Trevor Lawrence, okay, first year, I mean, there's something there. Second year, there you go. Other side of this is, I think what we saw with Zach Wilson has kind of changed everything in terms of the timeline. It was, well, give him some time. Now, Aaron Rodgers goes there, but Zach Wilson didn't get a shot, right? I mean, he got an opportunity, but we don't have time to waste, all right? This is my livelihood, and I think I'm not going to use the word fair because I really do hope the best for Trey, but you got put in a situation it didn't work out for you, and now we'll see what happens. But a lot of these guys, you see something early, Willard, and I think, and I was at that Texans game. I say it every time I'm on the air. I was at that Texans game not too far from E40, and you saw flashes, but there are too many guys to where you still need to see a little bit more consistency to feel good about it.
No doubt. I just think it appears to be twofold. It appears that he does not run the way the 49ers thought he was going to run.
Right.
And it appears that he has accuracy issues.
Which is malpractice, by the way, the running thing. How does that happen?
I don't know.
The throwing thing, okay, you make a highlight reel. But the running thing, really?
I mean, look, there is something to be said for, like, it's not just about your 40 time, right? If you're running straight ahead with no helmet on, is that different than the way you maneuver out of a pocket and get to an NFL corner? It can be.
But I would take that back to drafting some. Now, I think you can draft FCS guys all day and there's no problem. But there are certain things that might look a bit different, right? Depending on who you're drafting. The physicality of FCS versus FBS, I think that's a thing. And we saw Trey just be a lot bigger and faster than those guys, but not SEC guys. What does Trey look like in the SEC?
Yeah, but at the same time, the 49ers, it's like you're saying. You're not just going by video. Like, they worked him out. Is his speed what it is, or is it not?
I don't know how that happens.
There's no way. If this is the way they feel, unfortunately, there's no way to defend the pick.
Right.
Like, they're going to take the egg on the face. And what they're hoping right now is that everybody will just wipe the egg off, because in the meantime, they found someone else who will go 12-5.
Yeah. Yep. Just take the L. Take the L.
And if that's the case, they're right. We will forgive it if they're 12-5 and have the 2 seed or whatever, 13-4 and the 1 seed, whatever it is. If they do that, if they win the NFC West, have another playoff run, maybe even dance around in the Super Bowl, if any of that happens, you can mess up your trades and third overall picks all you want, because it ended up being okay.
Yeah.
But if Brock Purdy goes out there and turns into Carson Wentz, who also looked great when he was young and then turned into junk, if that happens, or Brock gets hurt and doesn't play, and now we're running around with Sam Darnold and he looks the same.
Again.
No. Now you're in trouble.
And let's throw some more gas in the fire. Don't let Justin Fields take another step. Because I was a Justin Fields guy.
Well, you're right, because that's now what you're saying there is also, I think, a big piece of this puzzle. The other reason that for the moment you can get over the pick if it was bad, the other reason you can get over it is what you're pointing to, which is it doesn't appear that there was anybody behind them that's going to be a star that they should have picked.
Right.
Like, what if Mac Jones was actually a star? Yeah. And that's the guy Kyle was going up to pick.
Yeah.
And then someone talked him out of it, or whatever, however the legend goes, which I don't even believe. But if Mac was amazing, that'd be a problem. And to your point, if Fields becomes a star, it's a problem. But I'll actually go back to your original premise, which is if he's a star, wouldn't he have popped already?
But we've been seeing something.
He can run.
He can run, and Lamar-esque. Now that teams are going to, all right, we know what you want to do. This is a huge year for Fields.
I'm holding out hope on Justin because I think what was around him has been terrible. worst receiving core in football. I think he had a coach who did him no favors.
What did we just talk about yesterday?
Yeah.
Put Justin Fields on the Niners, and what does it look like?
What do we get? Better. I still don't know, but better than what it did look like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Styles in for Dibs. It's Willard and Styles. 888-957-9570. Hey, Colin in Oakland. Hey, Colin, thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm driving home from work right now.
Right on.
Can you
Good
hear
for
me
you.
all right?
Yep, we got you.
All right. Yeah, I was just, I was listening to what you guys were saying, and I was thinking about the way that the 49ers year ended, which was with really no quarterback at all, right? So even though some of what they're doing is showing us that they may not have full-fledged trust in Trey Lance, I do feel like when you end the year with no quarterbacks at all healthy, and Trey Lance was injured, still hasn't played a healthy snap yet, really, since then. And then you got Brock, who also is injured. You kind of want to get the most competent people in the room that you can, so you don't end up with a great team like they had last year, ending up with no quarterback and no real chance.
Colin, you're right. Right. I think you're right. However, there are a couple of rebuttals there. Number one, here's the thing. Just because you've had injury problems in the past does not mean you're going to restructure the way that you build a roster in the NFL. The 49ers are not going to go start a roster with 8 quarterbacks. Right. So they're not going to be driven by the fear of more injuries. Yes, would they like depth at the quarterback position? Absolutely. And they've got 4 players who have started NFL games in the quarterback room. The biggest rebuttal, though, is the one that I keep saying, which is, how did you get Sam Darnold and Brandon Allen to say yes if that's your plan? I think fans are like, sign as many quarterbacks as possible. And not what Brandon Allen wants.
Yeah.
You don't want to be 4th.
Right.
4th doesn't play. He doesn't want that. Sam Darnold doesn't want, we don't know, Sam. Got 4 quarterbacks. Come see which one you are. We don't know. He doesn't want that, and he didn't have to take that. So forever, my question until this is figured out will be, what the hell did they say to Sam Darnold and Brandon Allen to get him to come?
I think the Sam Darnold thing more so than Brandon Allen.
I guess.
Brandon Allen, hey, I get it.
QB4?
Right.
He was QB2 in Cincinnati.
It's fair.
Why is he 4? He didn't need to be 4.
But then you're talking about him battling it out with Sam Darnold for 2? You think that was the sell?
No. I think that you could be our 3 is a sell.
Okay.
And man, we're good on quarterbacks, and man, we're good at getting them hurt.
Yeah.
So sometimes we get to 3. Sometimes we get to 4. I don't know. Listen, Brandon Allen didn't have the options I'm sure that Sam did, but he had better than QB4.
Yeah. We'll see.
We
will see.
Yeah, we will.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that Ross Tucker, man. Behind Sam? I was on the Trey train, too. I'm still on it, no matter where he goes.
I'm looking up Brandon Allen's Pro Football Reference, and last year he played in only 1 game. He did not start. The year before he did, and the year before that, 5 starts for the Bengals. This is a guy who's 30 years old. He has started a total of 9 NFL games. Not great numbers, as you would actually expect, but more touchdowns than picks. Career. This is not QB4. This can be somebody's QB2 if you really wanted to be.
Yeah.
But he's here to be QB4. I just, some agent went to Brandon and was like, I think this is where you should go. Why would he do that, All right. Sponsored by SC Johnson STEM. That's Styles in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs and Roger Lodge with unparalleled insight on the Shohei Otani situation from the inside of the Angels organization is joining us next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, continuing here, Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Styles in for Dibs all week. And again, keep listening because at any moment, it might be the thing that in the 5 o'clock hour is the question we're going to ask, and you'll have an opportunity to win a fantastic prize at the end of the show. I have been waiting for this conversation. This is exciting. An old friend, and if you are of a certain age and you remember the show Blind Date, but now more importantly, the man who is, you're basically in charge of the Angels radio station, is how it looks. Is that about right?
I wouldn't go that far, but I got to tell you, Mark Willard, hosting the Sports Lodge with Roger Lodge down here in Southern California, now year 15.
Oh, my gosh.
I've been around this organization for a minute, and things are going well. And, Mark, I don't know if your audience is aware of this or not, but you and I basically started out in this crazy, wacky, and wild world of radio together down here in Southern California. When we worked at a radio station, they called it 1540 The Ticket. Well, you and I kind of drove it to 1540 The Train Wreck. We were the home of USC football, you and I doing a weekly show with Pete Carroll together. I mean, those were great times. And I'm so thrilled and proud of you because, like I said, when we first started out, hey, we were cutting our teeth. We didn't know what the hell we were doing. But it was always so clear and evident to me that your work ethic was second to none. And I've worked with a lot of hardworking people, but you took it to a whole new level. And I knew your hard work would lead to bigger and better things for you, and that's exactly what's happened. So let's go, man. I'm proud of you.
Well, hey, first of all, that means a lot. I'm thankful for many things, including my time with you, and I'm also thankful that I'm told there are no recordings of those shows, and so now we can just do this. My good friend Roger Lodge, man, I love that you're still doing it, and I love that now we get to have this conversation, which I imagine is probably not one that y'all down there following the Angels really want to have. Do you guys in a way find it almost offensive the way the All-Star game was just all about, hey, Shohei, where else are you going?
I don't find it offensive. I find it very predictable because, Mark, we are watching one of the most incredible 3-year runs in the annuals of professional sports, and no doubt the greatest 3-year run in the history of baseball. And I know up there you guys had Barry with those 4 straight MVPs from 01 through 04. I know that that run started with his 73 bombs in 01, finished that run with an OPS of 1,400 in 2004. But what was Barry's ERA those 4 seasons? What did Barry do? How did batters hit against Barry Bonds? Oh, that's right. He didn't pitch. What Shohei is doing is absolutely remarkable. And let's not forget, as much as you and I and everybody listening loves baseball, and there's such a romanticism with this grand game, at the same time, it's a business. His deal is up at the end of the year, and it's only good business for Nesvalello, his agent at CNN, to just sit back and let's see what Steve Cohen's going to offer. Let's see what the Steinbrenners are going to offer. Let's see what your guy Charles B. Johnson's going to offer. By the way, his net value is 4th highest amongst major league owners.
Yep.
Don't go to sleep on the Giants when it comes to this Shohei thing. And I got another sleeper team that I'll tell you about in a couple of minutes. But to answer your question, no, it's not offensive. It's to be expected because we are truly watching baseball's lone super-duper star in number 17 in an Angels uniform.
Yeah, I think it's well said. You're listening to the great Roger Lodge, and I'm glad you said your name a second ago because I spent so much time introing you, I left your name out, but we'll say it as many times as necessary. Roger Lodge, who is broadcasting with the Angels radio station with us here on 95.7 The Game. So, Raj, what about this? I've got family members who are diehard Angels fans. I think they would be devastated if the Angels traded him this month. We'll talk about the winter in a second, but what about July? Is he available?
I don't think he is, and here's why. Artie Moreno, the Angel owner, told Sports Illustrated a couple of months ago that he would absolutely positively not trade Shohei at the deadline if the Angels were in contention. Well, when the Angels start play Friday night out here against the cheaters, I mean the Astros, sorry, that was so disrespectful. But when the Astros roll in Friday night, we're 5 games out of that third and final wild card spot in the American League. We're getting reinforcements back. We had 14 guys on the injured list. We're going to get some of those guys back right at the start. Guys like Brandon Drury, who before he went out was hitting 375. He was 21 for his last 56. Zach Neto, our rookie shortstop, was 12 for 34 with 4 homers before he went out. He's coming back. We got some guys coming back. Reinforcements are on the way. Trout's going to be out for another month. Logan O'Hoppe, our young catcher, probably another month as well. But I think we're going to make a run at this thing, and as long as we're in contention at the deadline, I think Shohei stays. And let's not forget, once again, that this is a business, and there are a lot of corporate sponsorships pending as long as Shohei Otani is still in an Angel uniform. I don't think they want to lose out on that type of money. And let me say this, Mark, because I watched all the so-called experts talk about, the Angels could get such a haul of prospects for Shohei. Let me make this point. If you were going to get a so-called haul of prospects, that big haul would have came last year at the deadline, because any of the contenders who made a run at Shohei last year were going to bring him in for that boatload of prospects, and now that team would have had 2 runs at they would have had 2 opportunities for a deep playoff run. Now you're only going to bring Shohei in for 1 playoff run, and then who knows if you can sign him after the season's over.
It's well said. I say the same thing. I don't think he's going anywhere. However, it certainly feels like he's not only going to have his eyes open this offseason, but the Angels' inability to win while he was there seems to really probably be damaging their chances to keep him long term. But what do you think about that? Before we get to specific teams, do you think Shohei is playing in a different city next season?
I do not. I think that somehow, some way, they work it out here. Shohei loves Southern California. I know that because he's told me that.
Okay.
He's very close to many of his teammates and coaches here. He's very comfortable here. The Angels, here's something a lot of people don't bring up very often. The Angels have allowed him to pretty much dictate his own schedule. He loves this ballpark, and why wouldn't he? He's pitching to a 2.35 ERA out here this season, and batters are hitting just 165 against him out here this year, and he's 19-7 lifetime with a career 2.10 out here in 42 starts. He loves the beach. He's very comfortable here. And now at the point where Shohei is, not only baseball-wise, but financially, here's the thing with Shohei. He's incredibly polite, amazingly respectful. He's such a good guy. I know business is business, but I think the Angels can make a very competitive offer to keep him here. I don't think there's an ego here where Shohei is saying, I need that first number to be a 5. The conversations have to start at 5. And by the way, when Mike Trout was a free agent, his agent Craig Landis wanted to start at a 5, and they settled on 426.
Yep.
I say that Shohei might stay in an Angel uniform, maybe 9 or 10 years, $45 to $50 million a year, which would make him the highest paid player in the history of the game, and that's okay by Shohei.
Raj, what matters to him? You touched on it a little bit there. We hear that he definitely wants it to be on the West Coast, but moments ago, you started bringing up wanting to hear what Steinbrenner and Cohn would want to say. Is it definitely a West Coast thing going forward?
I think it's a West Coast thing without a doubt. I'm hearing he's not crazy about New York. I said don't go to sleep on Boston. I'll tell you about that in a minute, but he's playing it very coy right now. And the reason I said that they're going to listen to what Steve Cohen and the Steinbrenners, what they have to say, it's the same principle with what Scott did with Garrett Cole back in the day. Let me tell you something, Mark, and you know this better than anybody. My oldest son, Brandon, played baseball at UCLA with Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole grew up a Yankee fan. There's a picture of him at 12 years old holding up a sign in the Bronx saying, I want to be a Yankee someday. There was no doubt Garrett Cole was going to be a Yankee. But he took the meeting with the Angels. Why does Scott Boras take that meeting? To drive his money price up. That's exactly what Nance is going to do. It's a business. They're going to play the game. They're going to drive up that price. Now, if another team goes crazy, and like I mentioned, you got the Steve Cohens, the Steinbrenners, Peter Seidler down in San Diego, Artie Moreno, Charles Johnson. These guys are billionaires. They're going to just keep driving that price up. And even if he wants to stay by playing it coy and taking all those other meetings, he's only going to get more money from the Angels. And who amongst us wouldn't want the best money deal possible? I'll never forget, Mark, as long as I live, I was at LAX airport, and there was a Los Angeles Laker in the airport. And he came up to me because he wanted to call his mom, because his mom loved the dating show I used to do, Blind Date. So we had a conversation with his mother. And then after we hung up with Mom, I said, where are you going? He goes, I got to go up to Utah to take a meeting with the Jazz. I'm like, what are you talking about? You're a Laker. He goes, yeah, I know. But if I just take the meeting, my agent tells me we can get an additional $1 million from the Lakers. And that's exactly what happened. Took the meeting with the Jazz, came back, told the Lakers, hey, the Jazz are willing to go this much. He got an extra $1 million. By taking these meetings, by going through the entire process, that only benefits Shohei financially and the folks over at CAA. And we all know how the game is played.
Do you realize who we're talking to? Roger Lodge here on 95.7 The Game, a man who Laker players come up to talk to him, not the other way around. That's who we're talking to right now. How many people can say that, Raj?
Greatest story of my life. My contract was up as the host of Blind Date. We had just finished the first season. Nobody knew who I was. A dating show, what? Where they film the dates and then they show the dates. What is this? So my contract is up after the first year. And I figured they're going to hire Seacrest or they're going to get some celebrity to come in and take over this now hit dating show, Blind Date. So the president of Universal Television, Ned Nall, calls me and says, hey, you want to go to the Dodger game tonight to sit in the Universal suite? I'm like, heck yeah, let's go. So we go to the Dodger game. Seventh inning stretch comes along. I'm nervous because I don't know why they've invited me to the game. My contract is up anyway. They don't need me. Seventh inning stretch. Tommy Lasorda comes walking into the suite. Where's Lodge? Where's Roger Lodge? I want to talk to Lodge. Tommy Lasorda, Mark, reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a 3-year contract extension and handed it to me for a Blind Date. The president of Universal knew that I was a baseball fanatic, and he allowed Tommy Lasorda to come into that suite and hand me my contract extension. That was like one of the great moments ever as being the host of Blind Date.
And did it say 10 years, $500 million? Is that what it said?
No, we actually started at 3. The money was good. I'll never complain as long as I live. I'm like the luckiest guy in show business. That you and I are still, in this business hosting shows, and I absolutely love every minute of it and have nothing but gratitude for it.
No joke, man. Well said. Roger Lodge with us, Angels Radio, and all of these other things as well. Someone who Lakers love to talk to, whatever you want to call him, talking with us here about Shohei Otani and more. All right, so if you're thinking Angels, and you're still liking their chances going forward, but I can tell you've thought a lot about sort of handicapping it from the perspective of other teams. Who do you think the other top contenders are?
Okay, you notice the hesitation there because I want to say this correctly. I think the contenders will be the team up the 5 freeway.
Yep.
I think, Dodger fans, by the way, Dodger fans already think he's coming. It's a done deal. It's going to happen.
Yep.
But I say don't go to sleep on the Giants up there in the Bay. Pay attention to Boston now, okay? They signed Shohei's pal, Masataka Yoshida, 5 years, $90 million. He's hitting .316, 10 homers at the break. He's going to be around a while. Their Red Sox need a superstar after letting Mookie get on a plane to play for the Los Angeles Dodgers of Brooklyn. And Shohei could go play ping pong with the monster on Yawkey Way, where Babe Ruth played for 6 years at the start of his career. I'm telling you right now, if it's not the Angels, don't go to sleep on Boston. And, of course, the Dodgers with the Guggenheim Group worth about $300 billion. They could go to any number they need to go to and still be pretty comfortable with it.
Raj, I remember when the Angels got him, many credited Billy Epler, and they said he was on Shohei from the beginning, and he just knew exactly what to say in that pitch. Billy is now with the Mets. But more importantly, what is the pitch? What do these teams need to say to Shohei to get his attention?
I think the number one thing all of these teams will say, and they all talk a great game, and when you're talking about the Mets and the Yankees and the Padres and the Giants, these are all first-class organizations run as well as any clubs in Major League Baseball. Mark, I'll never forget, I was hosting an event with season ticket holders along with Billy Epler, and Billy told the story to me that when Nez at CAA called Billy to say that Shohei he wanted to be an Angel, he was coming to Anaheim, Billy hung up the phone, he put down his phone, and he had tears of joy in his eyes. Because like you mentioned, and a great point by you, Billy was on Otani for a couple of years before he signed with the Angels. And that means something to Shohei, because as great as he is here in 2023, he's kind of old school. I mean, he works hard. The work ethic is second to none, and he's an old school guy. And like I mentioned earlier, he's incredibly kind, respectful, but at the same time, so dedicated to his craft and what he's trying to accomplish, and that is to compete from the mound and the batter's box. And Mark, you spent a lot of time down here in L.A. during Kobe's run with the whole Mamba mentality thing. Well, Shohei is about as driven as any athlete I have ever been around, and it's remarkable what this guy puts himself through on a daily basis. But to answer your question, I think they want to win. They have to tell him we're committed to winning. We're building around you, and you can set your own schedule. You can't put any limits on Otani. You got to let him do what Shohei does, because I think it's turned out pretty well thus far.
Great stuff, man. Great stuff. Sounds like you know, to have the opportunity to get to know the inside a little bit, and it's been interesting to us up here with Alex Cobb making the All-Star team. I think the perception is that these players, there's this language barrier, but it's clear that he's really resonated with his teammates and the people around him.
Oh, no question about that. And by the way, I love the Alex Cobb reference. One of my favorite Angels last year. I begged them to keep him. I love Alex Cobb. Not only great on the mound, but one of the coolest dudes you're ever going to meet. Yep. So thrilled to see him 6-2 with the 2.91, lights out last Wednesday with those 6 scoreless against the Mariners with 7 strikeouts. But here's why I love Alex Cobb more than any reason. Had him on the Sports Lodge last year, and he and I shared our hatred for the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah.
I love Alex Cobb. Absolutely love that guy.
Oh,
but let me just say this, Mark, before you hang up on me here, and I really appreciate you giving me the time today. I want to say this about Shohei Otani. I've been coming out to Angel Stadium for a long, long time. I've seen a lot of Angel greats, and I'm old, okay? but you can't tell with the toupee and some really good lighting. I look pretty decent for my age. But I've seen all the great ones. Fregosi, Nolan Ryan, Reggie Jackson, Bo Jackson in 94 for half a season. I bet you forgot Bo Jackson played for the Angels.
Yep.
Ricky Henderson, Tim Salmon. I've seen them all. Mike Trout. But I have never, ever, ever seen a player and the energy that player brings out here to the Big A, especially the electricity he brings when he's on the mound. When he's on the hill, you get an extra 8,000 to 10,000 fans. That's a lot of parking and a lot of concessions. But here's the one thing I've never, ever seen at the Big A until Otani arrived. If you sit behind the Angels dugout, where I've had the honor and privilege of sitting a couple of times since Otani's been here, Mark, I've never, ever seen teenage girls run down the aisle with their iPhones, get Shohei to smile at them and wave at them, and then they start crying. I've witnessed it. The guy is a super-duper star. He's a teen idol. It's unbelievable, and it's all rolled into one. Never seen that before, and obviously what he brings to the table on the field, he might be the greatest baseball player that ever lived by the time he shuts it down, and that's why I truly hope he's in an Angel uniform for a long, long time.
Man, the man is a Backstreet Boy. I didn't know that as well. But that is unbelievable insight on the whole Shohei Otani picture. Raj, thank you for that. Above all, great to hear your voice. So much fun to connect. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for this conversation, man.
Mark, I love you. I'll never forget you. Your hard work has paid off. I'm absolutely thrilled for your success. They're lucky to have you there. Let's do this again soon, brother.
My brother, for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark.
There he is, Roger Lodge, Angels Radio. Did you hear what I thought was the moment of the conversation? He said, you got to tell Shohei that you're going to build around him and then let him set his own schedule. I don't know. That could favor the Giants. The Dodgers are not building around Shohei.
They already have something built.
The Yankees are not building around Shohei. The Padres are not building around Shohei. The Giants would build around Shohei. If that's the thing, then that's a thing.
But I think the Padres would be willing to move some stuff around.
They probably have to.
And probably the Yankees too. But the Dodgers, I feel, because they've been so good, and we don't want them to go to the Dodgers, so they're the ones that I feel like they're in the pickle the most.
No, well, absolutely. But I mean, Yankees, like, it's almost like Durant joining the Warriors. Steph's still going to be most popular. Like, Shohei goes to the Yankees. It's still Judge's team, right?
It's close. It's pretty close.
It's pretty close. It is pretty close. But, homegrown, like a lifetime Yankee, that's a different deal out there, man. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls. We've got a little bit of a Warriors development that we need to get to for sure, and get back into the comments that were made both by Jonathan Kuminga and Steph Curry, and we want to take your phone calls on that. And if you still want to get into the Trey Lance situation with the 49ers, we'll do that. Most importantly, one of you is about to have your day made by the All-Star Week blowout here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, YouTube, check it out. See, this Klay Thompson signed jersey, this is still on the table. I'm showing it to you right now, and we'll show it to you again coming up next. Styles is in for Dibs, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, we're a little all over the place, which I actually think right now is a good thing. First off, got some stuff with the Warriors. TJD, that's Trace Jackson Davis, to those of you who don't know.
Yep.
Making his debut for Warriors Summer League. I think after we take a look at him tonight, we'll have some more on that tomorrow. We're hoping to check in with the Warriors tomorrow for sure. So that's number one. But number two, I know Lucas, for one, is all kind of triggered about this specific matchup the Warriors have tonight. They're going against the Houston Rockets. That's a team that drafted Cam Whitmore. And Lucas is already on the spot of that's who the Warriors should have taken.
He's not alone. He's not alone.
You're there too?
I'm not as...
He's smooth, man.
He's really good.
He's smooth.
He looks really good right now, but a lot of Dub Nation is banging their hands and screaming at clouds saying, what are we thinking? And we talked about this. I got to be honest, Willard, and I'm not just saying it because of Podziemski's struggles. I'm just looking at the roster, and maybe you can help me out. Maybe the listeners can help me out. I'm struggling with the pick. I'm struggling with how the pick made any sense, because the thing with Cam Whitmore is people are saying, all right, well, he's kind of Kuminga-esque. Warriors didn't want another project. Okay, fine. But then all of a sudden, now I'm seeing, Podziemski's good, but probably going to spend a lot of time in the G League. Okay, so you got a guy with a lower ceiling, no disrespect, who's still going to spend time in the G League, because you have how many guards? You got Steph, you got Clay, you got Corey Joseph, you got CP3. So just because of the roster construction, and then you have what you're seeing from Podziemski. So to me, if you're taking it to betting, what the Warriors did was you had an opportunity to bet $5 and win $50, or bet $10 and win $1,000, and you decided to bet $5 to win $50.
Here's my thing, though. This is what I would say about it. First of all, unless you're someone like Trace Jackson Davis, I look at all of them as projects.
Okay.
They're all projects in the NBA draft now. Mm-hmm. Victor Wembanyama is a project.
Sure.
Okay? So that's almost in favor of what you're saying. I don't buy the Cam Whitmore is a project. We don't want another project. They're all projects, especially with the Warriors. But that's maybe my rebuttal in favor of the Warriors as well, which is I don't think they're at 19, right? Mm-hmm. I don't think at number 19, the Golden State Warriors really had much likelihood of finding someone who was going to contribute this year. Like for real minutes, like play a role.
If they think that Podziemski was the most talented, best pick, made the most sense for them, that's fine. But if it was anything other than that, it doesn't make any sense to me, because they all ended up in the G League.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know what they thought, but I just, with everything specific to this team, what they've been through this year with this idea of, man, we got to do this right now. There's no more time to waste. If you're going to be a young guy on this team, you got to figure out how to do it our way, or else you're probably going to be playing somewhere on the East Coast real soon. That whole thing suggests to me that it's like, I hate saying it this way, but whoever the Warriors pick, talk to me in a couple years. I'll tell you if it was a good pick.
Right. No, and I get that. Okay, I got a little game for you quick.
Okay.
So I looked up a lot of player comparisons for Podziemski. I'm going to give you the ceiling, and then I'm going to give you the basement.
The flow. Okay.
The ceiling was Manu Ginobili.
Okay.
That's nice.
That's real nice.
The basement was the Landry Shamet.
Can I reject that that's the basement? I mean, the basement's got to be he can't play and he don't make the league.
Yeah. Well, sure.
Know what I mean? He's a draft pick.
Sure.
Landry Shamet got a job.
He's got a job.
Someone's paying him 7 figures to play basketball.
Yeah, I hear you. Maybe just the idea of we need to find somebody that can help now, but I would agree with your premise if it's just, hey, this is the draft. We're at 19. There isn't anybody that's going to help us right now.
I'm making it sound like the pick is a throwaway, and it's not. It's a first-round draft pick. You're drafting somebody who is getting guaranteed money to be a part of your organization for a period of time. So I'm certainly not trying to say that. I have a hard time getting hot and bothered about draft picks in Summer League.
Yeah.
Because this story Cam Whitmore might actually be the bust.
Yeah, you never know. And I think maybe the conversation is not in terms of anybody helping this year, but maybe the thought process is, well, we think that our guy could help us next year versus somebody that might take 2 or 3 years. Maybe it's that version of a project, the level of project each player is.
Right, I understand that. You know, it is interesting what they followed it up with. It's pretty rare, I think, in NBA circles where you draft someone in the first round and then you do something sort of creative to get yourself into the second round and make a pick, and everybody immediately goes, well, the second round guy is the guy who's going to play this year.
He's going to get time. He's going to get time.
The first round guy, we can go ahead and start making some Santa Cruz reservations for that young buck.
Yep.
But that's kind of what this feels like.
It is what it is.
That's 4 years of college, man. Like, you don't find a lot of players like that, and that's what Trace Jackson Davis offers. And he also offers a size and a skill set that is more of an immediate need for this team. Now, are they looking at it going, okay, Chris Paul is on the team, but he's not going to be the year after this? Probably not.
No, it's not guaranteed.
So maybe when they draft Podziemski, are they like, we really like that guy?
Corey Joseph 1 year.
For 2024.
Yeah.
We think that he can be someone who might fit behind Steph Curry after this upcoming year. Maybe they are. I don't know their thinking on that. I just know that the whole tone right now around this organization is right here, right now, be ready to be as experienced and ready as possible to do this the Warrior way. And maybe Cam Whitmore was not that dude.
It's possible. It's possible, but, you know, people are going to overreact.
He does look nice.
He does.
I'm not going to lie to you. The man looks smooth.
Yeah.
On the basketball court. He does. He looks good. But this can go 100 different ways. You know, if I was in Vegas last week, prospect searching would be like, I don't know, 6th on my list. You know, craps, blackjack, the pool, the sphere, you know, sunscreen, and then, okay, how do the players look?
Yeah.
Because I've gotten too excited too many times about somebody who wrecked Summer League and somebody who looked awful in Summer League, and then it goes the other way.
Isn't that just kind of part of Summer League?
Yeah, I mean, but
You know?
that's part of drafts. I know. Listen, I've admitted this already in my life. If you don't know this about me, Styles, this is as good a time as any to admit it to you. Don't invite me to your draft party. I'm a total bore.
Yeah.
Because I think that we overreact to drafts.
Yeah.
I've never once read the read my draft grades the day after the draft. I don't read that story because I'm just like, you can't know anything yet.
Yeah.
So, you know, Podziemski, like, these guys are all here to start learning, to start fitting into a specific system. I get what people are saying. You can absolutely. I'm not telling you not to have the opinion that Warriors should have drafted Cam Whitmore. I wasn't overly excited about the Podziemski pick when they made it, but they made it, and so now I feel like you got to have an open mind to, like, let's see where this story goes. I'm certainly not going to rip them 2 weeks later.
I'm not ripping
You know what I mean?
I'm just saying, looking at the structure of the current roster, it didn't make a ton of sense to me. But ultimately, to your point, when we're talking about the end of this road and the last dance, or hopefully last dances for the Warriors, you ain't holding up the Larry O'Brien or not because of Brandon Podziemski.
No.
That's just not what it is. So, you know what? We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
I'm not even convinced that TJD is going to have a huge role this year.
Yeah.
I see the lane. I see the opening for that to happen with this team. But what do we know? We know last year's starting 5. We know Chris Paul. We know Jonathan Kuminga. I think we think we know Moses Moody.
Yes.
And we know Dario Saric. That's 9 players. Not really.
GP2?
Oh, sorry. There's 10 players.
Yeah.
We're not really going real far beyond that, are we?
No.
Guys will get hurt. Guys will rest. But I'm not here to steal anybody's thunder on Summer League or the draft. But I know who plays for the Warriors this year. It's none of these dudes.
Yeah.
None of these dudes. I know who my 10 are. Yeah, other guys that right? Yeah, I think TJD will appear, and I think there will be nights where he doesn't. And I also think when we get to the playoffs, the likelihood is he is doing a lot of clapping.
Yeah,
on the bench,
looking good though.
Yeah,
looking good on the bench.
Good.
Yeah,
an experienced clapper. Right. 4 years of
fit it up. Yeah,
like I like that dunk by Jonathan Kuminga.
Learning the game. Got to learn the game, Willard.
I get it. And we've talked a lot about it this year. People get super excited about new stuff. Drafts feel like Christmas. You know? Your family might be one of these families. Your family where you like everybody knows exactly what's under the tree, even though it's wrapped.
Now that we're older, yeah.
Right? Like if you're a smart dude, you know not to just go freestyling at a mall for your girl.
Right.
Let her tell you what she wants and then go get it.
Yes.
Unless you're really good at it. Not a lot of dudes are. My girl tells me I am. She might be lying. I don't know. Maybe she's just still being nice.
Right.
We'll see in another, give me 5 more years. And maybe she'll be like, all right, here's what you go get that. But new stuff is cool. But I think we get overly excited about the new stuff to the point where sometimes we get a little irrational with regard to moving the old stuff out in favor of the new stuff.
Yeah.
I'll take what works and then I'll move once it's not working anymore. That's all.
Yeah, it just is what it is. Again, Warriors in a very specific situation to where we got guys we don't really need. We have needs, but unfortunately, those needs are probably not going to be met in the draft, and that's just the truth.
We all have needs.
This
is true. This is true. Speaking of which, I know some of you just need this Klay Thompson signed jersey. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. Twitch and YouTube, I'm showing it to you right now. Check it out. You got the there's the signature right there. Right there on the 11 on the back.
Wow.
Look at that, right? Your Rakuten GSW hoop, the blue,
really like that.
Clean blue Klay Thompson signed jersey, still on the table.
Yeah, watch your hands. Watch your hands. Don't get the signature.
I know. I just got salad dressing on it. I'm kidding, Lucas. I'm kidding. I didn't. It's okay. I didn't get coffee on it or anything. There's a reason they brought it to me to show. They didn't let Steiny show that thing. You crazy? I think I have coffee all over it. All right, so that's clean, and that is absolutely still available right now in the All-Star Week blowout. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And at some point between right now and 5:30, at some point within the next half hour, we will throw out the line to call, and then we will line up the calls, and then we will give out the question. If you've been listening to today's show, you will know the answer to that question. If you get the answer right, then, again, we're down to, what are we down to, 5? We're down to 5 envelopes, okay? Klay Thompson signed jersey. You got the private lessons at Evolve. You got another round of golf with 2 of the hosts and 2 more sets of tickets to Seinfeld and Gaffigan. That's what's here on the table for you to call in and get. So that's going to happen between now and 5:30. Do not move a muscle on that one. Before we move on from the prospects to the present, let's go to Vince in San Jose. Hey, Vince, you're on with Willard and Styles. What you doing?
Hey, I'm just driving home. How you guys doing today?
Couldn't be better.
Excellent. I heard that conversation earlier with the Angels broadcaster. That was phenomenal. Talking about Summer League, it's so funny because if I'm not mistaken, I was watching last year's Summer League, and, Wiseman and Kuminga were playing together, and, they didn't have the best performances.
That's true.
Overall, but there was flashes where, the other way around. Kuminga was throwing Wiseman lobs, and Wiseman was throwing Kuminga lobs, and I was literally,
And okay, we got you back, Vince. We lost you there for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Big deep breath. 3, 2, 1, and go. Gone. All right. Vince was tracking toward a real good point.
He was.
Kuminga and Wiseman Summer League last year, I do remember people being a little bit like,
your second year Summer League, you should look.
Well, that's the thing. People want him to dominate.
Right. And look, wish the best for Wiseman. He is still playing Summer League, and,
what is this, year 8?
I'm in some of those Piston spaces I've been seeing, and it honestly, it doesn't look good because they signed Isaiah Stewart, right, and they got Duren. It's not looking good for James Wiseman.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Again, what was my theme when we had the Trey Lance conversation? Stop listening to what these teams say and watch what they do. The Golden State Warriors, and I believe them to an extent, the narrative that took over with the James Wiseman trade was James needs reps. Mm-hmm. We didn't have that to offer here. Okay, but let's take your statement a step further. Why did you not have reps to offer here? The reason you didn't have reps to offer here is because you didn't like what he was doing with the reps.
Yeah.
Because you did offer him reps, and then you took him away.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean still a young player who needs to develop? Obviously. Does it also mean, though, that now being in year 3 or 4 or wherever we are with James Wiseman at that particular time, does it mean that he's not grasping this the way that you had hoped? Yeah. Same for Trey Lance. Yes, it does. It does. Their behavior is telling you what they think.
Yeah, same idea, and obviously different reasons. Well, kind of not different reasons because James Wiseman was injured too. So both injuries have derailed them a bit. I have more faith in Trey Lance and James Wiseman.
Well, you have to. He's the only one still here.
Not for a Bay Area team. Just who's going to have a better career?
Okay, that's actually an interesting one. You think Trey Lance will have the better career over James Wiseman?
I do, but don't ask me how much I'd be willing to bet on.
Do you know what? You know why I might take the other side?
Okay.
Trey's got a lot more asked of him than James Wiseman. Trey's got to be one of 32 quarterbacks.
James Wiseman's going to bounce around because of his ceiling, maybe, and become a backup center and say, oh, well, he's a top pick and he didn't live up to it, but he still did okay. Once you're out in the NFL and there's an idea about you, you're kind of out.
Totally.
Hello, XFL.
Like, I think the chances of, quote unquote, sticking into a role are a lot better for James than they are for Trey. Trey's got to now go show somebody that he's that dude. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. By the way, for those waiting for the update, and I know none of you are, no, the kids did not go to sleep when I wanted them to go to sleep last night. I did not get off my laptop when I wanted to get off my laptop. And no, I have not watched the first episode of Quarterback. And yes, I do hope that's tonight. And it probably won't be. Mm-hmm. But Quarterback, 32 dudes, keys to the city, that guy, that man, the person, the leader, the person who runs the whole team, all of that. That is really hard to nail down one of those roles. And that's what Trey was drafted to do. He got to do it for a week and a quarter, and that's it. And now he's got to go find it and get it back. And there's a decent chance he never does.
But it would be the same just based on keeping everything relative. If James Wiseman doesn't ever become a starter, and Trey Lance, let's say, hangs around and is a backup and gets a couple spot starts and hangs around the league a little bit, then I would consider it a wash.
I guess. I mean, if you're a rotational player in the NBA and Wiseman averages 12 and 6 for someone,
and Trey is a nice backup, gets paid a little bit.
Yeah,
I would consider that a wash.
The thing is, though, is like when you're a backup, unless something happens, you're just watching.
I know,
you're just standing there watching. I'm just saying,
football. Relatively speaking, we're not putting a dinner date on this one.
What did we put the dinner? I already forgot what the bet was.
I think I did too.
It's going to make it hard to know who won. Sterling, what was it? Do you remember?
I believe it was a date night for each of you.
Right.
That's what it was.
That was the payoff, but what did we bet on?
I think you were going to pay Allen's babysitter.
Chris Paul to start.
Right, but we're trying to figure out it was whether or not Chris Paul starts game one.
Game one.
With no other injuries to the other five.
No injuries, just straight up.
Did I ask you who you think it is that's on the bench? Did you think it was Looney?
I just think it's Looney by default.
Damn, dude, that's super unpopular. Looney, man.
I know.
You put Looney on the bench for the person we hate the most?
You can't put Wiggins on the bench.
You can.
You can.
I don't know if Andrew would care.
He wouldn't care, but that's how this, because honestly, based on needs, Clay would be in that conversation for me before Wiggins.
Ooh.
But I wouldn't do that either.
You know what? While we're sitting here talking Warriors, we've been waiting for a moment to throw this out. Tell everybody about the poll you ran on Twitter a few days ago.
So basically the poll is, if Jordan Poole balls out this year in Washington, let's say takes a step, does really well.
24 a game.
Klay Thompson struggles, heat check Klay, it's not looking great. Would you be annoyed with the Warriors and the front office? That was the question. And, because Klay is so beloved, I thought it was a really good question. We got 209 votes. And listen to how close this was. 46% said they'd be annoyed. 54% said not annoyed. The official question was, if Klay Thompson struggles next season and Jordan Poole balls out, will you be annoyed, or can Klay still do no wrong? 54% still said Klay can do no wrong, which makes me feel like he'll never be able to do any wrong. But it's getting closer, 54 to 46%. It's getting a little bit closer now.
Does that make you mad, by the way? How does that make you feel? Those 54% of Warrior fans are like, and I know, by the way, I get our listeners think that I am one of them. I'm not going to tell you which one I would vote yet.
Okay.
But just a big, fat Warrior fish hook in the mouth. And, yep, doesn't matter what Klay and Draymond do. We can punch our teammates. We can just fire 3 for 19 in the playoffs. We still love you. And, yes, give them new contracts. $100 million. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
Does that upset you?
It doesn't upset me because I was at the parades and I know it's connected to you now. And you grew up with Klay and you watched him and he is beloved. So I get it, but I would ask that question again after this season if it actually happened. I don't think anybody would be, maybe annoyed wasn't the right term, but I think if Klay, and I think Klay will play well this year, but if he does struggle this year, or this coming season, I think at this point people would be like, all right, man, I think we've seen enough here. And let's not forget, how can you not? I'm sitting here with my ruptured Achilles. I didn't hit my quota for today to tell everybody on the radio to annoy my friends that are listening. How can you feel that way about somebody who went through what Klay went through to have the 2 catastrophic injuries? That's part of it too. That does buy you some leeway. But were you thinking about that when he took those ridiculous shots against the Lakers? Probably not.
Made you mad, but I would say this, and all of us, we're trying like hell to do less Jordan Poole radio, but I'll say this about last year. For every time Klay Thompson ticks me off, Jordan ticked me off 10 times.
Okay. That's
how
he
how I would
the ball more.
Yeah. And right. But
I get that.
For every time I went, Klay, what are you doing? I said it to Jordan 10 times. And I think all of you are lying to yourself if you don't agree.
No, I think most people would agree.
Yeah.
I think most people would agree.
Which is why I have felt the way I have felt all year. It mirrors the conversation that we've been having all day, our theme of stop listening to what they say and look at what they do. The Warriors situation became so much more complicated because Draymond did something awful and punched a teammate. But when you look at the way this played out, it's still fascinating. It's as if people believe that the Warriors are Poolists, that they hate him, and they went out of their way to do something bad to him, that's the way the Warriors behaved. And I find that to be so irrational. Why would they do that? This is their own investment, their own draft pick. They have put resources into him. They have gotten the best nights out of him. They signed him to a $130 million cut. They did all of these things, yet Warrior fans seem to believe, and then they went on a crusade to take his career down. No, Jordan did some things. I don't know what they are, but it's obvious to me he did some things that really got everybody off on the wrong foot with him.
And we need to know those things to tell the whole story. And look, Draymond said maybe it'll come out.
We're
maybe
not going to know. We're not going to know.
But this is where I would, I don't know if push back is the right term, but go back at you about the 10 times Jordan Poole messes up to every one time Klay Thompson. Here's an interesting question. Who did the Warriors ask more of last year? Klay Thompson or Jordan Poole?
Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole, depending on how you look at the question, who was asked to score more points, who was asked to take bigger shots, who was asked to always finish? Klay Thompson. But I understand the way you're asking it, which is for the first half of the season. They didn't even ask Klay to play back-to-backs. And Jordan Poole is asked to be all kinds of different things. You're a starter. You're the sixth man. You're going to play 82 games. From that perspective, and that was the one where my head went first, the answer is Jordan Poole.
And you got the whole part of it. I know it's not the same age difference as Kuminga. Jordan Poole's a little bit older, but Klay's a vet. Jordan Poole is still trying it now, not being as humble as he should have been, since what the reports are probably didn't help his case. But I do think it's interesting that you have somebody that Klay was in the top 10, top 12 for highest paid players. Jordan Poole, that contract did not kick in this year.
Yeah.
And you're asking more. And Jordan Poole, I get what you're saying because I don't think you're wrong in terms of the ratios, but you were asking a lot more of somebody who's getting paid a lot less, and that's going to bother some people. Not many, because Klay Thompson can't do no wrong.
Right.
But,
well, only 54%, though. 46% think he can
closer.
do wrong, you know?
It's getting closer.
Like, for instance, I texted my good friend and noted hot take artist Rob Parker from Fox Sports 1.
Oh, my goodness.
FS1, he was on with the roast. He was on with Bonte and Joe this morning.
He's the GMO.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. So I saw I'm like, fiddling around on Twitter this morning, and there it goes. Pops up on my feed, and here's his quote. I'm talking to Bonte and Joe. Quote, Jordan Poole and how the Warriors handled that was probably the worst thing I've ever seen. He didn't deserve what happened to him. And I said, Rob. Yeah, I mean, he's such a good hot take artist. I'll tell him to his face and he'll laugh. And we had an exchange on it this morning, and I said, come on, man. Come on. Like, you don't think Jordan earned any of it? I said, I promise you, Jordan earned some of this. And he did his famous he's got a little saying that he loves to use with me. No way, no how. And then he just wrote LOL and moved on with his day. Because he knows what I'm getting at, and I know what he's getting at. I know Rob. I know the way that he likes to present an argument. I also know that Rob don't know a damn thing about Golden State Warriors.
And that's a great point.
And I'm not saying he shouldn't come on the radio because he's a fun person to talk to, and he has sports opinions. He does do his homework. He follows it, but he's not here. He's at FS1. He does not know what's going on with the Warriors, and he's also a Steph Curry hater, and he always has
well
been.
known. Top 5 Steph Curry.
Point like this is, I guess, if you think the Warriors just did Jordan wrong the whole time, if that's your opinion, it's my opinion that you sort of don't have the respect for Steph Curry that you think you do.
And I think you bring up a great point. Jason Dumas, our guy who's on with Morning Roast, earlier this week.
Oh, nice.
And Jason Dumas said something to the effect of, the issue was before the punch. There was a lot going on before the punch. So I will say this. There have been some jabs thrown by Draymond on the TikTok, not picking Jordan Poole, and Draymond and Steve Kerr talking on Draymond's podcast. And Jordan Poole now has been perfect when it comes to the media. So something to me is amiss with all that, because if the Warriors are being open enough for Draymond to have punched someone, and whatever Jordan Poole did not warrant a punch. We're not saying that. But there was something going on, and I think the fact that Jordan Poole has decided, I'm just going to keep it cool, I'm not doing anything. I think if you did peel back the layers, prior to the punch, he was ticking some people off. Yep. We don't know to what degree. Well, we do know to what degree, because Draymond put hands on him. And I think that the Warriors feel that them not coming look, we're going to take our little jabs because y'all don't know how he was in the locker room. And that's just all speculation because we don't know. But when you look at what the Warriors have been, you got to feel like, all right, something is missing here.
It's head scratching to me, man.
Yeah.
The report is already out there. Steph Curry's got a night before Game 7 speech, and it's directed at Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga. It is directed at them. And Warrior fan base is like, they're mean to the young people. Steph Curry disagrees with you. Where's your respect for what the Warriors have done the last 10 years? You think they're morons? You think they're stupid? You think that they're working against themselves, or this is some sort of a game so that only people who are 35 and above get to play? They want to win.
Yeah.
And they are furious, seemingly, with things that have happened throughout the year. Shout out Ron Kroichek, San Francisco Chronicle, Steph Curry at the golf tournament just yesterday. Quote, the biggest thing is everybody comes to camp with the right mindset of just trying to win. We've got to talk it, live it out, and understand the time frame of our careers. Nobody's got time to waste in terms of any energy other than trying to win. If that's where his mind's at, what does it tell you about last year?
It was off.
Okay.
It was off.
And who did Steph greenlight in terms of a trade? So go ahead. I don't know anything more than you do. I just know how to, I know how to put a puzzle together. You know, you can keep thinking the Warriors are just mean. And Draymond was, at least for a day, no doubt. But you can keep thinking that the big three and Steve Kerr are all walking around. They got a big party at the end of every game. Only people who have turned 30 are allowed. They sit around with snifters and make fun of all the young people and go, how are we going to mess with their careers tomorrow? Muhahaha. You can if that's what you think's going on, because that's what it sounds like to me a lot. If that's what great. Head for dinner, that's what you think happened. I think they've got a point. And in that locker room, some of the young guys would not get their damn head screwed on straight. That's what I think.
You're probably right. And if I'm a young person or a young player, you got your ring. Maybe you think, all right, cool, this is dope, but how much did I feel a part of it? The Jordan Poole thing is so interesting because when the first reports came out about the playing time, I thought, well, is it really that big of a deal for you to be a legitimate starter in this very moment when you weren't going to say no to the contract, but you knew they had Steph and you knew they had Clay, and you also know that they're older and Clay wasn't playing back-to-backs. You're going to get your opportunity. So it didn't really make sense to me that the Kuminga thing I got. I did not understand the Jordan Poole thing because Jordan Poole, remember towards the end of the season, and I think it might have been in the playoffs when Jordan Poole came in for a hot second, did the slip inside, and then Steve Kerr said, you got to get up out of here, man. You got to go. Jordan Poole was annoyed walking back to the bench. And it's just like, is that lack of self-awareness? You didn't play well. And maybe at that point in time, and I don't know if maturity is the right word, we don't have time for this. This isn't Summer League. This isn't December. We can't afford to have you. We tricked off enough games, which is why we're in this position on the road, but we can't afford to have you. So for him, when he made that expression, I mean, even the least self-aware, and I'm a big Jordan Poole guy, got a pool party shirt, but even the least self-aware person, if you go in and you trick off a play and you haven't played well, at what point are you thinking, come on, coach, just let me rock? Now that takes me back to my point about the reports in terms of Klay Thompson being upset with Jordan Poole's shot selection and Jordan Poole looking in the mirror saying, look, I understand what Klay's done, but me and Klay, we're not that far apart here, and you guys are treating me way different to when Klay clanks. That's a different conversation.
Yep. I'll agree with you on that one. No doubt about it. But I have more sympathy in a way for Jonathan Kuminga than I do for Jordan Poole because I would get where the rub is on Jordan if he hadn't gotten paid yet. I think that's a normal young guy thing. Yes, I think Jonathan Kuminga would like to fit in. I think Jonathan Kuminga would also like to shine and get himself ready for a second contract. And I'm not mad at that. That's life. Everybody wants their companies to succeed, but they would also like to individually succeed within the company. And so young fella trying to show out, trying to get a big contract, that I understand. And so sometimes you buck against the system a little bit, and I think that, you work through that as a team and as a player. But Jordan screamed money time and got the bag. You had already signed it. So why are you still bucking? Why are you still bucking the coach all year? Why are you still yelling about, I need to start? You don't need to start. And in fact, you signed a contract where I'm pretty sure you knew the whole damn time you weren't going to start.
Right. What were those conversations?
4 years.
For 4 years.
You signed up to be Steph Curry's backup.
And now you're taking me to a place, Willard, because he gets signed shortly after the punch, right? Now you're taking me to a place where in whatever amount of years, when everything comes out, now you're taking me to, did both sides sign that contract understanding, hey, I'm signing the contract because obviously I want this money, but if things don't work out, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be here. Because I've always thought Klay Thompson is coming up against an extension, and I've always thought that people that love Klay Thompson, I don't want to say should be happy, but the punch altered a lot of things, in my opinion, in terms of Klay Thompson versus Jordan Poole. And if Jordan Poole doesn't get the bag and he's playing and he's hungry, right, and the Warriors have to make a decision and Klay has a decent year like he had, I wouldn't say it was outstanding. I also wouldn't say it was terrible. Now the Warriors have to make a decision. Once you gave Jordan Poole the bag and he's playing knowing that he's about to get paid and you already got Klay, now the Warriors always had the ability to trade him, and because of the drama in the locker room, it makes it an even easier decision.
I think you make some really good points. And the truth of the matter is, based on with the new CBA, if Jordan Poole's on this team next year, Klay Thompson is probably not, unless he's willing to take a huge pay cut.
Exactly.
Huge bargain. So this trade allows Klay Thompson to potentially finish his career with the Warriors. Okay, now, what did Jonathan Kuminga say about all this that sort of has everybody buzzing today? We'll have that for you in a few. However, right now, we open up the lines. It is time for today's portion of the All-Star Week blowout. We will have a question for you from earlier in today's show. If you can answer it correctly, you will be today's big winner. So start dialing right now, 888-957-9570. We're going to screen 5 calls, and we're going to get you all lined up. And then Sterling will play dramatic music, and then we're going to have a question for you from earlier in today's show. You're going to have to get it all the way correct. You got to get the question all the way correct. And if you do, you will have an opportunity. We got 5 envelopes left. We'll give you the 5 numbers available. You pick one, and we will tell you which prize you get, a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. 2 of these envelopes have ticket packages to Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan. Mm-hmm. We also have another round of golf with a pair of hosts here at 95.7 The Game, and private jiu-jitsu or self-defense lessons courtesy of Evolve Training Center. And no matter which one of those you win, you will also be qualified for a Steph Curry signed jersey. And to our YouTube crowd, one more time, here's that Klay 11 signed, beautiful blue Warriors signed jersey right there in my hands.
It's classic.
It is classic.
It is.
That is a good way to put it. I like the blue. Mm-hmm. I like the blue. I told you earlier this week I'm not a jersey guy, but I do like the blue.
There you go.
I do like the blue. So, all right, while everybody's getting screened and ready to go, the Jonathan Kuminga comments are sort of where we all started this conversation. And I don't know, I'm always hesitant to go into deep comments when I'm reading quotes as opposed to hearing them. It's just like over text and email.
Right.
You ever gotten into a fight?
I'm huge on that, Willard.
Yeah, you ever get into a fight with people?
I
and
need
you're
the
like,
tone. I need your tone of
like,
voice.
I wasn't saying that at all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, somebody's like, hurry, with an exclamation point. They're like, no, because I was excited to see you, not because I was mad that you're late or whatever. So I'm hesitant, but at the same time, Kuminga's comments that he was surprised that Chris Paul is now a Warrior because he grew up watching him and he plays at a much slower pace than Warrior basketball is. But then he also said, but I'm looking forward to seeing how it works out. But also talked about, but like excited to play with him.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Without hearing the tone in his voice, I don't want to get too excited about it. But the words on the paper do not sound like some sort of a ringing endorsement.
No, not ecstatic. I mean, I liken it to, your girl makes you dinner and it's not your favorite dinner. Are you excited about dinner? No. Are you looking forward to eating because you're hungry? Yes.
That's good. You better make sure that tone's okay when you get home.
Oh, she'll
that
be
tone
fine.
better be okay.
She's dealing with the baby.
What would you want her to say? What'd you make for dinner, hon? What'd you want her to say?
Her pasta is on point.
And then what do you not want her to say?
So she is obsessed with these quick pork tenderloins.
Oh.
And I always complain, and then I end up being fine with them, but it's not my first choice.
But when she says pork tenderloin, you're like, hey, right?
I get to eat today.
Right? I'm trying to do that with the kids, man. Stop, sitting there by myself for 45 minutes cooking dinner for a party of 4 or 5.
Come on,
and
get
then
them in the kitchen.
Sit down, and they're like, where's my fork? I'm like,
what are you doing, Willard?
What would you just say to me?
Come on.
You better say thanks.
Yeah, no more Tahoe trips.
Better say thanks about 12 times. Eat your damn vegetables.
There you go.
All right, can we get some dramatic music up in here? Get some dramatic music. Just want to let Matt Nahagian know, whenever I hear this music, I feel underpaid. I do. The music comes on, and I'm like, Regis made like a right? He probably made $200,000 an episode.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right.
Just had to get that out.
Brad in San Jose is going to be first up. Brad, you're on with Willard and Alan Stiles. Thank you for calling. How are you?
Doing great. My mom's a fan.
And you're not?
And so am I.
Okay.
And so am I.
Good Lord, Brad. Come on.
Sorry.
Your mom. How old's your mom?
Actually, she's in her 80s. She used to love your What's Today?
Oh, what?
Talk about that.
Oh,
nice
wow.
Conversation piece.
Tell your mom I said hello. That's amazing. Or maybe you'll win something that you can do with your mom here. We shall see. But you're going to have to be able to answer.
Not be the jiu-jitsu then.
Come on, man. Jiu-jitsu, that could change your life, Brad.
That's right.
Can change your life. All right. Listen closely now. Bill Shakin of the LA Times joined us earlier on the show today. And we asked him if he had to place a bet, who would he bet on landing Shohei Otani? What he ended up saying was he would take a nickel and split it between these two teams. Brad, you need to get both teams correct. Which two teams did he say?
Oh, boy. Okay, there were two guests. So I got to keep track of which one was which.
Got to get them both.
I'm going to say the Dodgers and the Giants.
You're going to say that, Brad, is that your final answer?
Yes.
On your mom's fandom, that is your final answer. Okay. Brad says Dodgers and Giants. Sterling, let's find out what Bill said.
If I had a bet, I would bet only a nickel, and I would bet on the Dodgers or the Giants. So 2.5 cents on each.
Brad?
Wow.
Bang! Nice shot, man. It sounds like you weren't even sure, but you nailed it.
Well, you had another guest who said he was going to go to the Angels. I was getting confused.
Well, right. He works for the Angels, so what do you expect him to say? But anyway,
stuff.
Brad, congratulations. These are the 5 numbers still remaining on the board. You must pick one, and good luck. There are a lot of phenomenal prizes on the board. 2, 3, 5, 8, or 9. Which one do you choose?
8.
Number 8. All right. Envelope, please. Alan, confirm that says number 8.
Ocho.
YouTube. Right? Kobe Ocho. Let's see if I can open the envelope in one piece for the first time all week. It appears I have done so. All right. Brad, congratulations. You have won 2 jiu-jitsu or self-defense private lessons courtesy of Evolve Training Center. And you have also qualified to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey. Brad, you got to go see my people over at Evolve Training Center. You're going to love them.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Brad, thank you.
And Styles.
And thank you. And thank your mom, too. Congratulations to you, Brad. Thank your mom for being a loyal listener. And on to Friday we go.
Wow.
And Brad, stay on the line. That's right. Don't hang up. Stay on the line. We're going to need to talk to you a little bit further, but there it is. So we are down. And then there were 4. And then there were 4 envelopes in my hand. And we've got in my hand 2 sets of tickets to Seinfeld and Gaffigan. We've got 1 round of golf with show hosts here at 95.7 The Game and the Klay Thompson jersey. And all 4 of these will be given away tomorrow here on 95.7 The Game. 2 of them on this very program.
Where do you think Klay goes? What show?
Well, the odds-on favorite would be to say ours.
Yes.
We get 50% of the prizes.
That's right.
Yeah. Those other shows. I mean, we give them what we can.
I'm calling it now.
I'm
going to go Steiny and Goo.
Okay.
I can see the clip now, Guru. You did it!
Some freaking bozos.
You did it! Guru's going to be running laps around the studio. Be
like
running
a stallion.
Okay. All right. We'll see. Bonte's furious right now. Listen, like neither one of us picked his show.
Mm-hmm.
I diminished the other shows. It's terrible of me. By the way, though, speaking of which, and I heard this on both of the other shows, and I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, and I know a lot of you may not even know, but I wanted to take a moment just because. There's a story that circulated online yesterday about the most recent ratings book here in San Francisco for radio. I don't want to get into numbers or belabor anything. There's just 2 things that I wanted to say very, very quickly. One, thank you so much. Like, honestly, each of you listening to us here, it's 5:30 in the afternoon. A lot of you are stuck in traffic, and I know exactly what that's like for many of you. This is not necessarily your most pleasant moment of your day, and you guys and gals have made all of us here at 95.7 The Game. Clearly, you have made us a big part of your day. You are a huge part of our day, and I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much for what has already now been an unprecedented run of success at 95.7 The Game. We are grateful. We are thankful to you, and so really, really appreciate you. Thank you for making this what it is. And then the secondary part of that is, if you're a business owner, I tell you what, business is booming, and so I'm gonna throw out my personal email address right now. And if you want to chat about anything about getting on the bus, Gus, mark.willard@odyssey.com. Go ahead, mark.willard@odyssey.com. Get in touch with us. Get on the bus, Gus, because things are good, and you got to get while the getting's good. That's all I wanted to say about it.
I got nothing. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
I want to thank everybody.
Yeah,
I want to thank. It's very, very meaningful. It's been a meaningful year, meaningful couple of years, all of that. So, all right. So we're down to 4 prizes on that. We've had a lot of great stuff today. Ross Tucker on the Trey Lance situation, fascinating. Certainly Roger Lodge and Bill Shaken on the Shohei Otani situation, and then all of the Steph Curry, Jonathan Kuminga stuff, just because this is where we sort of visited with regard to the contest and the Shohei Otani situation. Look, we had 2 people who they'll all admit nobody knows what Shohei's thinking. Right. But they're also as close to this as you can get. They are Southern California-based media people who are covering the Dodgers and the Angels, and one of them is literally in the Angels clubhouse on almost a daily basis. And they both have the Giants on a list of about 3 or 4 teams.
It's a good sign.
For what it's worth.
There are a couple other teams, Red Sox who are floating around, but the Giants they're on most of the lists right now, which some people will scoff at. We're always on the list.
Of course they will. Of course they will.
But,
it's also about positioning. I think that's one reason, one thing that maybe fans are sort of dismissing, if you will, we're spending so much time on what does Shohei want and maybe not enough time on which teams are really in position to offer him exactly what he needs. The Dodgers and the Giants are two teams that can waltz into this conversation, and the word money doesn't even need to come up.
Right.
Like, we are good here. You know, a lot of people are pointing to the Padres. How on earth? I look at that payroll. How? Machado, Tatis, Bogarts, Darvish, Musgrove, Soto. I mean, how many $200, $300, $400, $500 million contracts can you hand out at once?
You would think, and I've been saying someone's got to move. You're like, more than someone. Someone's have to move.
Right. But the Dodgers, the Guggenheim Group, the Giants, I love that Bill Shaken brought up the Mission Rock project. It's like they got a ton of money and they're about to have a ton more. They just offered $350 million and they never had to pay it.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Giants and Dodgers can walk in and money, literally be like, money's no object here. So just take that out of the play. Whatever you want, the answer is yes. What else you want? Those are the two teams that can do it.
Here's a check.
Yeah.
You write it in. Well, what do you think you're worth?
And Alex Cobb even said, he goes, this isn't going to be about money. And the Dodgers and the Giants are the two teams that are like, fine. You need 600? Okay. 600.
Yeah.
Fine. What else? What really makes you tick, you know? So it makes sense. This story's not going away. This is going to be like, can you imagine when we get there and like meetings are actually happening?
Remember the Aaron Judge? He's sneaking through the hotels.
Right.
I can't wait.
Well, if I see that again, I'll know the Giants are out. That should have. I'm still upset at myself that I fell for that crap. Styles is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs, and we'll continue to take your calls 888-957-9570 right here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Dodgers and Giants. Dodgers and Giants. Bill Shaken, LA Times.
The Dodgers make the most sense. I mean, he seems comfortable in Southern California. He wants to win. When the Dodgers and Giants and other teams were trying to get him in 2017 when he came over from Japan, the National League didn't have a DH, but now the National League does. So that obstacle is off the table. So who's got the money? Who's got the need? You'd like to think that the West Coast has an edge in terms of, shorter flights home to Japan than if he played for, say, the Yankees or the Mets or the Red Sox. But really nobody knows. So I think it'll be a fun sport. If I had a bet, I would bet only a nickel, and I would bet on the Dodgers or the Giants. So 2.5 cents on each.
2.5 cents on each, the Dodgers and the Giants. Listen, no way in heck I'm trading for the guy this month. I don't think the Angels are going to. I don't think they're going to let him go anyway. But after that, if you dive into the deep waters of just what makes him tick and what he's done in the past, I really do think it's one of those teams. I think it's one of those teams most likely. When people say, like, for instance, remember earlier today you were reading out those odds, and who was top? Dodgers was top, then it was Yankees.
Dodgers, Yankees, Mets,
then Braves,
and then Giants.
Okay, so those odds are based on, like, what a normal human would do.
Oh, wait, Padres. Dodgers, Mets, Yankees, Padres, Braves, Giants.
So baseball establishment, basically. We go, well, of course, you pick the teams who are really good, and they spend a lot of money, and they're all in the big markets. Right. He picked the Angels.
Yeah.
That's what he did last time he had a chance.
These were essentially the odds the first time he came around.
The Angels were not in the top 5 on the board last time he came. So I know that yes, they had the DH. If he wants DH and he wants American League and he wants West Coast, then maybe they make sense. But man, even then, pick Seattle.
Now that we had on your boy Laj, now I'm starting to think, is it possible that they sit down, they get Trout, and they sit down, they say, this is a full-blown plan that we have to be successful. You won't have to hear the jokes. You won't have to hear the criticism, but not about not being in the postseason. We have a plan. Is it possible the Angels convince them?
It's possible. The reason that argument to me falls is because he's been there now for 6 years. Is that right? Has it been that long? Has it been there for 6 years?
Something like that, yeah.
No playoff games.
With an extra playoff spot added in there.
And Mike Trout as a teammate. I mean, right? Do you want to do, and now the Rangers look like they're getting good? Bochy's here, right? You got that. You got the Astros. Like
Seattle.
The Angels, you're not going to win that division. You're not going to win that division anytime soon. And I know people say, oh, gosh, if you come to the Giants, you're not going to win that division either. I don't know. No, they did a couple years ago. 2.5 games out of it right now. So, yeah, listen, nobody's guaranteed anything anywhere you go. But to have 6 years of Mike Trout as a teammate and absolutely no playoff games feels pretty damaging in this conversation.
Yeah. The Giants, when you look at what Farhan has been able to do, I think that would probably be, which is crazy because a lot of Giants fans can't stand Farhan and Kapler, but if you look at what Farhan's been able to do recently, that 107 wins is huge, and how they finish this season, I think, is huge as well. You could say, look at what we've been able to do with this, and we're on the rise. And I think if we're being honest here, Willard, it is a question of how established does Shohei want the team to be. The Giants, they are on the rise, but let's not act. They don't have the fully loaded lineup that the Dodgers have. Do you need that? I don't know, because the Giants have been able to win without it. So I think if I were to go against the Giants, I would say Shohei is not really going to have a lot of protection in the lineup per se, at least not on paper. So that's something going against him, even if they play well this year.
Does he have any protection in the lineup right now?
No, but I'm saying the Dodgers or the Yankees.
Sure, but I mean, he's crushing it without any protection in the lineup.
That's true.
I don't know how much protection he needs in the lineup. Mike Trout rarely plays baseball, and most people couldn't name anybody else in that lineup.
And when did that happen for Mike Trout? When did that happen?
Dude, the injury bug really I feel like it started to get him about 4 years ago, and maybe even 5, and he's just not been able to shake it. He has not been able to shake it. In fact, if you look here, I'll pull him up right now. As far as why is he not even showing up? Gosh, he's so hurt. He's not even listed on the Angels roster right now. No joke.
What was the hand?
Why is he not on their roster? Anyway, I'll look it up a different way. But I wonder how many games Mike Trout has played in recent years. So here it is. So far this year, he's played 81. So he's only missed a handful. Last year, 119. Year before that, 36. Year before that, 53. And then the year before that, 134. And he pretty much played, he played north of 130 every year up to 2019, except for 2017, when he got 114 games, but he was still fourth in MVP voting.
Yeah.
But it started in 2020. Well, I shouldn't say that. That was only a 60-game year. So 53 games there. That was the pandemic year. Then 36, then 119, and now 81 so far, but he's currently missing.
If this continues, he will go down as it will be one of the most interesting careers, confusing careers in the history of baseball. To have somebody that was the best, arguably the people would at one point arguing the best, not best of all time, but in that conversation to barely make the playoffs, once? And then to get injured and to have a teammate in Shohei and to never even get to the playoffs. I know we don't do the same ring culture thing in baseball that we do in other sports,
right,
but it is bizarre.
Oh, my gosh. Well, what's also crazy, and part of this is just Mike. This is who he is. Like, baseball forever has wanted him to have a bigger personality than he does.
Yeah.
Only viral video I can think of in Mike Trout's career is
I know what you're going to say.
When he went to Top Golf and he hit the ball over the fence. That's it. Everybody just plays that on a loop. It's been around for 4 years.
And MLB didn't get anything from it.
Right. Like, they got nothing out of this. But Mike Trout has been so, brushed aside in the national conversation because of his teammate. If I gave you his career numbers right now, you would just be blown away. This dude, because I think the thought is, he gets hurt a lot and he doesn't play as well anymore. He has a career batting average over 300. He has a career OPS of 994. He is closing in probably next year, assuming good health. He's closing in on 400 career home runs already. He has been an all-star every year since 2012, every single year, including this one, even though he had to miss because he was hurt. He has 3 MVP awards. He has a Rookie of the Year. He has finished second in the MVP voting 3 other times. He has been in the top 5 in MVP voting every single year between 2012 and 2020, and was again last year in 2022. Actually, he was 8th at that point. This is a no doubt about it Hall of Fame career. Nobody talks about him anymore. He's totally brushed aside.
It's a very funny scale, but hang with me here. I know you were talking about your kids coaching Little League and the Little League World Series. I would assume is around the corner. For how long, and he's still in his prime, when was Mike Trout, that name that gets said over and over again, my favorite player is this. Was Mike Trout ever the odds-on favorite player for kids? I don't know that he ever was.
No, probably not.
Bizarre.
Because no personality and Anaheim.
Yeah.
And
sad, really.
And no playoffs. No playoff moments.
And now you have the new regime coming up of the Ellie De La Cruzes, the J-Rods.
Oh,
his name will never be said.
If Shohei leaves and the Angels are never heard from for the rest of his career, it's just
weird, man.
Yep, that's it. Speaking of that's it, it's not done until Filmo Mike weighs in. We are completely out of time. Only for you, Filmo. Only for you. What are you doing?
Oh man, I'm chilling, man. I'm finna go work out, play some basketball. But now, Alice Styles, you sound good. Willard, you sound godly. I just want to say y'all number one because first of all, y'all good. You're entertaining. You feel me? You just don't talk sports. You feel me? And then also you just don't talk the Giants. And then Trout kind of remind me of I guess Mickey Mantle. He got a little sort of Ken Griffey, a little bit of Ken Griffey, sort of career. But y'all have a great show, man. Y'all been killing it.
Filmo, thank you, man. You're one of the reasons why, man. Our faithful who are there every single day absolutely means the world. And we'll be here again tomorrow. You ready for tomorrow?
Let's do it.
Okay, I'm going to show it one more time. Tomorrow on this station. This right here in my hands, YouTube. This Klay Thompson signed jersey right here, this is being given away tomorrow. Tomorrow right here on 95.7 The Game. Should be a really, really fun Friday. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Best of the game. It's a full hour of the best content from the day, hosted by our own Sterling Bennett. For Styles, for Sterling, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Y'all shoot your shot. That's all you got.